The protagonist, Wang Zheng, was a young man living a carefree life in his hometown, at odds with the world, when one day his father suddenly forced him to work as a bodyguard for some girl. Since he was free, and wasn't one to turn down money, he agreed. While sitting at the train station, Wang Zheng couldn't stop wondering what girl could possibly be so lucky. Just then, a breaking news story was playing on the TV. Recently, a robbery had taken place at the Jiangning Bank in Yicheng. After several days, the final suspect was caught. But the strange thing was, when the police found the criminal, he was hogtied with his hands bound behind his back, and then dumped right in front of the police station. The police were still searching for the mysterious vigilante who did this good deed in secret. Might as well leave behind a nice little memory. Wang Zheng smirked after hearing the news, thinking to himself that the criminal was his own handiwork from the night before. Just then, the train arrived at the station. Wang Zheng blended into the crowd and pushed his way onto the train. He struggled to squeeze through the mass of people, but when he reached his seat, he found a fat guy had taken it to hit on a girl who clearly wasn't interested. "Hey buddy, mind moving, that's my seat." Wang Zheng spoke up. The guy, clearly annoyed at being interrupted, looked up and didn't bother hiding his displeasure. He sneered, calling Wang Zheng an ignorant country bumpkin. Wang Zheng saw that the guy was big, but acted like nothing more than an immature child. So he didn't stoop to his level, just calmly repeating what he had said. "Hey man, this is my seat. Please move." Who knew the guy wasn't just immature but also an arrogant scoundrel? Hearing Wang Zheng, he pulled out his wallet, took out a bill, and with a condescending attitude offered it to Wang Zheng, saying he was buying the seat. His blatant disrespect infuriated the girl sitting next to him, but Wang Zheng put on an ecstatic expression, practically drooling at the sight of the cash. "Is all this for me?" he asked. "If it's so much, then hurry up, take it, and get lost." The guy let go, dropping the bill on the floor, then started tapping on his phone. He scoffed at Wang Zheng for being so inexperienced, satisfied with a single measly bill. But to his surprise, Wang Zheng suddenly snatched the phone from his hand, saying that he liked the phone much more than the money, and then promptly tossed it away. The scoundrel instantly flew into a rage, jumping up and screaming in Wang Zheng's face. Wang Zheng wasn't fazed at all. He simply reminded the guy that if he didn't go find his phone soon, with so many people on the train, he'd never see it again. Although the guy was furious, he had no choice but to get up and look for his phone. Having successfully gotten rid of him, Wang Zheng casually sat down in his seat and muttered, "You damn punk country folk aren't so easy to bully." The young man sitting across from him couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. And the beautiful girl who had been harassed by the scoundrel was also grateful that he'd saved her, so she took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Wang Zheng. She introduced herself as Su Nuannuan, a second-year student at the Capital Medical University. "My name is Wang Zheng." He reached out and shook the beautiful girl's hand. They hadn't even exchanged more than a few words when the scoundrel returned phone in hand. Seeing Wang Zheng comfortably in his seat, he roared with fury. "You uncivilized country bumpkin, you already took the money, so why are you still?" His words were cut short when he met Wang Zheng's gaze, which was filled with killing intent. "If you dare run your mouth one more time, I'll throw you out the train window. You just wait. When we get to the capital, you'll see how I deal with you." The scoundrel still wouldn't give up. "We don't have to wait for the capital. I can deal with you right now," Wang Zheng said, as he took off his flip-flop and pointed it straight at the guy's face. "I'll say it again. If you dare say one more word, I'll put you in a coffin." Wang Zheng wasn't joking, but unfortunately, he was dealing with a thick-skinned, shameless bastard. At this point, he was still acting like he was in the right, his voice growing louder. "I doubt you have the guts to do it. Looking at you, you're either a construction worker or a farmer, right? You work at some brick-moving site. How about I find you a job?" Wang Zheng didn't answer. He was standing in front of the guy one moment, and then suddenly, as if teleporting, he appeared behind him, making the guy jump in fright. Then Wang Zheng whispered something in his ear so quietly that the guy couldn't even hear it. "What did you just say? I couldn't hear you," the guy said angrily. "Oh, nothing much. I just think you should go change your pants," Wang Zheng said, with his arms crossed, then glanced down at the guy's crotch. It was only then that the shameless oaf realized his pants were completely soaked. He let out a shriek, by instinct, and covered himself with both hands. Whispers and jeers erupted throughout the train car, criticizing and mocking him. He was a grown man, yet he couldn't even control his own bladder. He had no dignity whatsoever. Some people even took out their phones to record him, which embarrassed the scoundrel so much that he immediately tucked his tail and ran off. Wang Zheng figured he wouldn't dare come back to cause trouble, and gracefully sat back down in his seat. "That was amazing. How did you make him wet his pants like that?" Su Nuannuan said. "You really want to know?" Wang Zheng asked, and she nodded eagerly in response. "It was nothing really. I just poked one of his forbidden spots." After hearing this, Su Nuannuan's eyes lit up. "You know traditional Chinese medicine. Your understanding of human meridians is so impressive. I'm also studying TCM. When you have time, could we maybe study and discuss it together? Sure, if I'm free, I'll look you up." The two of them chatted cheerfully for the rest of the journey. When they reached the final station, Su Nuannuan took out her phone, wanting to get Wang Zheng's contact information. but he declined, saying that since they were both in the capital, they would surely meet again if it was meant to be. After saying goodbye to Su Nuannuan, Wang Zheng headed straight for the exit. As soon as he got to the exit, he was met by two tall men in black suits and sunglasses who looked just like gangsters. "Excuse me, are you Wang Zheng? Our boss sent us to pick you up." As they spoke, both men secretly scanned Wang Zheng from head to toe, sizing him up. They seriously doubted if this was the high-class bodyguard their boss had spent a fortune to hire. With his weak, scholarly appearance, they were afraid the young miss would be furious if they brought him back. Wang Zheng got into a luxury car with them, ready to start his new job. Who would have thought that the scoundrel from the train would follow him all the way here? After seeing Wang Zheng get into the car, the man pulled out his phone and called his second uncle. "Hey uncle, I ran into a real tough guy today. Think you can help me out?" The car waiting for Wang Zheng sped off, taking him to a villa on Taiping Mountain. The place in front of him was so luxurious it was dazzling. The two men led him straight into the living room. A blonde woman was sitting on the sofa, with her back turned to him. Wang Zheng sized up her silhouette, silently giving her a 75 out of 100. "Miss, as per the master's instructions, we've brought Mr. Wang. From now on, he will be your personal bodyguard," the two men reported. Hearing this, the young miss got so angry, she smashed the TV remote in her hand and shot to her feet. "Aren't you guys enough already? Why does my dad insist on monitoring my life like this? I seriously can't take it anymore." As she spoke, she turned around. When he saw her face, Wang Zheng was stunned for a few seconds. Looking at her head-on like this, she was definitely a 90 out of 100 easy. While Wang Zheng was busy admiring the young miss, she was also observing him. But her first impression of Wang Zheng was that for a young guy, he was scruffy and unshaven like some old uncle. His feet were dirty, and he was wearing cheap flip-flops. For a young lady who had grown up surrounded by luxury, she was immediately disgusted. "Why is someone so sloppy in my house? He's getting the floor dirty. Get him out of here now," she screamed. The two men were troubled, thinking to themselves that the young Mrs. Germophobia was acting up again, and it looked like she was about to explode. Seeing that she was complaining about him dirtying the floor, Wang Zheng took off his sandals and tossed them to the side. But the moment those sandy flip-flops hit the floor, the girl cringed even harder. "Zhang Yong," the young miss screamed, making the man beside her jump. "I don't care if my dad hired this guy or not. I Shangguan Shishi will not accept him. Get him out of my house." The bodyguard Zhang Yong was in a tough spot. He couldn't understand why the boss would hire such an unreliable-looking guy to be the young miss's bodyguard. But the person being kicked out, Wang Zheng, didn't seem angry at all. Instead, he calmly asked Shangguan Shishi a question. "Your menstrual cycle has been irregular for a long time, hasn't it? That's why you're so irritable. A condition like this is actually very serious." Hearing this, Shangguan Shishi's face turned beet red with embarrassment. Trembling, she pointed a finger straight at Wang Zheng, called him a pervert, and then ran deeper into the house. Seeing this, Zhang Yong gave him a big thumbs up in admiration. "Dude, that was amazing. You actually managed to shut the young miss up." "It was nothing really," Wang Zheng replied, thinking smugly to himself that if Shangguan Shishi wanted to go against him, he was ready to make her cry a river. Then Zhang Yong warmly put an arm around his shoulder and whispered, "Miss Shangguan is actually all bark and no bite. Just wait a bit until she cools down and everything will be fine." Wang Zheng glanced at him. Even through the dark sunglasses, he could see some pretty deep, dark circles. He said, "Big brother Zhang, your eyes are really dark. I bet your wife gives you a hard time at home, huh? Damn, you could tell. To be honest with you, I really don't have much say at home. My friend, do you have any solutions?" Zhang Yong was surprised. "Heh, from now on we're brothers. Of course I can help." A moment ago, Zhang Yong still had a slight aversion to him. But now he found this young man to be very interesting, definitely someone worth befriending. Just as the two were shaking hands, Shangguan Shishi returned, and this time she brought two other beauties with her. On the left was Sheng Fei, the design director of the Blue Sea Group. On the right was Han Xingye, Shangguan Shishi's best friend, who also came from a prestigious family. The three beauties standing together were truly a sight to behold. Wang Zheng rated them all at a 90, and praised himself for his good self-control. Any other guy in this situation would probably have gotten a nosebleed. Han Xingye ran up to Zhang Yong, put her hands on her hips, and asked in an annoyed tone, "Zhang Yong, who is this filthy guy? Is he the one who made Shishi cry?" Zhang Yong looked uncomfortable, because Wang Zheng was personally invited by Master Shangguan, yet he was being treated like this by these spoiled young ladies. But Wang Zheng didn't seem to mind at all. "Let me explain." After he explained the whole situation from beginning to end, Sheng Fei, being the oldest of the three beauties, was also the most sensible. She understood that Wang Zheng was a specially invited bodyguard, but he was wearing ragged clothes and was dirty. She told Zhang Yong to take him to the guest room to shower and change first, and then bring him back to the living room for a proper introduction. Zhang Yong nodded and led Wang Zheng away, leaving the three women alone in the living room. Shangguan Shishi begged Sheng Fei to help her get rid of Wang Zheng no matter what. Sheng Fei found this baffling. "Why do you want to get rid of him? The more the merrier. And who knows, maybe he can even cure your illness." It wasn't clear what illness Shangguan Shishi had, but hearing Sheng Fei say this, she pouted. So many doctors have come and failed to cure me. What good is he going to do? Sheng Fei, whose side are you on anyway? Shishi, if he was invited by Uncle Shangguan, he must be skilled. With one more person protecting you, maybe you won't get kidnapped like last time. Sheng Fei did her best to persuade Shangguan Shishi, but it didn't seem to be enough to overcome her initial dislike of Wang Zheng. After a while, he finished showering and came back out. Wang Zheng's appearance was now clean and tidy, a complete change from before, which left the three women stunned. Han Xingjie was the first to react. She no longer called Wang Zheng a filthy guy like before. Instead, she had a completely starstruck look on her face. Wang Zheng, your skin is so nice. You're so handsome. If I made a face mask for you with my own hands, your skin could be just as beautiful. Wang Zheng teased half-jokingly. Okay. Han Xingjie was thrilled that he was not only handsome but also a smooth talker. She clapped her hands excitedly, a truly hopeless case of being boy crazy. Seeing her like this, Sheng Fei couldn't help but cough a few times, reminding Han Xingjie to compose herself and get back to the matter at hand. Then she turned to face Wang Zheng and said, Seriously, Wang Zheng, if you were personally invited by Uncle Shangguan, then you must have some special skills. Why don't you show us what you can do, so that Shishi can feel assured about you? A demonstration, Wang Zheng thought for a moment. He didn't really know what to show them, so he asked Sheng Fei if he could borrow her outer jacket. Hearing this, Shangguan Shishi flew into a rage. She immediately rushed to stand in front of Sheng Fei, shooting Wang Zheng a fierce glare. What are you trying to do to Miss Sheng Fei, you pervert? In stark contrast to her fierce reaction, Sheng Fei was very calm. She took off her outer coat, reassuring Shangguan Shishi with one hand, while handing it to Wang Zheng with the other. He held the coat, brought it to his nose and sniffed it for a moment. Then said, Have you been feeling tired and dizzy often lately? Sheng Fei's eyes widened in surprise, because everything Wang Zheng just said was true. Seeing her confusion, he explained that the perfume Sheng Fei had on her coat wasn't ordinary perfume, but a type of drug that could cause nerve paralysis. Its effect was very subtle, making it hard to detect. But with long-term use, the nervous system would become weak, leaving a person without any self-control and completely at the mercy of others. Sheng Fei was even more horrified. How is that possible? I bought this perfume myself from an official store. Is someone trying to harm you? I'm not sure about that. But you don't need to worry. Just stop using this perfume and the symptoms will disappear. Wang Zheng added that from now on, with him around, it wasn't just these kinds of shady anesthetic drugs. Even if someone intended to assassinate the beautiful ladies here, he was more than capable of making them regret their foolish actions for the rest of their lives. Wang Zheng's extremely confident demeanor and steady tone completely won Sheng Fei over. She stood up and enthusiastically suggested that Wang Zheng go shopping with them that afternoon, offering to buy him some new clothes. After all, as Shangguan Shishi's bodyguard, he had to look somewhat presentable. And so, that afternoon, Wang Zheng obediently followed the three girls out. Everywhere they went, they attracted a lot of attention. Hey, who do you think that guy over there is? How can he be out with three absolute bombshells at the same time? If he's not some rich second-gen brat, then he must be a piece of dog crap, one of the girls stepped in. Either way, neither is a good thing. Wang Zheng's sharp ears heard every word, and he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Here I am doing an honest job as a bodyguard and I'm still getting branded as a bad guy. This is so unfair. Just as he was thinking this, Wang Zheng suddenly heard Shangguan Shishi yell at him. Miss Sheng Fei told you to go try on the clothes. What are you spacing out for? Oh, coming. Wang Zheng replied dazedly. While Wang Zheng was in the fitting room, Shangguan Shishi continued to complain outside. She said he seemed so dazed even on a simple shopping trip, so how could he possibly protect them? Maybe he's just a little nervous since it's his first time shopping with beautiful women. Sheng Fei said a few words in his defense. Just then, Wang Zheng finished changing. The moment he pulled back the curtain and stepped out, Shangguan Shishi was frozen in place. Wang Zheng already looked completely different after cleaning up, but now that he was all dressed up, he was even more handsome, causing all three beauties to stare without blinking. Sheng Fei immediately stood up, swiped her card, and had all the clothes they'd picked for him packaged up. After they had their fill of shopping, they started discussing where to eat. Wang Zheng felt a little weary. These women were so boring. If it wasn't shopping, it was eating. The only thing that lifted his spirits was that they took him to an incredibly luxurious restaurant. Wow, I can't believe I'd ever get the chance to come to such a high-class restaurant. Wang Zheng marveled before his seat was even warm. Shut up. Stop acting like a country bumpkin. You're embarrassing me. Shangguan Shishi yelled again. She was about to scold Wang Zheng some more, but then Han Xingjie noticed Zhang Mingquan and a few of his subordinates walking into the restaurant. This guy was the heir to the Blue Sea Group, the same corporation Sheng Fei worked for. But the main point was that he had been relentlessly pestering her recently, which was why all three of them absolutely despised him. The moment Shangguan Shishi saw Zhang Mingquan's face, she completely lost her appetite. Hello Sheng Fei, we meet again. What a coincidence, right? Zhang Mingquan eagerly walked over to greet them, but everyone knew it wasn't a coincidence. He had followed Sheng Fei here. Then Zhang Mingquan noticed a stranger at the table and asked suspiciously, "And who might this be?" "He's Miss Sheng Fei's boyfriend," Shangguan Shishi answered nonchalantly, so bluntly that it made Wang Zheng choke on his water. Zhang Mingquan was stunned and asked Sheng Fei if what Shangguan Shishi said was true. To everyone's surprise, the usually serious woman was now more than willing to play along with Shangguan Shishi, using Wang Zheng as a human shield. "That's right, we're dating," Wang Zheng sighed. "If I have to take on this extra duty as a human shield, I should get a raise. But whatever, since you're a good person, helping a beauty out won't kill me." "Are you really Sheng Fei's boyfriend?" Zhang Mingquan started grilling him. "What's your name? Where do you live? What are your parents' names?" Wang Zheng was clearly unhappy about being interrogated by some random guy who popped out of nowhere, so he retorted, "What's it to you?" This attitude sent Zhang Mingquan into a rage. "You country bumpkin, what did you just say? Sheng Fei, how could you fall for such a vulgar person?" Zhang Mingquan rudely pointed his finger at Wang Zheng's face while questioning Sheng Fei, who sat opposite him. "I wonder who the vulgar one is here." Sheng Fei was furious. She raised her voice. "Zhang Mingquan, I suggest you watch your mouth." Wang Zheng reached out and patted the back of her hand reassuringly. This small gesture was seen by Zhang Mingquan, which irritated him even more. He first started mocking Wang Zheng, calling him a weak and spineless man who had to let Sheng Fei speak up for him. Then he started provoking him. "Go on, hit me if you dare, you spineless coward." As the grand heir of a major corporation, Zhang Mingquan naturally assumed Wang Zheng wouldn't dare touch him, but he had no idea he was dealing with someone completely reckless. The moment the other guy finished speaking, Wang Zheng lifted his leg and kicked him straight in the crotch. Seeing this, Sheng Fei, Shangguan, Shishi, and Han Xingye were all in complete shock, while the guy surnamed Zhang was in so much pain that he collapsed to the floor, his body curling up in an unsightly manner. Not planning to stop there, Wang Zheng planted his foot right on his face. "I didn't plan on getting physical, I'm just granting your wish. Who told you to provoke me in the first place?" With that said, Wang Zheng turned to warn Zhang Mingquan's subordinates that if any of them dared to step forward, they would suffer the same fate as their master. Seeing that Wang Zheng was a reckless man who would back up his words, none of them dared to make a move. They just rushed over to help Zhang Mingquan up. As he was leaving, he was still gritting his teeth, threatening Wang Zheng. "You just wait, this isn't over." Seeing him like that, Sheng Fei seemed embarrassed and apologized to Wang Zheng. She knew that Zhang Mingquan was the type to hold a grudge, and feared that Wang Zheng would be in big trouble later on. "Anyway, I'm a bodyguard for the Shangguan family now. If anything happens, I'll have you ladies to protect me, right?" Wang Zheng said with a completely straight face. His comment made Shangguan Shishi unable to hide her annoyance. He was truly hopeless. "With that one sentence, the good image I just built of you has completely collapsed. I couldn't care less what kind of image you have of me." He cleared his throat. "After all, I'm a man, not some unpredictable mess." Wang Zheng replied with the same nonchalant attitude. Shangguan Shishi was so provoked, she was left speechless. She slammed the table and stood up, but couldn't get a word out. Seeing this, Han Xingye covered her mouth and chuckled to herself, realizing her best friend had finally met her match. After that, they began to eat their meal together. But the meal had barely begun when a squad of police officers with grim faces suddenly burst in, announcing they had received a complaint about a fight and were here to handle it. Behind them was Zhang Mingquan, being supported by two people. Seeing this, Shangguan Shishi and the others despised him even more. This guy was being way too dramatic. All that happened was he got kicked in a sensitive spot, and here he was putting on this shameless act to play the victim. Sheng Fei immediately recognized the leader of the group as Wang Huaping, the deputy chief of the criminal investigation team in this district, not someone you want to mess with. But Wang Zheng couldn't care less about the man's rank. He bluntly criticized Zhang Mingquan for not being a man. Calling for backup when you can't win a fight was truly pathetic. But a shameless person like Zhang Mingquan doesn't care about things like dignity. He pointed at Wang Zheng and like a child began tattling to Wang Huaping. "Uncle Wang, it was this punk who hit me." Baseless accusations. "Did anyone see it happen?" Wang Zheng shrugged and replied. "So, do you have evidence to prove you didn't hit him?" Wang Huaping placed a hand on his shoulder, his tone full of menace. "How ridiculous. Now you need evidence to prove you didn't do something." That one sentence was enough to show that Wang Huaping wasn't the type to be fair and impartial. Before Wang Zheng could even answer, the young miss of the Shangguan family shot up saying all three of them could testify. It was obvious that Zhang Mingquan was maliciously slandering them. "You kids are probably his accomplices, so your words aren't credible," Wang Huaping said shamelessly. He really had a knack for making Shangguan Shishi foam at the mouth with rage. She demanded to know on what grounds. The one-sided complaint from that scoundrel was trustworthy, while her own words were not. What else? "It's because he has a good father." This time, it was Wang Zheng who answered for Wang Huaping, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Zhang Mingquan wasn't even ashamed. Instead, he looked incredibly smug. He gloated that small fries like Wang Zheng would never be qualified to fight him, not in this lifetime. Wang Zheng slowly stood up. Wang Huaping was clearly standing in front of the guy, but then somehow, just like when he dealt with that thug on the train, he suddenly appeared right in front of Zhang Mingquan. Then Wang Zheng swung his hand and delivered a slap so hard it left a clear 5-fingered print on his face, along with a warning. Next time I see you on the street, I'll put you in a coffin. Starting today. Han Xingye was the first to react to the situation. She stood up, clapping loudly and praising Wang Zheng for the excellent hit. Unexpectedly, this really set off the bastard, causing him to pull a gun from his waistband. At this point, even Wang Huaping panicked. He never expected this rich brat would dare to carry a concealed, illegal weapon. Mingquan, what are you doing? He hurriedly tried to stop Zhang Mingquan, but the rage had made him lose all reason, and his finger was already on the trigger. Too bad for Zhang Mingquan. Just as he was about to fire, Wang Zheng once again appeared behind him with lightning speed. His large hand clamped down on his opponent's neck, while his other hand snatched the gun. Zhang Mingquan was once again completely helpless. Let me go, he managed to choke out. Looks like I haven't been in the city for a while and things have really changed, huh? Fine. If I'm dealing with scoundrels like this, then I don't need to be polite. Wang Zheng's hand squeezed a little harder, making Zhang Mingquan gasp for air. The situation was crystal clear, yet Wang Huaping deliberately ignored right and wrong, accusing Wang Zheng of disturbing the public order. Behind him, his two subordinates had already drawn their guns and were aiming them straight at him. Wang Huaping threatened Wang Zheng to let go immediately, or he wouldn't hesitate to open fire. But the more he threatened, the tighter Wang Zheng's hand squeezed around Zhang Mingquan's neck. Let me be honest, even if all of you came at me at once, you'd be absolutely no match for me. I suggest you save your energy. I can tell you my principles for how I live. Wang Zheng's tone was incredibly calm and composed. He said that first, he's very good at protecting his own interests, so no one should even think about bullying his people, especially the women. Second, Wang Zheng was also a very vengeful person. If someone provoked him, he was prepared to pay them back 100 times over. Third, he wasn't a fan of reasoning with people. As long as they don't mess with him, he won't mess with them. But if someone dared to cross him, he wouldn't hesitate to send their entire family to meet their maker. After hearing this, Wang Huaping couldn't help but feel the hair on his body stand on end from the tension. He had been a cop for many years and knew that what Wang Zheng had just said wasn't just empty talk, and that this man was no simple character. As for that Zhang Mingquan, he was always causing trouble for him to clean up. That was one thing, but this situation was incredibly tricky. If Wang Huaping pushed too hard, he feared it would provoke Wang Zheng, but if he backed down, it would be a huge loss of face. Thinking this, Wang Huaping tried to find a diplomatic way out. I'm not taking sides here. Zhang Mingquan illegally used a firearm, and your dispute with him has disturbed the public order. According to the law, I must bring both parties back to the police station. Who wants to arrest my young miss? Suddenly, another man's voice cut in. This man had brought a large group of people with him. They entered the restaurant with an overwhelming presence. After speaking, the man walked directly toward the three young ladies. Thank you for the timely message, Miss Sheng Fei. The moment the master heard the young miss was in danger, he sent me over to rescue her. Seeing that her people had arrived, Han Xingye breathed a sigh of relief, then put on a pitiful expression and began to complain. Li Jian, you came at the perfect time. Hurry and teach them a lesson for us. We were just having a nice dinner when these cops suddenly stormed in like thugs and tried to arrest us for no reason. And then there's that Zhang Mingquan guy. He's absolutely disgusting. Not only did he have wicked intentions toward Sheng Fei, but he tried to flirt with me too. At this point, Han Xingye hesitated for a moment, and he kept staring at my chest. I'm just a young woman. After being harassed so openly, who will ever marry me now? As she spoke, Han Xingye let out a few heartbreaking sobs. Hearing this, Li Jian's face darkened, and his anger flared. As for Zhang Mingquan, though he was a true scoundrel, he was clearly being framed by Han Xingye. He couldn't stand being falsely accused like this and shouted, "You wretched woman, what nonsense are you spouting? Who's interested in looking at you, Officer Wang? Hurry up and deal with them for me." When he saw Wang Huaping still, standing frozen in place, he got even louder. "Officer Wang, what are you standing there for? Arrest them already." Despite Zhang Mingquan's constant urging, Wang Huaping didn't react at all. Seeing his pathetic wailing, Han Xingye couldn't help but chuckle. "Haha, it seems you still don't quite understand the situation, do you?" Faced with such an idiot, she didn't mind educating him a little about her family's background. The Han family is the #1 martial arts family in the capital. For generations, our family members have served as high-ranking training officers in the military, and I am the eldest daughter of this clan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingquan's face went pale. He had been so focused on Sheng Fei that he never bothered to look into Shangguan Shishi or Han Xingye. His family certainly had some clout in the business world, but having a little money didn't mean he could just provoke a family with military influence like the Han family. Zhang Mingquan immediately dropped his nonchalant attitude and tried his best to explain that he really hadn't been staring at Han Xingye's chest and that he had no intention of harassing her, but Li Jian clearly wasn't listening, nor did he believe a word he said. Seeing him striding forward menacingly, Wang Zheng very cooperatively let go of the scoundrel in his grasp and pushed him toward Li Jian. As a result, Zheng Mingquan was decked with a single punch, and his second incisor immediately popped out. Seeing this, Han Xingye clapped her hands relentlessly, praising Li Jian. Great hit, keep it up. Shangguan Shishi didn't show much of an expression, but it was obvious she was also quite pleased to see the scoundrel get his punishment. Li Jian kept hitting him until Zheng Mingquan collapsed onto the ground in a heap. He looked absolutely pathetic, his entire body trembling as he reached a hand out toward Wang Huaping, begging for help. But Wang Huaping was, after all, just a lowly police captain. How could he dare to offend the Han family, a power that even the chief of police had to be wary of? So he found himself in an extremely difficult position. Seeing Wang Huaping's dilemma, Wang Zheng couldn't help but step forward. He offered a few words of friendly advice. Officer, I'd advise you not to get involved. After all, the young miss of the Han family's father is far more powerful than that Zhang guy's father. Wang Zheng wasn't wrong, so Wang Huaping could only watch helplessly as Li Jian beat Zheng Mingquan to a pulp. He didn't stop until Han Xingye's anger had subsided. At the same time, Wang Zheng had secretly pricked Wang Huaping's right shoulder with a tiny needle, his purpose still unclear. Only after the group had completely left did the officer dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Today's situation was just too dangerous. It seemed that, from now on, if he wanted to stir up trouble, he'd have to investigate who his opponents were first. With dinner, over, the four of them got into Shangguan Shishi's convertible supercar to head home. Along the way, Han Xingye couldn't stop gushing that today was the happiest day of her life in years, especially when Wang Zheng gave that guy a kick that would end his family line. It was so satisfying. As the three of them were chatting happily, Wang Zheng suddenly turned to Shangguan Shishi and asked, "How good are your driving skills? What's it to you? You're my bodyguard. Who gave you permission to call me by my name? Call me young miss." Shangguan Shishi snapped back. Wang Zheng ignored her bratty attitude and said, "Well, let's see if you can shake the car behind us. It's been following us for a long time." Only when Wang Zheng pointed it out did Shangguan Shishi glance at her rearview mirror and realize that a car was indeed tailing them. Sheng Fei quickly picked up her phone to call Master Shangguan, while Shangguan Shishi shifted gears, slammed on the gas and suddenly accelerated. Her car shot forward temporarily, widening the gap with their pursuer. But both Sheng Fei's and Han Xingye's phones had no signal. They couldn't contact anyone. This abnormality began to worry them. If I'd known, I would have just asked Li Jian to take us home." Shangguan Shishi kept driving, but the other car was persistent and had already closed the distance between them. Continuing, like this wasn't a solution. Shangguan Shishi started to get anxious, then grew furious when she turned to see Wang Zheng still calmly admiring the trees and flowers on the side of the road. "Wang Zheng, aren't you my bodyguard? Stop looking at the scenery and think of a plan. A bodyguard's job is to fight, not to offer opinions." Wang Zheng replied coolly. Are you even a man?" Shangguan Shishi was so angry her eyes went wide. "I am a man. Because I don't get irregular periods." Wang Zheng shrugged. He'd used this line 3 times in one day, but it was still highly effective at provoking the great young Miss Shangguan. Fueled by her anger, she slammed on the gas again and the car took off like a bullet. Seeing this, Wang Zheng nodded. "Good. Make a few more turns. Don't drive towards Heavenly Peace Mountain Villa. Try to drive somewhere with fewer people." Shangguan Shishi dazedly followed his instructions and continued driving for another hour. That car was still stuck to them like a leech, making her too antsy to sit still. "It's been an hour. Why haven't we lost them yet?" Wang Zheng didn't answer, instead giving her some silent praise. He couldn't tell before, but now that he'd experienced it, he knew this girl's driving skills weren't bad at all. The only problem was that the gas in the tank could only last for another hour at most, so it was easy to see that Shangguan Shishi was starting to panic. In stark contrast to her reaction, Wang Zheng seemed completely calm, telling her to just keep driving until they ran out of gas. Shangguan Shishi really couldn't help but feel suspicious. Did he really have a plan? Even though this was the bodyguard her father had personally hired, even telling her to treat him well, up until now, Shangguan Shishi still couldn't believe that Wang Zheng was a man capable of protecting her. Meanwhile, the men in the car tailing them had nearly achieved their goal of forcing their target towards the Dushan Bridge. They were already prepared to execute the next step of their plan on that very bridge. Arriving right before the Dushan Bridge, Shangguan Shishi grew even more frantic. "Wang Zheng, what now? That's the Dushan Bridge of Yemi Mountain, right ahead of us. And I only have enough gas for another 15 minutes. Hearing the words, Dushan Bridge, Han Xingye, in the back, immediately started to panic. This place was famous for its narrow and treacherous terrain. Even experienced drivers had to slow down when they got here. And yet they were speeding like this. She was afraid they'd be in danger, but Shangguan Shishi had no way to turn back. While the car behind them continued its relentless pursuit, Wang Zheng just sat calmly in the passenger seat, casually whistling. She decided to rely on herself using this treacherous place to finally shake off their pursuers. Putting her thought into action, Shangguan Shishi stomped on the gas, flying like a madwoman across the bridge, unable to even see the road clearly ahead. She kept speeding along until a blinding light from the opposite direction shone straight at her like an oncoming car. By reflex, Shangguan Shishi immediately let go of the steering wheel and screamed in terror. At that moment, Wang Zheng in the passenger seat immediately lunged over and grabbed the wheel. The car swerved back and forth for a moment before finally coming to a complete stop. The light that had blinded Shangguan Shishi came from two large trucks parked across the entire width of the bridge, blocking it completely. And if Wang Zheng hadn't managed to brake in time, the convertible supercar they were in would have slammed right into them. Now the car couldn't move an inch. Shangguan Shishi's mind went blank, completely unable to think of a solution. Yet Wang Zheng remained as calm as ever, and his composure was truly driving the young miss mad. "Say something, will you? Do you want me to call my dad the second we get back and have you fired? If you can even get back, that is," he thought. In the back seat, Sheng Fei was also getting anxious. "Wang Zheng, this is no time for jokes. We can only rely on you now." "That's right, Wang Zheng, you have to protect us," Han Xingye added. Shangguan Shishi had been kidnapped before, so they were all terrified it would happen again. Joking aside, Wang Zheng had no intention of being an irresponsible bodyguard. He had to earn his salary right. He told the three women to stay in the car, then opened his door, stepped outside, and casually lit a cigarette. From the car that had been tailing them, a large, heavily tattooed man also got out. The moment he saw Wang Zheng, his eyebrows furrowed. "What's a guy doing here? Who is this? Weren't there supposed to be only 3 women in the file?" he thought to himself. Then again, he decided it didn't really matter, since Wang Zheng didn't look like he knew how to fight at all. Besides, even if he did, their side had 9 guns, more than enough to deal with him. Wang Zheng was surrounded by this group of unidentified men, but he didn't look the least bit panicked. He even politely stubbed out his half-smoked cigarette and put on a fawning expression, asking, "Wow, I didn't expect such a grand welcome. May I ask what business you big brothers have with us?" Seeing him bow and scrape like that, the man assumed Wang Zheng was scared, stiff, and trying to suck up to him, so he praised him for knowing his place. Then he pulled out a pistol, patted Wang Zheng's cheek with it a few times and said, "I'm here to take the Shangguan girl with me. You got a problem with that?" "No problem at all. Do whatever you want, boss." Wang Zheng waved his hands dismissively. Before the tattooed man could even respond, Shangguan Shishi couldn't take it anymore. She opened the car door and poked her head out, yelling, "Wang Zheng, are you even human? How can you be such a coward? Hey lady, do you not see that they have 9 guns? Besides, they want you, not me. What does your safety have to do with me?" Wang Zheng shouted back. Shangguan Shishi was so furious, she was speechless. In the back seat, Han Xingye was also starting to panic. Perhaps only Sheng Fei was still keeping a level head. She tried to reassure the others that Wang Zheng was probably just trying to tick off Shangguan Shishi. She was sure he would protect them completely. But with so many men and all of them armed, in truth, Sheng Fei was also very worried, not knowing if the 4 of them could escape this danger safely. Outside, Wang Zheng was still putting on an act for the kidnappers. He claimed to be a little nervous and asked the head thug for permission to light a cigarette. Seeing Wang Zheng's cooperative attitude, the man immediately agreed. He then unbuckled his belt, promising to show him a good time after he finished his smoke. With 3 beautiful girls in the car, and this thug unbuckling his belt outside, it wasn't hard to imagine what he was planning. Shangguan Shishi was now at her breaking point, and Han Xingye was already crying from fear. And yet, their high-level bodyguard Wang Zheng just kept smoking calmly. The only strange thing was, it was just a normal cigarette in his hand, yet it produced a thick cloud of smoke. Moreover, when the 3 women in the car caught a whiff, they found the smoke to be very fragrant. But after the thugs inhaled it, the seemingly harmless smoke brought them all to their knees. They writhed on the ground, looking like they were in extreme pain. Han Xingye found this whole thing surreal, and got out of the car to see for herself. "Wang Zheng, how did your fragrant cigarette make them collapse like that? This stuff only works on men. It can make male hormones spike to 100 times their normal levels, so of course it has no effect on you girls. As for me, do you really think I'd be stupid enough to let it affect me too? So, what exactly does it do? Look at how they're moving now. It's pretty shameless." "Almost time," Wang Zheng replied. A few seconds later, the thugs stopped writhing and passed out completely. Seeing how effective this stuff was, Han Xingye cheekily asked Wang Zheng if she could have a kilogram of it. That way she could easily deal with all the creeps who were always staring at her. When Wang Zheng heard that, he almost dropped the cigarette from his hand. A whole kilogram. That amount could take out all of these men in an instant. Besides, this stuff is priceless. It's not like I carry it around with me all the time. Money isn't the issue here. Just give it to me, Han Xingye insisted. "Alright, stop making a scene." Wang Zheng pushed Han Xingye's hand away and approached the kidnappers. They were clearly targeting Shangguan Shishi, but to be able to jam the phone signals in such a large area meant the mastermind behind this was no pushover. Among the thugs tonight, the tattooed one seemed to be the leader. Wang Zheng got an idea to take him back and get all the answers he needed at once. After some time, the tattooed man groggily woke up. The first person he saw was Wang Zheng. But now, the tables had turned. Wang Zheng was the one in control. "Spit it out." Who sent you to kidnap the young lady of the Shangguan family? Wang Zheng asked as he took out a lighter about to light a cigarette. Seeing this, the man panicked. Please don't light that cigarette. Even though he was a thug, he wasn't an idiot. Based on what happened earlier, he guessed that Wang Zheng had used that drug to knock them all out. He had no idea what kind of drug it was or who this guy even was. This guy took them all down even when they had 9 guns pointed at him. But none of that mattered as much as staying alive. At that moment, the tattooed man decided to negotiate with Wang Zheng. If I tell you the truth, can you promise you won't kill me? But Wang Zheng wasn't one to be trifled with. He wouldn't allow his opponent to set conditions, especially since the man's life was already in his hands. Afraid Wang Zheng would act, the tattooed man quickly spilled everything. After a short while, Wang Zheng had a decent grasp of the situation. The person behind the kidnapping was Li Minghao of the Azure Dragon Gang. But Wang Zheng was a little confused, as that Li guy was the #1 boss in the capital. He shouldn't need to resort to petty kidnappings of a rich man's daughter. I don't know about that. I'm just a low-level underling following orders. How could I dare to ask why? The man added. Seeing how cooperative he was, Wang Zheng decided to spare his life for the time being. Seeing this, the man was incredibly grateful. Thank you for sparing my life. I'm Shen Liang, and I will definitely repay this kindness. If you ever need help, boss, I, Shen Liang, would walk through fire for you without hesitation. He rambled on, mostly just trying to suck up. But unexpectedly, Wang Zheng replied, You said that yourself, you know. Shen Liang froze, letting out a loud, huh, realizing he had just dug his own grave. Wang Zheng sat down in front of him, a dangerously sinister smile on his face, and said that he did in fact have a favor to ask. Internally, Shen Liang was screaming no, but on the outside, he didn't dare upset Wang Zheng. Boss, please tell me. If I can do it, I, Shen Liang, will definitely not refuse. As the man opened his mouth to speak, Wang Zheng flicked some kind of pill from his hand. The pill shot into Shen Liang's mouth, and he instinctively swallowed it. Shen Liang coughed a few times and immediately started to panic, trying to stick his fingers down his throat to get the pill out, fearing it was poison. I'm not trying to kill you, Wang Zheng said. That's a poison I personally created. Let's call it 3 months to live. And just as the name implies, its effect lasts for 3 months. Now that you've taken it, you have to come get the antidote within 3 months. Otherwise, your entire body will slowly rot from the inside out. Eventually, you'll die, and there's no way to save you. Only I have the antidote. Other medicines will actually cause the poison's toxicity to flare up instantly. Even if you get a fever or a cold, you can't take a single pill, or not even the gods can save you. Wang Zheng did this to force the man to cooperate with him completely. He then ordered Shen Liang to return to his headquarters and tell Li Minghao everything that happened today. Then he emphasized, and remember this clearly, you must tell that idiot Li Minghao that I, Wang Zheng, have returned. That night, Shen Liang returned to the headquarters. He recounted the entire incident to Li Minghao, bowing his head in shame for failing the mission. The man named Li listened and fell into deep thought, saying nothing. Meanwhile, his other subordinates started whispering and criticizing Shen Liang. And he was so confident, saying he'd personally handle the whole thing, and that there would be absolutely no mistakes. Now he comes back a failure. What a disgrace. Shen Liang is famous in our gang for being skilled. Is there really someone who could wound him this badly? We should really thank that person. Otherwise, with how fast Shen Liang was getting promoted, there wouldn't be any chances left for us to show our talents. Haha, Shen Liang heard every single word of this. But with Li Minghao right there, all he could do was grit his teeth in anger. Otherwise, he would have already stood up and started a fight. After a moment of silence, Li Minghao stood up, put out the cigarette in his hand, and asked, Are you leaving out any details? Shen Liang heard this and stammered in reply, That person also said one more thing. What else did he say? Li Minghao asked impatiently. He said, When you go back, you must pass on the message that Wang Zheng has returned. Upon hearing this, Li Minghao wasn't angry for some reason. Instead, he laughed. If that's the case, he must have called me that idiot Li Minghao, right? Shen Liang was surprised. He had tried to leave out the more sensitive words to avoid angering his boss, but Li Minghao had guessed it anyway. It seemed these two knew each other from a long time ago. It was unclear whether Li Minghao's attitude was one of anger or excitement. He turned back and poured himself a glass of golden liquor. If he has truly returned and gotten involved in this matter, then we'll no longer concern ourselves with the Shangguan family's affairs. Li Minghao took a sip of his drink, then gazed into the distance through the glass window. He muttered to himself, He didn't come looking for me, and I didn't want to bother him. After all this time, I've finally been waiting for you, Wang Zheng. Meanwhile, at the Shangguan family villa, Shangguan Shishi flew into a rage when she heard that Wang Zheng had let Shen Liang go. She couldn't forgive the man who dared to plan her kidnapping. She wanted to torture him to death, to vent her anger. You have to let out the line to catch the big fish. Is that simple principle so hard for you to understand? Wang Zheng replied, implying that letting Shen Liang go was necessary to catch the mastermind behind him. But it seemed Shangguan Shishi already held a grudge against him, so she just assumed Wang Zheng was making excuses while she stewed in her anger. Only Sheng Fei believed in his way of handling things. Shangguan Shishi thought she was just sticking up for Wang Zheng, which made her even more annoyed. After returning home, Sheng Fei called Old Master Shangguan to tell him what had just happened and requested he hire more bodyguards since Shangguan Shishi had almost been kidnapped a second time, but he refused, saying Wang Zheng was enough. This just shows how much credibility he must have for Old Master Shangguan to trust him so completely. The only one who refused to accept it was Shangguan Shishi, but since her father was so insistent, she had to obey no matter how reluctant she was. She sighed and sat down on the sofa. Just then, a sharp pain shot through her stomach, making Shangguan Shishi's face contort. Wang Zheng noticed her expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Shangguan Shishi didn't answer, but Han Xingye quickly spoke up, explaining that she was having period cramps and that it was this bad every month. For some reason, Shangguan Shishi's menstrual cramps were much more severe than other people's. Painkillers didn't work, and many doctors had failed to cure her. So every month she had to endure this life-or-death agony. Seeing that Wang Zheng knew a bit about traditional Chinese medicine, Sheng Fei suggested he try to diagnose Shangguan Shishi. Even though they had been bickering all day, Wang Zheng couldn't bear to see her suffer like that. He told the young miss to lie down for a bit, and he would help ease the pain with a massage. Shangguan Shishi obediently lay down, but she couldn't help but mutter, "A massage is fine, but you better not let your hands wander, or I'll kill you. Don't worry. I'm only interested in women with class, and you're not one of them." Wang Zheng replied, then began to massage Shangguan Shishi's lower abdomen. His words always had a way of infuriating the young miss. Normally, Shangguan Shishi would have bristled and started a fight with him like usual. But this time, she was strangely quiet, because she had just realized that the places Wang Zheng was massaging actually didn't hurt anymore. In fact, it was even a little comfortable. After a while, Wang Zheng stopped. As soon as his hand left, Shangguan Shishi felt a bit disappointed. "You're not massaging anymore. I'll continue for you tomorrow. A daily massage can relieve the cramps. And combined with acupuncture and the medicine I prescribe, your irregular periods can also be cured." At that moment, Shangguan Shishi felt that Wang Zheng was strangely reliable. Despite arguing with him all day, she now had to sheepishly thank him. But the touching moment didn't even last 3 seconds. Wang Zheng suddenly jumped up, saying he had to go wash his hands immediately, because he had accidentally touched something unclean. That single sentence made all of Shangguan Shishi's gratitude evaporate, replaced by a renewed surge of anger. "You bastard Wang Zheng, get the hell out of my sight." Although the two were like fire and water, Sheng Fei, watching from the side, could truly see that Wang Zheng was someone you could rely on. After he left the living room, she found a chance to speak with Wang Zheng alone. "Thank you both for massaging Shangguan Shishi, and for fighting off those kidnappers tonight. Old Master Shangguan is a leader in Huaxia's business world. In just 10 short years, he rode the wave of development and brought the Shangguan family to new heights. And Shangguan Shishi is his only daughter, so she's a target for many of his competitors. Even people within the family hope something happens to her to put Old Master Shangguan in a difficult position and force him to step down from his post. By protecting Shangguan Shishi's safety, you're doing the Shangguan family a great service. I never thought that someone who looks so unassuming could be so righteous when it counts. No wonder Uncle Shangguan trusts you so much. It seems he's seen how capable you are before, hasn't he?" Sheng Fei said it all in one breath, but Wang Zheng saw right through her little scheme. He walked over and patted Sheng Fei on the shoulder a few times. "Alright, you don't have to beat around the bush trying to dig up my background. All you need to know is that I'm very capable." Having her intentions exposed, Sheng Fei was a little embarrassed but continued. "Then, can I ask you for another favor?" Shishi grew up away from her parents. Uncle Shangguan was busy with work all day. And to make up for his guilt, he spoiled her rotten. That's why her temper is so bad. But her bark is worse than her bite. So, could you please not take it to heart? Wang Zheng thought it was something serious, so he replied immediately, "Don't worry, I'm just teasing the kid for fun. I have no interest in making an enemy out of her." After saying that, Wang Zheng left. "I'm getting sleepy too." Sheng Fei watched his retreating back, wondering what kind of background a man so completely trusted by Old Master Shangguan could possibly have. A skyscraper gleamed under the sun. In an office, Shen Liang was asking respectfully, "Big brother, are you really giving up on the plan to kidnap Shangguan Shishi, giving up on cooperating with Cheng Kangmei, but we still need to rely on him?" Li Minghao answered nonchalantly, "A mere Cheng Kangmei is nothing." Next, Yang Rong placed a document on the table. His Meilong group is no match for the Shangguan family. Now that the Shangguan family has announced its entry into the military industry, no one can take their land. He's run out of options and can only hope to use their daughter to threaten Old Master Shangguan. What kind of outcome can a person like that expect? Minghao then laced his fingers together, analyzing the situation. Besides, Wang Zheng is back now. Compared to that Cheng Kangmei guy, I'm much more interested in Wang Zheng's next move. Shen Liang still seemed hesitant. "Big brother, but look at this poison in me." Minghao cut him off directly. "If he said he'll give you the antidote in 3 months, then just shamelessly go find him then." But then, his expression turned extremely grim. "And you need to change that lecherous habit of yours. If there's a next time, don't ever show your face in front of me again. Hearing this, Shen Liang felt a chill run down his spine. Yes, yes, big brother, I'll change right now. Then he scrambled out of there, as if his life depended on it. Watching his subordinates retreating back, he thought to himself, Wang Zheng, you're back. Why haven't you come to see me? Minghao's brows were tightly furrowed, his eyes filled with unspoken thoughts. Do you really have to make me come find you? The intersection was as always bustling with people. Shangguan Shishi wearily rubbed her temples. That glutton Han Xingye said he wanted roast duck and had already picked the spot. Suddenly a shout echoed through the streets. A robbery. There's a robbery. Wang Zheng, sitting in the driver's seat, looked out the window in surprise. Somehow, right there on the crosswalk, a classic snatch and run was happening. With a heart as vast as the Pacific Ocean, she yelled, "Quick, go help." When she turned and met his indifferent face, she grew impatient and urged him on. Hey you, go help. Wang Zheng executed a series of slick moves worthy of a professional driver. Shangguan Shishi in the passenger seat could only gasp whoa before getting a mouthful of air. The black car weaved through the crowd, stopping right in front of the two robbers. The car door was suddenly thrown open. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped out to do a good deed, then unexpectedly launched a sweeping kick across one of their faces. The mid-air spinning kick was so light, yet it sent the man flying into oblivion. Wang Zheng's boot continued on to greet the chin of the remaining guy. The kick launched him high into the air and far away. The unfortunate bag, with no one left to hold it, fell freely towards the ground. He simply raised his arm and casually caught it. Yu Ailian ran over to express her gratitude. Thank you, sir. I really can't thank you enough. She handed him a business card with an introduction. I am the president of the Kangyu Beauty Center chain, Yu Ailian. This is my business card. If I have the chance, I will definitely repay you for what you did today. After hearing this, Wang Zheng obediently said, I just saw what was happening and decided to help, that's all. She immediately disagreed. No, you're being too modest. In this day and age, someone with your skills and passion is incredibly rare. Suddenly, a strange girl appeared from nowhere and breezed past Shangguan Shishi saying, Excuse me, please make way. Before she knew it, he was surrounded by more women than an idol. Don't push, please sign this for me. I was first. Wang Zheng helplessly signaled for an SOS. Shangguan, Shishi, get over here and help me. She decisively turned her back on him. Serves you right for trying to look cool while catching robbers. You attracted this flock of admirers yourself, so you can enjoy it. He patiently tried to please the ladies. Don't rush one at a time. But inwardly, he was complaining. Didn't I just catch a thief? Is it really necessary to sign autographs? Is it that big of a deal? Fortunately, Bufan arrived just in time to save the day. Police business, please step aside. This man, you are now being charged with causing injury to others. We need to confirm some important details of this case. Please come with me to the station to give a statement. Shangguan Shishi threw caution to the wind to defend her man. He's being charged with assault. He was being a good Samaritan. Beside her, Wang Zheng calmly asked, Is this for the Pingjiang branch station? The man slightly avoided his gaze as he confirmed, Yes, that's right. I'm very busy. Please cooperate immediately. She completely ignored him and pulled Wang Zheng by the hand to leave. We're very busy too. We don't have time to go to the police station with you. Wang Zheng, let's go. Han Xingye is waiting for us to eat. Bufan stepped closer and grabbed Wang Zheng's shoulder, his expression darkening. Today, you are definitely coming back to the station with me. Sensing something was wrong, he tilted his head and gave a forced smile. What the hell is this? With a simple arm throw, Wang Zheng successfully flipped Bufan into the air as easily as flipping a pancake. The surrounding crowd, after witnessing the scene, began to buzz with gossip. He hit a cop. What are you standing there for? Call the police. Isn't the guy on the ground a cop? Just then, Alien, who was on the phone with the proper authorities, shouted a warning. He's not a cop, he's an imposter. Realizing he couldn't hide it any longer, Bufan clicked his tongue in annoyance. So I've been discovered. A foot silently pressed down on his stomach, preventing his escape. Wang Zheng scornfully exposed the man's despicable act. Punk trying to pose as a cop to help your buddies is one thing. But you also wanted to get revenge on me. You've got guts, but unfortunately your acting skills aren't good enough, he said, much to Bufan's frustration. Soon Alien arrived with the real genuine law enforcement officers. The thieves are here. One of them solemnly gave a firm guarantee. Ma'am, rest assured we will not let these thieves get away with this. Then I'll have to ask you to help with the director's side of things too. She didn't bother with formalities. I know what to do. You've all worked hard today. Alien's true identity gave Wang Zheng quite a shock. The director's wife. She then turned to express her gratitude. I really have to thank you for today. I don't suppose my benefactor has a business card so that we can repay you later. He awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck. I'm just a lowly bodyguard. I don't have a business card. But I do have WeChat. The woman cheerfully made a suggestion. Great. Then just add my WeChat. Standing nearby, Shangguan Shishi grew impatient and urged him on. Wang Zheng, can you hurry up? Han Xingye is rushing us. He calmly exchanged info with Ailian while coolly replying. Yeah, all right. After everything was settled, Wang Zheng waved a final goodbye. The woman didn't forget to leave a parting message. If you ever need help with anything, just let me know, don't be shy. In her mind, she was already playing matchmaker. Wang Zheng, he looks like he's not even 27 yet. He'd be a great match for my daughter. I have to call her right now. Night gradually fell over the tall buildings below, while the full moon cast its gentle silvery light everywhere. At a traditional diner that was still open, the fragrant aroma of food blended with the lively chatter of the customers, creating a very warm and peaceful atmosphere. Wang Zheng was currently showing off his masterful slicing skills, his expression and eyes completely focused on the task. In no time, countless beautiful plates of food were neatly arranged on the table. Xingye was extremely impressed by his skillful hands. Wang Zheng, you're amazing. Can you teach me? If I learn this move, I could open a roast duck shop, and I'd definitely become the roast duck king of all China. He silently activated his inner judgment mode. This girl is at it again. But on the outside, he tried to remain polite. You girls should hurry up and eat. If you don't want it, I'll eat it all. Both Shangguan Shishi and Xingye immediately guarded their portions as if afraid someone would steal them. Who said, I'm not eating, I want to eat too. At the same time, a hand gently pushed a plate forward. Only Sheng Fei found an excuse to refuse. I don't have much of an appetite today, I can't eat. You guys help me finish it. Wang Zheng didn't pay much attention and just focused on enjoying the food he had made himself. Thanks. Suddenly, she directly asked a question that startled him a little. But Wang Zheng, the way you carve and eat roast duck is exactly like my dad. You know him, his name is Sheng Keichao. Wang Zheng quickly took a sip of water and slowly explained. How could I possibly know your father? I'm from the countryside. I don't know anyone in the capital. This made Han Xingye extremely curious. Why would Sheng Fei suddenly ask this? Hasn't Father Sheng been dead for several years? Han Xingye, sitting across from him, immediately gestured with her finger to be quiet. Shh, don't say any more. Sheng Fei calmly explained everything. I'm so sorry I ruined the mood. It's really nothing, I just felt that the way Wang Zheng eats is especially similar to my father's. He remained silent for a moment, not saying a single word in response. Just then, the sound of someone's loud, angry shouting suddenly echoed. If there's no more room, then kick a table of guests out. How dare you make me Qiang Dongfeng wait? Witnessing the poor waiter being berated in every way possible by the aggressive group, Han Xingye's delicate eyebrows furrowed with extreme annoyance. You want me to tell the owner to have you cooked up instead? There are so many classless rich kids these days. Wang Zheng also secretly sized them up, really feeling like a few stinking coins made them think they were all that. After they settled into their seats, Qiang Dongfeng suddenly found himself attracted to the lively conversation coming from their table. Humph, Han Xingye was even playfully trying to feed Wang Zheng a piece of duck. A lecherous expression immediately appeared on his face, so much so that he started drooling. Wow, they're all beautiful girls. It looks like coming here today was the right move. However, because he was naturally shy around women, he turned to his buddies to hatch a plan. Ni Ming immediately leaned close to Lu Han's shoulder and whispered to him. The other guy had no choice but to sheepishly agree. Alright, fine. The next second, he approached Wang Zheng's table, his hands respectfully clasped together. I'm so sorry, but our restaurant is quite crowded right now. We have 4 customers who would like to share a table with you all. I was wondering if that would be convenient. Han Xingye repeatedly waved her hand, expressing her vehement opposition. Inconvenient, very inconvenient. We paid our own money to eat here, so why should we have to sit with a bunch of disgusting people, just so they can pollute our vision, please? Lu Han persisted, hoping she would have a change of heart. Miss, perhaps you could reconsider. Those guys are no small fries. However, before he could finish, Qiang Dongfeng and his cronies officially cut in. Hey ladies, there are no more tables in the main hall. I was wondering if we could share a table with you all. We can all get to know each other and become friends. Only then did Han Xingye raise her head to look at the annoying group of young men. He arrogantly flaunted his status. I am Qiang Dongfeng, the CEO of 8 Points Entertainment. It's my good fortune to be able to meet such beauties. And next to me is none other than young Master Ni Ming of the Han Yuan Group. She cleverly passed the ball of responsibility to Wang Zheng. It's my fortune too, but you'll have to ask him. He's our brother-in-law. You want to share a table. If he says it's okay, then it's okay. The poor, dazed young man hadn't even had a single bite before he was saddled with the whole mess. I was just minding my own business, and suddenly I'm getting blamed for this. Wang Zheng pouted in silent dissatisfaction. Damn you, Shangguan Shishi, giving me more of your problems. Whatever, I don't like these trashy second-generation rich kids anyway. And since he already disliked them, plus he had backup, he became even more brazen, coldly rejecting them to their faces. We don't want to. Don't come and ruin our mood while we're eating. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qiang Dongfeng's blood boiled, and he slammed his hand down on the table. The wild arrogance ingrained in his blood made him utter a phrase that would dig his own grave. You'd rather do this the hard way. I guarantee you'll have a very hard time surviving in the capital. After saying that, he thought he sounded impressive. Little did he know, he'd also thrown in a bonus, signing his own expulsion order from Earth. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out. Otherwise, I'll make sure your parents don't die an easy death." Hearing this, Wang Zheng couldn't take it anymore. He turned slightly and gave a soft warning. "3 young ladies, if you're afraid of seeing blood, you should close your eyes now." Then he stood up, much to the astonishment of Shishi and Han Xingye. Wang Zheng walked straight over, grabbed Qiang Dongfeng by the sleeve, and dragged him away like a puppy. He didn't seem to resist, just stood there, dumbfounded, as he watched Wang Zheng pick up the duck-carving knife from earlier. Before he could even finish his sentence, the sharp blade glinted with a metallic light. Then, a scene unsuitable for children and breastfeeding women took place. Qiang Dongfeng screamed out in pain, looking in horror at the new tattoo that had just been carved onto the back of his hand. But he wasn't a singer, and the high note he'd just hit gave Wang Zheng such a headache that he had to cover the guy's mouth. He looked coldly at the man collapsed beside him, stealing the line he was about to deliver. "Don't bother talking about settling scores later. When I have a score to settle, I settle it on the spot." Our main character, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, quickly stopped the henchmen in their tracks. "And you lot, if you dare to make a call for backup or shout and cause a scene, you'll end up just like him." After eliminating the potential threats, Wang Zheng turned his attention back to the prey at his table. "Don't look at me with those soulful eyes. You insulted my parents. Not cutting out your tongue is already the height of my mercy." This act awakened the inner sadist in Han Xingye. She clapped, her hands boisterously, looking delighted. "Wang Zheng, I'm liking being with you more and more." Lu Han was bewildered by this turn of events and their reactions, thinking he must have accidentally applied for a job at a madhouse. "Here, here." He then helplessly turned to the newcomer for help. "Manager." Hao Ran acted as if he were blind, ignoring the chaotic mess over there. He politely carried out his assigned task. "Mr. Wang Zheng, someone in the Emperor's Hall, would like to invite you over for a moment. Also, the bill for this table has been put on his tab." Those last 3 words made Han Xingye exclaim in shock, "The Emperor's Hall." Then she walked over, took his hand and asked curiously, "That's the private room reserved for national leaders at Quanjude. Even my father can't just casually dine in the Emperor's Hall. And you were invited there. How do you know them?" Shishi nonchalantly flipped her hair, sticking to her original assessment. "He's just a con artist." Sheng Fei neither agreed nor disagreed, remaining silent with her own analysis. Only the hopelessly innocent Han Xingye casually urged Wang Zheng on. "Hey, hurry up and go, don't keep them waiting. To be honest, I've never even been inside the Emperor's Hall," he shyly reminded her. "Don't push me." She hadn't gotten far before Hao Ran blocked her way. "I'm very sorry, but the invitation is only for Mr. Wang Zheng." Seeing that she couldn't get her way, Han Xingye immediately resorted to a teary pouting cat act. But I want to see the Emperor's Hall too." Sheng Fei quickly stood up to remind her friend Han Xingye, "Don't cause trouble. You can't just barge into the Emperor's Hall." Wang Zheng also had no desire to bring this pink-clad burden along, so he smiled gently and said, "It might be a little inappropriate for you girls to go in. It's better if you just wait for me here." Seeing that everyone was against him, Han Xingye didn't insist anymore. Alright, now that things over here were settled, Hao Ran turned his attention to that other matter. He gave a cold look at the client pinned to his table. "Young Master Qiang, the guest in the Emperor's Hall, invites you and your friend to leave the restaurant. Otherwise, he can't guarantee what will happen during tonight's 8 o'clock entertainment." Who knows if it was because Qiang Dongfeng was afraid his group would go bankrupt, or because he saw his accomplice had already left, but he gently gripped the knife and muttered, "Fine." Then without the slightest hesitation, he yanked it out of the back of his hand. Under the horrified gazes of his underlings, he struck a dramatic pose and spoke with deep emotion. "Wang Zheng, I'll be waiting for you." Then scurrying away like a drenched rat, he ordered his lackeys to leave the restaurant. "Let's go." Wang Zheng glanced after them, already planning the man's downfall in his mind. He was just a minor character who needed to be eliminated quickly. Soon the two of them left the noise behind and approached the Emperor's Hall. Hao Ran stopped outside, bowing respectfully. "Mr. Wang Zheng, please go in." He didn't ask any more questions, just gave a quiet reply. As the heavy wooden door opened, he saw a tall figure already standing there, as if he'd been waiting for a very long time. "Wang Zheng, you're here." Li Minghao's appearance didn't surprise Wang Zheng much. I already guessed it was you." With the blood of a soldier flowing through his veins, he immediately stood at attention. "Captain Li Minghao, reporting." Time seemed to stand still. He froze on the spot like a statue, but in the next moment he put on an indifferent expression. "You and I aren't soldiers anymore. There's no need for salutes. Sit." As soon as he was seated, Li Minghao poured out his heart. "Captain, you're finally back. You have no idea, for the past 4 years, every time I wanted to give up, I would think of you guys." Right then, his eyes were filled with piercing resentment. "The only things that have kept me going until now are our brotherhood and our hatred for that family." Hearing this, Wang Zheng's mind drifted back to the past. In that moment, Sheng Keichao kept urging, "Captain, don't worry about me, just go." Meanwhile, Li Minghao's steady voice echoed in his ear. If it weren't for them, our Dragon-scale Special Forces team, those few sharp knives wouldn't have been forced into a corner like this. The more he spoke of it, the more his blood boiled. That was basically a trap set to destroy Dragon-scale. If old Cheng hadn't been covering for us, he wouldn't have. Then he let out a sad sigh. After that, I went underground in the capital. Chiang Zi's been missing ever since, and you went abroad. A second later, his face brightened as he asked, "Oh, right after you left, an assassin named Wang Zheng of the East made waves in the global underworld." An image of Wang Zheng immediately appeared in his mind. They say he relied on his own strength to effortlessly complete major missions on the underworld's bounty board within a year. From a complete unknown, he shot up into the top 10 of the world's assassin rankings. Everyone guesses he's Asian, but no one's ever seen his face, because everyone who has seen him is already dead. And yet Li Minghao was absolutely certain of one thing. "I know, it's you. Besides, no one else has that kind of godlike solo combat ability. I always thought you were putting yourself on dangerous missions as a way to escape. I never expected you to come back." Not letting the other man continue his monologue, Wang Zheng interjected. "Actually, the old man was the one who had me come back this time." Hearing this, he became suspicious. "The old commander had you come back. What does he mean by that?" But he just scratched his head blankly. "I don't know either. First, he had me act as a bodyguard for the daughter of the Shangguan family. Even so, Wang Zheng knew something big was about to happen. But it's about time for him to make his move. The Dragon Scale team was broken and scattered because we were framed 4 years ago. He definitely wouldn't be willing to let that go." Li Minghao subconsciously clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. If the old commander is preparing to make a move, then our chances of getting revenge are much higher. But he was immediately hit with a bucket of cold water. "Li Minghao, we will definitely get revenge for what happened 4 years ago. But not now." Wang Zheng's expression remained calm from start to finish. "Right now, we're still no match for them." The other man didn't dare to argue. "I understand what you mean." The two then changed the subject. "Let's talk about something happy. I found one of our kin." "Kin? We still have kin." Qiangzi showed up. "No, it's old Cheng's daughter. Sheng Fei." "Right, who wanted you to go and corner Shangguan Shishi." Not long after, moonlight shone on the Tianping Mountain Villa. As soon as he entered, he heard Han Xingye chattering in his ear. "I've been threatening and sweet-talking you the whole way and still couldn't get a single word out of you. Wang Zheng, did you used to work for an intelligence agency or something? Your lips are sealed so tight." She had no intention of giving up as she switched to using a beauty trap. "Aya, just tell me who was in the Emperor's Hall. If you don't, I'll definitely be thinking about it all night and won't be able to sleep. My chest will sag and then you won't have any eye candy to enjoy in the future." Wang Zheng's face showed his disgust. This girl is talking utter nonsense. He coldly pushed her hand off him. "You said you wanted to know the secret of the Emperor's Hall. How could a reward like that be traded away?" But then he put on a creepy, perverted look that was quite frightening. "If I feel like it, I might consider telling you." But he was cut off by Shangguan Shishi, who scolded him as she moved to slap him. The lecher quickly grabbed her arm. "Where do you think you're going?" I said. "I was going to take a shower to get comfortable. If it wasn't for a certain young lady's dirty thoughts tonight, would I have had to get physical with those rich boys and end up covered in sweat?" Wang Zheng's sharp words left her speechless with anger. "You!" He coldly turned his back. "I'm not talking anymore. I'm going to take a shower." Han Xingye watched with a look of disappointment. He found another excuse to avoid the question. Then she couldn't help but turn to probe further. "Shishi Wang Zheng shares a room with you. Do you really not know anything about his social circle?" But Shishi was also at a loss. "Ever since he arrived, he's been like my shadow. I've never seen him meet with anyone. If not for today, I would have thought he didn't have any friends." While they were gossiping, Sheng Fei walked over and pulled Han Xingye's hand. "Han Xingye, it's getting late. We should be heading home." She lingered, wanting to stay, but was immediately given a lecture. "If we want to know, I've already asked Uncle Shangguan. He just said that some things are better left unknown. I trust Uncle Shangguan's judgment. Besides, when it comes to matters involving the Emperor's Hall, we shouldn't get involved and muddy the waters." But that only made Shishi feel more restless inside. Some things are better left unknown. What kind of secret is this Wang Zheng hiding? Not long after the bedroom door slowly creaked open. Determined to uncover the truth, Shangguan Shishi was ready to do something shady. While he was gone, she quickly spotted a suspicious object. "Damn it, why is this suitcase pushed so far in?" But just then, she was caught red-handed by Wang Zheng. "What are you doing?" She immediately shot to her feet, her cheeks flushing red when she saw the state he was in. He was wearing nothing but a bath towel, yet he stood there brazenly, scaring the daylights out of Shangguan Shishi. Startled, Shangguan Shishi shrieked. "Pervert, why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Wang Zheng simply replied, "This is my room. I can do whatever I want." "You, on the other hand," he stepped right up to her, lifting her chin with suggestive words. "Coming into my room in the middle of the night, acting so bold. Is this some kind of special bonus? Are you trying to reward this earnest little bodyguard?" It was only then that she realized something was very wrong, and she frantically pushed him away. I took a wrong turn, can't I?" The scoundrel couldn't be bothered with her excuses. Wang Zheng still wanted to argue, "I'm the one whose room was invaded." "You're the scoundrel here." Shangguan Shishi stormed off, but not without giving him a warning. You just wait, I'll have my dad fire you tomorrow. Suddenly, the suitcase sticking out from under the bed caught his attention. He just stood there like an idiot, getting the wrong idea again. Are you really that interested in me? Then Wang Zheng knelt and opened it for a look. It was full of clothes, and a photograph lying right on top immediately caught his eye. He picked it up, looking over the faces in the picture. The scene then shifts to a coffee shop. He was sitting inside, leisurely sipping his drink. He subconsciously turned to watch the entrance of the shopping mall across the street. At that moment, Wang Zheng recalled something from the past. The perfume on her wasn't an ordinary fragrance. To be precise, it's a type of drug that can cause nerve paralysis, and it's not easily detected by others. But with prolonged use, the motor nerves will permanently weaken, leaving the person completely at the mercy of others. His words left Sheng Fei utterly stunned. Even so, she still found it hard to believe. How can that be? I bought this perfume myself from a specialty shop. Just as he was reminiscing, the phone on the table suddenly rang. He snapped out of his thoughts and picked it up to read the incoming text message. It contained the intelligence report he had requested. But honestly, Fang Nair's purchasing records from the last 6 months are completely normal. This might disappoint you. Wang Zheng's mind raced. The main store showed no traces, and the purchasing records were watertight. It seems the person targeting Sheng Fei was no ordinary individual. Suddenly, a woman approached him and asked, "Excuse me, may I sit here?" He glanced up, silently assessing her. Not bad, a solid 85 out of 100. Outwardly, however, he just looked puzzled. "And you are?" She quickly sat down across from him and introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Zhang Mingqi. This is my business card." "And you are?" he answered slowly. "Wang Zheng." She then offered him a business card. Wang Zheng took it and glanced it over. "So the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. Don't tell me you're here to get justice for your little brother." Mingqi quickly denied it. "No. Mingquan started that fight himself. I came to find you today to ask for your help with 2 matters." He seemed quite pleased with her attitude. "It's rare to meet a beautiful woman who's so reasonable." "Not bad. Go on, I'm listening." She didn't hesitate and got straight to the point. "Sheng Fei is an incredibly rare talent for Lanhai. I hope you can help me convince her not to leave the company just because of Mingquan's rudeness." With that, she pushed a folder across the table toward Wang Zheng. "This is a contract for the transfer of 3% of Lanhai's shares. As long as Sheng Fei agrees to stay, these will all be hers. I will also personally guarantee that Mingquan will never dare to offend her again." He simply dismissed the offer. "You think I don't know? Sheng Fei recently won the grand prize at an international fashion competition. Someone of her stature has no need for a measly few shares to stay at a place full of trouble. Besides, I don't like that Zhang Mingquan fellow." Knowing he wouldn't be persuaded so easily, Mingqi decided to raise the stakes. 10% of Lanhai's shares. Sheng Fei would become Lanhai's largest shareholder. Every year she could receive shareholder dividends of around 300 million. How about it? Hearing this, he could only spread his arms in a gesture of defeat. 300 million. You're making me waver. But I don't have the authority to make decisions for Sheng Fei. And frankly, I'm still not convinced by your reasons for seeking me out. She cut him off by placing another high-value item on the table. This is a member card. A platinum card for the nationwide top-class Tiangong International Club. All expenses are complimentary. There are only 10 of these cards in the entire country, and I happen to have 2. Please accept my apologies, and don't pursue my brother's transgressions any further." Wang Zheng would have to be an idiot to refuse. His smile became unusually wide. "Miss Zhang, you are truly generous. You make it very easy to have a conversation. Now, what was the second matter?" Mingqi didn't hesitate to continue. "The second thing is about my brother's face. Mingquan's face is severely swollen, but he says it doesn't hurt or itch. He feels nothing, even when he presses on it. Our private doctor is completely stumped. I figured that since Mr. Wang has such special techniques, you must also have a method of treatment." She added persuasively, "Mingquan has already learned his lesson. I only ask that you show him some mercy." Hearing this, Wang Zheng paused in thought for a moment. Then he held up that platinum card. At the same time, he began to probe if he could squeeze her for more. There's no such thing as baseless hatred in this world. I hold the exclusive antidote, but I'd like to know just how much sincerity Miss Zhang is willing to show. She didn't shy away from being direct. "Mr. Wang, the day you slapped Mingquan, had you already thought about your future retaliation? So it's true, your mind is terrifyingly calculating." Wang Zheng placed the card back on the table. "Well said. You give it some thought." At this point, Mingqi knew she had to be the one to concede. "I'll treat you to dinner. You pick the location. How does that sound?" He immediately perked up again. "Miss Zhang, you certainly are confident in yourself. But I accept. I'll choose the location, but I'm adding one more condition. During the dinner, you must grant me one request." "Don't worry," he added, "it won't cross any lines." Finally, Wang Zheng stood up, bringing the negotiation to a close. "After we have this meal, the score between me and Zhang Mingquan will be considered settled. After settling everything, the two of them walked out of the coffee shop across from the Lanhai shopping center. Zhang Mingqi bowed again to thank Wang Zheng. About Zhang Mingchuan's situation, thank you so much, Mr. Wang. He rarely responded so formally to anyone. Not at all. I quite admire your way of handling things, Miss Zhang. I hope we'll have more opportunities to work together in the future. Watching her walk away, he couldn't help but wonder to himself. They were born from the same parents, but how can two people be so different? Are they really blood sisters? Only then did Wang Zheng get a chance to take a good look at the business card he had just received. Tiangong International. I'll have to check it out sometime to broaden my horizons. It wasn't until the sky turned a golden orange that Sheng Fei got off work, and as soon as she stepped outside, she ran into a familiar face. Wang Zheng, what are you doing here? He politely put his phone away and smiled back. Shangguan Shishi's father is here today, so she doesn't need my protection. I just wanted to check out the Lanhai group, which specializes in men's clothing, and maybe steal a suit or two, he thought. Sheng Fei didn't respond to his lame joke. As she got into the car, she cut straight to the chase. Zhang Mingqi just came to me with a new stock agreement, and I signed it. This has something to do with you, doesn't it? Wang Zheng didn't confirm or deny it, just giving a vague response. Oh, that Zhang Mingqi is one vicious woman. To her, his evasiveness was the clearest answer. Why did you help me? Cornered, he didn't lie. He laughed and offered a reason. Don't overthink it. I just think you're a talent who's worth it. Since it benefited her, Sheng Fei didn't press the issue. Then let me treat you to a late-night meal as thanks for your help this time. Wang Zheng let out a silent sigh of relief, his heart pounding. This girl is way too smart. Next time I need to be more subtle, or she'll figure out the connection between me and the old man. But she caught his fleeting expression. Soon the sun set, giving way to the bustling, noisy nightlife. The drunkards at the surrounding tables weren't focused on their food, instead, staring intently at their table. How does a guy like that get such a beautiful woman? Why am I still single? How can he just sit there stuffing his face next to a beauty like that? What a loser. Let's see how long it takes for her to dump him. Sheng Fei wasn't oblivious, and she felt embarrassed, but she chose her words politely to remind him. You should probably eat a little slower. It's not good for your stomach. Unfortunately, Wang Zheng didn't see any problem with it. Gotta eat well to work well. It's how I know I'm still alive. Suddenly a shout cut through their conversation. Who are you calling a hooligan? Little girl, I told you. Just drink this bottle of wine and I'll order you 20 dishes. What's with the pretense? Dealey acted like his offer was some grand feast. The thought disgusted Liu Xuan. I'm not going to sell myself for a few dishes. His lackeys chimed in, trying to butter him up. Their words only made her angrier. For Brother Li to notice you is your good fortune. Other women would kill for this chance. As soon as he finished, Liu Xuan threw the contents of her glass right in Dealey's face. In your dreams. But the liquid in the glass might as well have been gasoline, because it set the man ablaze with fury. You dare. You dare. He raised his hand to slap her. The loud noise sent everyone into a panic. That girl's about to get hit, but someone else quickly stopped them. Shh. You want to get involved in Brother Li's business? You aren't afraid of getting stabbed. Just eat your food. We didn't see anything. Sheng Fei couldn't stand it anymore and shot up from her chair. But before she could do anything, Wang Zheng grabbed her hand to stop her. He spoke with absolute confidence. Let me handle this. On the other side, Liu Xuan gripped a beer bottle with all her might and charged forward. Ah, but what chance did a young woman have against a hardened street thug? A single kick sent her flying backward. Liu Xuan struggled on the ground, clutching her stomach in pain. Suddenly, a deep male voice cut in, asking a completely unrelated question. What's your name? And surprisingly, she answered, perhaps due to the overpowering main character aura. Liu Xuan, a sophomore at Capital Normal University. Who are you? It was strange for Wang Zheng to ask for someone's name without answering their question in return. Who I am isn't important. After all this, are you afraid? Liu Xuan let the stranger help her up without any suspicion and answered his question forcefully. Of course not. Those 3 words successfully piqued Wang Zheng's interest. Good. Then he gently placed the empty beer bottle back into Liu Xuan's hand, much to her astonishment. What is this? Wang Zheng then pointed directly at Dealey and ordered the girl beside him. Go hit him. This action from Wang Zheng sent a wave of whispers through the crowd. Hey, is that guy crazy? Does he have any idea who Meng Dealey is? Brother Li can summon hundreds of guys with steel pipes with just one phone call. Doesn't he know he's sending that pretty girl to her death? Beautiful, don't go. But contrary to their worries, Liu Xuan looked at him, moved. Thank you. Then she summoned all her courage, gripped the bottle tightly and walked straight ahead, ignoring all the warnings around her. Miss, don't be rash. Have you all gone mad? Dealey glanced at Liu Xuan and sneered. You don't know when to quit. Suddenly, a hand flicked out, sending a sharp needle flying through the air. The man froze as he saw the small object fly towards him and embed itself in his body. What the? Dealey was rooted to the spot, unable to move. At that exact moment, Liu Xuan smashed the glass bottle over his head. His underlings shouted in horror, You dare hit Brother Li, that other guy must have done something. Just then, Xiang Rui menacingly approached with a weapon in hand. Let me go stab them. Seeing the situation, an idea suddenly sparked in Wang Zheng's mind. Before Dealey could understand what was happening, he was horrified to see the man rushing straight at him. In a flash, Wang Zheng grabbed the man's pants. He effortlessly lifted Dealey into the air, causing him to scream in terror. "What are you doing?" Next, Wang Zheng threw Dealey towards the charging Xiang Rui, who accidentally stabbed straight into his boss's stomach. When he realized what had just happened, he began to tremble uncontrollably. "Boss, I..." As Dealey collapsed, clutching his wound, Xiang Rui screamed in horror. "I didn't mean to." The onlookers who witnessed the scene erupted into chaos. "Someone's been hurt. Call the police. Call an ambulance." Taking advantage of the confusion, Wang Zheng quickly pulled Liu Xuan by the hand. "Follow me." Dealey growled as he saw them get into a car. "Quick, get the license plate number. I'll make him pay for this." Meanwhile, Sheng Fei was already in the driver's seat. She waited for the two to get settled before speaking in a serious tone. "Having a bloody incident in a public place. This is no small matter. Wang Zheng." At that moment, Liu Xuan was overwhelmed with guilt. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. You've just provoked Meng Dealey, the top dog around here. I don't know how I can ever thank you." Seeing her flustered expression, Wang Zheng gently reassured her. "It's all right. I've already left us an escape route. In a few days that Meng Dealey guy will come crawling back to me. But you probably won't be able to keep this part-time job. You should just be a good girl and go back to school." At that moment, Sheng Fei glanced at the rearview mirror as if trying to read the mood of the person sitting in the back. Then she spoke softly. "What's the deal? Are you out here trying to make money because of a bad family situation, or are you just looking for life experience?" Liu Xuan lowered her head sadly, wanting to experience life and have more opportunities to interact with society. After hearing this, Wang Zheng remained silent, not knowing what to say. Just then, she leaned forward slightly to give directions. "The turn up ahead is Capital Normal University. You can just drop me off there." After that, the car slowly came to a stop in front of the school gate. Liu Xuan got out of the car and waved goodbye to them. "Thank you both so much for today." When only the two of them were left in the car, Sheng Fei let out a sarcastic comment. "Looks like your girl is quite something. She was clinging to you, begging for your number." Wang Zheng crossed his arms, feigning helplessness. "What can I do? This charm of mine is just unstoppable." Hearing this, she chuckled. "Screech." Just as she was about to drive off, he spoke up and stopped her. "Wait a minute, don't drive off yet." Wang Zheng silently observed the situation ahead, wondering what was going on. Liu Xuan was being blocked by Zhou Feng. "This young master has cars, has houses. I'm doing you a favor by confessing to you, and you have the nerve to reject me." Not stopping there, he forcibly tried to drag her away. "If you don't care about face, then neither do I. Come with me. You see my car, right? Why are you still resisting?" Liu Xuan cleverly held her ground, shouting, "Stop it, Zhou Feng. Don't think you can do whatever you want, just because you have some dirty money. Let go of me." Uh-oh. But then she was completely surprised when Wang Zheng suddenly reappeared. Zhou Feng snapped angrily, being interrupted. "Who the hell are you?" A decisive spray right to the face from Wang Zheng left Zhou Feng choking uncontrollably. Cough cough. "What did you, cough cough cough, do to me?" Cough cough cough. His lackey immediately rushed forward aggressively to question him. Hey, what's going on?" But Liu Xuan ignored them and immediately ran to the safest place behind the windbreaker. As for Wang Zheng, he just held up that terrifying weapon. That thing made the lackey jump back in fear. You guys carry on. Only after everything was settled did he speak. "This is for you. A custom-made pepper spray from the Wang family. If anyone gives you trouble, just give it a little press. After a few hours, the effect will be several hundred times stronger." Then Wang Zheng didn't forget to remind her gently. "It's getting late now. You should head back." Liu Xuan's cheeks flushed red. "Okay." But surprisingly, the shy young woman did a 180-degree turn into a fierce one. "I still want to teach this guy a little lesson." And so Zhou Feng had to suffer once again. Cough cough cough. Now, even if he tried to open his mouth for a while, all he got was an uncomfortable breeze. Not a single coherent word came out. Humph, humph, humph. Cough cough cough. Liu Xuan ignored him and turned to wink at her savior. "Thank you so much for today. I'll see you around." This left Wang Zheng chuckling at her almost faintingly cute level of charm. Kicking a dog while it's down. This little girl really has my style from back in the day. In some luxurious villa under a romantic dark night, a woman was heartbroken for Zhou Feng. First it was your vice-governor position, and now even a university student dares to bully our Zhou Feng. "Mr. Zhou, you can't let this slide anymore." Zhou Qihua, the chief secretary of the capital's government office, was lost in thought. Surely everyone at school knows about Zhou Feng's family background. Who would dare to lay a hand on him? The vice-governor position was just snatched away. And then Zhou Feng runs into this kind of trouble. Could it be a test from that mysterious person? And then he stopped caring about his son and decisively turned his back to call for an ambulance. First, take Zhou Feng to the hospital. His swift and efficient manner made Zhou Feng feel utterly abandoned. "Huh, Dad. Cough, cough, cough." But Ye Hui was there, constantly comforting him. "Don't be afraid, son. Your father will definitely help you, and I will help you too. A murderous glint even flashed in her eyes. That woman. I won't let her live peacefully in the capital. The moment she finished speaking, she was determined to act immediately. Hello, Judge Chen. This is Ye Hui. I have a favor to ask you. It's like this. The next morning, the warm sunlight illuminated the entire area. Ming-Chi flashed a standard smile as she introduced someone to Wang Zheng. This is my personal designer. He will create a professional design for you. He didn't forget to give her a flirtatious glance, his words sweeter than honey. As always, miss. Zhang Ming-Chi's service is impeccable, even specially coordinating an outfit for me for the party. Clearly, she didn't want to accept the compliment as she was fuming inside. Isn't it because you're so impulsive? One phone call, and you want me to go to a party with you? I hadn't even agreed before you showed up at my company, giving me no chance to refuse at all. And with her next sentence, the conversation ended. Well, I'll leave things to you two then. I'm going to go get changed. A while later, Ming-Chi emerged with a completely new look. Wang Zheng's staff immediately informed her. Mr. Wang is also. She was cut off by a piercing scream as if someone had just met their idol. So handsome, that also caught her attention. There, Wang Zheng, who was long accustomed to the stares around him, just calmly uttered a sentence. You know, your reactions don't really need to be this over the top. Next, Ming-Chi had to exclaim from the bottom of her heart. I never expected you to actually be able to surprise people. Of course, for a professional flirt like him, he would never miss an opportunity to sprinkle in a few lines. Good in the living room, even better in the kitchen. I guarantee that if you taste my cooking, you'll fall in love with me instantly. She didn't hesitate to reply. Oh really? Then I'll have to find some time to have a taste and see if I fall in love with you. With that, she urged him on with a smile that could outshine the sun. Let's go to the Yalan bar. I think I'm going to stun them all today. Wang Zheng's eyes were already glued to Ming-Chi, as if stuck on with superglue. She's truly a gift from the heavens, the bane of all men. At the Yalan bar in a high-class party room, countless lavishly dressed guests were mingling. In a corner, a group of ladies surrounded a gentleman chatting lively. Young Master Su, have a drink with us. That man was Su Tianran, the young master of the Su Corporation. I have plans with Ming-Chi. I have other things to attend to. Suddenly, Chu Xiaonan, the CEO of the Chu Corporation, Huaxia's #1 wealthy family, overheard the conversation and let out an amused laugh. Ha ha ha. When paired with Miss Ming-Chi, other women naturally fall a step behind. A talented man and a beautiful woman have always been a perfect match. It's no wonder that in young Master Su's eyes there's only Miss Ming-Chi. Those words successfully angered the young ladies behind them, while he was extremely pleased. Young Master Su, you flatter us. Suddenly someone's voice rang out. Young Lady Ming-Chi has arrived. Tianran quickly walked towards his one true love. The gleeful look on his face gradually vanished, replaced by a look of utter shock. The crowd was equally stunned. When Ming-Chi and Wang Zheng walked through the door arm in arm, Zhang Ming-Chi had actually brought an outsider here herself. Who is that guy? Hey, isn't this just putting young Master Su in an awkward spot in front of everyone? All the whispers reached her ears, making Ming-Chi feel a bit uncomfortable. Wang Zheng, what on earth are you up to? He didn't explain much, only reminding her, keep your arm linked with mine, don't let go. This is that small favor I mentioned earlier. The issue she cared about was something else entirely, but this doesn't mean anything between you and me. At that moment, Ming-Chi was sighing internally with frustration. Anyone with eyes can see that Su Tianran has feelings for me. For years, I haven't publicly rejected him, mainly because I'm wary of his power in the capital. But this stunt of Wang Zheng's, isn't he clearly forcing me to publicly reject Su Tianran and put him in a dead end? Just as she was about to pull her arm away, Wang Zheng stopped her. Don't move, don't let go. That action made Ming-Chi's assessment of his ego soar to a whole new, unheard-of level. Wang Zheng, what is he really after? Surely it can't just be to satisfy his own vanity by pretending to be a beauty's boyfriend, right? Suddenly, Tianran appeared ready to confront the third wheel. Ming-Chi, you're here. And I don't believe I know this friend of yours. She put on a standard socialite smile and introduced him. My friend Wang Zheng, the young master of the Wang family. He feigned a thoughtful expression. The Wang family. You mean the Wangs of Hangzhou? But Wang Zheng spoke up, denying it and inventing a whole new lineage for himself. No, the Wang family of Philadelphia in the US. Beside him, Ming-Chi was shaking, trying her hardest to hold back laughter. Meanwhile, he continued to showcase his professional Hollywood-caliber acting. Ming-Chi and I met when she was studying in the States. In the blink of an eye, it's already been several years since we've seen each other. She decided to stay quiet and watch the show unfold. All right, Wang Zheng. I didn't realize you were such a smooth talker. I'll play along for now and see what game you're up to. By now, Tianran seemed to be at least partially convinced. Oh, I see. So Mr. Wang, are you here in the capital for pleasure or on business? Even while reaching for a glass of wine, Wang Zheng's mouth never stopped. 20 years ago, the Wang family of Philadelphia bought 2 diamond mines in South Africa. They've remained undeveloped all this time. I've come to the capital on this trip to check on the diamond mines and simply do some market analysis. He also didn't forget to express deep affection to stay in character. Of course, the most important thing was to see Mingqi. After all, it's been so many years. I've missed her terribly. Mingqi suddenly realized something. The Su family was incredibly powerful in Huaxia, with a massive diamond supply chain. While you could say their influence was immense, a typical outsider wouldn't know such specific details. How does Wang Zheng know all this in such detail? While Wang Zheng was discussing business with professional flair young Master Su, you can rest assured, we have no plans to enter the Huaxia market in the near future. Meanwhile, she activated her inner detective and started making some serious deductions. Could it be? He's been deliberate since the moment the party started. His goal was clearly to approach Su Tianran. But what is he really after? Finally, the conversation ended with the clinking of glasses. Tianran seemed very pleased. I will be at the manor, and will gladly welcome young Master Wang's visit. Wang Zheng also showed great concern for his new acquaintance. But young Master Su, you shouldn't work yourself too hard. That can lead to nervous exhaustion, insomnia, and nightmares. Even with your meticulous grooming, I can still see that the skin under your eyes is a little puffy. This sentence made him freeze solid. How? How could he have possibly noticed that? Tianran's gaze quietly swept over the deceitful smiles surrounding him. Damn it. For years I've carefully maintained a competent facade so that no one could find an opening to use against me. I can't believe I was exposed by this guy with a single sentence. He's probably not here for something as simple as an investigation. After giving his very well-intentioned reminder, Wang Zheng made his exit. It's my first time at Balanya, and I'd like to have a look around some other places. If you'll excuse me. He watched their retreating figures with an amused smile. The Wang family of Philadelphia, huh? Interesting. By now it was evening, and the moon was high in the sky. Wang Zheng was sitting in the car. I'm telling you, young lady Zheng, do you have any idea how lethal that look you're giving me is to a man? Just say what you want to say. Mingqi tilted her head to look at him. Did I ever agree to this? You used me to get close to Su Tianran on your own. I'm not happy about it. Aren't you going to give me an explanation? Without a shred of guilt, he uttered a cryptic sentence. This whole arrangement. Isn't it just a matter of us using each other? Weren't you planning on using me to achieve some of your own goals as well? Mingqi furrowed her brow, observing Wang Zheng with a puzzled expression. But what I don't understand is why you're so fixated on targeting Su Tianran. You must know how powerful he is in the capital, not to mention his strong military background. He answered instantly without hesitation. Because the sight of him displeases me. His hands clenched into fists, and a dark, murderous aura emanated from Wang Zheng. In fact, the entire Su family displeases me. It's a long story from many years ago. If I get the chance, I will eradicate the Su family root and stem. A moment later, his car stopped by the side of a lake. Mingqi looked over and continued. Now you can tell me the reason. Thump. Before she could finish her sentence, he had already opened the car door and gotten out. She hurried after him, questioning him as she went. Why did you tell me all that just now? Aren't you afraid I'll betray you? Wang Zheng placed his hands on the railing, gazing into the distance as he explained. 2 reasons. First, you are very ambitious, and your capabilities go far beyond just managing a single Lan Hai. Second, because of your mother Su Huixin. Hearing this, Mingqi grabbed his arm in shock and suspicion. How do you know my mother? Are you saying my mother was connected to the Su family? He turned to scrutinize her. Did your father Zhang Xiaoqi tell you that your mother died from a postpartum hemorrhage after giving birth? Once again she was stunned. How do you know that? Wait. What does this have to do with the Su family? Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Wang Zheng frowned as he recounted an old story. She fell in love with a poor man and even had 2 children for him. Because of this, the old master of the Su family felt it was a disgrace to their name. He threatened the lives of her and her children to force Su Huixin to return to the family. For her children's sake, she gritted her teeth and agreed. But a Su Huixin who returned to the Su family would have been the primary heir. After she inherited a massive fortune, her rivals, who didn't want her to return, could only orchestrate a few accidents. Zhang Mingqi imagined the calculating stares that must have surrounded her mother. So, you're saying, my mother didn't die from postpartum hemorrhage, but was murdered by the Su family. She clenched her fists, her voice choked with emotion, as she stared at the lake's surface. Why should I trust you? Then turning to him with a troubled expression, she asked bluntly, what is it that you want? Wang Zheng just shrugged indifferently. Why don't you go ask your father? Wouldn't that clear things up? Unwilling to argue any further, she immediately turned to walk away, but he called out after her, join me. Let's go to the Su family and take back everything that's rightfully yours. Zhang Mingqi didn't utter a word. She just shot a quick glance over her shoulder before getting into her car, slamming on the accelerator and speeding away, leaving him in the dust. Remaining perfectly calm, he pulled a phone from his jacket. After a few taps, Wang Zheng dialed 001215. The person on the other end immediately screamed into the phone, nearly bursting his eardrum. Oh my God, my savior, you've finally called. Have you decided how you want me to repay you? Don't be a stranger. Even if you asked me to hand over all the Wang family's assets in Philadelphia, I'd do it in a heartbeat. Wang Zheng calmly made his request. I know you bought 2 diamond mines in South Africa for cheap, but you haven't started excavating them yet. I want you to use the full might of the Wang family to storm the Huaxia market and crush the Su Corporation's diamond brand. Can you do that? The voice on the other end boomed. Of course, it's no problem at all. You'll see the results in 2 months guaranteed. Then he added a suggestion as sweet as honey. And while you're deploying your operations in Huaxia, I can introduce you to the perfect person for the job. Her name is Zhang Mingqi. Time slipped by in the dead of night, the moon casting its silver glow over the sleeping city. The next morning, Wang Zheng and Li Minghao were taking a leisurely stroll through the bustling streets of Dongwei. The talkative Li Minghao started his interrogation. So did Zhang Mingqi agree to team up with you? Li Minghao didn't know how to react. Wang Zheng simply smirked. Nobody knows a daughter better than her own father. Zhang Xiaoqi knew he couldn't hide the truth from Zhang Mingqi. He also knew he couldn't stop her from seeking revenge. So giving her all the money he'd saved up over the years was the best choice. As they walked, Li Minghao nodded in understanding. So that Zhang Xiaoqi is a pretty smart guy after all. Just then, Kun Ning brushed past them from behind his face, a mask of pure hatred. Sensing the killing intent, Li Minghao quickly scanned the area and issued a warning. Captain 3, men 5 meters to our left, 2 more front right. 1 to our back left, 2 more ambushing us from the right corner, and including the one who just passed us. That makes 9. Hearing this, Wang Zheng chuckled softly. Seems like all those years of music haven't dulled your senses one bit, huh? He glanced back and added, but you missed one. There's another one behind us. Li Minghao exclaimed gleefully, Captain, you're still as sharp as ever. How about we team up one more time today? Without another word, Wang Zheng pretended to fix his hair, giving a subtle warning. 200 meters ahead, 7th floor east wall. There's a sniper. Li Minghao excitedly slapped him on the shoulder. With the 2 of us here, a sniper in this kind of terrain is basically useless. Hey, how about a little competition? Let's see who can bag the most prey. Without a second thought, Wang Zheng's hand was already inside his jacket. You're on. Then he pulled out a thick stack of cash, suddenly throwing it high into the air as he yelled, go seeing. Red yuan raining from the sky, the crowd went wild, scrambling to grab the money. He's throwing money. Get out of the way. That's mine. Wu Ling's men positioned at every corner couldn't hide their shock at the unfolding scene. Damn it. Seizing the opportunity amid the chaos, Li Minghao launched himself into the air. He executed a graceful somersault, and with a flick of his wrist, sent a hidden weapon flying. One of the men thought he was just showing off and didn't even try to dodge, only to get a projectile straight to the heart. And Li Minghao's attacks were unpredictable. He struck high and low, leaving the others no time to react. Even those hiding in blind spots weren't safe. This turn of events made Kun Ning realize they were completely screwed. She frantically radioed her team. Mission failed. Retreat now. But before she could finish, she felt the cold sting of a needle in her neck. She spun around, startled. After dealing with her, Wang Zheng turned to give his orders. I'll leave the rest to you. Have your bodyguards come and clean up the scene. I'm going after the sniper. Make sure to leave a few of them alive as witnesses. Li Minghao immediately acknowledged the order. Yes, sir. A second later, Wang Zheng vanished from sight. He reappeared on the rooftop of a high-rise where his target was hiding. Wu Ling, still oblivious to the demon standing beside him, was focused on giving orders to his subordinates. Fall back. Get out of your positions now. Hurry now, Wang Zheng chimed in helpfully from behind him. I'm afraid there's no one left to receive your orders. Staring at the man who had appeared out of thin air, his heart pounded in his chest. One moment he was on the street, 200 meters away, and in the blink of an eye, he's right here. He tried to calm himself down. Whatever, now's not the time to solve puzzles, Wu Ling thought to himself as he lunged forward. He who strikes first wins, but his attack was effortlessly parried by Wang Zheng. Even so, he wasn't frustrated. On the contrary, he felt a thrill of excitement. So you're not just all talk after all. But then a sharp blade extended from his vambrace, and his excitement grew. So what if you're strong? My real killing move is yet to come. As he revealed his hidden weapon, he lunged forward aggressively, shouting, Die. Witnessing his opponent's tenacity, Wang Zheng simply opened his mouth slightly. Then he let out a powerful puff of air. This made Wu Ling freeze, completely bewildered. What is that smell? He couldn't tell if it was his opponent's breath or something else, but his vision suddenly started to fade as he plunged into darkness. A long while later, he managed to heavily lift his eyelids. Across from him, a woman named Shangguan Shishi couldn't hide her irritation. Another assassin. Are these assassination attempts ever going to end? Seeing that Wu Ling was awake, she immediately stepped forward to interrogate him. Who sent you? In response, he simply turned his head away indifferently. Shangguan Shishi was so furious, she was at a loss for words. In the end, she had no choice but to leave, but not before giving an order to the bodyguard in the room. I'm leaving the interrogation to you. Just don't kill him. You can do whatever you want. The door slammed shut with a bang. In the quiet room, only 2 men remained. Wang Zheng finally spoke. A special forces elite. How did you end up like this? Wu Ling shot back defiantly, his face contorted with annoyance. Seeing your skills, you must be ex-special forces. Aren't you just another thug who hangs out with the likes of Li Minghao? He put on an incredibly arrogant face. Even if I hadn't come to the capital, I was a big shot in the Golden Triangle. But those boasts only made Wang Zheng scoff. An elite soldier from the Wolf Fang Special Forces couldn't even stand his ground in the Golden Triangle. If word got out, people would laugh their heads off. I can't believe he was so easy to trick. He spilled everything after just a few words. How could you know I'm from the Wolf Fang unit? Now that it was confirmed, he didn't hesitate to explain. The existence of the Wolf Fang Special Forces in Huaxia is top secret. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't know, but I'm different. He recalled their earlier hand-to-hand combat. I created that move you used. I've only ever taught it to members of Wolf Fang, so how could I not know? That information immediately made Wu Ling feel like a complete fool. He couldn't believe it and questioned him in a loud voice. You're from Dragon Scale. Seeing the other man's growing shock, Wang Zheng calmly dropped another bombshell. It's not just me. Li Minghao is one of us too. So for you guys to go after him, you really overestimated yourselves. Those words stabbed into Wu Ling's heart like a dagger, and he lowered his head dejected. The difference between Wolf Fang and Dragon Scale couldn't be described by a few ranks. Being captured by you, I have no complaints. Kill me or beat me, do as you please. However, he calmly made an offer. If you agree to my condition, I can let you go back. Curiosity made Wu Ling look up, stunned, but then he shook his head and resolutely refused. No need. As a Special Forces soldier, you know how tight-lipped we are. If I can't withstand your interrogation methods, I'll choose to hypnotize myself and force my brain to shut down. This attitude was exactly what Wang Zheng wanted to see, though the method was a bit naive. Not bad. But you don't understand. As a member of Dragon Scale, I have 100 ways to stop you from hypnotizing yourself. Do you believe me? The expression on the man's face threw Wu Ling into a state of utter confusion. What in the world do you want? At this point, there was no need to hide anything. Wang Zheng pulled out a large needle and made a cold proposition. I want you to do one thing for me every 3 months. Speaking of this, Wang Zheng looked thoughtful. As for what that thing is, I haven't even decided yet. That attitude made Wu Ling extremely uneasy. Can I refuse? His voice carried a serious tone. But as if seeing right through him, Wang Zheng stuck the poisoned needle into him, while reminding him, you are not allowed to refuse. Those words made Wu Ling lose his composure and scream, then you might as well just kill me. He leisurely admired the needle in his hand and explained, this is a rare poison I found in an ancient book. It's called the 100-day burial poison. 100 days after being poisoned, your bones will dry up and break one by one. With his sharp mind, Wu Ling quickly understood the situation. Meaning he said, I'm forced to come to you for the antidote every 3 months. If the mission fails, does that mean I won't get the antidote? Wang Zheng walked over and untied him bluntly, declaring, what use do I have for a pawn that isn't useful? I've already told you you have no right to choose. After freeing him, he immediately laid out a detailed plan. I've thought of it. The first thing is for you to go back to your territory and develop your armed forces. You don't need many, just good ones. In 3 months, grow it to 300 men for me. In the Golden Triangle, that's considered a powerful force. His tone even had a hint of reassurance, especially regarding the money issue. You figure out how. If I'm satisfied after 3 months, I'll provide you with certain manpower and resources. Wu Ling immediately accepted. With the deal struck, a murderous glint appeared in Wang Zheng's eyes, but he calmly warned him, out of respect for you, I'll let Chen Kangmei off the hook this time. But don't let there be a next time. Those words sent a shock through Wu Ling. How do you know about my second uncle? He gave a cunning smile and continued to explain. Like I said, I have my ways. Alright, if there is a next time, it wouldn't be such a bad thing for me to get rid of Chen Kangmei so you can rightfully inherit the Longmei group. He was too shocked to speak. However, Wang Zheng with his sharp eyes reminded him, you can't hide anything from me. His voice was perfectly calm as he continued. I can see the desire, viciousness, and ambition in your eyes. And those are all things I need right now. Having been seen right through Wu Ling could only obediently comply. I'll do as you say. This attitude greatly pleased Wang Zheng. Okay, I'll be waiting for your good news. The next day, Shangguan Shishi's questioning voice echoed throughout the house. What? You let him go again? In contrast, Wang Zheng seemed perfectly calm. Weren't you the one who gave me full authority to handle it? His retort made her stammer. Did I say that? But she quickly regained her composure, sat down and continued her questioning. Whatever, I don't care how you handled it. Now tell me, did you find anything out? Wang Zheng answered immediately. It was Chen Kangmei, of the Meilong group. The information sent Shangguan Shishi into such deep shock that she couldn't hide the expression on her face. What the boss of the Meilong group, Chen Kangmei, sent someone to kill me. Xingye popped out of nowhere, teasing the Meilong group. Why would he want to kidnap Shangguan Shishi? That old man has some peculiar tastes. Faced with those words, she clenched her fists and grit her teeth in annoyance. Han Xingye, one punch sent Xingye flying. Shangguan Shishi furiously yelled, "Get out of my sight for 2 hours." After sending her away, her face suddenly filled with worry. She continued, "This year, the Shangguan family is set to move into all of the Meilong group's industries. Chen Kangmei is obviously not happy about it, so he wanted to kidnap me to threaten my father. Then a look of bitter resentment appeared, but she swore with fierce determination. To think he'd resort to such underhanded tricks. Chung Kang-mei, I'll make sure you are utterly crushed in the business world. This scene made Wang Zheng silently praise her. As expected, of the eldest daughter of the Shangguan family. She seems like a ditz, but it looks like all her IQ points went into business. He asked curiously, what are you planning to do? Shangguan Shishi rested her chin on her hand, pondering, and began to hatch a plan. There's no time to waste. Tomorrow night there's a party. A lot of famous figures from Huaxia's richest list will be there. I'm guessing a lot of their famous sons and daughters will be there too. It's the perfect time to make him lose some face. Xingye, who loved a good time, heard this and cheered excitedly. Awesome. Another party, I want to go with you. We have to call Sheng Fei too. However, she was met with a blunt rejection. Sheng Fei has to stay home tomorrow night to revise her design drafts. It's enough for Wang Zheng and me to go. You don't need to come along. The other girl quickly started to whine. No way, there will be so many handsome guys at the party. I have to go. I absolutely have to go. Seeing that it was no use with Shangguan Shishi, she turned and wheedled, grabbing Wang Zheng's arm. Brother Wang Zheng, you're the nicest to me. Shangguan Shishi won't let me go. Can you take me with you? The girl's expression made him blush as he hesitated. His resolve was slowly starting to waver. I'm just an ordinary bodyguard. I don't call the shots. Besides, even if I did agree, would you still act like this? With no other choice, Shangguan Shishi could only sigh and agree. All right, I'll take you. Just don't be too late tomorrow night and embarrass me. Her ploy a success, Han Xingye cheered happily. Shangguan Shishi finally agreed. So, where are we going for the party tomorrow night? Shangguan Shishi thought for a moment before answering. This time, the high-class party will be held at the Heavenly Palace International Bar. Otherwise, no other bar would dare to host such a high-end party. Hearing the name, he couldn't hide his interest, and asked, the Heavenly Palace International Bar. At the Heavenly Palace International Bar, a group of rich young masters were gathered gossiping amongst themselves. Why is Shangguan Shishi here? The Shangguan family has always been the one to show up to these kinds of parties. Maybe something is about to happen to the Shangguan clan. You're right. Who's that guy walking next to Shangguan Shishi? Do you guys know him? I've never seen him before. Over on the other side, Shangguan Shishi was politely chatting with Chung Kang-mei. Thank you, Uncle Cheng. I'll pass your regards on to my father. The old man praised her warmly. I can't believe Shangguan Shishi has already grown into such a generous young woman. I wonder who the young man next to you is. Seeing the man's attention turn to him, Wang Zheng immediately extended a hand to greet him. I'm Wang Zheng, I just got back from America. Hello, senior. Chung Kang-mei didn't even bother to shake his hand, his face turning cold. Shangguan Shishi's expression suddenly turned dangerous, as she spoke with a hidden meaning. Uncle Cheng, Juyong International is about to enter the Baidian industry. I hope you're well prepared, so you don't get beaten too badly by Juyong when the time comes. But her subtle warning only made the old man give a sinister smile in response. You should know that Meilong has always been the leader of the Baidian industry. It's not something an outsider can just shake up. Young people shouldn't talk so big, or they'll be the ones to suffer. She immediately froze for a moment. Wang Zheng quickly placed a hand on her shoulder, as if to hold her back. He spoke up without a hint of fear. CEO Cheng, young people aren't afraid of suffering. Sometimes it's a chance to correct mistakes. It's the old folks, on the other hand, whose minds are full of crooked ideas. Feeling insulted, Cheng Kang-mei shouted, "What do you mean by that?" Wang Zheng remained calm but offered a mocking reminder. Nothing at all. I just wanted to remind CEO Cheng that it's best to behave, or that bruise on your hand is only going to get worse. This information made the old man subconsciously look at his hand, his heart filled with utter confusion. When did he poison me? Memories from not long ago came flooding back, and Cheng Kang-mei immediately grew suspicious. Could it have been from our last conversation? Is that when my hand and chest suddenly started hurting? Wang Zheng didn't hesitate, threatening him directly. The internet is so popular these days. If the video from your office gets uploaded, you'll become even more famous. This made Shangguan Shishi, standing beside him, look at him with admiration. When did he make a move on Cheng Kang-mei? Could it be that he's been helping me all along? Cheng Kang-mei couldn't keep his composure, and yelled again, demanding, "What exactly are you trying to say?" Taking a glass of wine from a waiter, Wang Zheng calmly made a proposition. Everything in this world has a price. You name yours, and I'll consider giving you either the video or the antidote. With no other options, the old man could only agree to negotiate. 10% of Meilong Group's shares, how about it? Swirling the wine in his glass, Wang Zheng calmly remarked. 1% of the shares. Can guarantee tens of millions in dividends each year. CEO Cheng, you're really throwing out a big number. Then he tightened his grip on his glass and declared, "But I don't think that can compare to your life." This made Cheng Kang-mei anxious. He asked in a strained voice, "So, what do you want me to do?" Seizing the upper hand, he made his own offer. 10% of the shares for your video and another 10% to buy your life. The wine glass in the old man's hand was thrown straight to the floor as he stood there shouting in rage. This is intimidation. This is blackmail. I'm calling the police. Wang Zheng wasn't scared in the slightest. Instead, he mockingly challenged him. Then go ahead and call them. Don't worry, I'll be honest with the police, including telling them about those videos. Cheng Kangmei looked at the crowd, which was now whispering non-stop, and finally had to admit defeat. 20% fine. I agree. Having gotten what he wanted, he rubbed his chin and declared it a deal. But I want to add one more thing. This 20% of yours must belong to Juyong International. Which is to say, it belongs to Shangguan Shishi. That seemed to hit a nerve. Cheng Kangmei furiously grabbed Wang Zheng by the collar and yelled, "Don't push your luck. With 20% of the shares, you'd become the second largest shareholder of Meilong." But Wang Zheng's attitude remained incredibly calm, as he reminded him, "Of course, you could also choose not to. Make this deal. Silence me then. Find someone to develop an antidote. It's just that I've already set a sequence in motion. If I disappear for 10 hours, the video will be released through certain methods. I can't guarantee what will happen." At the mention of this, the old man's hand gripping his collar slowly loosened. His face was full of defiance, but he could only obey. "I agree." Shangguan Shishi, standing to the side, also spoke up. "Uncle Cheng, allow me to give you a piece of advice. Honesty in business is stronger than anything else. Tomorrow night I'll go with my father to Meilong Group to sign the share transfer agreement." "Thank you, Uncle Cheng." Watching him leave with a resentful look, she turned to Wang Zheng with a cheerful, grateful expression. "Thank you, Wang Zheng, for doing so much for the Shangguan family." Wang Zheng adjusted his collar while looking around shyly. "Don't mention it." Shangguan Shishi suddenly became suspicious. "But why would you do so much to help me?" She blushed and asked softly. "It's not because you like me, is it?" Wang Zheng was startled and shot back. "Huh, me like you? On what grounds?" Standing right next to him with a flushed face, Shangguan Shishi continued her analysis. "Because I'm beautiful and very understanding." Hearing these words, he didn't hesitate to reply. "You understanding. If you were understanding, pigs could climb trees." That statement hit her like a ton of bricks, leaving Shangguan Shishi completely stunned. Wang Zheng crossed his arms and calmly explained, ignoring the person next to him who was starting to seethe with anger. "You see, when it comes to choosing a partner, my requirements are very simple. She just needs to be gentle. Therefore, you don't qualify." Shangguan Shishi was so furious, she gritted her teeth and screamed his name. "Wang." At that critical moment, Han Xingye appeared out of nowhere, running towards them with a joyful expression. "Wang Zheng, you were so handsome just now. To think you could so easily teach last year's most powerful entrepreneur, Cheng Kangmei, a lesson." She hugged his arm and boasted cheerfully, "As your friend, I certainly wouldn't embarrass you. Just now I put some of your Wang family's special chili water into his wine glass." Model. "Am I awesome? Do I have a bit of your flair yet?" Wang Zheng was utterly bewildered. "Not bad, not bad. This kid can be taught." Upstairs, Junan pensively sized up the scene below. "Young Master Su, you see now. This Wang Zheng is no simple man. We need to be on our guard." Tianran, holding a glass of wine, finally revealed the information he had gathered. "I've investigated the Wang family in Philadelphia. They are indeed very influential in the United States." He furrowed his brows, looking worried. "It's just that the members of the Wang clan are extremely secretive and rarely show their faces. Their subsidiary companies are all managed by people with different last names." Zhao Nan looked thoughtful and added, "So even young Master Su couldn't find out this Wang Zheng's true identity. Although this Wang Zheng might really be from the Wang family in Philadelphia, I don't understand why he'd pick a fight with young Master Su right after arriving." Tianran gave a meaningful smile, looking down at the hall, and suggested, "It looks so lively out there. Why don't you and I go down for a look?" Seeing this, Zhang Nan quickly advised against it, thinking, young Master Su has already arranged for someone else to test him. It's better for us to just be spectators. He strongly agreed with this idea as well. But then a look of shock appeared on his face. It's her. Why did she suddenly show up? Down in the main hall, the other young masters looked on with open jealousy as Wang Zheng was surrounded by beautiful women. Who on earth is that guy? How can he be so close with the young miss of the Shangguan family? With 3 beauties by his side, this guy's luck is incredible. I wish I could be like him, enjoying the feeling of being surrounded by beauties. Just then, Haixing stepped out from the crowd with a scornful look. Well, isn't this young Miss Zhang? You're always trying to seduce young Master Su. Why the switch to a younger man this time? What's wrong? Have your tastes changed? Han Xingye immediately pulled Wang Zheng's arm and whispered, she's old man Song's precious granddaughter, Song Haixing. She's always been into Su Tianran. You could try to win her over and then dump her. He wondered to himself, do I really look like that much of a scoundrel? Recognizing the other party's malice, Zhang Mingqi calmly explained, Miss Song Wang Zheng and I are just friends. Please don't jump to conclusions. As for young Master Su, I have always held him in the highest respect with no ulterior motives whatsoever. However, Haixing continued her spiteful tirade. Some women just love robbing the cradle. This young man looks to be about 21 or 22. Young Miss Zhang certainly knows how to pick them. Hearing this, Wang Zheng's face went stiff. I just take good care of myself. My skin is a little smoother, and I have a few less wrinkles, that's all. And for that, she says, I look like I'm in my 20s. Does this woman seriously need to get her eyes checked? Despite being slandered, Zhang Mingqi politely admonished her. Miss Song, we are in public. Please watch your mouth. Then she fearlessly exposed her opponent. Everyone here knows you're chasing after young Master Su. And everyone also knows that young Master Su is very cold toward you. I really don't understand how someone with such a low IQ would choose this moment to humiliate themselves. She then delivered a reminder that made her opponent unable to hide her shame. And now, you're just making sure everyone knows it. Not stopping there, Zhang Mingqi continued to jab at her with a sanctimonious air. Besides Miss Song, your behavior is making everyone think you have no upbringing. Humiliated Haixing finally lost her composure and screamed, Shut up. You who grew up without a mother's guidance, what right do you have to talk to me about upbringing? As soon as these words were out, the party fell dead silent. Only Han Xingye was still whispering in Wang Zheng's ear. Bringing up someone's deceased mother, she said, is going too far. He gently raised a hand to his lips in a shush gesture. No one noticed that Zhang Mingqi's expression had turned ugly, her whole body trembling with anger. Suddenly, a hand rested on her small shoulder. Feeling the warmth, she turned her head in surprise. Wang Zheng finally couldn't take it anymore and said sarcastically, You know, some people are taught by their mothers for years, yet they still act worse than unschooled street urchins. He stepped in front of her and asked pointedly, Miss Song, would you say that's your problem, or your mother's? His powerful aura made Haixing shrink back in fear. Seeing how everyone around was looking at her, she stammered, You. Then snatched a glass of wine from a surprised waiter's tray. Miss Song. Haixing screamed and hurled the wine straight at him. Wang Zheng gracefully dodged in the nick of time. In her surprise, Haixing let go of the glass, letting it fall to the floor. Staring at the scene before her, she was too scared to speak. Shishi's evening gown was now covered in an ugly wine stain. Han Xingye frantically ran over with a napkin to try and clean it off. Napkins. Quick, give me more napkins. When she saw the culprit trying to sneak away, she furiously pointed in that direction and yelled, Hey, aren't you going to apologize? This is outrageous. Wang Zheng suddenly bent down, picked up a shard of the broken glass from the floor, then slowly stood up and with a flick of his wrist, sent the shard flying. In the blink of an eye, the strap of Haixing's dress was cut clean through. By the time she realized what had happened, all she could do was try to cover herself up and let out a panicked scream. Zhao Nan, watching everything from upstairs, let out a sarcastic comment. After such a huge embarrassment, I doubt Song Haixing will be dreaming of marrying into the Su family anymore. Tianran, standing beside him, quietly agreed. It was always a pipe dream to begin with. At this moment, Zhu Nan's heart was filled with interest. Not only did he destroy her pride, but he also cut off any path of retreat. Looking at Wang Zheng's indifferent expression from afar, he silently concluded that this Wang Zheng was a ruthless man. Over on the other side, Han Xingye was comforting her friend while dabbing the wine stain on her dress. Others might not have seen it, but I did. Just now, Wang Zheng cut her dress strap to get revenge for you. Shishi calmed down, but Shishi was still so annoyed that her brows were tightly knit. I would never associate with a classless girl like her. Later, I'm going to take this dress right to the Song family's doorstep and make her wash it for me herself. Seeing what had just happened, Zhang Mingqi walked over full of apology. Everything that happened today started because of me. I am truly sorry, Miss Shishi. To make it up to you, I'll agree to anything. However, Shishi gently reassured her. Miss Zhang Mingqi, today's incident was all because Song Haixing has no manners. It has nothing to do with you. She then admitted sincerely, I call you big sister, which shows that I like you as a person. I want to be your friend, so please don't blame yourself anymore. Those words made Zhang Mingqi's eyes widen in surprise. She then turned and gave a charming smile to Wang Zheng. Thank you for today. But why did you deliberately dodge in a way that let Shangguan Shishi get hit with the wine? He showed no hesitation and answered bluntly, I didn't deliberately dodge that way. If I hadn't dodged, wouldn't that wine have splashed all over my face? This honest answer made Zhang Mingqi look at him with admiration and praise, lumping me and Shangguan Shishi together. This was definitely your plan all along. You've always been a ruthless, cunning person. I was just used by you. I really don't know whether to thank you or... Perhaps afraid the person next to him would feel guilty, Wang Zheng quickly cut in, just thank me. Then he added a careful reminder. You should understand I've already helped you connect with Shangguan Shishi. How you maintain that relationship is up to you. Tianran approached from a distance and asked, Zhang Mingqi, are you okay? Seeing him, she replied with extreme politeness. Young Master Su, I'm fine thanks to Wang Zheng. Seeing this, he acted all macho and offered, it's good you're all right. Song Haixing always talks like that. Don't take it to heart. I'll handle it. But Wang Zheng immediately challenged his act. Then why didn't you handle it earlier? Tianran was stunned. What he continued, his taunts without hesitation. I'm talking about when Song Haixing was causing trouble. Why didn't you step up? Were you hiding somewhere just watching the show? Is that how you show you care about Zhang Mingqi? Hitting a nerve, he couldn't help but be shocked. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Nuannuan suddenly appeared. Wang Zheng, why are you with my brother? Both men immediately turned to look at her in surprise. Seeing Wang Zheng's blank expression, Nuannuan waved and reintroduced herself. Don't you remember me? I'm Su Nuannuan. He fell silent, looking at the person before him, as his mind rewound to the day they first met. I'm Su Nuannuan, a second-year student at the Capital Medical University. Remembering this, Wang Zheng exclaimed cheerfully, "Oh, Su Nuannuan," from the train. She walked over gracefully and took Tianran's arm. Then she happily introduced him. This is Wang Zheng, the one I met on the train from Yicheng to the capital. I've mentioned him before, remember? He gave a meaningful smile and replied softly, "Ah, yes." But inside, Tianran was filled with doubt. How could a direct descendant of the Wang family from Philadelphia be dressed so shabbily, taking a train from Yicheng to the capital? Nuannuan walked up, took his hand and suggested, "Oh, right, Wang Zheng, I never got to thank you properly for what happened before. Now that I've finally run into you, let me treat you to a meal." Seeing his sister's enthusiasm, Tianran had no choice but to go along with it. Lixin Manor. I'm sure young Master Wang knows how to get there. Young Master Wang did Nuannuan a favor, so we should thank him properly. Faced with their invitation, Wang Zheng didn't hesitate to refuse. Sorry, I've been pretty busy lately. Let's schedule it for another time. Goodbye. Without a hint of reluctance, he turned and walked away. This scene prompted the other rich young masters to gather in small groups, whispering amongst themselves. Oh my god, young Master Su actually invited him to Lixin Manor. That's Lixin Manor. The Su family has never let an outsider step foot in Lixin Manor. This Wang Zheng must be a complete idiot. A normal person would have agreed immediately. Little did they know that Wang Zheng's mind was churning with calculations. Su Tianran Lixin Manor. Sooner or later I'll pay a visit, but not now. One day, I will raze Lixin Manor to the ground. Back in the parking lot, Wang Zheng sat in the driver's seat, lost in thought. Lixin Manor. How many years has it been? Why can't I stay calm when I hear those words? How am I supposed to get revenge for my brothers like this? Back then, he had stood up and boldly declared Lixin Manor. Those old geezers from the Su family clearly want to use Longlin for themselves. We absolutely cannot let them succeed. In a critical situation, his comrade showing no fear had urged him, "Captain, don't worry about me. Run." Amidst the desolate rubble, he could only ask himself in anguish. Why would they betray their country for personal gain? Why did Longlin end up being endangered by our own countrymen? A sharp cry cut through his thoughts. Zheng Wang, Zheng Shishi's voice rang out, pulling him back to reality. You saw us get in the car and didn't react at all. It's not like you to make me call out for so long. What are you spacing out about? He denied it awkwardly. Nothing. Let's head back to Tianping Mountain Villa now. Han Xingye, sitting in the back, suddenly suggested, how about we go to a bar? I've never been to one. Shishi, with a worried look on her face, immediately advised Han Xingye look at him. He's in no condition to go to a bar right now. However, Wang Zheng still enthusiastically drove there. It's fine, let's go to the bar. They quickly left the parking lot as the night deepened towards midnight. At 8 o'clock Entertainment City, the music was pounding. Han Xingye looked around and mused 8 o'clock Entertainment City. That name sounds familiar. Shishi, sitting next to her, immediately reminded her, you forgot, it's owned by the guy I got into a fight with at Quanjude last time. This seemed to jog her memory, and she exclaimed in surprise, I remember now. Suddenly, 2 waiters appeared out of nowhere, with 2 large bouquets of flowers. They carefully introduced, ladies, this is a gift from our young master. The cheesy gesture made Shishi sneer without holding back. Giving 2 bouquets at once, your young master sure has grand tastes. But before they could react, the waiters were stunned, as Wang Zheng snatched the flowers. He decisively threw them away. Thank your young master for me. This immediately attracted the crowd's attention. In front of everyone, Wang Zheng coldly declared, addressing Qiang Dongfeng, if you want to give flowers, come over here yourself. He's not qualified to show off in front of me. Everything that happened made Dongfeng, who was sitting not far away, grit his teeth in frustration. It's him again. Suddenly he grimaced and let out a pained grunt, his face turning pale as he looked at his severely injured wrist. Remembering the scene of his hand being stabbed, he shouted venomously, a true gentleman always gets his revenge. He hurriedly ordered his subordinate, tell Lin Shijue to bring his newly trained team here. It's time to show everyone what this entertainment city is really made of. In the club, Shijue charged in aggressively with a large group of men brandishing weapons. Who is Wang Zheng? The party was suddenly ruined. The club-goers panicked at their appearance, and one of them shouted, someone's here for revenge. Let's get out of here. Hearing that, droves of people fled the club under the watchful eyes of the gangsters. At that moment, the 3 of them heard the commotion outside. Han Xingye noticed that there were quite a lot of them, and suggested Wang Zheng, a lot of people are looking for you. Want me to call old Han to get some help? He turned his head to look at the crowd, smirked and replied, no need. We'll take on as many as they send. He calmly sipped his drink as he stood up and moved forward. Remember what I said before. About how you can let off steam without drinking. He paused for a moment before adding calmly, it's fighting. At that exact moment, Chiang Dongfeng's crew swaggered over. After they came face to face, he ordered his men, that's him, take him down for me. Lin Sijua gave a slight hand gesture, signaling the attack. Get him. His thugs immediately tightened their grips on their weapons and swarmed toward Wang Zheng. But with a completely calm demeanor, he turned his head to tell the two delicate beauties, go, hide behind me. With that, he hurled his drink straight ahead. The glass smashed into the face of an oncoming gangster, shattering into a million pieces. The man collapsed to the ground in a pool of blood. Even so, the gruesome sight didn't slow his buddies down. At this point, Lin Shizhua was standing behind the line of gangsters, attacking Wang Zheng, clearly the mastermind behind this whole thing. After sizing him up, Wang Zheng thought to himself that fighting him would be much more interesting. Then an idea struck him. Gripping the bottle in his hand, he aimed right for his face and hurled it with all his might. But with his incredible skills, the man blocked the dangerous projectile with a single kick. But Wang Zheng was no pushover. He charged left and right, taking down every last one of the remaining thugs. In no time, all of them had been defeated. Now, it was just him against Lin Sijue. He arrogantly pointed at him, you're next. His opponent shot forward, a contemptuous smirk playing on his lips. He was clearly very confident in his kicks, aiming one straight at Wang Zheng's face. But unfortunately for him, his kick was blocked. Wang Zheng sneered, mocking his enemy for being so impractical. Seeing his skills, Chiang Dongfeng was secretly terrified. This can't be happening. Lin Shizhue was a legend in the underground fighting scene. He could knock out a whole crowd of opponents with a single kick. How was Wang Zheng stopping him so easily? He too was stunned at how easily his kick was controlled. What? The immediately after Wang Zheng suddenly grabbed his leg, forcing Lin Shizhue to leap back into a defensive stance. He can see through my next move. Wang Zheng skillfully dodged the attack while letting out a taunt. Your northern pole fist style is obvious. Even though it's fused with Muay Thai, you still use too many moves. If I were in a real brawl, I would never let both of my feet leave the ground at the same time. It's too dangerous. Wang Zheng blocked Lin Shijue's attack with both hands. He yelled in frustration. How could you see through that? Wang Zheng just scoffed and laid out his condition. Pledge your life to me, and I'll tell you. Completely in awe of his opponent's superior skill, he took that as a challenge and charged forward. Fine, but you'll have to convince me. Wang Zheng effortlessly blocked his punch with one hand and continued sweetening the deal. I can triple your strength. He swiftly caught his opponent's arm in the blink of an eye. Now Lin Sijue was completely under his control. Do you submit? But he remained defiant. I don't submit. As if toying with his defeated foe, Wang Zheng kicked him and taunted. Then let's continue. He immediately sprang back up, provoked by the taunt. Fine. He instantly threw a punch that cut through the air straight at Wang Zheng, shouting as if he wanted to fight to the bitter end like a true warrior. Bring it on. Wang Zheng landed a vicious kick to Lin Shijue's hip. That's enough. This is over. The kick was so powerful it sent him flying into a wall on the far side of the room. Lin Sijue clutched his stomach, struggling to get up in agony. I couldn't even see his move. Wang Zheng looked over at Chiang Dongfeng and smirked arrogantly. Young Master Chiang, did you enjoy today's show? Chiang Dongfeng was stunned by his arrogance. Wang Zheng you. But just then, the door behind him creaked open. Chiang Dongfeng glanced behind him and saw a new group of menacing gangsters filing into the room. Every single one of them had a murderous look on their face, and some were even carrying battle axes. Chiang Dongfeng was startled. The Qinghong gang, why are they here? Even one of their top executives showed up. The leader. It was Li Minghao who ordered his men to beat up the lackeys, and they all shouted in unison. Yes, big bro. They immediately started trashing the entire club. At this point, Lin Shijue and Wang Zheng had reconciled. He stepped forward with his group and signaled, hold on, wait a minute. Then Lin Shijue asked Wang Zheng, what you said earlier about being able to triple my strength, was that for real? Wang Zheng replied with a bright expression, of course it is. As long as you work for me, I'm a man of my word. But hey, if you want to keep following Chiang Dongfeng, that's fine too. Hearing this, Lin Shijue frowned. Chiang Dongfeng and I just have a business relationship. If you can really make me as strong as you, I'll do anything you ask. Wang Zheng proposed. What about committing arson? Lin Shijue understood his intent perfectly. As long as we're not too obvious about it, that's not a problem. Hearing this, Wang Zheng patted his shoulder, satisfied. Excellent. I'll put you in touch with someone. He'll make your martial arts skills soar. The next morning at the mansion, Wang Zheng got a call from Zhang Mingqi while he was lifting weights. Wang Zheng, you remember Lu Xuan, right? Something's happened to her. Zhang Mingqi explained the situation from inside his car. Some cops went to Lu Xuan's school. After she called me, I rushed to her school. Her classmates said she was taken away by the police. After hearing the story, Wang Zheng replied calmly, oh, they really have a death wish. Leave it to me. Nothing will happen to Liu Xuan. Zhang Mingqi reminded him, okay, but you have to get her out of there. Wang Zheng immediately dialed Li Minghao's number. Li Minghao, I need you to find the home address of a Zhou Feng from Capital Normal University. His license plate is Jing WS546. He set the dumbbell down and waited for Li Minghao's reply. A moment later, Li Minghao had successfully verified the information and sent it to Wang Zheng's phone. After reading the text from Li Minghao, Wang Zheng said, with satisfaction, as expected of a triad boss, you found the info that fast. Zhou Feng, Zhou Qihua. You dare bully one of my people, I'll make sure you never have another peaceful day in your life. He immediately gave an order. Hey Shangguan Shishi, let me borrow a pair of your stockings. What? No one had a clue what he was planning. At a luxurious villa, Ye Hui opened the door to a room. She slammed it shut behind her, clutching her neck and panting. That rotten brat, surnamed Liu, was finally taken away by the cops. She even pepper sprayed me. I had to spend the entire afternoon in the hospital getting my stomach pumped and hooked up to an IV. Just you wait, I'll make sure that girl pays dearly for this. But Ye Hui was met with a shocking sight that made her scream, son. Someone had stripped Zhou Feng completely naked, tied him up and hung him upside down from the ceiling. My son, what have you become? Ye Hui cried frantically, running towards her son before dropping him to the ground. Suddenly, she lost the ability to move her limbs and collapsed. Her arms and legs were pinned down, impossible to lift. My arms, my legs. I can't move them anymore. What the hell is this? At that moment, Wang Zheng appeared. Don't move. I cooked up this rubber cement myself. It's strong enough to stick a car in place. He had Shangguan Shishi's stocking pulled over his face, making Ye Hui scream in terror. You, who are you? Wang Zheng knelt down and pulled out a piece of duct tape, stating scornfully, don't worry. I might like mature women, but you're a bit past your prime for my taste. The duct tape was sealed tightly, sending Ye Hui into absolute panic. Next, he turned to look at Zhou Feng, who was hanging upside down with a whip already in hand behind his back. I came today to settle a score. As he finished speaking, he struck the man with a powerful lash, causing the victim to scream in agony. After a good warm-up, he finally voiced his feelings. You people will never understand the utter despair someone feels when you abuse your power to ruin their life. Wang Zheng continued, whipping Zhou Feng hard across the face, knocking out 2 of his teeth. But you're lucky you ran into me. Gripping the whip with both hands, he threatened in a cold voice. You will finally get to experience that same kind of despair. Of course I'm not some sadist. I just want you to know. He whipped Zhou Feng once more as a warning while lecturing him. If you do something wrong, you should know there will be consequences. Watching Ye Hui, who could only look on helplessly as her son got the beating of his life and bawled her eyes out, Wang Zheng taunted her smugly. What's wrong? Seeing your own son get hit hurts, doesn't it? So what about when your bastard son hurts someone else's daughter? He thrashed him relentlessly. Without me, the person you harmed would never have recovered. Today I'll help you teach your son a lesson, one so painful he'll never dare to do wrong again for the rest of his life. Finally, he let Zhou Feng drop to the ground with a thud, like a pig about to be slaughtered. He then walked over to Ye Hui, cleared his throat and demanded, this is just the beginning. Tell your husband to either retire or have his reputation utterly destroyed if I find out he's committed any unforgivable crimes. With everything settled, Wang Zheng turned to leave. I wouldn't mind putting in a little extra effort to grant him a death sentence. Not long after, at the mansion, an online news article was displayed on a computer screen. It was Zhang Mingqi reading the news. She suddenly had a question. Even though you went to the Zhou family's home that day, why didn't you just tell them to release Liu Xuan directly? And why did you have me stir up the students to protest? With your abilities, you shouldn't need that extra leverage, right? Hearing this, Wang Zheng calmly explained. With the lesson I taught them, and a little public pressure, Liu Xuan will definitely be fine. We might even be able to uncover some of the dirty tricks Zhou Qihua has been playing behind the scenes. He took a sip of water, very confident in her abilities. She might even be able to figure out who's pulling Zhou Qihua's strings. Whose pawn is this guy, really? Zhang Mingqi was extremely curious. Why are you so interested in this matter? Wang Zheng gently placed his glass on the table, a plan already forming in his mind. This all has to do with you too. It's just not the right time to tell you. With that, he walked out of her office, leaving Zhang Mingqi to watch him go with a weary sigh. Meanwhile, in another luxurious mansion, Qihua slammed his laptop shut on the table in a fit of rage, causing his assistant to cry out, Chief Secretary, he's brazenly asking our superiors if we need to hold Capital University accountable, but that only made the man even more furious. Accountable? Accountable for who? Suggesting something so stupid at a time like this. The assistant was now terrified, only able to let out a weak whimper. But. While dialing his phone, the man muttered, a bunch of useless fools. The moment the other end picked up, his attitude changed completely, his voice becoming warm and friendly. Hello, old leader, it's Qihua. It's really been too long since I've checked in with you. But surprisingly, the person on the other end already knew everything. Alright, stop pretending. I know what this is about. If I protect you this time, it's the same as telling everyone that you're my man. With a terrified tone, he tried to beg, Old leader, please just help me one more time. The old leader said, I can protect you one more time, but from now on you need to. At the mansion where Wang Zheng was staying, Han Xingye rushed in, shoving her phone screen in everyone's faces. Oh my god, it's all gone. Shangguan Shishi frowned, displeased with her behavior. You're always so worked up. What's all gone? Speak clearly. She immediately rattled off like a machine gun. Just a few days ago, even this morning, you could still find all the negative news about the Zhou family. I just checked, and it's all completely gone. Zhang Mingqi suddenly became interested and joined the conversation. To control all the media at once. How many people in all of Huaxia have that kind of power? Wang Zheng sat there, contemplating, calmly repeating her words. How many people have that kind of power? This seemed to make Shangguan Shishi realize something. Don't tell me you're talking about. But he just gave the beauty a teasing look. You said it, not me, he thought to himself. Best not to jump to conclusions. The next step is to use this pawn Zhou Qihua to open a breach in the Su family's defenses. At a certain police station, Wang Zheng was waiting by the entrance with a luxury sedan. Liu Xuan walked out of the station looking exhausted. When she saw that familiar face, her eyes welled up and she began to cry her heart out. Tears streamed down her cheeks and Wang Zheng just watched in silence. She asked, "Why didn't Sheng Fei come?" He replied, "She was busy. I'm the only one who could come pick you up." Liu Xuan wiped her tears and smiled. "Wang Zheng, thank you so much for this." He seemed to sense her sincerity. "How do you plan to thank me? But don't get any ideas about repaying me with your body or anything. I won't accept." She playfully scolded Wang Zheng. "You're never serious, are you? It's not just you I need to thank. Let's go. To celebrate your safe return, I'll treat you to a meal." The two continued their conversation in the car. "Regarding Zhou Feng, what are you planning to do?" Wang Zheng said calmly. "With people like him, the only way to make them stop causing trouble is to give them a proper beating." As he was driving, Liu Xuan continued to wonder. Of course he needed a beating. A guy that ugly trying to force himself on a natural beauty. It just really gets under my skin. He parked the car and they stopped at a roadside restaurant for a meal. While eating, Liu Xuan couldn't hide her disbelief at the methods of torture Wang Zheng had used. "You're really too cruel. Extremely cruel." Yet he maintained a nonchalant, even slightly proud expression. "I wasn't being cruel at all." Liu Xuan glanced at him. "Of course you were cruel. If you just hit him on the butt once with the whip, he could still sleep. You beat his entire body and then poured chilly water on him. What position do you expect him to sleep in?" Standing up, Wang Zheng slowly replied in a deadpan tone. "He can't stand. I gave the soles of his feet 2 lashes as well." She couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, you're too much." Just then, he received an urgent call from Shishi. "My father's fallen ill. You have to come back quickly." Taking her command, he immediately stood up. "I have to go. You get home on your own. Call me if you need anything." A short while later, he drove up to the Shangguan family mansion. Besides Wang Zheng's sedan, there was also a convertible sports car. He expertly drifted to pull ahead. It turned out the driver was Shangguan Qinglang, who scowled at his reckless driving skills. Where did this reckless punk come from? Glancing back at Shangguan Qinglang, he thought to himself, the second son of the Shangguan family's eldest branch. I bet he's just here to fight over the inheritance. Inside the Shangguan mansion, many people had gathered. The moment Dian Yu saw Wang Zheng walk in, she couldn't hide her annoyance. She spoke up, "And who are you?" But he paid her no mind, calmly walking past her with his eyes forward. "Completely ignored," she snapped. "The Shangguan family's affairs are no business of outsiders. If you know what's good for you, get lost." Only then did he acknowledge Dian Yu's words. "I'm her bodyguard." The other Shangguan family members seemed to have no respect for him, bursting into wild laughter. But Dian Yu's disgust for him reached its peak. "Just a bodyguard. Get the hell out of my sight." Fortunately, Shishi came down just in time to intervene, seeing as his presence was not welcome. "Wang Zheng, you're finally here. Come up quickly." Seeing this, Shangguan Qinglang joined his siblings in pressuring her. "Stop right there, Shishi. Why are you letting a mere bodyguard follow you at a time like this? You think he can cure third uncle's illness? How ridiculous." Dian Yu crossed her arms and frowned condescendingly. "Shishi, let me give you a piece of advice. At a critical time like this, you absolutely cannot let an outsider take advantage of the situation. Our Shangguan family has accumulated so much wealth over the years, we can't let it fall into the hands of someone with ulterior motives." Hearing the hidden malice in her every word, Shishi immediately retorted, "My father has just fallen ill, and you're already talking about inheritance. Are you trying to jinx him? Wang Zheng, let's go up." Jia Zheng was lying motionless on the bed in his room. With a worried expression, Shishi urged him, "Wang Zheng, hurry and see what's wrong. We just had several famous Western doctors here. They took blood and ran tests, but they couldn't find anything wrong with my father. I sent them away." He took the man's wrist firmly to check his pulse. The pulse was normal, and his heartbeat was steady, but his eyes were shut tight, as if he were completely unconscious. What on earth is going on? Just then, Jialin entered the room. He too looked at Wang Zheng with disdain. What does a young man like him know? Can he even diagnose Jia Zheng's illness correctly? I'll give him $1 billion if he can figure it out. If not, he better get lost. Hearing this, Shishi turned to him. "So, what's the situation?" Hurry up and give me an answer. To which he replied nonchalantly, I think it's possible he's been poisoned. Shishi stared blankly at Wang Zheng. Poisoned? How is that possible? He shook his head, his voice calm. I don't know. I've never encountered this situation before, but I'm certain this is no common illness. I'm familiar with poisons. I can't determine the specific type yet, but I'm 80% sure your father was poisoned. The moment he finished speaking, Jialin immediately shot back. And what are you basing that speculation on? He answered briefly, and took an acupuncture needle from its case. Intuition. Then he used the needle on an acupoint on the back of Jiazhang's hand. Jialin still didn't trust his abilities at all. What good is intuition? Shishi, you're being far too irresponsible with your father's life. How could you just find some quack doctor to treat him? Are you trying to make him die sooner? Shishi shook her head repeatedly, clearly unconvinced. Second uncle, how can you still be making sarcastic remarks at a time like this? You're the one who wants something to happen to my father. As long as my father is around, you can forget about inheriting the position of family head. The tense conflict between uncle and niece was suddenly interrupted by Jackie. Stop this racket. What kind of behavior is this? He had come with an important announcement. All the shareholders of Judong International will meet tomorrow at noon to decide who will temporarily take over while Jiazhang is ill. Shishi will attend on her father's behalf. It turned out that behind all this was nothing more than a power struggle among the members of the Shangguan family, and she now understood that clearly. Eldest uncle, what is the meaning of this? My father is lying on his deathbed, his fate unknown, and you're all already discussing how to divide the assets. If he knew about this, he would be heartbroken. She thought her words might move them, but he paid no attention, even scolding her in return. Insolence. Is that any way to speak to your elders? Have you no respect? Also, we shouldn't tell your grandfather about Jiazhang's condition. He's too old. He wouldn't be able to handle the stress. After that, the remaining members of the Shangguan family left one by one. Now only Shishi and Wang Zheng were in the room. She began to cry out of helplessness, but he remained calm and reassured her. Don't worry. I'm here. Just give me some time, and I will definitely cure your father. Sometime later, in a conference building in the city, Yu Alian was trying to persuade Shishi to withdraw from the upcoming election for the head of the Shangguan family. Listen, Shishi, even if it comes to a vote, your eldest uncle has the upper hand. Why are you insisting on suffering like this? At your age, you should be dating and finding a good man to marry. Jialin leisurely enjoyed a cigar while adding fuel to the fire, criticizing his niece terribly. I think she's hoping to get the position of family head. I never thought she'd be so greedy at such a young age. If this continues, what will become of her? But she wasn't one to back down so easily. I can't withdraw. Father left everything in my care. I have to manage it well for him until the day he wakes up. Jialin didn't believe it for a second. It's not even certain if he'll ever wake up. Don't waste any more time here. Let's get to the vote. I have a golf game scheduled. Just then, Wang Zheng, who had just arrived, looked thoroughly bored with the conference. He then threw open the door and strode in. As soon as he entered the room, his eyes immediately found Shishi. She smiled, but her eyes were brimming with tears. Wang Zheng's appearance sent Jialin into a rage. Where did this mutt come from? Get out of here now. But he remained calm and didn't falter. I'm not the son of some rich family, nor am I the Shangguan family's son-in-law. I am simply Shangguan Shishi's bodyguard. A bodyguard cannot allow his charge to be wronged. I also have no desire to get involved in the world of business. Therefore, if she sheds a single tear, I will cripple your hands. Even though he'd said that much, Jialin still wouldn't listen. He screamed. He said in a rage, guards, drag this man out of here for me. Immediately, Wang Zheng pulled out a knife and slammed it hard into the table. With a stern expression, he made a declaration so forceful it stunned everyone. Don't you dare doubt the truth of my words. A moment later, Shangguan Shishi stood up, her voice calm. Let's do this. While my father is ill, I will be in charge of all of Jurong International's operations. I expect your full cooperation. If there's nothing else, the shareholders' meeting ends here. Jialin could only remain silent, filled with resentment. He and the others left the conference room under Shangguan Shishi's watchful eye. Then, with a brightened expression, she turned to Wang Zheng. Was I too hard on them? They're my elders after all. But how can you trust such selfish people? He replied. Even if you didn't pressure them, they wouldn't show you any mercy. The business world is like that sometimes. It's even more ruthless than the battlefield. I'd rather charge into battle on a battlefield than fight in the business world. Hearing this, Shangguan Shishi retorted, but I feel like you're more cunning than anyone I know. Wang Zheng, you've helped me so much, and yet I'm always so hot and cold with you. He still didn't miss the chance to tease her. Don't worry, why would I hold a grudge against a girl with irregular periods? Hearing that, she flew into a rage. You are so dead today. Shangguan Shishi sat contemplating the schemes of her relatives who wanted to seize control of the Jurong group in a short amount of time. Plus, there were several malicious and unpredictable colleagues to deal with. It seemed like an incredibly difficult task. She turned to Wang Zheng and said, Grandfather has been in seclusion for years, and now Dad has mysteriously fallen ill at such a critical time. Wang Zheng, I need your help. He fell silent, recalling her family's background. Shangguan Yingzhan had spent 30 years of his life building Zhurong. After announcing his third son as his successor, he suddenly went into seclusion. Time proved his judgment to be incredibly accurate. For over 20 years, Shangguan Jiazheng served as the head of the family, and Zhurong International had indeed grown much stronger than before. Could Shangguan Shishi handle this immense pressure? It seemed even he was bewildered by the sheer number of developments. He put both hands on his head. The first time we met, Sheng Fei was poisoned, and now your father has been poisoned. There's just too much happening lately. I need to find some leads first. For now, you stay here at Zhurong. I'll call Zhang Yong to protect you, which will let me get some rest. Noticing his efforts, Shangguan Shishi thought to herself, there must be some kind of pact between Wang Zheng and my father. Now that something's happened to Dad, he'll definitely need time to investigate. Then she said thank you. All right, thank you. Wang Zheng stood up and was about to leave the room, but Shangguan Shishi called him back. Wang Zheng, which made him wonder. She confessed shyly. If you ever need the support of the Shangguan family in the future, I will use the full power of Zhurong International to help you achieve your goals. Also, I believe you will definitely be able to cure my father. Hearing this, he held up 3 fingers confidently. Miss Shangguan, your sudden change in attitude is making me a little uncomfortable. And for the third point, I will definitely do my best to cure your irregular periods. Shangguan Shishi crossed her arms. You're so childish. Sometime later at the airport, Ketty and Chiang Dongtong arrived in Huaxia, escorted by David and March. A young boy looked at them with disdain. Without KU reverse here, what's the point of pretending to be some imperial hacker? But with a simple bluff, Chiang Dongtong had the kid trembling with fear. Seeing this, Ketty had to reprimand him. Chiang, don't always show off your talents like that. You scared the poor boy. He glanced up at the ceiling as if thinking about America. Then he arrogantly blurted out, Huaxia, your Chiang Dongtong is finally back. Outside the airport, Ketty's group walked past Chiang Dongfeng, who was waiting beside a gleaming black luxury car. He saw Chiang Dongtong's figure while fiddling with a cigarette, and he immediately dashed towards him, shouting, Brother. Finding the scene amusing, Ketty commented to him, So, this is your younger brother. I can't believe the difference is so huge. Your steps are unsteady, he sneered. You look like you've been completely drained by women. Seems you're quite afraid of me. Chiang Dongfeng was overjoyed at Chiang Dongtong's return. Brother, you're finally back. Despite that, Chiang Dongtong still held a great deal of bitterness towards Chiang Dongfeng. No need to fake that smile. I know you're not happy about my return. You ran Dad's business into the ground and you still have the nerve to show your face to me. Chiang Dongfeng could only scratch his head and laugh sheepishly. That was my carelessness, brother. Dad wanted me to follow you and seriously learn a thing or two. It seemed Chiang Dongtong had already arranged everything. He crossed his arms and told Chiang Dongfeng, I don't think that's necessary. I've already arranged for you to attend a university in Europe. The plane ticket is booked. You leave tomorrow. Hearing this, Chiang Dongfeng was completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. Brother, how can you do this? This was Dad's decision. Are you planning to go against his wishes? Chiang Dongtong remained firm with his plan. I don't think Dad will change my decision. Besides, once I've decided something, no one can change it. At this point, Chiang Dongfeng couldn't take it anymore. He shouted in frustration, What gives you the right to decide my life? He thought those painful words might sway Chiang Dongtong, but he was wrong. I don't need to explain myself. Out there you'll get to eat well and dress nicely. If you don't go, then don't even think about setting foot in the Dong family's house ever again. Witnessing the sad exchange between the 2 brothers, Ketty began to criticize him. Chiang, how can you treat your own brother like that? He looks truly pitiful. From now on, he has no home to return to. Hearing this, he replied, Ketty, this is my family's business. You don't need to get involved. The principal's intention was for you to come and help me. Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask about. For example, my family affairs. Ketty had to turn and ask him about their upcoming plans. Chiang, when are you planning to meet our allies here in Huaxia? He thought for a moment, and then answered her. Our allies, as I see it, they're just stepping stones for us. Chiang Dongtong was confident his plan would be a complete success, but Ketty didn't seem so sure. You're too confident. Don't you guys in Huaxia have a saying? Something like, modesty helps one progress. I feel like I'll go my whole life without ever seeing you act modest. After that, he started walking again. A lot of fun things are going to happen here in Huaxia. Then he laid out his plan. Let's go. First, we'll visit our old friend. A matte black car pulled up in front of the 100-Year Legend nightclub. Chiang Dongtong stepped out of the car imposingly and announced, Tonight, I have returned. Inside the bar, young men and women were freely vibing to the pounding music. He, along with Ketty and their 2 subordinates, entered the main hall. Then he issued a command. Just one word, but it shattered the cheerful atmosphere. David and M immediately nodded in compliance. A nearby waiter saw this and was both surprised and terrified. A second later, the man lifted him into the air with both hands, leaving him able to do nothing but scream. Without a word, David threw the waiter with immense force. He went flying toward the wine cabinet in front of them. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the nightclub. The waiter lay unconscious amidst the wreckage of wine bottles completely broken from the impact. The guests who witnessed the scene fled in terror, their horrified screams echoing everywhere. Just then, the nightclub manager Huang Ba emerged from the chaotic crowd, his eyes showing clear annoyance. He raised his fist and swung at David, shouting as if to boost his own morale. Seeing this, Ketty couldn't help but smirk in praise. "Not bad, you've got guts." He punched him straight in the stomach, but his opponent didn't even flinch. David just stood there, staring at Huang Ba, without a single change in expression. Then he raised his hand and returned the punch. In contrast to his own powerless blow, Huang Ba was sent flying several meters. He clutched the spot where he was hit weakly, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Before he could even regain his senses, a foot suddenly stomped right on Huang Ba's face. The one who committed this arrogant act was none other than Chiang Dongtong. As he pressed his foot down harder, he warned in a cold voice, "Pass on a message to Li Minghao for me. The underworld of this capital city isn't his to control alone." A while later, Minghao's silhouette approached his establishment, which was now in a state of chaos. He quickly walked over to Huang Ba, who was lying miserably on the floor. Seeing this, he couldn't help but get angry and demanded who did this. Tears and snot streamed down the man's face as he blamed himself. "Boss, I let you down." Hearing this, Minghao immediately declared, "Get to a hospital. A debt of blood must be paid in blood." The early morning sunlight streamed through the hospital's glass windows. He sat by Huang Ba's bedside to ask, "Tell me what happened." The man didn't dare hide anything, and quickly reported everything. 3 men, 1 woman. The 2 white guys were very strong. I only took 4 hits. My ribs are already broken. Boss, that man told me to give you a message. The underworld of this capital city isn't his to control alone. Minghao was visibly surprised to hear these words and thought to himself, when did these foreign experts get here? Are they targeting me? Then he spoke up to reassure him, "Don't worry, just focus on recovering. I promise you what you've lost I will get back for you tenfold." When Li Minghao made a promise, he had never once failed to keep it. In another high-rise building, Han Xingye held a dress repeatedly, asking the person next to her, "Shangguan Shishi, do you think this dress suits me? There's a party tonight, do you want to go?" Shangguan Shishi couldn't stand the noise and turned to her assistant, "Arrange for a cage. Lock her up, she's so annoying." Suddenly, she got a phone call. The words from the other end were grating, making her retort in annoyance. "What? You want me to come home for a blind date?" It was Han Tuosu. What on earth is Dad thinking? What's wrong with him? His daughter is still so young, and he's already this anxious to marry me off. On the other end, Tuosu was very calm as he gave the order. "Come home now. If you don't, I'll have your mother come and get you." Hearing this threat, Han Xingye didn't back down. "Mom, old Tiger, Han's wife. Dad, you think no one knows. You're afraid of your wife. You act like a hero all day outside, so why are you so obedient the moment you get home?" He was so angry, he shot up from his chair. "How dare you talk to your father like that? You will be home before noon tomorrow. No delays allowed. Otherwise, I'll have people drag you back." She then turned to her most trusted person for help. What do I do? What do I do? My dad's furious." "Shangguan Shishi, what should I do?" She just calmly turned her head and offered a sarcastic remark. "What's the rush? What if he turns out to be your ideal husband? Maybe it'll be love at first sight for you two." Han Xingye was extremely dissatisfied with that response. "I don't want to. I still want to have fun. I don't want to get married off so early. Shangguan Shishi, you have to help me think of something." Shangguan Shishi then reconsidered the problem. "You're only 20 years old. Why is your father in such a hurry to marry you off?" Her mind was now a tangled mess. "That's exactly it. From the time I was little until now, Dad has never let me suffer any injustice. I don't know what's going on this time." Suddenly, Han Xingye had a brilliant idea, her heart filled with hope. "It's just a blind date, right? When we meet, if I don't like him, I can just call it quits, can't I?" The early morning sun shone from a clear sky down onto the modern house. Wang Zheng sat quietly, reading a book, sighing in frustration. "If only I could contact him right now. I have no idea where that old man is taking it easy these days." He recalled the moment he stood at attention, saluting the man, and started to connect the dots. First, he told me to come here and be Shangguan Shishi's bodyguard. Could it really be related to the fall of Long Lin all those years ago? The man sat on the chair instructing him, "Don't try to contact me. When there's a mission, I'll let you know." Back in the present, Wang Zheng closed the book, frustrated and a little worried. "Where the hell are you now? Don't you dare die on me." Suddenly, the doorknob rattled as someone pushed it open. Han Xingye appeared from behind the door with a sweet call. "Brother Zheng." He looked at her with a helpless expression, already sensing her scheme. "Why the flattering act? Sneaking around like that is annoying. If you have something to say, just say it." Han Xingye smiled gently on the outside, but a fire was raging inside her. She then moved behind Wang Zheng, placing her hands on his shoulders to sweet-talk him. "Brother Zheng, you must be tired, right? Let me help you relax." Hearing this, Wang Zheng played along. "All right then, let's do half an hour." Shangguan Shishi, witnessing this, burst out laughing. Only then did Han Xingye reluctantly confess the real reason. "Wang Zheng, I'll be honest. There's something I need your help with." The morning sun shone through the golden window panes, illuminating the lush green bushes outside. After hearing her story, Wang Zheng was startled and immediately refused. What, you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend? No way, no way. I'm really busy these days. Han Xingye clasped her hands in front of her, her eyes pleading with Wang Zheng. I have no other choice. My dad is forcing me to go on a blind date. I don't want to, and I definitely don't want to get married. Just act the part with me tomorrow, that's all. He glanced over at Shangguan Shishi for help mentally calculating the risks. I've long heard that Han Tuosu's wife is a lioness. Walking in there is like walking into the tiger's den. It'll be hard to get out in one piece. At this point, she could only shake her head helplessly. When she didn't get a response, Han Xingye lunged forward threateningly. If you don't leave, I'll tell everyone I'm carrying your child. And with my mom's hot temper, I'm afraid she'll shoot you dead on the spot. Wang Zheng had no choice but to give in and agree. All right, Ms. Han, I'll agree with you this time, but if your parents try to shoot me, you have to stop them. Oh, and by the way, do I need to wear a bulletproof vest? The Han family home with its striking brown and white colors stood out under the bright shining sun. Tianming and Beigang sat formally on the sofa. The man took the liberty of speaking first. Brother Han Tianming Su and I have come here today because we'd like to meet your Xingye. I see they're about the same age, which is why I've been so bold as to come here today. Han Tuosu, sitting opposite them, smiled brightly, completely satisfied with his future son-in-law. Looking at your Tianming, I can tell he has very bright eyes. Not only is he talented, but he's also an outstanding young man. I'd feel very much at ease with Xingye marrying someone like Mr. Tianming Su. Hearing this, he also spoke truthfully. To be honest, sir, I've had a secret crush on her for several years now, but I still don't know if Xingye has any feelings for me. Yanqing quickly reassured him. What opinion could she possibly have? Xingye has been a very good girl since she was little. Besides, who could see you and not like you? It truly is a match made in heaven. Beigang lifted his teacup to take a sip, unable to hide the joy on his face. If we can arrange their marriage, my father would also be very happy. She flashed a radiant smile and asked probingly, could this be Mr. Su's idea? Then Yanqing thought to herself. Mr. Su was overjoyed. Then this is a sure thing, to become in-laws with a top political family in China. Ah, the days to come. She then turned to Han Tuosu and complained, why isn't Xingye back yet? That girl is getting more and more thoughtless. Let me call and rush her. Suddenly, the sound of loud barking shattered the quiet atmosphere. The man stood up and announced, Dad's back from walking the dog. Everyone, be careful, this dog is very fierce. It bites strangers on sight. Baoguo walked in through the door, leading a dog that was barking woof woof continuously. He bent down and gently stroked its head, instructing, stop barking, they're all family here. My old friend, you should get some rest. You're getting old, yet you're still so hot-tempered. Witnessing this moment, Tianming quickly walked up to Baoguo to greet him. Hello, Grandpa. I'm Tianming Su. The old man kindly praised him. Old Su has quite a grandson. We're old now. The world belongs to their generation now. He then glanced over at the dog, his tone slightly fawning. This is a very smart dog. It seems you've put a lot of effort into training it. As if he'd hit the right spot, Baoguo quickly began talking about his dog. He's been my companion for 15 years, a German Shepherd. He was the service dog I brought home when I retired from the military. He was 8 years old at the time, and I took a liking to him the moment I saw him. After raising him for over a year, I realized how lucky I was to have this dog. His vigilance isn't just ordinary. He then reached down to stroke its back and continued. His body is covered in scars, but every single one of them is a mark of his glory. Hearing this, Tianming became curious. Grandpa Han, what's this dog's name? The dog beamed like a flower as the old man answered. His name is Long. Before long, a matte black car pulled up in front of the large house. Hearing the noise from inside, Yanqing turned towards the door and guessed, that's probably Xingye, she's back. And sure enough, she quickly opened the door and walked in, calling out behind her, Wang Zheng, get in here, stop lurking around out there, my grandpa is here too. Hearing those words, the young man's jaw dropped and he was too scared to speak. With his arm linked with Xingye's, Wang Zheng's nervousness subsided a bit. Xingye then turned to him and gave him serious instructions. It looks like my blind date is Tianming. He's Tianran, Su's younger brother. The person next to him is Beigang, the Deputy Minister of Defense. You probably know him. Wang Zheng, you better put on a good act. I'm warning you, don't you dare try anything with me. Seeing her daughter bring a man home, Yanqing quickly walked over to ask Xingye what was going on. What is all this? She stated firmly. This is my boyfriend. The young man then introduced himself. Auntie, Uncle Mr. Su, hello everyone. My name is Wang Zheng. I came in a bit of a rush today and didn't have time to prepare any gifts. I hope you can forgive me. Suddenly, Long's small furry ears twitched a few times. He turned and saw something that made him incredibly surprised. He immediately pushed off his hind legs and leaped forward. Baoguo was just as stunned to see Long's reaction. The dog flew through the air towards Wang Zheng, happily throwing itself into his arms. Witnessing this joyous scene, Xingye's eyes widened in amazement. Tianming simply observed everything in silence. The excited dog continuously licked Wang Zheng's face. He also excitedly called out its name. Long fragments of memories started to piece themselves together, the two of them playing together on the steps. Pure joy was written all over his face. There were also times when he seriously trained the dog to jump through hoops, but then tragedy struck unexpectedly. One day he held a piece of paper in his hand, his face etched with sorrow. On the paper was a list of personnel killed in action. One glaring name stood out among the lines of text, Long. Back in the present, Wang Zheng stroked the dog he thought he would never see again, silently overjoyed. "I've found another family member." Bao Guo watched this reunion with great emotion. It seems he's found his true master. Xingye watched with a tender gaze as the man and dog affectionately clung to each other. Tianming suddenly stepped forward and bowed beside him, which greatly surprised Wang Zheng. Then the two men from the Su family quickly walked towards the door and left. The old man then approached him to ask about the past. "Which special forces unit were you in?" Wang Zheng stood up straight, respectfully, and replied in a humble tone, "You could say, I just specialized in dog training." He then continued to announce to everyone, "Senior Auntie Uncle Xingye, I should be going now." As if understanding his words, Long immediately lifted its paw to try and hold him back. Wang Zheng bent down to stroke and comfort him. "You stay here. I'll come visit you later," he quickly calculated in his mind. "Once I've finished everything I need to do, I'll take you with me. Long, I hope you can live to see that day." He then turned around and prepared to leave, leaving Xingye behind, so moved she was on the verge of tears. She raised a hand to wipe them away and announced with determination, "Dad, I want to join the army." Han Tuosu looked at his daughter with some suspicion and asked, "Have you thought this through? You're not just trying to run away from the marriage, are you?" Xingye ignored the sarcastic remark and replied decisively with one word, "Yes." Since there was no longer any reason to stop her, he reached out and stroked his precious daughter's head, instructing her, "If you've really thought it through, then go. No one expects you to carry the Han family on your shoulders. Don't put so much pressure on yourself." Han Tuosu quickly came up with a suitable plan, his words carrying a slight hidden agenda. "Then go train at the Ningzhou military region for a while, and after that, study at the National Defense University. I won't tell anyone you're the daughter of the Han family, but you are not to bring shame to our name." Under the dazzling sun, the building's glass windows reflected the clear, beautiful sky. Shangguan Shishi sat on the sofa, hugging a pillow, and every word she spoke was about that lovely girl. "I really miss Han Xingye. I only heard she went to the Ningzhou military district. I have no idea how she's living now. She was spoiled since she was little, so delicate. Can she really endure hardship? She left without even saying a word to me." Wang Zheng stared out at the city beyond the glass, his expression incredibly serious, as if pondering a critical issue. "You guys work fast." Wang Zheng admired the city view, then suddenly asked probingly, "Do you know Shangguan Yunxiao?" Shangguan Shishi quickly turned her head, her tone skeptical. "You mean the eldest son of Uncle Qi?" Without waiting for an answer, she began analyzing them one by one. "His family is old money, second generation. Shangguan Qinglang is wild and unrestrained, while Shangguan Yunxiao is calm and steady." Shangguan Shishi imagined Yunxiao in her mind and continued to praise him. "Land in the capital is so expensive, yet Shangguan Yunxiao has a huge plot of it and even built a mini-farm." After hearing this, he tilted his head slightly and sneered, truly living in his own little world. Seeing this, she felt she had to warn him. "You should still be careful. Don't be fooled by how calm he seems. You never know what kind of person he is behind the scenes. They say the fearless Shangguan Qinglang is actually afraid of his older brother." Wang Zheng dusted off his hands, completely unfazed. "Let's go. I heard the second young master Qinglang might be throwing a lavish party at his villa. Let's go join the fun." Shangguan Shishi's interest was piqued, and she immediately tossed the pillow aside to leave. A modern, multi-story house appeared. It was Shangguan Qinglang's. Inside, he was indulging himself with a woman in each arm when suddenly several loud noises interrupted him. With his fun ruined, Shangguan Qinglang lost his temper and cursed who's got a death wish. He quickly walked to the door and peered curiously through the peephole. It turned out to be Shangguan Yunxiao outside. A flustered Qinglang opened the door for his brother. "Bro, what are you doing here?" Yunxiao cheerfully held up a white bag. "The rabbits you're raising. I killed 2 and brought 1 for you. I know you hired Chef Peppy from the 5-star restaurant, right? Since I'm already here, I'd like to taste Chef Peppy's cooking today." Hearing this, his brother felt a mix of pity and reproach. "Bro, why go to all this trouble? Whatever you want to eat, I can just have someone bring it over. Why do you have to be so roundabout?" Yunxiao, who was walking forward quickly, turned back, his tone sharp and questioning. "Everyone has their hobbies. This just happens to be mine. As for you, what were you doing before I arrived?" Hitting a nerve, a sheepish Shangguan Qinglang scratched his head. "Bro, you know, that's my hobby." Having just flicked his lighter on the cigarette on his lips was about to be lit. Qinglang moved to the sofa, his attitude filled with concern. "Bro, with third uncle falling ill this time, don't you have any other ideas, letting that Don kid take his position? I don't think he's worthy." Yunxiao was also deep in thought but tried to reassure him. "We don't know when third uncle will wake up. For now, let's not worry about these things. Third uncle hasn't had it easy all these years. Without him, how could we get such a large share of the profits each year? This time, it seems heaven is truly jealous of great talent. He frowned deeply, smoke curling with every word. Bro, if you could take that position, you would definitely do an even better job than third uncle. Yun Xiao quickly refused politely and changed the subject. You know I'm not interested. Aren't you going to tell Chef Pepe to start cooking? You don't want to let me go hungry. Hearing this, Qinglang knew better than to say more. Alright, I'll call him right now. At that moment, Yun Xiao calmly added another request. Let your two beauties eat with us too, the more the merrier. This made his brother's jaw drop in astonishment. Suddenly, a matte black car screeched to a halt in front of Qinglang's house. Wang Zheng stood before the towering gate, his tone full of praise. So this is the place, such a huge villa for just one person to live in. Shangguan Qinglang really knows how to live. Shangguan Shishi crossed her arms, analyzing the owner of the place. If I'm not mistaken, this cousin of mine is probably very busy right now. He used his hand to shield his eyes from the sun, continuing to look up and observe. A life like this is truly something others can only dream of. She glanced over, her voice teasing. What, you want it too? Wang Zheng, slightly embarrassed, changed the subject. Of course, I was just thinking that I'm definitely not changing my plan. Shangguan Shishi walked over to a yellow convertible, bringing up the old incident. Last time you were at my house and saw his car, he scratched it and you had to borrow Sheng Fei's car. We can't let this go. Hitting the nail on the head, he curled his lip into a sly grin and pulled out a weapon. I've been bottling up my desire for revenge for a while now. Do you have any idea the horrible things he called me? Suddenly her eyes widened as if she saw something. Wait a second. Shangguan Shishi's expression suddenly turned grim. It looks like Shangguan Yunxiao is here. Wang Zheng also looked over excitedly. Then today is even more perfect. He coolly slid a knife across his palm. Since we're already here, we can't leave empty-handed. Have you forgotten what he and your cousins said in the living room when your father was in a deep coma? As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his wrist, sending it flying through the air. The knife accurately lodged itself straight into the rear tire of the other car. Wang Zheng continued his rampage by carving several lines onto the car's body with his knife. Shangguan Shishi didn't even try to stop him, instead joining in with a playful laugh. Qinglang came out from inside, and upon seeing his beloved car being tortured, his blood boiled with rage. What the hell do you think you're doing? He didn't hold back, hurling insults at them. Shangguan Shishi, why don't you put a leash on your dog? But Shangguan Shishi wasn't about to let her friend be bullied. She clenched her fists and yelled, who are you calling a dog? Meanwhile, Wang Zheng just kept on destroying the car, ignoring everything around him. Qinglang immediately pointed at him and shot back. Your dog is running around biting people. It's obvious his owner is trash too. Shangguan Shishi, I'm warning you, get me a new Porsche within 3 days. Or else I'll make you regret it. She spread her hands, her tone completely indifferent. Do whatever you want. I'm not paying for it anyway. Wang Zheng smashed that car to pieces. Given the green light, he somehow produced a massive hammer. That's what I was waiting to hear. Wang Zheng swung the hammer down on the convertible, creating a deafening crash. Shangguan Qinglang was so frantic he was flailing his arms and legs around. Shangguan Shishi. Just then, Yun Xiao stepped outside and cordially invited her in. Shangguan Shishi, let's go inside and talk. Seeing him, she was slightly surprised, then told Wang Zheng to stop. Brother Yun Xiao, Wang Zheng, stop smashing it. Qinglang was still fuming as he tattled. Big brother, look at what Shangguan Shishi has done, coming to my house and destroying my car. After third, uncle got sick. Is there no one left to control her? This girl is completely fearless. With his usual demeanor, Yun Xiao pointed toward the house. Alright, hurry inside and have a glass of water. I brought some food from the farm. It's already noon, so we can eat together on our way back. He then walked over to the two of them and extended his hand in greeting. Hello, I'm Shangguan Yun Xiao. I've heard for a while now that Shishi's bodyguard is a force to be reckoned with. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Wang Zheng casually tossed the axe aside, walked over and shook his hand, his words brimming with politeness. I've also heard of the great young master of the Shangguan family, and I've heard about your farm as well. To be honest, I'm very interested. I was wondering if I could take a tour. Yun Xiao smiled politely and agreed with enthusiasm. Of course you can. As long as you don't mind that my place is a bit shabby and messy, we can go over after lunch. I've imported some rare chrysanthemum seeds from abroad, and they're about to bloom. On the surface, Wang Zheng replied politely, then I'll be troubling you. But inwardly, he was secretly impressed. The man had a family fortune worth nearly $1 billion, yet he seemed completely unfazed by it. Either this guy truly doesn't care about money and power, or he's making moves in the dark, hiding his true abilities. Whether he becomes a friend or foe in the future, he won't be a simple man to deal with. After that, the four of them headed inside. The moment he stood at the door, Wang Zheng detected the strong scent of female hormones, definitely more than just 1 or 2 women. Shishi was extremely flustered and let out an indignant huff. Soon, they were all seated at the dining table. Wang Zheng was stuffing his face so much that she had to hand him a napkin as a reminder. Eat slowly, you're going to choke. Seizing the opportunity, Qinglang started hurling insults, wondering where this uncultured slob came from. Shangguan Shishi. Do you let all your dogs eat at the dinner table? With his mouth full, Wang Zheng shot back, refusing to be outdone. You're right. But I'm the best hunting dog you'll ever see, so you'd better hope you don't end up in my sights. Otherwise, even if I don't bite you to death, you'll be crippled for life. Yun Xiao quickly stood up to de-escalate the situation. Shangguan Qinglang, that's enough noise. It's rare for Shishi to visit. Shishi, I raised this rabbit myself. Have a taste and see what you think. Wang Zheng suddenly noticed that the other man was using his left hand to pick up food. Shishi casually turned and explained, Brother Yun Xiao is indeed left-handed. He used his left hand to write all through school. They tried to correct it for 2 years, but it never changed. Left-handed people are very smart. He always ranked first in the entire school on every exam. Back in the day, Brother Yun Xiao got the highest score on the capital's high school entrance exam. He couldn't help but gape in astonishment. That's really impressive. Inwardly, however, he was silently fuming. The one thing I hate most is people with high IQs. She continued chattering on with a regretful tone. But it's a shame that Brother Yun Xiao went to study abroad later on. He didn't take the college entrance exam. If he had, he would have definitely been the top scorer in the capital. Wang Zheng went back to eating casually, making conversation. Isn't the rural scenery abroad even better than here? A huge farm of several thousand square kilometers would be amazing. I passed through a place like that once. The cattle industry there is really developed. Qinglang rested his chin on his hand with a disdainful look. A dog knows about foreign countries, traveling all over the place. What did you do? Doggy paddle your way there. Wang Zheng wasn't angry at all and fired back a sarcastic comment. You're right again. I have indeed doggy paddled my way abroad before. The other guy just scoffed dismissively, as if to say, who would believe that? Just then, Yun Xiao turned to share his thoughts. Living as an expatriate in a foreign land isn't a long-term plan. When it comes to farming, I've always felt the soil in Huaxia is better. You can't find that feeling of your ancestral land abroad. Finding this a bit funny, he teased, ancestral land. Only the soil in your hometown is called that. Are you into guns or something? Yun Xiao wasn't embarrassed at all and continued reminiscing. I used to love going to the shooting range. But later I got busy taking care of my flowers and plants and didn't have the time, so I gradually lost interest. Wang Zheng asked with a teasing, almost casual tone. Your hands are covered in calluses. Looks like you're quite the hard worker. Hearing this, Qinglang found it grating and slammed the table, demanding, whether my brother works hard or not, what's it to you? Ignoring his brother's outburst, he just continued the invitation naturally. The farm is very large. I get busy by myself, so I hired a few people to help out. Let's go. Why don't we go see the farm? The rabbit bone had been picked clean, and he dropped it on the table. He gave Yun Xiao a thumbs up in praise. This rabbit meat is seriously delicious. I'll have to go to the farm later and catch a few to take home. He was also extremely generous in his response. Okay, when you leave, I'll have someone load them into your car. The clear sky, combined with the cool forest below, created an incredibly pleasing view. A white car was waiting to take them to Yun Xiao's vast farm. Standing outside, he pointed his words full of expertise. This is the cabbage field. Every year we produce over 10,000 kilograms of cabbage. This type of cabbage was genetically mutated by taking it to space for aeronautic experiments, which is why the yield is so high. Witnessing this idyllic scene, Wang Zheng decided without hesitation, when I get old, I'm going to grow vegetables and flowers too. This is seriously relaxing. After that, the three of them moved on to another area, the dog kennels. The dogs were locked up constantly, clawing at the iron gates and barking up a storm. Seeing these animals, Shishi backed away a little scared. These dogs are really scary. At that moment, he turned to ask about them. Are you into dogfighting? Yun Xiao didn't hide his interests. No, I just raised them. I've never made them fight. You see, these dogs are extremely aggressive towards others, but they're affectionate with me. I find that very enjoyable. Hearing this answer, Wang Zheng silently assessed him. If he's really such a gentle person, why does he like such ferocious dogs? These dogs immediately became obedient the moment they saw him. Something's wrong. There's definitely something wrong. He quickly flipped through his memories of his time in combat. The final battle of the Dragon Scale. We were ambushed by a left-handed person. His shooting was fast, precise, and deadly. He nearly extinguished the Dragon Scale's last hope. He then glanced at Yun Xiao's pointing left hand and speculated inwardly. If the Su family was the root cause of the Dragon Scale's destruction, then this left-handed man was the direct reason why the members of the Dragon Scale Special Ops couldn't escape the trap alive. An accomplice of the Su family. You'd better not reveal any malicious intent or I won't hesitate to eliminate you. Suddenly, Shishi's phone started ringing. The voice on the other end of the line made her give an urgent command. What? She immediately sent out a notice. In 1 hour, everyone must be in the meeting. In 2 hours, we're holding a press conference. Shangguan Yunxiao, not knowing what was happening, turned to Shangguan Shishi and asked worriedly what was wrong. She then told him everything. The company's Mei Diao water filter had malfunctioned. Over 20 people had been poisoned because the resin in the filter core was breaking down, and they were now in the hospital's emergency room. He found it completely illogical. After some serious thought, he advised her, why would the resin break down, and how could that cause poisoning? Shishi, you need to get back there and handle this. There might be someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. Third, Uncle still hasn't woken up, so you absolutely have to get to the bottom of this. The outcome of this is critical for Zhurong. The two of them quickly headed to the Zhurong company building. Shishi sat with a serious expression, beginning to go through every single file to investigate. The Meidiao water filter had been on the market for nearly 20 years. And in all that time, there had never been a single quality issue. The filter core material was always provided by a fixed supplier. It's a nationally certified product with a recognized standard of quality. So what on earth happened? Just then, her assistant Wei Wentao spoke up to report the details of the incident. The Meidiao water filters used by the 20 households were all purchased 6 months ago. The poisoning was caused by the self-degrading resin core. Mild symptoms include fever, stomach aches, and diarrhea. The more severe cases have fallen into a deep coma. The most damaging piece of information was that among the poisoned were 2 3-year-old children. Hearing this, she grew extremely anxious. What's the word from the hospital? Upon hearing her question, he reported cautiously, the hospital's lab results show heavy metal poisoning. They're doing everything they can to treat them right now. The adult victims have milder symptoms, but the 2 children, their future cognitive abilities could be affected. I've already arranged for our PR teams to start damage control, but it's not very effective. Realizing the severity of the situation, Shishi immediately gave directives to the board. We absolutely cannot take this matter lightly. I believe our water filters absolutely do not have a quality problem. It seems our competitor has struck fast. We need to have faith and face whatever comes our way. But in the end, victory will definitely be ours. Wentao had already begun the investigation. Acting President, do you have any suspects in mind yet? It seems the chairman wasn't wrong about her. She stated her position with integrity. However, I suspect it doesn't matter until we have concrete evidence. Then she slammed both hands on the table, the sharp sound echoing through the meeting room. Shishi decisively gave more orders to the team. Risk Management Department, I need a detailed risk assessment report on my desk within 3 hours. Factor in every related stage and potential scenario, and create a forecast that includes the absolute worst-case scenario. She glanced to her left, continuing to formulate a response plan. The media team will release a statement immediately. Announce that we are monitoring the condition of the victims, and there must not be any language that suggests we are shirking responsibility. Emphasize this. The cause of the incident is under investigation, and we sincerely ask everyone to remain calm. Wentao was a bit hesitant about this part. Should we hire people to post on forums or contact major websites to ask for their help? Shishi, in her role as president, made a firm decision. Not for now. The incident hasn't been fully investigated yet. Any explanation Zhurong gives will be pointless. If we make a wrong move now, it will backfire on us. Then she turned her gaze towards him, relying on his support. Assistant Wei, you will represent me at the press conference. All other departments hold your positions. After that, Shishi bowed sincerely to the board, hoping everyone would feel the gravity of the situation. Zhurong's rise or fall rests on all of you. I'm counting on everyone. After the guests and reporters had all taken their seats, a voice announced the start of the event. Good afternoon. I am Shangguan Shishi, representing the Zhurong group, attending this press conference because my father is currently abroad. Hearing that Shishi's father had seemingly abandoned his responsibility, the reporters caused an uproar. The Shangguan family's daughter was representing them at the press conference, while he's nowhere to be found. What's the meaning of this? Exactly. Who's going to believe the words of a little girl? She ignored the chatter and stated confidently, the Meidiao water filter has been on the market for nearly 20 years. Over the years, we have continuously improved it. I can humbly say that Meidiao is the #1 choice for customers when buying a water filter. Uncle Wen, seeing that Shishi was all talk and no proof, immediately interjected. So, how do you explain what happened today? Are you trying to shift the blame? She responded with a logic befitting the chairman's only daughter. Zhurong International affirms that we will not evade our responsibility. The initial investigation suspects the resin core is the source of the poison. However, this core is not chemically treated and contains no heavy metals, so it cannot be the cause. But that wasn't convincing enough. He jumped to his feet, reacting fiercely. You claim someone framed you and it has nothing to do with Zhurong. But whether it's poisonous or not is just your word against the facts. When the truth is right in front of us, should we believe you or our own eyes? The reporters and journalists erupted in chatter. Shishi retorted without flinching. Tonight I will lead a technical team to investigate the filter core factory. The police are also involved, and I believe the truth will come to light soon. Uncle Wen shouted, determined not to let the issue die down. Shangguan Shishi, if your father were poisoned, if your child's brain was damaged, could you remain so calm? This is nothing but shirking responsibility. How can a conscientious company act like this? Wang Zheng stood in a corner, lost in thought. She wasn't frightened by the man's accusations, and answered directly. On behalf of Zhurong, I apologize to the 24 victims and their families. we take full responsibility. We will bring in experts for consultations, and if the children have suffered brain damage, the company will cover all expenses. He glared at her, seeing it as an attempt to solve the problem with money. His eyes bulged as he roared, "What good is money? Can money buy back their health?" His aggressive attitude made Wang Zheng want to step in. As the tension at the press conference mounted, Shishi paused for a few seconds. I need to reconsider for a moment." She held up 3 fingers, her voice firm. "First, Zhurong will shoulder its responsibility. We have never considered evading it or shifting the blame. Second, Zhurong will investigate the truth of this matter and make the results public." Her voice grew even more resolute. "Third, if the investigation reveals that someone secretly sabotaged Zhurong, then I trust that none of you here would show them any mercy." After her showdown with the press, Shishi glanced at her watch. "It's getting late. I must go to the hospital to check on the victims. This press conference is now over." A very expensive silver car sped down the road. She sat inside, crossed her arms, and asked about the identity of that guy with the spiky hair. "Which newspaper is he from?" Wen Tao looked through the rearview mirror and answered her question. "Chen Bowen from the Northern Weekend. He often writes sensationalist articles that are usually baseless. It seems the young really do have an edge." After hearing that, Shangguan Shishi's face soured. "I really don't like this guy." He continued to report the information he'd gathered. Chen Bowen has a master's in literature and is tens of thousands of yuan in debt from student aid, which he still hasn't paid off after graduating. Wang Zheng heard this and immediately knew what was going on. He's definitely getting illicit income now, and with a financial hole from not paying his debts, it's likely tied to his living situation. Wen Tao had dug up a lot of useful information. Last year, Chen Bowen wrote an article condemning a company involved in a milk scandal, but in doing so, he indirectly propped up another company, causing their quarterly revenue to increase by 10%. Devoid of any spirit, she spoke in a listless voice, another unscrupulous reporter. "I wonder who benefits this time. The article is probably already set for tomorrow's paper." Wang Zheng, acting like a handsome hero, ready to solve the damsel's problems, said, "Leave it to me. When it comes to dealing with people like him, I'm your best bet." Hearing him say that, Shangguan Shishi recalled the time he took on 3 or 4 guys by himself. She chuckled and reminded him, "All right, I'll leave it to you, but try not to kill anyone." Wen Tao looked skeptical. Was this something a mere bodyguard who knows how to fight could handle? But this sort of thing was his specialty, so he wasn't worried at all. He turned to reassure her, "Don't worry, we're almost at the hospital. Just focus on how to deal with the families of the poisoning victims." Shangguan Shishi took a sip of water to calm her nerves. Her face was pensive as she looked out the window, feeling sorry for herself. Being a president is so hard. If only Dad could get better. The car pulled up to the hospital entrance and stopped. The press had already gathered in full force, having clearly waited there for a long time. A group of people was protesting in front of the reception desk, complete with red banners. They relentlessly chanted a slogan, "Zhurong International, you have no conscience, give me back my daughter, give me back my health." When they saw the 3 of them enter the hospital, they swarmed them like a broken beehive. "Zhurong International, you have no conscience, give me back my daughter, give me back my health." Wang Zheng paid them no mind, instead offering the crowd a sarcastic compliment. Quite the performance." Shangguan Shishi approached Yifeng with a polite and graceful demeanor. "Excuse me, sir, are you also someone who bought the water purifier?" She had just gotten close and hadn't even done anything when he jumped up. "That's right. That's why we're here to publicly condemn this irresponsible corporation." Wang Zheng saw that the old man was acting guilty, and without a second thought asserted, "So you're the ones who made that banner then?" How could Yifeng have possibly seen the trap? His voice was full of innocence. "Of course we paid to have it made." Suddenly, Wang Zheng stepped forward and pulled the man aside by his arm. "Sir, come over here." The old man had no idea what was happening, his head full of question marks. Wang Zheng slipped several 100 yuan bills into Yifeng's hand. The man looked at the pink bills in his hand and fell silent, clutching them as if afraid someone would snatch them away. At this point, Wang Zheng was 80 to 90% sure he was right. "Don't be shy, sir. Go ahead and take this money. I'm a reporter and I want to ask about some inside information. Just tell me the truth and this money is yours." With a mind that only cared for money, Yifeng nodded eagerly, without a hint of suspicion. The fish had taken the bait. Wang Zheng immediately began his investigation. "Your accent doesn't sound like you're from around here." The man answered, "Honestly, I'm from Hedong. Right now, I'm staying at number 14 in the capital." Wang Zheng began to close in. "The house you're staying at in the capital, do you own it, or are you renting?" Yifeng answered without hesitation. "My son rents it." With the preliminary investigation done, he got to the main point. "When you normally use the Mei Diao water purifier, do you turn on the water switch first, or the Mei Diao purifier switch?" The man, acting as if he'd used it countless times, answered fluently, "Of course you turn on the Mei Diao purifier switch." Seeing that he'd answered incorrectly, Wang Zheng snatched the money back. Yifeng stared wide-eyed at his now empty hand. The man shrieked, lunging forward to get it back. "What are you doing?" Having achieved his goal, Wang Zheng pulled out a badge. "I'm with the Capitol Police in charge of investigating this case." If you accept this money but lie about matters related to the case, you can be detained for 15 days. Without another word, the man tucked his tail and ran, not daring to dream about those pink bills anymore. Shangguan Shishi watched his brilliant deduction in amazement. How did you figure it out? Wang Zheng gave her a brief explanation. Seeing the stains on his teeth, I knew right away he doesn't use a water purifier. Her expression immediately tensed. It seems someone really is sabotaging Zhu Rong. Golden sunlight streamed through the window. Shangguan Shishi looked at Dr. Hui Kang and asked, "What's the situation?" The doctor looked troubled as he explained, "As long as we can detoxify them quickly, all the issues can be resolved. The two children's cognitive functions won't be affected at all. It's just that right now we don't have a rapid detoxification method." Her face darkened upon hearing the grim news. They're truly wicked, not even sparing children. An idea suddenly struck Wang Zheng and he volunteered, "Why don't you let me try?" He pushed the door open and asked Hui Kang, "Doctor, have you tried traditional Eastern medicine?" The doctor didn't understand, so he repeated Eastern medicine, and then proceeded to explain everything. Clearly, I once read in my master's book about a detoxification formula, but it contains two very rare ingredients, so I've never had a chance to try it. With Zhu Rong's financial resources, finding those things shouldn't be difficult. Standing nearby, Shangguan Shishi saw a way to save the children. She quickly agreed, "Tell me what they are. I'll immediately have people search the entire country for the herbs." Dr. Hui Kang was a bit hesitant about the reliability of this remedy. "You've never tried this formula before. What if there are side effects? The consequences could be unimaginable." But Shangguan Shishi, completely charmed by the guy, trusted him unconditionally. "Doctor, I've decided. Let's try it. If any problems arise, I'll take full responsibility." They returned to the hospital after a full day of running around searching for the herbs. Wang Zheng walked in and saw several massive sacks lying around the room and praised them, as expected of the Shangguan family. To find so many rare herbs this quickly is impressive. Wiping his sweat, Wen Tao caught his breath and explained, "It really cost a fortune this time. Some of these herbs came from the master's old friend's private collections." Wang Zheng gave him a thumbs up and smiled. "You truly live up to your reputation as the #1 assistant. Your work ethic is outstanding." Shangguan Shishi came forward, her heart burning with impatience as she urged him. "Wang Zheng, hurry and try it. We can't wait any longer." He quickly agreed. "All right, give me an empty room. I'll go brew the medicine now." Inside the pot, 49 types of herbs bubbled and boiled. Wang Zheng blew a puff of air, sending all the germs flying into the pot. She stood beside him, completely starstruck. "Wang Zheng, how do you know so many things? Not only talented, but you can also heal people." He turned, trying to be humble, but not quite succeeding. "Don't praise me so much, I can't accept it. To be honest, when it comes to medicine, my master just forced me to lug around a bunch of ancient books. I'm a complete amateur." Shangguan Shishi leaned back against Pepe, unable to stop wondering, "How did you get so amazing? Do they usually carry a knife and then go out for survival training in the wild?" Wang Zheng complained a little as he stirred the medicine. "Carrying a knife is one thing that old geezer forced me to use my bare hands." He recalled the time he spent with his master where he also had to complete tasks of gathering medicinal herbs. If he failed, he'd be punished. Not only would his training be doubled, but he'd also have to carry several medical books on his back. Seeing how engrossed she was in his story, she jokingly encouraged him to misbehave. "Your master really is cruel. I think if you wrote an autobiography, it would be a huge hit." Hearing this, Wang Zheng's eyes went wide. The title should be The Happy Life of a Bodyguard, so people can see how a young miss bullies her bodyguard all day long. Teased by him, Shangguan Shishi pouted in embarrassment. "Fine, don't write it if you don't want to, but you're not just any bodyguard, you're a high-level bodyguard." A fragrant steam wafted up as he lifted the lid of the medicine pot. "The medicine is ready." She peeked in and immediately urged him, "Hurry, take it to them." "Wang Zheng, if you can cure them this time, I will." She started to joke, a mischievous look on her face. "Will, what repay you with my body? Ah, a little girl like you. I'd have to think long and hard about that." Shangguan Shishi gave him a light, embarrassed punch. "I was just kidding. Hurry and take the medicine to the patients. Zhu Rong is counting on you this time." After the children finished drinking the medicine, Hui Kang came forward to check their eyes and mouths. "This is a miracle, a true miracle." She couldn't wait any longer. She turned to look at Wen Tao. Assistant Wei immediately called a press conference to announce the current health status of the poisoning victims. He was thrilled to see that he could still keep his job. Yes, the reporters are already in the conference hall. After giving out her instructions, Shangguan Shishi walked over to Wang Zheng. "This matter is only partially resolved. I'm heading to the supplier's place immediately. As long as there's a clue, we'll definitely get to the bottom of this." Seeing her confidence, he couldn't help but ask why she was so sure the problem was with the supplier. Why not the retailer, or during the transportation process? She immediately refuted his words. "Impossible. Why is the Mei Diao brand of water purifiers more expensive than other brands? Because there's a chip inside the purifier." He was surprised that a water purifier would have something like that. A chip. That's rare. She rested her chin on her hand, thinking about his words. Without the dynamic code, you can't change the filter cartridge. Zhao Li is a company with a near monopoly on filter cartridges in China. They protect their products very strictly. Wang Zheng was completely clueless. It all went over his head. Having found a new direction, Shengguan Shishi was overjoyed. The products from Zhao Li company are made by them, so there's no way an accident could happen. The main problem lies within Zhao Li's internal operations. Seeing that she had figured it out, he didn't hold back his praise. This is even more brilliant than solving a crime. You could go join the criminal investigation team and be a policewoman. She turned around and began assigning tasks for the two of them. All right, let's split up. Wang Zheng and I will go investigate the Zhao Li company. Wei Wen, you stay here in the capital and find out who's behind stirring up the public. Wen Tao saw that his young miss had matured and had no objections. Yes, President. She nodded and said, good. Shengguan Shishi walked over and patted Wang Zheng's shoulder lightly. You'll be in charge of this trip to Zhangjiagang. How about I be your secretary? Wang Zheng turned his head helpless. My dear young miss, you want to be my secretary. What kind of game are you trying to play now? Seeing he wasn't taking it seriously, she reminded him, I'm just using a different identity to investigate. If the president of Zhurong shows up at Zhao Li, they'll praise me to the high heavens. How would I see anything clearly then? Wang Zheng wondered about his own position. So, if you're my secretary, what identity do I have? Shengguan Shishi couldn't wait, holding up a card she had prepared in advance. Senior Vice President of Zhurong International Group. See, I even had the business cards made. He realized it too late, his mouth hanging wide open. It turned out she had planned this all along. Do all of Zhurong International's vice presidents get a bodyguard salary? She clapped her hands, happily delighted that someone had fallen right into her trap. I just wanted to drag you into this with me. I'll take the opportunity at an internal meeting to declare that you are second to only one person at Zhurong. Wang Zheng gave a roguish grin. Second to only one person. So you'll be on top of me. Shengguan Shishi repeated innocently. That's right, I'll be on top of you. As soon as she said it, she remembered something covering her mouth with an embarrassed ah. The two left as the sun climbed high, its light blanketing everything. As soon as they got in the car, they switched places. I've already arranged for the people at Zhao Li to welcome us at the door. Vice President Wang, we're all set right. Seeing how much fun she was having, he felt helpless. My dear young miss, just this once. I won't dare let you be my secretary again in the future. After some time, the car arrived at its destination. Li came forward and respectfully extended his hand in greeting. Vice President Wang Li, the person in charge here at Zhao Li. It's truly an honor to meet you. Regarding this incident, Wang Zheng paid him no mind. There are many issues. Let's talk inside. After reading the data sheet, he tapped the report and asked clearly, Mr. Li, I'm wondering if your side has any leads on this incident yet. Being called out by the leader, sweat poured down his face like a river. He reported in a low voice. As of now, there hasn't been any progress. Based on Zhao Li's previous production experience, seeing that he was beating around the bush, Wang Zheng cut him off. There's no need to talk about the past. I have one question. Besides the safety inspection and product protection departments, is it true that other departments have never touched the filter cartridges? Li's heart was already pounding in his chest, but he tried to calm himself. The raw materials undergo strict inspection, and the production process is controlled by the system. Only those two departments have contact. Hearing him drone on until his ears were ringing, Wang Zheng got straight to the point. I need a list of all employees who have joined and left these two departments in the past year, as soon as possible. Li hurriedly stood up. I'll go get it right now. Before he could leave, Wang Zheng added another request. Contact the Zhangjiagang police. Administer a lie detector test to all employees in these two departments. That includes you, of course. And I will personally be writing all 50 questions for the polygraph. Li's soul had practically left his body as he staggered out the door. Yes, whatever Vice President Wang says. Wang Zheng ended the meeting and gave one last directive. As for the branch office, I'd like you all to return and hold meetings with your respective departments. If there's time, I'll stop by to have a look. Yi Ping, standing to one side, was trembling like a leaf. He immediately agreed without daring to object. Yes, we'll wait for your visit at the branch office. Wang Zheng remembered something and turned to ask, by the way, where is the branch office located? He tried to answer calmly. It's in the Guotai building, but we're preparing to move next year. It's already been reported to headquarters. Wang Zheng raised an eyebrow and leaned back in his chair. Move where Yi Ping stood up straight and reported the location. After the Chushaonan Times Square is completed, we'll move there. It will also be beneficial for expanding the branch. Hearing that name, he thought it sounded a bit familiar. Chushaonan's territory. He rubbed his chin, pondering the matter. Hold off on the move for now. Even though it's just a branch of Zhurong International, it still needs its own office building. We'll have it built within a year. Standing to the side, Shengguan Shishi smiled, seeing how much he looked like a real boss. Yi Ping didn't dare to make a decision about the funding on his own. He didn't rush to give a precise answer. Wait until the proposal is sent to headquarters. I will personally review it. But I'll definitely need your budget proposal, so be prepared to do a good job. The man didn't dare ask any more questions, nodding obediently as he reported. Yes, Vice Director Wang. I've already sold the ground floor of the South Times Square. Our capital has increased significantly, and I'll report it to headquarters soon. Seeing that the situation seemed stable, Wang Zheng dismissed them. Good. Everyone, you're dismissed. Shangguan Shishi, who was observing from the side, showered him with praise once everyone had left. Not bad, Vice Director Wang. Wang Zheng chuckled playfully. It's not often I get to borrow the tiger's might, but that was satisfying enough. You think I don't know? The Zhangjia branch is such a lucrative prize. I have no intention of just handing it over to Chu Xiaonan. After hearing this, she gave him a playful pinch. Shangguan Shishi teased him back without a second thought. Aren't you afraid of affecting my relationship with Chu Xiaonan? I don't want to drop the facade with him just yet. Seeing she had misunderstood him, Wang Zheng quickly explained. What are you thinking? This is just fair competition. The real estate business can't just listen to Chu Xiaonan. Zhurong has already entered the electronics industry. If we want to get into real estate, we have to go all in. She still couldn't wrap her head around it and kept asking questions. But this doesn't align with Zhurong's consistent asset policy. And even if we have surplus capital, entering the real estate market could easily lead to cash flow problems. Wang Zheng stated confidently, without a moment's hesitation. Our people won't pass up this juicy piece of meat. The Shangguan family is strong enough to take it, but Zhurong will lower housing prices so the common people can afford them. The first wave will hit Jiangzhou and Jiangning. She hadn't expected him to be so benevolent. He was practically a saint. Why do I get the feeling you're some kind of philanthropist? Why are you doing this? Don't give me some line about building up Zhurong's image. Wang Zheng explained to her that it wasn't about kindness. There was a purpose behind it all. Housing prices in those two places are high, and the pressure of living is immense. You've never been part of the lower class, so you wouldn't understand. I also want to disrupt the economic order to put the higher-ups in a tough spot, to make the jobs of the officials in those two provinces harder. Shangguan Shishi was puzzled when she heard him mention two unfamiliar names, Su Nuannuan and Zhang Pinghao. They are both from the main line of the Su faction. Her expression grew serious, her words a mix of reminder and persuasion. Wang Zheng, I've told you before that I'll help you with whatever you want, but if you stir up trouble, I will definitely stop you. Seeing her unnecessary worry, he reassured her, don't worry, I won't drag Zhurong into this. It's just a small favor and it will bring in very substantial profits. After turning the entire company upside down, Li hurried back, followed by an assistant carrying a set of files. Vice Director Wang, the employee, lists for the Product Security Department and the Inspection Department for the past year are all here. Wang Zheng gestured to a random spot on the desk and turned to ask about internal affairs. Just leave them here. Thanks for your trouble, Mr. Li. Also, how many employees have left these two departments in the past year, and how many are currently employed? He placed the stack of documents down constantly, wiping away sweat as he answered. There are 26 people currently working. Only 3 have left, including 1 director of the security department. 2 lie detectors are ready. We await your questions, Vice Director Wang. Where did he pull out a paper full of text from? You guys work fast. Here are 50 questions for the lie detector test, including the senior managers with clearance. It needs to be completed within 2 hours. The man felt his position was on the line and seemed to age 10 years in an instant. All right, I'll get on it right away. Wang Zheng flipped through the files rapidly, then paused as if he had discovered something and immediately gave an order. Secretary Shangguan, call Assistant Wei. Tell him to investigate these 3 people, especially the director from the Product Security Department. Shangguan Shishi winked playfully. Yes, Vice Director Wang, your secretary is on it. He smiled and coaxed her. Later, I'll take you for a walk around Zhangjiagang to look at suitable land. Zhurong's real estate venture starts here. The sky was blue with white clouds and golden sunshine as the car sped down the road. Wang Zheng glanced in the rearview mirror and saw a red car tailing him closely. It looked a little familiar. The red car accelerated, chasing after him. He only caught a glimpse but immediately recognized the driver as Zhang Pinghao's daughter. Without hesitation, he stomped on the gas. The car shot forward as if a rocket was strapped to it, pulling away in an instant. The two of them were like a cat and mouse, neither willing to give an inch. Wang Zheng smirked, having successfully baited his pursuer. Looks like the fish took the bait. She floored it, surging ahead to cut him off. A pair of legs in red high heels stepped out of the car. Zhang Miao Miao walked towards him, saying as she went, In Jiangzhou, it's been a long time since I've met a worthy opponent. You count as one. He also got out of his car and immediately challenged her. So you want a race. You set the terms, but I need a wager. She tilted her head, finding this man quite interesting. That fits with our usual rules. Our previous races also required a wager. Wang Zheng gave a friendly reminder. My stakes are very high. Zhang Miao Miao didn't care. After all, her family wasn't poor. No problem. As long as you can make me admit defeat, I'll meet your condition. There are few things in Jiangzhou that I can't do. But if you're making a bet, I have a demand too. Seeing him acting impulsively, Shangguan Shishi stepped forward to stop him. Wang Zheng, don't be rash. Not wanting to be at a disadvantage, Zhang Miao Miao immediately stated her condition. If I beat you, I want a 1-5. As the young lady of Jurong, she was a bit confused, not knowing what that supercar was. What is that? Seeing her demand, Wang Zheng commented. A girl like you shouldn't be driving such a crude car, should she? He boasted loudly. Even though there are only 100 of them in the entire world, I can get it. Zhang Miao Miao didn't let him say another word and shot back. Fine, state your condition. As if following a pre-written script, he stated without hesitation. My condition is much simpler. I want a piece of land in Zhangjiagang. Hearing this, Zhang Miao Miao asked for details. How big a piece of land, and where is it located? Wang Zheng answered immediately. The land next to Jiang Lake, in Zhangjiagang. How about it? I'll pay for it, but only 80% of the market price. What do you say? She readily agreed to his terms. I can't promise you 1,000 acres, but 500 acres at 80% of the price is no problem. You're not familiar with Zhangjiagang, so I'll let you pick the time and place. Seeing how sensible she was, he smirked. Then let's race on the G1501 expressway again, tomorrow morning. How's that? Zhang Miao Miao glanced at his shabby car and commented. Okay. Do you need to switch cars, or are you driving this? Maybach Wang Zheng patted his beloved car, confident that it wouldn't lose to hers. Seeing his overconfidence, she left, leaving him with a simple, see you tomorrow morning. Shangguan Shishi watched her speed off, then turned to question him. Why did you have to promise her that? Don't you dare tell me you're racing just for a bet. Or maybe you already thought this through before you met her. It was a shame the beauty in front of him wasn't getting any smarter. Wang Zheng gave her a playful tap. Why do you have so many questions? Are you a walking encyclopedia? She pouted and pleaded. I feel hurt. I know you're good at reading people, so hurry up and tell me. He stopped joking around and explained everything in detail. That girl is straightforward, but there's no way she could pull something like this off on her own. Her family definitely has money and power. Plus, her last name is Zheng. Wang Zheng crossed his arms, oozing confidence. Have assistant Wei look up the name of Zhang Pinghao's child. I'm 80 to 90% sure it's this Zhang Miao Miao. Shangguan Shishi saw him as a master strategist. You're so cunning. Wang Zheng clasped his hands in mock humility. You flatter me. As the senior vice president of Jurong International, of course, I need a couple of good assistants. Wang Zheng adopted the air of a billionaire CEO. Secretary Shangguan, tomorrow you stay at the company and wait for the results of this race. I'll handle it. Shangguan Shishi was disappointed about being stuck at home. I really want to go with you, but this is something I need to resolve. Be careful. He gave her a thumbs up to reassure her. Don't worry, one little Zhang Miao Miao is no match for me. She pouted, teasing him. I'm more worried you're going to eat her alive. If you get in good with the daughter of the provincial party, Secretary half of Jiangzhou will belong to Jurong. Wang Zheng laughed and tapped her on the head. Stop letting your imagination run wild. The best is right in front of you. Who could possibly be better than the heiress of the Shangguan family? The car sped off, carrying Shangguan Shishi's challenging shout into the blue sky. You're the real trickster. After a long drive, he returned to headquarters. Wen Tao was reporting on the identities of the two suspicious individuals. Those two left for higher pay elsewhere. But the head of the security department left on his own accord, taking product documents with him, which made Li furious. After hearing the report, she immediately confirmed, it's definitely the security director. He nodded slightly in agreement, then added more details about the man. His name is Liu Siwei, 40 years old. He's worked at Zhao Li for nearly 20 years, earned Li's praise, and they had a very good relationship, so there was no conflict. Wen Tao continued without a pause. It's a joint stock company. Liu Siwei holds shares. He left so suddenly that he couldn't sell them, so he took a total loss. Shangguan Shishi board-skimmed the documents and offered her opinion. It seems he was willing to lose a little to gain a lot. He had dug up quite a bit on the man and laid it all out. I found out he has a daughter studying abroad in country Y, and she hasn't graduated yet. She immediately gave an order. Then send someone to country Y. I hope it's not a waste of time. At the entrance of the G1501 expressway, Miao Miao had been waiting for some time. It was dusk when Wang Zheng finally drove to the meeting point. He stopped the car and rolled down the window, his tone teasing. Well, beautiful, you're right on time. She noticed Shangguan Shishi wasn't with him and grew curious. Where's that pretty girl who's always with you? He replied with 30% sarcasm and 70% sass. You came alone too, didn't you? If I brought someone along, my car might not be able to keep up. What then? Miao Miao didn't waste words gesturing for him to look ahead. In 5 minutes that barrier up there will lift. When it does, whoever gets off the expressway first wins. Deal, Wang Zheng answered cheerfully. Deal. The two cars were in position, just waiting for the signal to fly off and meet their ancestors. The 5 minutes were up. The black car and the green one started revving their engines. Before the barrier was even fully raised, Miao Miao had already shot past. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng's car moved slowly, as the green car left nothing but smoke for him to breathe. Seeing this, he couldn't help but praise her. 0 to 100 in 2 seconds. Impressive. Of course, Wang Zheng refused to be beaten and quickly got on her tail. He floored it, pushing the car to its limit to catch up. When they reached a curve, he took the turn so sharply you'd think he had a dozen lives to spare. Wang Zheng shifted gears for a smoother race. Miao Miao glanced in her rearview mirror and smiled as she saw him fall behind on the last curve. The two cars weaved past, the others speeding towards the finish line. In the expressway's traffic control room, the monitors showed two cars playing a high-speed game of cat and mouse. The controllers panicked at the sight. These two are driving like pros, but it's way too dangerous. What if something happens? Call the captain immediately and tell them to block the cars. Or we'll be the ones held responsible. A moment after the report was made, Shu Kun pushed the door open. The crowd stood up to greet the captain. His face was as red as a chili pepper. "Let those two cars pass," he announced. "If you don't, you'll suffer the consequences." Wang Zi didn't understand what was happening and started jumping up and down. "Captain, why aren't we stopping them? What if there's an accident?" the captain yelled furiously. "Stop them with what the provincial party secretary's daughter is, in that race. How the hell am I supposed to stop her?" Back on the expressway, the two racers, one black and one green, continued to accelerate, chasing each other. The image of the car falling behind was reflected clearly in the lead car's rearview mirror. Miao Miao saw it, but wasn't worried at all. "Oh, still trying so hard to catch up. Fine, I'll give you a little hope." She calculated silently, a smirk on her lips, unable to hide her smugness. "The next section has fewer cars. Let's see how I beat you now." As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she slammed on the gas and shot forward, putting a huge distance between her and Wang Zheng's car. Witnessing her sudden move, he couldn't help but be surprised and offered Miao Miao a compliment. "Nice car and great technique. You've really opened my eyes." She didn't stop there. The car flew down the empty road easily, overtaking other vehicles. She felt incredibly talented, as proud as a peacock showing off its tail. "Behold my true power. But life has a way of knocking you down a peg." She glanced out the window and saw that Wang Zheng had somehow closed the distance. Miao Miao's eyes widened in horror, almost popping out of her skull. How is he still keeping up? She was furious, clenching her jaw in determination. Such a show-off. "Looks like I can't beat him without using this. For my dream good luck 15, I'll risk it." Without another moment of hesitation, she reached out and pressed the button to activate the special boost system. Miao Miao's car shot forward as if a rocket were attached, surpassing its normal limits. The driver behind her was dumbfounded, unable to believe she would be so reckless. Holy crap, the easy system has a feature like that. She actually dared to use it. Is the good luck 15 really that tempting to her? But after a while, she showed no signs of slowing down, and he started to get a little worried. It's already been 2 seconds at this speed. Why hasn't she stopped? Suddenly, a possibility dawned on him. Don't tell me she's lost control. In contrast to Wang Zheng's shock, Miao Miao was overflowing with confidence inside her car. 3 seconds. 4 seconds. 1 more second. Just 1 more second, and I can leave that arrogant jerk in the dust for good. However, life doesn't let anyone stay cocky for long. Suddenly, a wisp of smoke started rising from the car's engine. It was only then that Zhang Miao Miao realized the problem. Was this the limit? She panicked and slammed on the brakes. Stop the car. But it was too late. The car couldn't slow down in time, veering off course and flying straight off the road. Wang Zheng slowly pulled his car over to the side. He sat silently in his car, speechless, as he watched the accident Zhang Miao Miao had brought upon herself. The daughter of the provincial party secretary. And she's this stupid. After a few seconds, Wang Zheng had no choice but to get out and head deeper in to find her. As he walked, his eyes scanned the area. All I wanted was to win this race and get that piece of land in Zhangjiagang, disrupt the real estate market in Jiangsu, and make things difficult for her father's business. That's it. As he walked, he grumbled to himself. She doesn't even know what my goal is, risking her life over a stupid car. This is insane, an idiot like that. I don't even want to save her. Despite his non-stop complaining, he kept moving deeper in. He hadn't heard an explosion yet. That's lucky at least. The race between the two had been monitored from start to finish by a control team. Shu Kun suddenly flew into a rage, angrily slamming his fist straight into the monitoring screen on the wall. His eyes were filled with fury. Do these rich kids not care about their own lives? Seeing this, the two people behind him grew anxious. What are we going to do, Captain? His face was still stern, but he seemed to have calmed down a bit. What are you waiting for? Notify the entire team to begin the rescue operation now. Save them no matter what it takes. I'll contact the traffic department. Everyone responded in unison, their voices echoing outside the headquarters. Yes, sir. Some time passed and Wang Zheng was still wandering around, unable to find any sign of Zhang Miao Miao. Zhang Miao Miao. Zhang Miao Miao. Where are you? Just as he was wondering where she might have croaked, he suddenly caught a strange scent, the smell of gasoline. He followed the smell, pushing past a thick bush, and finally found Zhang Miao Miao's car. The once luxurious green vehicle was now nothing more than a heap of scrap metal, with smoke billowing from it, as if it were about to explode. As Wang Zheng got closer, something made his expression change in an instant. Before him, Zhang Miao Miao was lying motionless in her race car. looking as if the Grim Reaper could claim her at any second. Her condition was critical. He rushed over frantically, calling her name. Zhang Zhang Miao Miao. Hearing her name, Zhang Miao Miao managed to pry open her heavy eyelids. A stream of dark red blood trickled down from her temple, but even that couldn't stop her from running her smart mouth. You trying to summon my spirit or something? As the more mature one, Wang Zheng didn't bother arguing with the young miss of the Zheng family. He gently helped her out of the driver's seat. You're still alive. You scared the hell out of me. Her body was weak, but her words were still tough. Can't die that easily. Before I modded the car, I made sure the cockpit was reinforced. It can absorb most of the impact from an external crash. After saying that, she quickly turned her head, avoiding his gaze. Her cheeks flushed red, but she still managed to say, "But thank you for coming to save me." He didn't seem to think much of her thanks, just giving a curt, indifferent reply. Don't mention it. I'm just making sure you get back to your family alive. He turned to assess the situation inside the car. Wang Zheng's eyes glanced down and he frowned. Your leg is stuck. Relax, I'll get you out. Without waiting for a reply, he immediately ripped the car door off its hinges. A sudden wave of pain washed over her, and she couldn't hold back. A sob escaped her dry throat. Hick. Wang Zheng glanced over his voice, softening slightly. Did that hurt? Just hang in there a little longer. Tears streamed down her cheeks. It doesn't hurt. Just keep going. He gave her a confused look, not understanding her at all, but he didn't dwell on it, and continued with the rescue. Zhang Miao Miao lay still, watching his every move with a turbulent heart. That feeling of seeing a light at the end of the tunnel, it was enough to make you cry with joy. She'd always thought it seemed so fake when she saw it on TV, but now she understood. Just like any other normal person, she knew what it felt like to be afraid. The moment I regained consciousness, I thought I was going to die here tonight. I even thought I might just bleed out. While she was lost in these desperate thoughts, Wang Zheng suddenly exclaimed, "Got it." Zhang Miao Miao looked at him, her heart filled with an indescribable mix of emotions. She never expected that the man she'd only met a few times would be the one to save her and treat her so gently. He of course had no idea Zhang Miao Miao was lost in her own private thoughts, as he carefully lifted her leg out of the wreckage. Don't move, I think your femur is broken. Overwhelmed with emotion, she quickly raised a hand to hide her flowing tears, though it did little to stop them. Don't look at me. I've never cried in front of a stranger before. This is so embarrassing. Wang Zheng, however, thought it was perfectly normal and simply took out a pill. It's normal for girls to cry when they're in unbearable pain. Here, this is a special painkiller. Wang Zheng held it out to her, gently comforting the injured kitten. Take it. I'll set the bone and then I'll get you to a hospital. You'll probably be laid up for 2 months after this. This time she was as obedient as a puppy, quietly swallowing the pill he offered. A moment later, she was astonished by how quickly the medicine worked. I don't think it hurts anymore. With the wound feeling a bit better, Zhang Miao Miao's narcissistic side started to show again. You really know how to set a bone, huh? Not going to take advantage of me while you have the chance. But the author's beloved protagonist was created with high morals. Wang Zheng replied without a second thought. First, I don't know how to set a bone. I'm just stabilizing it. Second, I don't take advantage of women when they're in trouble. I'm not that kind of guy. Immediately after, he tore a long strip of fabric from his sleeve with his teeth and began to wrap it tightly around her broken femur. He thought to himself, looks like the skills I learned in the army are coming in handy. After wrapping for a moment, Wang Zheng stopped. He just realized something: the strip of cloth wasn't long enough. In the end, there was only one option. He closed his eyes and resigned himself to it, even though he really didn't want to. And I just bought this shirt. Zhang Miao Miao couldn't believe Wang Zheng would actually go this far. She was so shocked, she could only manage a single word. You. Her gaze fell to the skin, exposed by the torn shirt, and was immediately drawn to the network of scars covering his body. Why do you have so many scars? Wang Zheng, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind them. Think of them as proud trophies. They're all medals I've earned. But he couldn't stay serious for long and went right back to teasing her. What, falling for me already? Too bad. I'm not interested in you. He hit a nerve and Zhang Miao Miao's cheeks turned as red as a tomato. She stammered, I was just curious. But in her heart, she had already formed a good opinion of this man. He was nothing like the other men she'd met before. Those soft, spoiled rich boys made her sick. In no time, he had set her broken leg. When he was done, she was still staring at him, unable to look away. This man was covered in scars. What kind of story was hidden behind them? It really made one curious. Wang Zheng gently put an arm around her back and helped her sit up. All right, Miss Trong, stop spacing out. Then he effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Let's go. The movement must have jostled a wound, because she quickly reminded him, slow down, I'm still injured, you know. As she spoke, she didn't notice that she was unconsciously leaning heavily against him. At that moment, the distance between them was practically zero. He was walking when he suddenly stopped, looking at Zhang Miao Miao with a somewhat awkward expression. Let's pause for a second, Miss Trong. I want to discuss something with you. Zhang Miao Miao looked at Wang Zheng with wide-eyed innocence and replied in confusion. What is it? Just say it. Still holding her in his arms, Wang Zheng spoke in a soft voice, just loud enough for her to hear. Could we maybe not be pressed so tightly against each other? But he couldn't resist teasing her a little. It's a good thing I have steady hands, or things could have gotten complicated just now. She flinched instinctively, clutching her body and shrieking as if she had been violated. Pervert. Seeing her amusing reaction, he just let out a hearty laugh. Time flew by, and soon the sky was bathed in the warm golden light of the evening sunset. Beside the car parked on the side of the road, several other cars belonging to the search party had now appeared. A young man surveyed the surroundings for a moment before approaching Tukon to report, "Captain, the team we sent out this afternoon still hasn't reported back. The camera footage shows the owner of this car got out to rescue someone, so we can start our operation from here." The captain agreed. "That's exactly what I was thinking." As soon as he finished, he gave the order. "Everyone get down there and search. Don't come back until you find Miss Trong." Without any warning, a calm, steady male voice cut in from behind. "There's no need." All eyes simultaneously turned towards the speaker. Wang Zheng slowly approached, carrying Zhang Miao Miao in his arms. "I've brought her back. Her leg is likely broken. You should get her to a hospital for a checkup first." As soon as the captain saw her, he ran over in a panic. "My dear young miss, you scared me to death. What happened to you? What were we supposed to do?" However, Zhang Miao Miao didn't seem to think he was genuinely concerned for her life. She shot back a blunt, cold reply. "So worried about me? Then why didn't you act sooner instead of just standing around talking about it?" This left Tu Kun speechless, unsure how to respond. But deep down, he was silently cursing this young miss of the Truong family. "Do you think it's easy to gather this many people to find you? Such a typical rich kid mentality." Suddenly, Wang Zheng reached out and gently dabbed at her bleeding wound. His tone was incredibly gentle, the kind that women adore. "All right, now be a good girl and lie here. For the next month or two, don't even think about getting out of bed. Just rest and recover. And you're not allowed to drive for at least half a year." For once, she was surprisingly obedient to Wang Zheng's demands. "Fine, I'll begrudgingly listen to you this one time." However, she still wanted to add a condition. "But you have to visit me at the hospital to keep me from getting bored." Wang Zheng took out a business card and handed it to her, as if to placate this stubborn little kitten. "All right. If you get bored, just give me a call." She immediately took it, holding it up to admire it. Her eyes lit up like a child given a piece of candy, and she instantly agreed. "Okay." Night gradually fell, draping a dark cloak over a certain hospital. The light from the stairwell shone on the door to the director's office. Deji held an X-ray, continuously muttering in admiration. "This bone-setting technique is flawless. So skilled. Truly a rare talent." Across from him, Bing Hao seemed to care little about this issue. He questioned the director with a deadpan expression. "I asked about my daughter's condition, and you've been marveling at some rare talent for ages." Desi, unhurried, explained in a steady voice. "This bone-setting technique is incredibly skillful, very rare. If it weren't for the person who used this method to set her bone, she would have likely been bedridden for 5 or 6 months. Now she'll only need a month to recover." Bing Hao's expression changed slightly, a hint of curiosity about this miraculous method showing. "So, do you know this technique too?" However, he was met with a shake of the head. "I've tried it before, but unfortunately the records in the ancient texts were incomplete, so I had to give up. I never imagined there was someone in the world who actually knew how to use it. This person is an absolute expert. If only I could meet them, it would be wonderful." With nothing more to say, he stood up, preparing to leave. "If what you say is true, I would very much like to meet this person and thank them." In the hospital room, the pristine white door was closed, ensuring the privacy of the person inside. Zhang Miao Miao lay on the bed, her eyes fixed on the business card for a long time. "It hasn't even been half a day, and I'm already bored. Maybe I should call him." As her mind wandered, the card was suddenly snatched from her hand. Bing Hao, who had entered without her noticing, was now holding the business card, examining it carefully. "Who is he?" Wang Zheng." She was like a fish out of water, flailing about despite having one leg in a cast. "What, Wang Zheng? I don't know him, Dad. Give my card back," she denied vehemently. He stopped teasing his daughter and returned the card to her. "Why are you playing dumb? It's written all over your face. Now tell me, which family does he belong to have my daughter pining for him day and night?" But Zhang Miao Miao turned her face away, determined not to give him any more information about the young man. "I really don't know." Deep down, she was a little confused. "Why is Dad in such a hurry? I only just learned his name this afternoon. How would I know which family he belongs to?" Seeing her so resolute, Bing Hao didn't push. "Fine. In that case, I'll have someone investigate him immediately. He better not get any ideas about seducing my daughter. Only someone like Su Tianran is worthy of my daughter." The moment Zhang Miao Miao heard that, she shot up in bed, her voice a mix of shock and protest. "Dad, what are you doing? The person Su Tianran likes is Zhang Mingqi. Everyone in the capital knows that. How can you not know?" But despite her firm objections, the mere thought of his precious daughter in the arms of some pot-bellied old uncle was something he simply couldn't accept. "I am not being foolish. This Wang Zheng you're talking about. How could he possibly compare to the men of the Su family? To become a vice president at Zhurong, you have to be 40 or older. She quickly tried to shut down her father's strange line of thinking. Who said he's 40 or 50? Wang Zheng is 25, 26 at most. To become a vice president at that age, wouldn't you call that being young and brilliant? Bin Hao was a little surprised. If that's the case, he really is capable. This Wang Zheng. He's the one who saved you. All of Zhang Miao Miao's earlier confidence vanished in an instant, and she answered shyly, "Yes, that's right." He casually picked an apple from the fruit basket on the nearby table, feeling a bit of goodwill towards the young man named Wang Zheng. He saved you, so our Zhang family owes him a favor. How do you plan to repay him? Hearing that, Zhang Miao Miao quickly replied, "Dad, give him a plot of land, the one by Jiang Lake in Zhangjiagang." Bin Hao's gaze sharpened as he shot Zhang Miao Miao a probing look. Why? Is that what he asked for? He silently sized the young man up in his mind. Such a steep request. He's got some serious ambition. However, she was already smitten and she quickly waved her hands to explain, No, that's not it. I made a bet with him. The plot of land was the wager. She then didn't dare to meet her father's eyes. My skills weren't as good as his, so I crashed my car. He clearly could have just finished the race and left me there, but he actually stopped his car to save me, so Bin Hao seemed to understand the situation now, handing her the freshly peeled apple. So that's how it is. Alright, he can have the plot of land, but he has to bring me an approved plan and design proposal, and he'll be responsible for all the related costs. Those are my conditions. Zhang Miao Miao took the apple and took a satisfying bite. This is great. I knew you loved me the most, Dad. Unlike Mom, who's so strict with me. He turned to the fruit basket to get another one, but didn't forget to give her a little warning. Speaking of your mother, she heard you were in the hospital and postponed her survey project in Hong Kong. She's probably on a plane back right now. Zhang Miao Miao was in the middle of eating when she heard this shocking news. Her body froze as if hit by Alice's ultimate move, her face etched with worry. I'm so dead. Mom is definitely going to ground me this time. Before she could say another word, the phone in Bin Hao's pocket rang. He took out his phone and then turned to announce, "Alright, I have a committee meeting to get to. You figure out how to deal with your mother." Without waiting for a reply, he strode out and shut the door with a bang. Now that he was gone, she went back to listlessly waiting for the one she admired. Whatever, if I get grounded, I get grounded. But when is he going to visit me? Why do I keep thinking about him? Could this be love at first sight? As dawn broke, the moon gave way to the sun and golden light poured down on a certain villa. Wang Zheng was lying leisurely in bed talking on the phone. I got it. Just keep an eye on them. Don't tip our hand. I don't believe Liu Xiwei won't even meet his own daughter. Suddenly he remembered someone else. What about that reporter Chen Bowen? On the other end of the line, Wen Thao immediately reported his findings. I've already looked into him. He took 50,000 from someone to come here and cause trouble. Before he could stir up any more chaos, I already bought him off. He didn't stop there, adding, however, we still don't know who hired him to cause that scene. It was such a low-handed trick, there's no way to trace it. Wang Zheng's expression barely changed as he replied nonchalantly, I got it. Just keep watching them. As soon as he hung up, he sighed weary and troubled. This opponent is a real headache. They're constantly probing, and while they aren't using any major schemes, even a small slip-up could be enough to bring Zhurong down for good. This is the kind of person you have to be wary of. Being Shangguan Shishi's bodyguard is exhausting. The sky was blue with white clouds, and on a deserted road, a car sped along. Wang Zheng focused on the road ahead but didn't forget to get an update from Shangguan Shishi. What's Sheng Fei's ETA? Sitting in the passenger seat, Shangguan Shishi heard him and replied. She left from the capital. At her current speed, she'll probably arrive on the same day as us. But why are you coming with me to Sheng Fei's house? He didn't want to answer her question. You're so nosy. I'm your bodyguard. But in his heart, he felt the weight of an immense responsibility. It's finally time to meet her. The wife that Brother Zai loved so much. He remembered a time when he was eating with Sheng Keichao at the military camp, and Zai had told him so much about her. My wife wrote me a letter. She said she misses me a lot, and I miss her a lot too. During a patrol around some ruins, he suddenly spotted something. Sheng Keichao was being all lovey-dovey right next to him. This necklace is beautiful. She'll love it. When I get my leave, I'll buy it and send it to her. But life has a cruel sense of humor. As he lay dying, Sheng Keichao still thought of the wife waiting for him at home. Looks like I'm not going to make it back. I never got to send her this necklace. Back in the present, Wang Zheng had one hand on the steering wheel and the other on a small box beside him. Inside was the necklace his brother had entrusted to him. The car sped down the road. The journey continued with each person heading to Sheng Fei's house for their own reasons. On the road to Liren in Su Town, Wang Zheng's car sped along. He focused on the road ahead but still announced in a steady voice, "We're about an hour away from Sheng Fei's village." Shangguan Shishi turned to look at him, her eyes filled with suspicion. "Why do I get the feeling you're very familiar with this place? It's supposed to be hard to find. But you're driving like you know the way by heart." Have you been to Shengfei's hometown before? Wang Zheng jumped as if he'd been caught red-handed. He gave a slight dry cough, then quickly tried to cover his tracks. I came here for work a few years ago, that's all. But he thought to himself, after hearing Brother Zai talk about it for so many years, I could drive this road with my eyes closed. She hesitated for a moment, a hint of doubt still in her eyes. Oh, is that so? Shengfei put her suitcase down with a thud and let out a long sigh. Finally, I'm here. The scene before her left her stunned. I haven't been home in 2 years. How did our house change this much? Memories of the simple house from before flooded her mind, and she couldn't help but be shocked as she stared at the luxurious villa that stood there now. Manhua pushed the door open from inside. The moment she saw Shengfei, she called out joyfully, "My dear, you're back. Why are you standing out there? Come inside, isn't it hot?" She ran to her and threw her arms around her, sobbing. Mom, her emotions overflowed and she burst into tears. Sob, sob. Her mother quickly soothed her with a warm voice. Don't cry anymore, my sweet girl. You're finally home. I missed you to death. Shengfei took her hand, her eyes pleading. Mom, please come with me this time. Let's go live in the city. I'll take care of you. Manhua gestured toward the large house, gently refusing. We can't go. Look at our house. It's been rebuilt into such a big place, and your grandparents have both moved in. We're living such happy days, we couldn't bear to leave. She looked straight into her mother's eyes, immediately asking what had been weighing on her mind. Mom, where did the money to build the house come from? This must have cost a fortune. Her mother smiled brightly, her voice filled with pride. The more than 600,000 all came from the money you sent back. My daughter is so capable. You send over 20,000 home every month. But please don't split it into 2 transfers anymore. I have to go into town to withdraw the money and it's such a hassle. A confused look crossed her face. And she stammered, okay. I just want you and Grandma and Grandpa to live well. But a suspicion sparked in her mind. Over 20,000. My salary isn't that high. Sending money home twice. Could someone else be sending money home? Was it a mistake? But how could someone make the same mistake for so many years? Manhua noticed her standing there motionless and called out softly. All right, now hurry inside. Don't stand out here in the sun, honey. A gentle breeze drifted by, causing her mother's skirt to flutter, and Shengfei's gaze fell on the hem. She stared at it, thinking, wait a minute, the design of this dress is from an international brand's collection. She spoke up hesitantly, Mom, that dress. Her mother turned around, a small smile playing on her lips. This dress is so comfortable. You sent it last year, but I couldn't bring myself to wear it. Now that you're back, I decided to put it on. The answer only deepened Shengfei's confusion. I sent this too. When this dress was released, it cost at least over 1,000 taels of gold. Manhua took her hand and pulled her inside, urging her on. All right, what are you spacing out for? Get in the house. Your grandparents are waiting for you. Stepping into the living room, she immediately saw her grandparents and bowed her head. Grandma, Grandpa. Hong An pulled her down to sit, and immediately started playing matchmaker. Shengfei, you're back, you know. Old Fei's family from the end of the alley has asked several times. They want you to meet their son, Fei Lin. Do you remember Fei Lin? Shengfei thought back to what he was like as a kid, then replied politely, I do. The one with the runny nose. Hong An and Manhua shared a small smile. Not missing a beat, she started talking him up like he was a premium investment package. Good that you remember Shengfei. Fei Lin is working in the capital now too. I hear he's a marketing director and he earns a lot of money. They say he even has a house in the capital. Hong An continued excitedly. I think the two of you look better together every time I see you. You should meet him. We'll find a time to settle things for you two. Shengfei's eyes went wide as she blurted out. What? She quickly refused, her tone flustered but firm. Grandma, my career is really taking off right now. I don't want to think about dating, let alone getting married. Hong An shook her head vehemently, making her disapproval clear. That won't do. You're not getting any younger. Then she looked at her, her expression turning serious. That Fei Lin boy is such a great catch. You haven't seen him in 2 years. He's very handsome now. Why not just meet him once? You might even like him. Shengfei immediately waved her hands dismissively. There's no need, Grandma. I'm really not thinking about getting married early. Manhua placed a hand on her shoulder, gently persuading her. Shengfei, your grandmother already said so. Just go meet him once. Feeling cornered, she hesitated and said softly, Mom, I really... Suddenly there was a noise at the door, and Fei Lin walked in carrying 2 bags. He quickly and politely greeted everyone, Grandpa, Grandma, Auntie. As soon as he saw Shengfei, a look of surprise crossed his face. Oh, Shengfei, you're back. Shengfei tilted her head, studying him for a few seconds, before breaking into a mischievous grin. Long time no see, runny nose. Fei Lin set his bags on the floor and gave her a quick once-over. Haha, you still remember that. The runny nose is long gone. You've really changed. You've turned into a great beauty. Back then, no one would have guessed our little village could produce someone as talented as you. Shengfei poured a cup of tea for him and brought it over. She praised him sincerely. Have some tea. It's really impressive that you were able to buy a house in the capital all on your own, unlike me. I'm still staying at a friend's place. Fei Lin took the cup, then made a surprising offer. Housing prices in the capital are insane right now. Why don't you come live at my place? It's a 2-bedroom that was just renovated 3 months ago, so it's ready to move in. You could live with me, and we could look out for each other." She was stunned for a moment, then quickly refused. That wouldn't be very appropriate. Hong-an immediately jumped in, asking with a serious expression, "What's not appropriate about it?" Seeing her obvious support, he seized the opportunity to add, "That's right, what's so inappropriate? We'd each have our own room. We absolutely wouldn't be in each other's way." Sheng Fei felt the pressure mounting and could only stammer, "Well, this." In her mind, she was screaming for help. "How do I get out of this? Somebody save me." Fei Lin's eyes seemed to register her discomfort. Without waiting for an answer, he wrapped things up and quickly tried to leave. "How about this, Sheng Fei? I'll help you move when we're back in the capital. You just got home, so I won't bother you anymore. You should talk with your family." Just as he turned to go, he was stopped by Sheng Shi's voice from behind. "Hold on." The old man smiled kindly, his tone playful yet serious, leaving no room for refusal. "What's the hurry? Did you only come to talk to Sheng Fei? Don't you want to stay and chat with us old folks? Stay for dinner." Hearing that, Fei Lin turned back and immediately accepted. Since Grandpa invited me, it would be rude to say no. He smiled sheepishly, thinking to himself, "Grandpa gets me." After he sat back down, the old man spoke up, his curiosity piqued. "Come on, tell me about this house of yours," he stammered. "There's not much to tell. It's just..." Sheng Fei sighed to herself, thinking, "It's just a 2-bedroom apartment. If Fei Lin knew that in a little while I'm going to be a major shareholder of Lanhai, with assets in the trillions, would he be so embarrassed he'd want to crawl into a hole?" A moment later, Manhua's voice called from the dining room. "Come on everyone, dinner's ready. Sheng Qi, Sheng Hao, stop playing around and come eat." The table was laden with an abundance of dishes. After everyone was seated, Sheng Fei politely served food to the adults. "You've worked so hard, auntie. Please try some of my braised pork." The woman nodded in approval. "You're such a good girl. I wish you were my daughter." And then came the marriage talk that always started whenever the kids came home. "Sheng Fei, be honest. At your age, you should be looking for a boyfriend. A girl working all by herself out of town." She groaned inwardly in frustration. Can they really talk about this again? Aren't they sick of this topic? She pulled out her phone to send a frantic text, desperately calling their names in her mind. "I wonder where Shangguan Shishi and Wang Zheng are. Hurry up and save me." Just then, the doorbell rang. Sheng Fei immediately jumped to her feet. She whispered to Mai Hoa, "Mom, I think my friends are here. I'll go let them in." Wang Zheng was waiting at the gate. He and Shangguan Shishi looked at the huge house in front of them, and he couldn't help but feel impressed. This house was rebuilt beautifully. Sheng Fei rushed out of the house, throwing her arms around them and crying out joyfully, "Shangguan Shishi, Wang Zheng, you're finally here." Shangguan Shishi asked a little worried, "Is something wrong?" Fei Lin stepped out of the house and saw the friendly embrace. He immediately furrowed his brow, feeling a mix of annoyance and confusion about why there was another guy. Sheng Fei led them inside, casually draping an arm over Shangguan Shishi's shoulders. "You guys came at the perfect time." Shangguan Shishi just replied coolly, "Oh really?" Once inside, she pointed to Shangguan Shishi and made a formal introduction. "Mom, this is my best friend, Shangguan Shishi." She smiled charmingly and bowed politely. "Hello ma'am, I've heard so much about you from Sheng Fei. I've been wanting to visit for a long time." Mai Hoa looked at her with a warm, appreciative gaze. "I've heard Sheng Fei talk about you too. If it weren't for your help, I don't know how many more difficulties she would have faced. I really have to thank you for everything." Without hesitating, Sheng Fei pulled Wang Zheng forward for the next introduction. "Mom, this is Wang Zheng. He's a good friend of mine too." He gave a slight nod before speaking. "Hello, sister-in-law. I've been wanting to visit, but I just haven't had the time." Both Sheng Fei and Shangguan Shishi were stunned, the word echoing in their minds. Sister-in-law, Shangguan Shishi grabbed his arm and immediately grilled him. "Wang Zheng, what are you talking about? Why would you call her sister-in-law?" Wang Zheng broke out in a cold sweat, screaming internally, "I'm so dead. It was just a slip of the tongue. I used to call her that in front of old Sheng. It's just an old habit I can't break." He gave a forced laugh and quickly tried to cover his tracks. "Hello, ma'am. I just called you that because you look so much younger than your age. Please don't mind him." She crossed her arms and looked at him with a slight smirk. Such a smooth talker. Just then, Fei Lin stepped forward, extending a hand. "Hello," he said, immediately launching into an introduction that sounded like he was reading off a resume. "My name is Fei Lin. I was a classmate of Sheng Fei's, we work in the capital, and I currently reside in the Huayuan Chengzi complex." Wang Zheng shook his hand politely and replied quietly, "I'm Wang Zheng. I just moved to the capital for work this year. I don't have my own place yet, so you could say I'm crashing with friends. But I've never heard of the Huayuan Chengzi complex." He glanced over at Fei Lin, laughing internally. This guy is ridiculous. Who brings up where they live during an introduction? It's just an apartment, but he's acting like it's some grand achievement. Fei Lin tried to sound friendly, but he couldn't hide his desire to one-up him. "Well, you only got here this year, so you probably haven't even seen half the capital yet. It's normal not to know about it. You should come over and hang out when you're free." It's not easy for us out-of-towners working in the capital, so we should help each other out. Then, as if he were sizing up a rival, he asked curiously, "So what do you do for a living?" Wang Zheng smiled and answered casually, "I work as a security guard and a driver on the side." Fei Lin retracted his hand, a smug look spreading across his face. "Oh, is that right? Being a security guard must leave you with a lot of free time. I'm usually stuck at work until 9 or 10 p.m. Inside he was gloating. A security guard, how can he even compare to me? Shangguan Shishi had been watching all this unfold in silence, thinking to herself, why do I get the feeling this guy is trying to establish a pecking order with Wang Zheng? Could it be? Haha, this is getting interesting. Then she lightly patted his shoulder and playfully scolded him. Oh, come on, don't be so modest. You just spent over 10 million on a Maybach, and now you're pretending to be a simple security guard. Fei Lin froze his mind, reeling. What, isn't he a security guard? Did he really buy that Maybach outside? Who's telling the truth here? Who's lying? Just then, Manhua came out from the kitchen with some snacks. All right, come sit down and talk. Try some of these peanuts. They were just harvested this year and made with our family's secret recipe. Wang Zheng shelled one and popped it in his mouth, giving a thumbs up as he chewed. Delicious, he praised. Inwardly, his heart stirred. This flavor. It's exactly the same as the one Sister Sheng Keichao used to send to Brother Sheng. Shangguan Shishi glanced at him, puzzled. Why is he so excited about peanuts? She popped one into her mouth as well. The moment the flavor hit her tongue, her eyes widened and she blurted out, "Wow, this is delicious." Hong An sat down beside them, looking at the two with a fond expression. Shangguan Shishi Wang Zheng. I can tell just by looking that you're both good kids. Knowing Sheng Fei has friends like you really puts my mind at ease. Fei Lin immediately scooted over to sit beside her, flipping on his emergency suck-up mode. Grandma, I'm here too. I'll take even better care of her from now on. When I have some time, I'll bring you and Grandpa to the capital for a visit. His point-scoring tactics seemed to work as the grandmother immediately turned to Sheng Fei. All right, Sheng Fei, you see Fei Lin is truly sincere about you. Besides, you two have known each other since you were kids. No matter how I look at it, you're a perfect match. She sat bolt upright and looked at her grandmother seriously. Grandma, please stop pushing me. I'll be honest with you. I already have a boyfriend. Both Hong An and Fei Lin looked as if they'd been turned to stone. Their silent reaction flustered Sheng Fei, who muttered to herself, is that it? But I haven't had my fill of watching Fei Lin get jealous of Wang Zheng yet, so she decisively pointed a finger at Wang Zheng and announced clearly, it's him. Enjoying his snack, Wang Zheng heard his name called and sighed internally. Oh God, not again. Can you please stop doing this? Everywhere I go, I end up being a human shield. He sat there frozen like a wooden statue, silently weeping on the inside. Everyone's staring. Even Sheng Fei is staring at me. This is so annoying. Sheng Fei glanced at Shangguan Shishi, as if asking for permission. Can I borrow him? Shangguan Shishi, perfectly in sync, made an OK sign with her hand, as if they'd rehearsed it. Okay. They both turned to Wang Zheng, simultaneously, their eyes sparkling, practically begging him. Please help us out. He closed his eyes and sighed. Then he suddenly took Sheng Fei's hand. Wang Zheng smiled obediently, enunciating every word perfectly, as if reading from a script. Grandma, ma'am, allow me to be honest. Sheng Fei and I have been together for over half a year. She wanted to wait a bit longer before bringing me home to introduce me to everyone, but I happened to be passing through the area for a business trip, so I took the opportunity to come and say hello. Sheng Fei subtly tried to pull her hand away, shooting him a look that said, let go. Wang Zheng shot her a look back as if to say, don't move. This makes it look more believable. Inwardly, he was gloating. I'm not one to take advantage of people, but I can't even hold her hand. Then he turned back to Hong An, lowering his voice as if making a heartfelt confession. Grandma, I know you care for Sheng Fei the most and always worry about her being out on her own. I hope you can rest assured now. She is. Sheng Fei shot him a subtle glare, thinking angrily, why does he have to make it sound so cringy? Is he trying to get revenge on me? Hong An's eyes crinkled as she smiled, her voice filled with both joy and a hint of something deeper. Good boy. I'm starting to like you more and more. With Sheng Fei in your hands, I can finally rest easy. Fei Lin, sitting off to the side, scowled as he watched the situation turn on a dime. What the hell was going on? A bitter taste filled his mouth so acrid he could barely swallow. Wasn't Grandma on my side? Why the sudden change? Was this Sheng Fei's plan all along? Was hiding her boyfriend from the start just a ploy to humiliate me? He glared at the two of them, acting all lovey-dovey, seething with frustration. Ever since they revealed their relationship, they hadn't stopped making goo-goo eyes at each other. It was infuriating. Without another word, he shot to his feet, fuming. Not wanting to stay a second longer, he said his goodbyes with a sharp edge to his voice. Grandma, it's getting late. I'll be going now. His blood was boiling as he gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. I've never been this embarrassed in front of so many people. I'm so pissed. Just a moment ago she was on Fei Lin's side, but now she'd completely changed her tune and was waving him goodbye. Fei Lin, dear, don't be sad. I'll introduce you to a nice girl later. Fei Lin turned and left, his heart filled with resentment, vowing not to let this go. Just you wait. I don't care if you're a security guard or the owner of that luxury car. Once you're back in the capital, you'll see what I'm made of." The clock now read 8:30 in the evening. Manhua emerged from Pepe, gently reminding her, "Mom, it's getting late. You should go get some rest. We can talk more tomorrow." Hong An chuckled warmly, her voice full of regret. "Oh, my time flies, doesn't it? I feel like I haven't had nearly enough time to chat with my grandson-in-law." Wang Zheng swallowed hard, managing only a forced smile. "Grandson-in-law, isn't that moving a little fast? I used to be Miss Sheng's head of security." Hong An lingered for a moment longer before suddenly dropping an awkward question. "Grandson-in-law, let me ask you, are you and Sheng Fei living together?" He thought about the house the three of them currently shared and answered without realizing the misunderstanding it would cause. "Yes, ma'am, we live together." She covered her mouth with a wide delighted smile and let out a little "oh" of excitement. Sheng Fei felt a flush of heat and shot up to her feet hastily, explaining, "Grandma, don't listen to his nonsense. We're both just living at Shangguan Shishi's house, not in the same room." After a while, seeing that everyone was still sitting around Hua smiled and urged them again. "Why? Are you all still here chatting? Sheng Fei, Wang Zheng, you two should go get some rest. The bedroom is on the east side and Shangguan Shishi is in the room on the west side of the second floor. I've already had both rooms prepared." Sheng Fei nearly screamed. Fuming, she protested. "Mom, how could you do this too? They aren't staying here tonight," her mother asked in surprise. Why not?" She quickly tried to think of an excuse. Something came up at the company. Wang Zheng and Shangguan Shishi have to rush back. They only managed to stop by for a little while. She frowned, thinking to herself, "There's absolutely no way I'm sharing a roof with a wolf in sheep's clothing like Wang Zheng." Manhua tilted her head, looking at him as if for confirmation. Is that right, Wang Zheng? I can't believe I'm going to be sharing a room with this beastly man, Wang Zheng." Manhua tilted her head to look at him, as if seeking confirmation. Is that so, Wang Zheng?" Wang Zheng shook his head repeatedly, deliberately contradicting Sheng Fei. "Auntie, that's not it at all. I've already handled everything." He thought to himself with a smirk, "You girls used me once. You think I wouldn't get a little something out of it. You want to kick me out. Not a chance." Sheng Fei quickly cut in, desperately trying to use Shangguan Shishi as a shield. "Mom, don't listen to Wang Zheng's nonsense. They really do have something to do. If you don't believe me, ask Shangguan Shishi." Sheng Fei clasped her hands together, her expression pleading as if to say, "Shangguan Shishi, please help me out here." The memory of Wang Zheng's threatening text message flashed through her mind, putting her in an incredibly difficult position. After weighing the pros and cons, Shangguan Shishi decided to betray her best friend to save herself. "Auntie, there's nothing going on. All the work at the company has been taken care of. We're staying here tonight." Maihua's face immediately broke into a satisfied smile. "Good. Then my efforts in preparing the rooms for you weren't wasted. Come on, I'll show you to your room." By the time Wang Zheng entered Sheng Fei's room, the clock already pointed to 9:30. His eyes scanned over the family portrait placed by the bed. Sheng Fei propped herself up on her hands and looked at him sprawled out on her bed, her voice laced with annoyance. "How long do you plan on staying in my room? What will it take for you to agree to switch rooms with Shangguan Shishi?" Wang Zheng tilted his head and looked at her feigning innocence as he asked, "Why would I have to switch rooms with Shangguan Shishi?" The next second, he provoked her by stretching his arms and legs out, completely taking over the bed. "This room is amazing. The bed is so big and soft and there's a beauty right next to me. And if we switch rooms secretly, we'd have to wait until the elders are asleep. That's way too much trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, a pillow came flying straight at his face. Sheng Fei plopped down on the bed in a huff, shooting him a razor-sharp glare. "Stop messing around. When are you going to repay the favor for me helping you?" Wang Zheng grinned and raised his hands as if in surrender. "All right, for the great beauty Sheng Fei, I'll compromise. But you made me pretend to be your boyfriend, so you have to give me some sort of benefit, right? Once I get what I want, I'll leave immediately." She instantly became guarded, crossing her arms tightly over her chest. "What kind of benefit? Don't push your luck." He suddenly sat up, moving closer to her. Sheng Fei's face went pale, and she stammered in panic. What are you trying to do?" Wang Zheng let out a mischievous laugh and laid out a condition so bizarre it was hard to believe. "Whoa, what are you thinking? You've got a dirty mind. I'm just very curious. What's your bra size? Tell me and I'll switch rooms." Sheng Fei remained in her defensive posture, her eyes wide as she exclaimed, She quickly pulled a pillow to her chest and asked sheepishly, "Why? Why would you want to ask that?" He casually leaned back on the bed and tossed out a taunt. "If you don't want to say, then forget it. I guess I'm free for the night. Wifey, let's go to sleep." She frowned slightly, her tone conceding but still wary. "If I tell you, you'll really switch rooms." Wang Zheng laced his hands behind his head, closed his eyes, and let out a casual, Sheng Fei's cheeks turned bright red. She hesitated for a long time before she could finally get a word out. She clutched the pillow tightly and then suddenly shouted, "No way, I can't say it." Seeing her flustered reaction, Wang Zheng covered his mouth and laughed in amusement. "Haha." He sat up, raising an eyebrow in compromise. All right, I won't force you anymore. Look how red your face is. Sheng Fei was so angry she clenched the pillow in her hands and yelled, "Wang Zheng, you bastard!" The pillow shot towards him, but Wang Zheng leaned to the side, dodging it just in time. It flew a little too far, knocking the picture frame on the nightstand to the ground with a clatter. He turned his head and looked at her with a resentful expression. "I was just kidding, and you actually hit me." He then bent down to pick up the fallen frame. After examining it for a moment, he nodded in approval. "The quality is pretty good. It's not broken." Wang Zheng's hand gently brushed over the face of the man in the photo, and his voice suddenly turned serious. "Your father was very handsome when he was young." Sheng Fei's eyes fell, her hands unconsciously, tightening their grip. "But he's gone now." There was an incident during a training exercise. An image from his memory suddenly surfaced. He frowned and asked himself, "An incident?" He turned to look at her, a rare hint of sincerity in his eyes. "Sheng Fei, when we have time, there's a place I want to take you." She hesitated for a moment, her gaze wavering slightly, before she gave a small nod. "Okay, but Wang Zheng, there's something I want to talk to you about. I have so many questions in my heart, and I think you're the only one who can answer them." Wang Zheng agreed without a second thought. "Go on," she said. Sheng Fei tried to piece everything together in his head. "Wang Zheng, I know you're not just a simple bodyguard. There's more to you than you let on, and you even managed to make luxury brand clothing." His jaw dropped, looking just like a thief caught in the act. "Huh, you figured it out. My major is fashion design. This outfit was a gift from a friend. I'm pretty casual about what I wear." Sheng Fei suddenly moved closer, her eyes locked on him as she pressed, "The dress my mother is wearing. You gave it to her, didn't you?" Wang Zheng and Sheng Fei stared at each other as if trying to read the other's mind. After a moment of silence, he gave a slight nod, admitting it. "Yes, it was me. I didn't think you'd be so perceptive." She tilted her head slightly, a sharp glint in her eyes. "It's not about being perceptive. Who do you know who would send a designer dress to someone living in the countryside, the 20,000 you send every month? That's from you too, isn't it? Why?" He casually cleaned his ear as if he couldn't be bothered to hide it anymore. "So it's all out in the open." Sheng Fei held up her hand, ticking off each piece of undeniable evidence with her fingers. "You're being so obvious. Did you think I was an idiot? The way you carve duck is just like my father. Then you called my mother sister-in-law. And also..." Before she could finish, Wang Zheng cut her off, holding his hands up in surrender. All right, I admit it. I knew your father." Sheng Fei gently tugged on his sleeve, her gaze filled with an indescribable sadness. "Then tell me, my father, did he really die in an accident?" Wang Zheng gently tightened his grip on the picture in his hand. He had originally planned to find the right time to tell her later. He looked at the man in the picture, his expression darkening as old memories flooded back. "The truth is, Brother Sheng and I were comrades in arms. He was one of China's most elite special forces soldiers. He was the best on the team." He gently brushed his hand over the photo, his voice filled with waves of regret. "How could a man like him die in some pointless accident? He sacrificed himself on the battlefield to save me. Without him, I wouldn't be here." Sheng Fei wiped away a tear that had just escaped and asked immediately, "The place you said you wanted to take me, is that where you mean?" Wang Zheng looked her straight in the eye, his gaze firm. "The battlefield." The clock on the wall quietly struck 11:30 p.m. In the empty hallway, Shangguan Shishi pressed her ear against the door, eavesdropping. She held her breath as if afraid of being heard, and muttered, "It's so late, and he still hasn't switched rooms with me. Are they really going to sleep together? Let's have a listen." Suddenly, with a soft click, the door swung open, causing Shangguan Shishi to lose her balance and fall right into Wang Zheng with a yelp. He froze for a few seconds, looking at her with confusion. "Shangguan, Shishi, what are you doing here all of a sudden?" Feeling lonely, her face turned beet red, and she shouted to hide her embarrassment. "You're the lonely one. I just came to see why you hadn't come over yet." Her voice trailed off as her eyes accidentally glanced down at his hand, which was in a sensitive spot. "Huh." A second later she shrieked, covered her chest, and bolted back into the room like a tornado. "You pervert, Sheng Fei. Get him out of here." Sheng Fei gently pushed the door closed and said politely, "Good night." From outside, Wang Zheng's calm voice replied, "Good night." He looked down at his own hand, unable to resist a silent comment to himself. Not as good as Han Xingye's, but still pretty nice. The next morning, a new day began peacefully. Manhua's gentle voice called out from the front yard, "These are peanuts and sweet potatoes. Don't be shy. Take some more." Shangguan Shishi quickly replied, "Auntie, this is more than enough, really." The old woman looked at the two of them, getting ready to leave, her expression reluctant, not wanting to say goodbye. "You're leaving already. You only stayed for 1 day. Sheng Fei frowned at her mother and explained, "Mom, I told you they have urgent business to attend to." As they reached the car, Wang Zheng turned and waved. "Goodbye, Auntie." Shangguan Shishi beamed, waving her hand enthusiastically. "Auntie, we'll come visit again next time." The car started on its way back to the city. Not long after they left, Shangguan Shishi's nosiness flared up. "Hey, Wang Zheng, what happened between you and Sheng Fei last night? Come on, tell me. The way Sheng Fei was looking at you this morning was different." She grabbed Wang Zheng's sleeve, pulling and shaking it like a child begging for candy. Tell me please, I'm dying of curiosity. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his face tense. Can you stop fooling around? I'm driving. Suddenly, a stern voice boomed from a loudspeaker. Vehicle ahead, pull over. Their car hadn't stopped yet and continued forward. The deep male voice came from the speaker again. This time, it was a clear command. I repeat, reduce your speed. Stop the vehicle. Wang Zheng frowned, looking ahead, wondering. What's going on? Wang Zheng and Shangguan Shishi both got out of the car. She looked ahead, her eyes filled with a mix of confusion and worry. Is there a problem? Hongqi stomped onto the pavement with powerful strides, his face colder than ice, and he was even carrying a piece. Seeing this, Shangguan Shishi couldn't help but whisper in fear. Who in the world did we manage to piss off? Wang Zheng stood still, his expression calm as if completely unaffected by the intimidating aura. Who knows? Maybe we accidentally stepped on some snake's tail. Hongqi stopped right in front of him, his sharp gaze locked on his target. Your name is Wang Zheng. He tilted his head slightly, the corner of his mouth twitching into a smirk of indifference. So what? Suddenly, he raised his gun and smashed it against the car window with a loud bang, then roared, You're the one I'm looking for. Shangguan Shishi immediately shrieked when she saw her beloved car get damaged. My window, the sound of a car door slamming, echoed. She yelled furiously, Who are you? What do you think you're doing? Even if you're an officer, you can't just smash my car. Hongqi's brow furrowed, and he shot her a contemptuous glance. Who am I? Major of the Gongsu Army Garrison Regiment. Zhang Hongqi. Zhang Miao Miao's older brother. Wang Zheng calmly put his hands in his pockets, his tone nonchalant. The provincial secretary's son, what business do you have with me? He gritted his teeth and suddenly grabbed him by the collar. Don't play dumb with me. If you hadn't raced my sister, her leg wouldn't be broken. Today, I'm going to make you feel the same pain my sister went through. Shangguan Shishi panicked, rushing towards them while protesting indignantly. What do you know? It was clearly Zhang Miao Miao who dragged Wang Zheng into that race. She started playing dirty because she couldn't win. Wang Zheng even saved her from danger. Her eyes filled with fear as she recalled what happened. If it weren't for Wang Zheng, she could have. Before she could finish her sentence, Hongqi shoved her hard, growling out each word. Get out of my way. And stop screaming in my ear. She cried out in pain. Shangguan Shishi, now on the ground, glared up at him furiously and shouted, Zhang Hongqi, you pushed me today, and I bet you I can have your own unit arrest you tomorrow. He jutted his chin out, looking at Wang Zheng with a challenging expression. On Gongsu's turf, no one dares to touch me. Wang Zheng tightened his grip on the hand, holding him, his eyes darkening. Zhang Hongqi, you're way too arrogant. The son of the provincial party secretary is indeed powerful, but that doesn't give you the right to destroy other people's property without getting the facts straight. This window, how are you going to compensate me for it? Hongqi didn't say another word, simply lunging forward with his fist, roaring arrogantly. Compensate. Let's see if you can even keep your life first. Wang Zheng easily dodged the blow and let out a cold, roguish laugh. You want to fight? Let's fight. The very next second, after a quiet warning, he landed a punch in the man's gut. All right, here I come. Wang Zheng watched him clutch his stomach and grimace and couldn't help but feel surprised. What's going on? I actually feel pain from just one of his hits. Hongqi charged again, this time clearly more on guard as he thought to himself. This guy is no pushover. I can't underestimate him. Hongqi slid forward, full of fighting spirit with only one thought in his mind. I need to end this quick. Let's see you handle this move. The subordinates standing nearby cheered excitedly as if they were watching a prize fight. The captain's making his move. Watch closely. The captain hasn't fought in a long time. Knowing him, he'll definitely use all his strength to crush his opponent. How is that possible? Just a second later, the whole group stared with wide-eyed disbelief. He dodged it. Wang Zheng had once again easily evaded the attack. He placed a hand lightly on the man's shoulder and gave a mocking smirk. That was a nasty move. If that had hit me, the rest of my life would have been worse than death. Hongqi's face was filled with rage. He stared daggers at him and hissed out a single word. You. Without hesitation, Wang Zheng spun around and slammed a vicious elbow into his chest. Right back at you. The powerful blow sent Hongqi flying backward like a kite with a snapped string. Captain, the subordinates screamed in horror. Seeing him lying motionless, they scrambled over frantically calling his name. Captain, 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 can you hear me? The captain's breathing is getting weak. How could he be so ruthless to our captain? Immediately after, they all raised their guns. The barrels of their guns were all pointed straight at Wang Zheng. One of them roared in anger. You dare beat our captain into this state. Don't even think about leaving here today. Wang Zheng pulled his hands from his pockets, acting like a wrongly accused villain. Are your eyes just for decoration? Which one of you saw me hit him? He clearly hit me first. Yi Ran masterfully played the blame game. So what? You're not hurt, but our captain is. The pitiful state of Hongqi didn't need to be described. He turned to command the soldiers. 5 of you take the captain to the nearest hospital. The rest of you stay here with me. With half of his soldiers remaining, he confidently spat out a threat. Let's see who can take this gun from me. Wang Zheng sighed, looking exasperated, and revealed a secret. You probably don't know this, but I really hate it when people from my own country point a gun at me. As soon as he finished speaking, a gun barrel was pressed against his chest. Talk about being careful what you wish for. Yi Ran tightened his finger on the trigger, asking callously, "What's that got to do with me?" Wang Zheng casually grabbed the barrel of the gun, then kindly adjusted it to point directly at his own heart, challenging his opponent. "If you're willing to take responsibility, then go ahead and shoot." On top of that, Wang Zheng even offered some legal advice. "But I don't think Zhang Hongqi will cover for you when he wakes up. What do you think happens to a soldier who attacks an innocent civilian 20-30 years in prison?" He sounded confident when he was yelling, but at the mention of the cops, Yi Ran began to hesitate. Wang Zheng raised one finger, deciding to strike while the iron was hot. "In my opinion, all soldiers of Huaxia are family. Unless absolutely necessary, I don't want to fight my own family. I'll give you 5 seconds. Get out of my way." 1. Not wanting to waste any more time with this group, Wang Zheng raised another finger. 2. The sound of the countdown echoed in the soldier's ears, making him quickly calculate the risks in his head. He's right. If I shoot with the captain's personality, he won't protect me. He might even blame me. Finally, as the word 3 rang out, Yi Ran lowered his gun. He had the will, but not the nerve, so he silently consoled himself. "I can't gamble with my own future." Wang Zheng was satisfied with this outcome. He suddenly clapped his chest and offered another reminder. "I used to be a soldier. Lieutenant, let me tell you something, and you better remember it. Never point a gun at a fellow comrade." Ignoring whether the man heard a single word, he quickly turned and walked toward his car. "Shangguan Shishi, let's go." "Okay," she immediately called out without hesitation. He hadn't taken more than a few steps when Hai Ming suddenly raised his gun. "The captain ended up like this. How can we just let him go? Whether you shoot or not, we can just pin some crime on him, right?" Yi Ran spun around instantly, then threw his arms out in a panic to stop him. "Zhao Hai Ming, stop." It all happened in a flash. A loud bang echoed, startling the nearby birds into a frenzy. Fresh blood dripped, drop by drop next, to the assault rifle lying abandoned on the ground. He grimaced, clutching his blood-soaked arm and letting out a long, pained scream. The gunshot made Hai Ming's hand tremble, but Wang Zheng remained cold, still in the posture of having pulled the trigger. He handled it decisively, then immediately opened his car door, not forgetting to toss back a warning, "Don't provoke me." The black sedan quickly left the obstacle behind, continuing its interrupted journey. They had only driven a short distance when Shangguan Shishi turned to him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "That was so cool when you shot just now. You're such an amazing shot from that far away." Wang Zheng kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead and said bluntly, "There's nothing to praise about that. If he wasn't a Huaxian soldier, my last shot would have taken his hand clean off." His words sobered her up and she grew worried. "Well, now you've made an enemy of Zhang Hongqi. What if he comes to the capital to cause trouble for you later?" As soon as she finished speaking, a large broad hand reached out to pat Shangguan Shishi on the head, as if to reassure her. Wang Zheng had always been quite confident in his own abilities. "Don't worry, Zhang Hongqi won't be getting out of bed for at least half a year. His sternum is fractured and his lungs are severely injured. It won't be easy for him to recover." The phone beside them suddenly buzzed, interrupting their conversation. It seemed to be good news as she smiled brightly the whole time. That's great. Okay, I got it." As soon as she hung up, Shangguan Shishi couldn't help but shout, "Wang Zheng, they found Lu Si. Wei Wen is arranging for people to secretly bring him back from Italy." Before he could react, she poured a bucket of cold water on the news, but he still refuses to talk. Wei Wen interrogated him, but couldn't get any information out of him. Wei Wen said we should go back and handle him. In any case, the first half of the news was enough to satisfy Wang Zheng. "All right, let's head back now. We can't delay for a second." He didn't hesitate to slam his foot on the gas, and the car shot forward with a screech. The bright sun beat down on the towering skyscrapers. Wen Tao quickly stepped out with a radiant smile when he saw the two familiar figures. "Vice President Wang, you two are finally back." He gestured towards the man sitting nearby and introduced him respectfully. "Vice President Wang, this is Lu Shiwei." Shiwei looked directly at Wang Zheng with a determined gaze. His voice didn't waver in the slightest. "Vice President Wang, it doesn't matter who you send. Like I said, I don't know anything." Wang Zheng gently waved his hand, signaling for the others to leave them for a moment. So stubborn. "Shangguan Shishi Wen Tao, you two head out first." The door slid shut with a soft click, leaving only the two of them in the room. He sat in the chair opposite him and immediately went on the offensive, introducing himself. "My name is Wang Zheng. I've just been appointed vice president of Zhurong International. Pardon me for getting straight to the point. Why did you leave Zhao Li Company in the first place?" Liu Shiwei's face twisted with annoyance. "Why should I tell you?" Wang Zheng was completely unfazed, calmly taking a sip of water. After setting the cup down, he fixed the man opposite him with a sharp, cold stare. "I really don't understand what you gained from Zhurong's downfall. The chip at Zhao Li was obviously your doing. Otherwise, why would you suddenly quit a high-paying job?" "To escape to Italy," he answered with a shrug, his tone flat. "I went to Italy to take care of my daughter who's in college there. There's no other reason." Wang Zheng tapped his fingers on the table. "I can see you're a man with a high IQ, but people with high IQs often have low EQs. Or to put it another way, when faced with a critical choice, you make irrational decisions. Liu Shiwei's pride was stung, and he shot up from his seat, his eyes blazing. I've always been rational, Wang Zheng spoke softly, his tone laced with sarcasm. Is that so, huh? So why is it that as soon as someone offered you a small benefit, you didn't hesitate to betray the very company that trained you? The man took a deep breath, trying to suppress his emotions, then let out a hollow laugh to mask his anxiety. I can see you're just trying to set a trap for me to walk into. I won't fall for it. Wang Zheng leaned forward, his eyes sharp enough to pierce through every thought. Or perhaps the reason you betrayed them was because of your daughter. The moment the words left his mouth, Liu Shiwei's composure was visibly shaken. Wang Zheng remained calm, placing both hands on the table completely open. I used to be in the special forces. I'm very experienced in interrogation, and even better at reading facial expressions. Wang Zheng tilted his head, his sharp voice tearing away the last layer of disguise. I've asked you a total of 7 questions so far, and your expression was different for every single one. A long sigh escaped him as if concluding a final judgment. Honestly, I don't even need to consider your answers. Your face has already told me everything. Mr. Liu, you're a very straightforward person. Can you tell me everything now? Liu Shiwei lowered his head slightly, his heart in turmoil. After a long internal struggle, he sighed and shook his head. I have nothing to say. Without hesitation, Wang Zheng pushed a photograph across the table toward him. Mr. Liu, this is your daughter who's studying at a university in Italy, isn't it? As soon as he saw the person in the photo, Liu Shiwei lost his composure and cried out, Jing Jing. The color drained from his face and his angry voice was laced with an undeniable fear. You're following my daughter. Don't you dare touch her. She's my everything. Wang Zheng didn't answer, instead presenting another piece of evidence. In the beginning, those people used your daughter to threaten you, forcing you to leave the country. Right, take a look at this. Photos of Jing Jing being followed were spread out before him, sending Liu Shiwei into a panic. Who are these people? He glanced at the man for a moment before answering his question. Obviously, they're the ones using your daughter to control you. If you tried anything funny, your daughter would lose her life. Liu Shiwei slammed both hands on the table in distress. Why? Why would they do that? Wang Zheng picked up a photo and tore it in half in front of him. Don't be so pessimistic. You're lucky you ran into me. I've already taken care of these potential threats for you. Liu Shiwei stared at him, his eyes still filled with suspicion. Since it was just the two of them in the room, he didn't hesitate to ask directly. Consider it a favor in return. Tell me, why didn't they just deal with you directly? Why use your daughter to threaten you? What secret are you hiding? The man bowed his head, staring intently at the table. I possess the technology related to the filter core. I know how to turn a consumable filter core into a non-consumable one that can be used forever. That's what they want. Wang Zheng slid his hands into his pockets, a casual look on his face. A non-consumable product. If the filter core became non-consumable, Zhao Li Company would definitely go out of business, and Zhu Rong Company would also be affected. It seems you're well aware of the matters concerning the Mediao water purifier. Liu Shiwei suddenly fell silent, saying nothing more. Wang Zheng snapped his fingers and made a suggestion. Stopping halfway, after you've already started talking, is really frustrating. Why don't you look at this, then decide whether you want to continue? The door suddenly clicked open. The man was stunned by the abrupt turn of events. How? How is this possible? Liu Shiwei was speechless, seeing his daughter standing right in front of him. Jing Jing, why are you here? Jing Jing looked at him with glistening tear-filled eyes, her voice choked with emotion as she called out, Dad. Then she rushed forward, throwing her trembling arms around him. Liu Shiwei, both moved and bewildered, turned to look at Wang Zheng. What do you people want? He slowly walked toward them and reassured him. You see, I can protect your daughter, so you don't have to worry anymore. He then held up his fingers, one for each of his demands. As for my conditions, they're very simple. First, you work for Zhu Rong. I will protect your daughter. Second, tell me everything you know. I want to find out who's behind all of this. After a few seconds of thought, Liu Shiwei nodded. Fine, I agree. He then turned back to his daughter, his gaze softening with immense love. As long as my daughter is safe, I'll do anything. A faint yet meaningful smile curved Wang Zheng's lips. It really saves time talking to someone with a high IQ. Don't worry, Zhu Rong won't treat you poorly. With that, he turned and walked out, not forgetting to give instructions to Assistant Wei. I'll leave the rest to you. Wen Tao bowed his head respectfully to accept the order. Rest assured, Vice President Wang, everything will go smoothly. Shangguan Shishi smiled brightly and looked at him with a grateful expression. I have to thank you once again. Wang Zheng rubbed his nose, a mix of pride and playfulness on his face. Don't be so formal. I am the Vice President of Zhu Rong, after all. Right. By the way, has your father's condition improved? The outcome of this situation is still uncertain. We could be up against a powerful opponent. Her expression fell, worry evident in her eyes. There's been no change. He's still relying on an IV to stay alive. I just hope he won't be like this forever. He placed a hand on her head, stroking it gently as if comforting a child. Everything will be all right. I'm always here for you. Let's hurry and get everything sorted out before your father wakes up and make Ju Rong even stronger. Shangguan Shishi's face suddenly flushed red with shyness, muttering almost to herself, Wang Zheng, thank you. It's really good to have you by my side. Wang Zheng cupped a hand to his ear, pretending he couldn't hear her. What was that? So you're saying I'm the most handsome man in the world? She stomped hard on his foot, giving him an adorable pout. Her serious expression lasted all of 3 seconds before she turned to leave, tossing over her shoulder, I'm heading to work. He watched her walk away, looking completely bewildered, and muttered to himself, man, I'll never understand women. Just then, the phone in his pocket started buzzing. He glanced at the screen. The caller ID showed Zhang Mingqi. A few hours later, at the Shilan Business Center, a waiter approached, placing the dishes on their table with a warm voice. Here you are. Wang Zheng grimaced as if he were being tortured, letting out a long sigh. I guess I just wasn't born to be part of the upper class. Having to eat in a suit and mind my table manners. This is just too much for me. This place is nothing like Silvercrest Mountain, where you can just eat however you want. Minchi, who was in the middle of eating, suddenly paused. She looked up at him, her eyes narrowing slightly, before a gentle smile formed on her lips. To each their own. Or maybe once you get used to this, you'll find street food boring. Just look around. How many people in this restaurant do you think grew up eating street food? With that, she went back to enjoying her meal. But Wang Zheng was still grumbling. Then they're all just a bunch of phonies. Not like me, I'm always true to myself. If a beautiful lady hadn't invited me, I would never set foot in a place like this. Mingqi's expression faltered for a moment, but she quickly changed the subject. Please don't say that. I asked you here to report on the Illusion Diamond project. Wang Zheng was taken aback for a second, then just nodded repeatedly. Right. She sat up straight, her presentation smooth and articulate, a clear sign of how well prepared she was. In the capital, I've already secured 14 prime locations. Once we finalize the leases, we can begin renovations. As for promotion, we'll need to run ads in newspapers and magazines with significant discounts to compete with the Su family's diamond brand. She spoke fluidly every word, showcasing her sharp vision and profound expertise. Even though the Su family's diamond sales are stable for now, this is a competitive market. Not even Su Tiantian herself will be able to hold out for long. Wang Zheng rested his chin on his hand, watching her completely mesmerized. He couldn't help but think, she truly lives up to her title as the chairwoman of the Lanhai Group. When it comes to business, she's like a completely different person. He had no idea that from behind a scorching gaze was locked onto them. Watching them, Su Tianran felt a wave of irritation rise in his throat and thought, I can't believe I'm seeing Minqi here. Is she on a date with Wang Zheng, laughing and talking with him? How shameless. Just then, Haixing walked in cheerfully, calling out with a bright smile, Su Tianran, I'm back. When he didn't respond and instead shot to his feet, she asked with concern, what are you looking at? Without a word, he strode towards Wang Zheng's table. She scrambled to follow, calling out after him, Su Tianran, where are you going? Su Tianran slammed his hand down on the table with a loud thud. He shot a glance at Wang Zheng, a provocative smirk playing on his lips. Well, what a coincidence. Running into you here of all places. Wang Zheng leaned back in his chair, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. What a coincidence indeed. Mingqi and I were just having a meal. I didn't expect to see Mr. Su. Without waiting for an invitation, Su Tianran pulled up a chair and sat down next to Mingqi. Since fate brought us together, why don't the four of us just share this table? He shot a sideways glance at Haixing, then pointed a dismissive finger at her. I'll agree to share a table with you, but I don't want her here. She glared at him, clearly annoyed, thinking to herself, and you think I want to be here with you? You broke my belt last time and I haven't even gotten you back for that yet. Still, she silently thanked him because of that embarrassing incident. Old Master Su holds me in high regard now. She recalled the praise Fu Hua had given her. Haixing is very perceptive. She bravely stood up for Su Tianran at a critical moment. Very good. I like you a lot. Wang Zheng crossed his arms, looking at her with a puzzled expression. He scoffed to himself. I insult her to her face, and she can still smile. The more I look at this woman, the more I can't stand her. Just then, Su Tianran raised his wineglass and called out Mr. Wang. He offered a slight smile and spoke on Haixing's behalf. What happened last time was just Haixing being a little impulsive. Please accept this drink as my apology. It's your first time in the capital. Let's just put it behind us and start fresh. It's always good to have one more friend. Wang Zheng immediately put up a hand to stop him, bluntly refusing the gesture. I don't get it. My Illusion Diamond is in direct competition with your company. We're rivals fighting for market share. Why would we be friends? Su Tianran kept the glass extended, continuing patiently. Business is business, and friendship is friendship. The two don't have to mix. But Wang Zheng made his unyielding stance perfectly clear. Then I'm sorry, but I can't pretend to be something I'm not. Su Tianran's face instantly darkened, his lip curling in a displeased sneer. You're a very straightforward man, Mr. Wang. Truly. Interesting. With that, he stood up, smoothed out his jacket, and made his exit. I just remembered I have something to take care of. I won't disturb you two any further. He pulled out an invitation card, placing it on the table as if he had just remembered something. Oh, that's right. He looked at Mingqi, his voice sincere and hopeful. My grandfather's birthday is on the 21st of next month. Mingqi, you have to be there. As soon as the words were out, Su Tianran turned and left, with Haixing scrambling to keep up. Su Tianran, slow down. Wait for me. Mingqi held the invitation, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. Old Master Su's birthday party. Wang Zheng, do you think I should go? Nearby, a man named Yan bumped into the waiter Yongqiang, but instead of apologizing, he roared, "It's scalding hot, you idiot. You're dead." The surrounding guests began to stare and whisper. What's going on? Looks like that waiter accidentally spilled something on him. Still, there's no need to act like that. That guy's a real jerk. Terrified, Yongqiang knelt at the man's feet. I'm sorry, sir, it was an accident. Just then, Wang Zheng walked up. He stood beside the waiter holding a teapot, and unable to contain his anger, he spoke out. Forcing someone to their knees isn't going to earn you any respect. In fact, a man needs to have a backbone when it counts. He then turned to the waiter. Get up. I'll show you how it's done. The next second, he raised the pot and poured the tea right over Yan's head. Wiping his face, the man roared in fury. Are you trying to die? What the hell do you think you're doing? Wang Zheng calmly set the teapot down on a nearby table. He looked completely unfazed. What does it look like I'm teaching you some manners? This is our turf. You can't just get away with being so insolent. I'll pay for any damages here today, and you will apologize to this waiter. Yan clenched his fist and lunged at him, a sneer on his face. How pathetic. One monkey trying to stand up for another. Let's see if you have what it takes. Wang Zheng leaned aside, dodging the attack, and analyzed the punch. He thought to himself, this guy's punch isn't just powerful, it's also incredibly fast. He's on a completely different level from someone like Zhang Hongqi. He waited for the perfect opening. He threw a palm strike straight at his opponent's chest, silently deducing that every one of the man's attacks carried killing intent. This kind of deadly force couldn't be achieved through simple, hard training alone. He must have experienced real bloodshed. Yan attacked again, and he raised his hand to block, still wondering to himself, why would a foreign master like this come to China? He began to counterattack his relentless strikes, forcing his opponent onto the defensive, thinking to himself, there are less than a handful of people in my group who could go toe-to-toe with me, and yet I meet someone this formidable here. China truly lives up to its name as the cradle of martial arts, a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. He narrowed his eyes, focusing on his opponent, then suddenly launched a precise kick that sent him flying. Yan grimaced in pain, clutching his stomach as he asked, with that speed and skill, you're from the Dark Knight Military Academy. Cold footsteps echoed on the tiled floor. Wang Zheng strode forward until he was right in Yan's face, his aura as sharp and cold as a knife. Didn't the Dark Knight Military Academy make it clear that you wouldn't set foot in the East? Are you people violating the Western Dark World Pact? There are 3 major dark organizations in the Western world, and the Dark Knight Military Academy is one of them. The 3 factions couldn't conquer the East on their own. That's why there's an unwritten rule in the Western world, you do not step foot in the East. Yan's face turned as pale as a sheet. His mind reeled with unanswered questions. Who was this guy? A normal person could go their whole life without ever coming into contact with the world that exists in the shadows, let alone identify him as a member of the Academy just from his moves. Without daring to hesitate, he spun around and fled, thinking to himself, this guy is no joke. Running is the best option. Wang Zheng immediately threw a hidden weapon, his voice cracking like a whip. Where do you think you're going? Yan crashed straight through the glass door, his body sending shards flying everywhere. By the time Wang Zheng got there, he had completely vanished. He immediately leaned out the window, scanning the street below. Zhang Mingqi ran up and stopped beside him, still in shock. This is the 7th floor. He jumped and now he's gone. Did he just fly away? Wang Zheng shook his head decisively, offering his theory without a moment's hesitation. No. He was hit by my tranquilizer. He'll be paralyzed and powerless within 30 seconds. The fact that we can't see him now means he had backup waiting. She turned to look at him, worry clear in her eyes. You saying that is actually kind of terrifying. So what now? Should we go after him? He asked casually, as if nothing had happened, and even teased her a bit. No need. We'd never catch him anyway. Besides, I have to escort a great beauty home. Hearing this, Zhang Mingqi playfully scolded him for being a smooth talker. At that same moment, a white car was speeding down the road. Inside the car, Chang Dongtong shot Yan a reproachful look. I told you not to be reckless. China is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Acting so rashly could jeopardize the headmaster's plan. Yan was still panting from his escape, his face pale with panic. Chiang, I think we're in trouble. I just got into a fight back there. That guy's martial arts are incredible, and he's good with hidden weapons too. But the most important thing is he recognized I was from the academy just by looking at my techniques. Chiang Dongtong kept his eyes on the road, but his gaze narrowed slightly. How is that possible? Could there be members of the 3 factions here in China too? Yan's forehead was beaded with sweat, his voice dropping as if admitting his mistake. I can't say for sure right now. Today was my fault for being reckless. Chiang Dongtong frowned, annoyed, and reminded him. The headmaster sent you here to help me. Don't go acting on your own again. The East isn't like the West. If you cause trouble again, you'll face the consequences yourself. Yan's voice replied under the harsh midday sun, I know. Back with our heroes, the two of them were walking leisurely. Zhang Mingqi suddenly glanced at Wang Zheng and asked, Aren't you supposed to be taking me home? He stretched lazily, adopting a philosophical tone. I am. I'm walking you home. What's that saying? Take 100 steps after a meal and you'll live to be 99. Suddenly, one of Jin Cheng's lackeys called out sarcastically, You really think you're going to live to be 99? Wang Zheng stopped and looked at him, letting out a snort. Wang Zheng scanned the group of people blocking their path, his voice icy. Who are you guys? What do you want? Jin Cheng looked at him and smirked arrogantly. You don't need to ask questions. You just need to know that someone wants us to take care of you. One of the lackeys beside him quickly chimed in. Boss Jin, the higher-ups only said to take care of the guy. So what do we do with the girl? He raised the club in his hand and ordered, Get the guy. As for the girl, we'll all have some fun with her. Zhang Mingqi immediately started to tremble, her hand tightening on his sleeve as she whispered his name. Wang Zheng took the opportunity. Wang Zheng deliberately teased her, patting her hand with a sly look on his face. My woman, don't be nervous. She blushed and yelled, Who's your woman? Just then, the thugs rushed forward like a pack of hungry wolves. She turned to him in a panic, asking repeatedly, What do we do? They're charging at us. But Wang Zheng wasn't the least bit flustered. A smirk played on his lips. To catch bandits, you must first catch their leader. The moment the words left his mouth, he moved. He shot forward like a lightning bolt, weaving through the lackeys like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, his hand had seized Jin Cheng by the collar. With a single motion, he lifted him clean off the ground. The boss started screaming in panic, completely unaware that all his men were already sprawled out on the ground. Let me go. Let me go. Where are my boys? Come and save me. Wang Zheng just held him there, dangling like a sandbag, and let out a contemptuous laugh. Who do you see that can possibly save you? Jin Cheng was stunned for a moment, but continued to struggle. What's wrong with them? What did you do? He looked up, his steel-like gaze piercing right through him, his voice firm. You don't need to know that. Just tell me who sent you. Jin Cheng felt his life was in imminent danger and threw his hands up in surrender. I'll talk, please spare my life. Zhang Mingqi, who had witnessed the entire exchange also, couldn't help but be surprised by his sudden change of heart. Wang Zheng thought for a long moment, carefully instructing him about a name. Remember, don't stir up any trouble at the Yin Zuo KTV. At that moment, as if coming alive in the night, the dazzling lights and lively music made the place feel like the very pulse of the city's nightlife. Xiaoming was being very polite. Second, Uncle, honestly, you're the person I respect and admire the most. It's all thanks to you this time. I'd like to toast you. Zhang Ming, with a beautiful woman in his arms, boasted arrogantly. Listen here, Xiaoming. Don't be so formal. In the future, if you ever feel wronged, just come tell your uncle directly. Your second uncle will take care of it for you. In this Pingjiang district of the capital, who is your uncle afraid of? Then he turned and made a promise. But, your second uncle has been a bit busy lately. I let you suffer a loss on the ship. I'll sort it out for you in a few months. As punishment, your second uncle will drink a glass. Hearing this, the young man quickly waved his hands, refusing. Second, uncle, you're swamped with 1,000 things to do. Just helping me track that guy down was a huge effort. Don't talk about punishing yourself. I should be the one toasting you. He laughed, patting the person next to him on the shoulder, satisfied. Haha, you really know how to talk. By now, that Wang Zheng guy must have kicked the bucket. Go on, if there's anything else, just say the word. Your second uncle will take care of it for you. He hesitantly revealed his troubles. Second uncle, actually. There's a girl I like. Her name is Su Nuannuan. She's a sophomore at the Capital Medical University, but she doesn't give me the time of day. Without a moment's hesitation, Chang Ming immediately made his decision. She dares to look down on you. This girl really doesn't know what's good for her. All right, second uncle's got it. After I send some people to investigate, I'll have her brought to you. Having gotten what he wanted, Xiaoming revealed a cunning expression. Second uncle, you treat me way better than my own father. I'll just sit tight and wait for your good news. The sky outside gradually began to darken. The faint moonlight barely had time to flicker before being swallowed by the massive skyscrapers. Yang Qiang began his usual enticement. Sir, he said, with a welcoming smile, trying to persuade him, I've got some good stuff over here. Wanna order some? Wang Zheng noticed the item in the other man's hand, and was a bit startled. He decisively snatched it away, and questioned him. Selling this stuff. Do you have any idea what kind of crime that is? The man panicked, reaching out to get it back. Give it back to me. Before he could even touch it, Wang Zheng grabbed his hand and asked with a smile, You want me to give it back? All right then. Tell me where Feng Changming is. Yang Xiang instantly flew into a rage and tried to use threats. Are you looking for a beating? Give it back now. Paying him no mind, Wang Zheng calmly and skillfully dodged every blow, asking around for a while. None of the waiters said they knew where Feng Changming was. It seemed like he wouldn't show up unless he caused a scene. So Feng Changming won't appear, huh? Finally, he sent the man flying with a painful kick. Get lost. The man was thrown several meters away, successfully attracting everyone's attention. Wang Zheng remained calm, as if nothing had just happened. Beating him up was like doing a public service. A few bodyguards noticed the commotion and quickly moved in to handle it. Move it, causing trouble here. You got a death wish. He cracked his knuckles with relish. Looked like he was in for another fight today. Without another word, he rushed forward and took care of the entire crowd in front of him. Ji Yong ran to report the news. Mr. Feng, it's bad. Someone's here causing trouble. Annoyed that his good mood was ruined, Chang Ming snapped. What's all the panic about? How many people are there? The man hurriedly explained, his hands clutching his dizzy head. Just one person. His fighting skills are incredible. He's already taken out dozens of our bodyguards. He flew into a rage, shot to his feet, and yelled, "One guy beat dozens of you. What do I even pay you for? Useless trash. Do you know why he's here, causing trouble?" Suddenly, a calm voice cut through the tense atmosphere. What other reason could there be? As fast as a flash, Wang Zheng delivered a cold, disabling strike to his neck. His face darkened as he got straight to the point. "You're that moron Feng Changming, right?" Terrified, Feng Changming instinctively took a few steps back. "I am, and you are." Without a second's hesitation, Wang Zheng threw a punch right into the man's face. "Finally found you. You're the one who wanted to take me out, aren't you?" The man held his face in pain and disbelief. "Take me out? What you're Wang Zheng. You damn bastard. You dare hit me like this. My brother works at the police station. They'll be here any minute. You're dead meat." Wang Zheng just laughed and stepped closer to ask. "Haha, you think you'll last that long? Tell me, why did you want to harm me?" Suddenly Xiao Ming rushed out to block him. "Wang Zheng, stop. Don't touch my second uncle." Chang Ming was a little startled. "Xiao Ming." The young man confessed directly. "You pissed me off on the train before, so I asked my second uncle for help. This has nothing to do with him. If you want to hit someone, hit me." Then he thought to himself anxiously, "When are the guys from the police station going to get here? I can't hold him off for long." Angrily, Wang Zheng sent him flying with a devastating kick. "No need to explain. Just seeing you, I get it. You wanted to start something over a tiny grudge. Looks to me like you have way too much free time, so you went looking for trouble." Seeing his nephew collapse to the floor, Chang Ming couldn't hide his alarm. Xiaoming Wang Zheng sat down looking fed up as he laid things out. "I really don't like you two. Tell me, how should I handle this? How about this? I'll give you a choice. You just have to pick one of the two." The man's face went pale with fear. The police were on their way, yet this guy wasn't scared at all. He cheerfully listed the options. "First, I cripple one of your nephew's legs and you cut off one of your own fingers. Second, you don't lay a hand on your nephew. You have to become my subordinate and help me handle a few things. Of course, this place will still be yours. I won't interfere." Hearing the terrible news was like being caught between a rock and a hard place. Is he kidding? One choice meant losing his dignity, the other meant physical harm. Why should he let this kid lead him by the nose? Just then, a clear voice rang out. "Who's causing a ruckus in here? Arrest them all." Feng Changming was overjoyed when he recognized the familiar voice. They're finally here. Wang Huaping and his team entered the room with stern expressions, their oppressive aura successfully capturing everyone's attention. He glanced around, annoyed. Damn it, finding me even in a tiny place like this. Doesn't he have anything better to do? Feng Changming hurriedly ran over to ask for support. "Captain Wang, you're here." He feigned confusion. "Mr. Feng, what on earth happened here? Why is the silver seat in this state? And you look like a mess yourself." Feng Changming started to tattle. "Captain Wang, you have to get justice for the silver seat. The reason I'm in this miserable state is all because of him." Wang Huaping's mind raced, protecting the silver seat. Brought in a cut of over 100,000 a year. He couldn't let this kid ruin his golden goose. Finally, he decided to raise his voice and demand, "One person caused all this mess at the silver seat. Hey you, get on your feet for me." Wang Zheng calmly inquired, "And what if I do? You think you can arrest me?" Feeling disrespected, he furiously gave the order, "Arrest you. Of course I'm going to arrest you men. Seize him for me." Wang Zheng slowly turned his head, his voice stern. "Wang Huaping, are you sure about that?" The moment he saw the man's face, the captain froze on the spot, his entire body rigid as if frozen solid. It's him, the guy who had dinner with the noble military region commander. With just one phone call, he could summon the entire military region's guard regiment captain. Why do I run into him everywhere? He quickly made up an excuse to escape. "Hello, there's a murder at the Pingjiang school district." All right, I'm on my way." Wang Huaping tried to calm himself down. "I can't afford to piss him off. I'm not getting out of this one." Wang Zheng gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "Captain Wang, I see you have a bit of a temper. I have a way to cure this condition of yours. If you want to be healed, bring 2 million to Zhu Rong's headquarters tomorrow and find me." The man was stunned to hear this. He'd wanted to cure this disease for a long time, and this kid knew exactly what was wrong just by looking at him. Could he really have a cure? After thinking for a long while, he left, not forgetting to leave a message. "I understand. I'll come find you." Cheng Ming was terrified as his savior also turned and walked away. "Captain Wang," he reminded him wearily. "Mr. Feng, did you see that? Even Wang Huaping doesn't dare to touch me. Shouldn't you seriously consider what choice you're going to make?" He left calmly after handling everything. "I'm not in a hurry. I'll give you time to think." The next time I come, you better have an answer for me. The man shouted helplessly. Why did you choose me? Because Yin Zuo is a cash cow, he explained the reason casually. It's not about Yin Zuo. It's because you have something I need, but it's not the right time to tell you what that is. Wang Zheng slowly left the room, the firm click-clack of his footsteps, echoing, affirming his composed and irresistible authority. He stretched wearily, twisting his body to loosen his muscles after a long night of intense action, and couldn't help but sigh in satisfaction as he recalled the earlier events. It's been a while since I've been this active, so refreshing it feels great. Next step, I need to contact that person. He slowly dialed a familiar number, an indescribable feeling of anticipation welling up inside him. Xia Yan spoke cautiously from the other end of the line. Hello, who is this? Wang Zheng let out a sarcastic laugh. The men from the Dark Army Military Academy have arrived. Are all the people you kept completely useless? Recognizing the familiar voice, he couldn't contain his emotions. It's you, Wang Zheng. When did you get back? He deliberately replied with harsh words. You're the captain of a special forces team and you don't know when I'm back. Now that I've returned, you better cooperate obediently. Otherwise I'll find you even if you run to the ends of the earth. The man affirmed with conviction. Don't worry. You contacted me, so you must trust me. I have to be worthy of your trust. Then he added helplessly, but you could at least show a little respect when you talk to me. You talk like you have no elders. He paid no mind to his words. Hurry up and deal with that Dark Army business. Don't make me get my hands dirty cleaning up your messes. Xia Yan wasn't surprised at being hung up on. He's still the same as always. He started to cry with happiness, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. He's back. He's back. He's really back. This is great. A new day began. The morning sun filtered through the towering skyscrapers, its gentle warmth waking the entire city. At that moment, in the vice president's office, Shangguan Shishi's voice could be heard. Liu Shiwei has confessed everything. The person secretly threatening him is named Liu Yongfu. She carefully reported the information. Liu Yongfu is the owner of a medical equipment company called Hua Qiao. I had someone investigate. This company is a foreign-invested enterprise with property in Gongsu province. Wang Zheng was a little surprised to hear this. Gongsu province again, what a coincidence. Have you looked into this company? She replied quickly. Yes, the company in Gongsu province is also a foreign-invested enterprise, but the legal representative is Liu Yongfu, and 2 days ago he had a heart attack. He died before he even made it to the hospital. He analyzed the situation thoughtfully. The crucial link is broken again. Someone definitely made a move. It seems he was just a disposable pawn. Finally, he gave an order. This opponent isn't simple. Shangguan Shishi, I want you to investigate this company's investment capital. There might be a clue there. Shangguan Shishi immediately accepted the task. Okay, I'll have Assistant Wei get on it right away. Just then, a phone rang repeatedly, interrupting their conversation. He quickly picked it up. Hello, okay, tell him to come up. She asked curiously. Who is it? Wang Zheng replied calmly. Someone who's here to give me money. He said goodbye to Shangguan Shishi and prepared to welcome his esteemed guest. He started the conversation cheerfully. I thought Captain Wang would drag this out for a few days. I didn't expect you to see reason so quickly. Without beating around the bush, Hua Ping got straight to the point. I'll give you 2 million. Can you cure my illness? I've seen many doctors about this, and they all say it's a psychological problem. He sounded confident. How could those quacks possibly understand my profound knowledge? Captain Wang, do you remember the first time we met? I already told you, as long as you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. For this illness, I just need to give you a small treatment. The man thought for a moment, then decided to take a gamble and place all his trust in him. Here's 2 million. The password is 1 through 6. Unable to stand it any longer, he hastily shoved the credit card at him. Please just hurry and cure me. This has been seriously affecting my life. Wang Zheng smiled reassuringly. Don't panic. He carefully took out the set of golden needles he had been using for many years. He cheerfully stated his philosophy. Once the money is paid, the illness must be cured. That has always been my principle. Let's begin the treatment. Hua Ping yelled out, half believing and half doubting. Right here, After a long acupuncture session, he struggled step by step to his car, still muttering about other people being quacks. It's a good thing he didn't kill me with those needles. Suddenly, he realized his body didn't hurt. The pain is gone. My body feels so much lighter. Wang Zheng calmly watched his silhouette disappear down the sun-drenched road. Shangguan Shishi couldn't hide her confusion. You're just going to let him go like that? He stared down at the man on the street below and gave a sly smile. How could it be that easy? I'm just collecting a little interest up front. Shangguan Shishi sighed helplessly. You devious man. Anyone who falls into your hands is truly unlucky for life. I'm glad I'm not your opponent, otherwise you'd. Wang Zheng pouted and started to tease her. You'd what? Don't worry. I told you a long time ago, you're not my type. Feeling like she just had a bucket of cold water thrown on her, she yelled in embarrassment. Wang Zheng, he burst out laughing, grabbing her hand to stop her. Wait, I have a call. He quickly answered the phone. Hello. Okay, I got it. She asked curiously. What's going on? He cheerfully explained the situation. Liu Xuan found a job and wants to treat me to a meal. Hearing this, Shangguan Shishi crossed her arms and spoke sternly. Let me tell you something, Vice President Wang. Are you trying to make me enforce the no leaving work without the president's permission policy? What if I don't approve? Wang Zheng quickly explained. Don't worry, boss. I'm not skipping work to go eat. This is absolutely for company business. From what I understand, our new product is still missing a spokesperson, right? He stated his point directly. I think Lu Xuan's image is a perfect fit. Besides, most people getting married now are from the 90s generation, which perfectly represents the image of a newlywed couple. What do you think? Her eyes lit up as if she had just discovered a whole new world. That's a great idea. All right, I'll arrange a plan for her to do a test casting so we can see how it goes. He happily agreed. Of course. Wang Zheng immediately headed to Grandma Qiao's restaurant, as he had arranged with Lu Xuan. The two raised their glasses in celebration after not seeing each other for so long, and he casually made his offer. There's something I have to tell you. You're treating me to a meal, so I'll give you a chance to make some money. Do you want to be the brand ambassador for Ju Rong? Liu Xuan pondered for a long time before speaking hesitantly. A brand ambassador, I heard it's kind of complicated. I should probably just stick to being a good student teacher. Me a star? I've honestly never thought about it. He was a bit surprised by her reaction and thought it over, finally deciding to try one more time. Actually, could you just do me a favor and try out for a casting? She was so nervous, she drank her entire glass of water trying to calm herself. She bravely slammed the glass down on the table, facing the challenge head on. All right, since you put it that way, I'll give it a try. Wang Zheng couldn't help but rejoice at successfully recruiting a talent. Great, I'll take you to the casting tomorrow. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through their conversation. Wang Zheng immediately turned to find the owner of the voice, Fei Lin. He offered warmly, I can't believe I'm running into you here. Come on, sit down and eat with us. Suddenly Fei Lin exploded with rage, shouting, Wang Zheng, aren't you dating Sheng Fei, you bastard? How dare you date this pretty girl behind her back? He chuckled and explained the real reason. I'm just helping Sheng Fei take down Lin Kele. He couldn't help but laugh internally. Haha, a classic case of, if I can't have it, I'll ruin it for everyone. Ignoring his words, he continued to point and scold. Take down Lin Kele ha, and you're a two-timing disloyal cheat. Don't you feel guilty for doing this to Sheng Fei? He was determined to get justice for the one he admired. Do you think it's easy for a girl like Sheng Fei to make a living alone in the capital? And you still treat her like this? Don't you feel any remorse? The surrounding crowd enjoying the drama didn't forget to add their own commentary. Sigh kids, these days. He's a real player. I've never met someone like this in my life. You really can't judge a book by its cover. He looks so clean-cut, I never would have guessed he's that kind of person. Fei Lin, buoyed by the support, imagined himself as a beacon of justice. See, everyone is on my side. He didn't hesitate to raise his voice and question them. You shameless couple flaunting your affair in public. Have you no shame? Suddenly, a stream of pepper spray shot out, aimed directly at the eyes of the arrogant man. He clutched his face in pain, screaming, Ugh, my eyes, my eyes. Lu Xuan, having vented her anger, retorted, Who are you calling a shameless couple? Wang Zheng kindly advised, I suggest you get to a hospital or you might damage your eyes. Fei Lin hastily fled, leaving behind a restaurant full of stunned onlookers who had just witnessed the scene. Liu Xuan grumbled in annoyance. This was supposed to be a nice meal, and that guy ruined the whole mood. Wang Zheng gently comforted her. How can you let a guy like that ruin your mood? Just think of him as an annoying fly that's buzzed off. Then he proactively tried to lift her spirits. Come on, I'll take you back to campus. Wang Zheng's car zipped through the crowded streets, as if tearing through the rushing flow of people. Finally, it slowly rolled to a stop in front of the university gates. Liu Xuan gently got out of the car, not forgetting to say goodbye. Thanks for dropping me off. You should go home and get some rest. Save your energy for the casting tomorrow, he cheerfully replied. Okay, I'll come pick you up tomorrow. Wait for my call. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure walking out from the campus. She asked with concern, What's wrong? He quickly turned his head to see and came face to face with an old acquaintance. She was a bit startled. It was Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng's face was twisted in an unpleasant scowl. It was Lu Xuan's bad luck to run into him on her first day back on campus, and a torrent of hateful thoughts flowed through his mind. You damn bitch. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been strung up and beaten left with these ugly scars on my face. He resentfully clenched his fists, suppressing the burning flames of hatred. This humiliation. I, Zhou Feng, will never forget this grudge. Liu Xuan didn't spare him a second glance, quickly ignoring him. Zhou Feng seethed with resentment, thinking to himself, You're the one who harmed me, who brought me this trouble, but one day I will kill you. He affirmed with certainty, I will definitely kill you. Zhou Qihua, seeing his son's unstable state, immediately tried to intervene. Zhou Feng, absolutely do not do anything you'll regret later. Your father is arranging the paperwork to send you to Australia in a month. He vehemently refused. I'm not going. What I lost, I must get back. He exploded in rage, shouting, "This child, you're his mother, why aren't you talking some sense into him?" Ye Hui retorted furiously, "My son and I have been bullied like this, and you're still hiding in your shell like a coward. Zhou Qihua, are you even a man?" He tried to swallow his anger and warned her, "Ye Hui, let me tell you, do not let Zhou Feng ruin my plans. Women, good for little but great at messing things up." The car gradually disappeared down the end of the road, leaving Wang Zheng with a contemplative look lost at a crossroads of tangled thoughts. As the first rays of morning light appeared, everyone at the headquarters was ready for a productive day of work. Xiao Mu thoughtfully introduced Bing Chun. "Take a look at this. This is the costume and script for the Jurong commercial." Bing Chun immediately made her personal stance clear, letting down her pinned-up hair. "Director Zhang, I don't like this style of makeup. It doesn't fit the image I've always had." He patiently suggested Bing Chun, "Our work can't always go according to your wishes. Could you try to explore the image of a family woman?" She retorted sharply. "Explore an image. Does a silver screen icon like me still need to explore?" Undeterred, he continued to persuade her. "Bing Chun, please trust me. If you develop a completely new image for this script, you'll definitely win over the audience even more." The stubborn woman completely ignored his words. "Don't say another word, Director Zhang. I really don't like this script." Then she stated her position bluntly. "Besides, there's also the matter of my fee. I'm not lowering my price. 70 million is 70 million. Xiao Miao was stunned when she heard this. 70 million. Didn't they say 60 million before? Wang Zheng, who had witnessed the entire conversation, couldn't help but sneer. "Ugh," he thought with disgust, "this A-list actress is such a diva. So arrogant." Shangguan Shishi calmly explained, "In China, humble celebrities are extremely rare, and Bing Chun isn't one of them. Besides, she's an A-list actress." He chuckled sarcastically. "Who cares what tier she is? Is she coming to Jurong to show off? No way. Her fee is 70 million. She won't get a single cent from us." She quickly resolved the issue. "I was worried Lu Xuan wouldn't agree, so I had Bing Chun as a backup. Since Lu Xuan has agreed, I'll cancel the contract with Bing Chun." Wang Zheng was completely satisfied with her work ethic and nodded slightly. He slowly approached Xiao Mo to start a conversation. Director Zhang, ready to listen to his worries. "What's all the chatter about? If you don't mind, you can tell me." Xiao Mo quickly regained his composure. "Oh, it's Vice Chairman Wang. Please have a seat." Shangguan Shishi discreetly left, giving the two of them some private space. "You and Director Zhang go ahead and talk. The wardrobe team is helping Liu Xuan change. I'll go check on them." Wang Zheng smiled and nodded slightly. "All right." Then he turned to ask about the situation. "What just happened?" Bing Chun left without even filming. Xiao Mu helplessly recounted the events. "Vice Chairman Wang, here's what happened. Bing Chun had some issues with the script and the costumes. I was using these concept images to convince her." He looked thoughtful. "Oh, is that so? Director Zhang, if we use Bing Chun as our spokesperson, do you think the photo shoot and post-production effects will meet our expectations?" The director carefully reviewed the documents again. "Although Bing Chun's style doesn't really fit the advertisement's requirements, she is an A-list actress. It's possible she could generate some positive buzz after the fact." He gently took the papers from the director's hand and stated his view frankly. "Director Zhang, to be honest with you, Jurong is just venturing into the household goods industry. We never planned on investing too much in promotion from the start. We just wanted to test the waters." The director quickly understood the hidden meaning in his words. "You already have a suitable candidate in mind, don't you? Why not let her come and do a test shoot?" Wang Zheng couldn't help but exclaim, "Director Zhang, you're sharp." He slowly shifted his gaze to the person they were just talking about. "There you are," he said, not hesitating to direct the director's attention to Lu Xuan's figure. "Take a look." She appeared in a vibrant sports outfit, making him extremely confident. "See if you're satisfied." Xiao Mu looked as if he'd found his soulmate, his eyes filled with delight. "Satisfied, very satisfied. I don't know what the final effect will be, but for now I'm very satisfied. She has such a great presence." Lu Xuan was so nervous her hands wouldn't stop shaking. "Hello, Director Zhang. My name is Lu Xuan, a student from Capital Normal University. Wang Zheng asked me to help him shoot this commercial. I really didn't expect you to be filming it yourself. I've seen you on TV before." The director cheerfully shook her hand. Noticing her anxiety, he chuckled reassuringly. "Don't be nervous. Just relax. During the test shoot, just do as I say, and you'll be fine." Wang Zheng thoughtfully added, "We shouldn't delay. Let's get started, everyone. Director Zhang, please take good care of Lu Xuan. I won't disturb you two any longer." He gave her a smiling, encouraging gesture, which helped her mood improve. Only after the two of them had left did Shangguan Shishi slowly sit down to sip her tea. She recalled the recent events and let out a sigh of relief. "You know what, I went in to check on her earlier, and she scared me half to death. She did her own makeup and ended up looking like that." Hearing her description, he could somewhat imagine the cute mess. Haha, he glanced at the opposite table assessing. "That also means she's taking the test shoot very seriously, she just hasn't quite found her footing yet." Wang Zheng was full of praise for his recommendation. "Her attitude is excellent, and she's very motivated. In my opinion, she has what it takes to become a famous actress." What do you think? He asked, probing. Xiaomo was so excited, he high-fived himself. I think she's a perfect fit. After a period of hard work, he offered an appreciative invitation. Come on over. We've been shooting for 3 hours. You've all worked hard. The director praised him repeatedly. You're too kind. Liu Xuan is so energetic, smart, and quick-witted. With her as the lead, the results are bound to be fantastic. Liu Xuan felt a bit shy. You're flattering me. Wang Zheng got straight to the point. In that case, can we decide on the lead for this commercial now? Xiaomu asked cautiously. Mr. Wang, although Liu Xuan is excellent, your company already invited Bing Chun. If we just cancel the contract like this, will there be any problems? Shangguan Shishi replied. Without a moment's hesitation, what's the problem? I don't think Liu Xuan is any less capable than Bing Chun. She calmly placed the tablet on the table. Bing Chun's asking price is way too high. She concluded, let's go with Liu Xuan. The director was worried about Bing Chun's influence, but what about Bing Chun's side? Wang Zheng stated with absolute certainty. You just worry about shooting the commercial with Liu Xuan. I'll handle Bing Chun. The early morning sunbeams gently spread out, warming the space and painting the vast sky yellow. Xiao Mu gave a gentle instruction Liu Xuan, a little to the right. Yes, that's it. She quickly followed his request without hesitation, her professionalism showing in every gesture before the camera. He nodded in satisfaction. Good, hold that pose. Suddenly, the sharp clack-clack of footsteps echoed the dry sound, reflecting the angry mood of the approaching person. Lila strode in and slammed a folder on the table, demanding an answer. Director, Zhang, what is the meaning of this? She snapped, her voice a sharp reprimand. The lead actress, Bing Chun, isn't even here yet. Why have you already started filming? Xiao Mu calmly pointed towards Liu Xuan. What do you mean the lead isn't here? Isn't she the lead? Hearing this, she erupted in fury. What? How can you people just change the actress on your own? This is a breach of contract. Who gave you the nerve to do this? Wang Zheng calmly responded. I did. He said it cheerfully, as if deliberately trying to provoke her. I'm the one who told them to switch. Lala screamed in anger. Who are you? On what grounds did you order a switch? What right do you have? He calmly blocked her outstretched hand. On what grounds? On the grounds of your ridiculous asking price. This small commercial from Jurong wouldn't dare trouble an A-list celebrity. She was so shocked she could only sputter out you, before falling silent. Wang Zheng casually sat down, not forgetting to take a jab at her. What? You're not leaving? Or do you want to stick around and offer some senior advice to our new actress? Seeing her assistant losing ground, Bing Chun immediately stepped forward to retaliate. I don't care who you are. This is my commercial. You think you can just replace me? Do you have any idea who I am? He directly stated her personal information. Of course I do. You're Kai Bing Chun from Song Corporation Media. I'm actually on very good terms with the chairman's niece, Song Haixing. I even know your real name is Kai Hongjuan. He'd hit a nerve and she instantly flew into a rage, screaming, You people are ganging up on me, aren't you? When I get back, I'm holding a press conference to let the public know about your disgusting, despicable tactics and the real truth, he retorted coldly. The truth? What truth? Then he pointed directly at her face and said, You mean the truth about how you had your jaw shaved, and it doesn't stop there. He didn't hesitate to expose every single one of her deepest secrets, like her breast implants. Witnessing his bluntness, Liu Xuan couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Heh. Bing Chun's entire body froze, 1,000 questions racing through her mind. How did he know about my plastic surgery? Very few people know about that. Humiliated, she scoffed and turned to leave. Even then, she still had the energy to berate Le viciously. How did he find out about this? What kind of job are you doing? Terrified, she could only bow her head. I'm sorry, Miss Kai. Wang Zheng, hey, clapped his hands, having dealt with the nuisance. All right, that's settled. Let's get back to filming. Bing Chun stormed back to Song Corporation Media. She was so furious, she threw the handbag she usually cherished, seething at being treated so dismissively for the first time. She absolutely could not let this go. What right does that guy have to replace me? She kept reminding herself. I'm an A-list actress. Not only did he replace me with a rookie, but he also spoke to me with zero respect. She unconsciously blurted out her true feelings. I'm so mad I could die. Lele standing beside her added fuel to the fire. That's right, you can't let this go. Don't they know how much profit Jurong would make if you were their spokesperson? They're so stupid. Bing Chun bit her nails in frustration. But how do I get back at them? Her assistant quickly instigated. Bing, don't we still have Chairman Song? So what if he knows Song Haixing? You're the top star of the company, the golden goose for everyone. Chairman Song will definitely help you. She seriously considered it. That's right. I still have Song Ming Kang to back me up. Finally, Bing Chun decided to retaliate. That guy. He's dead meat. At Song Corporation Media, a hub for the most outstanding and famous faces in today's entertainment industry. From inside an office, the chairman's soft, coaxing voice could be heard. There, don't cry anymore. Ming Kang tried to comfort the beauty. Don't worry, Bing, I'll take care of this. You just wait for a good show. He immediately ordered his assistant, in my name, send a fax to Wang Zheng at Jurong International. Invite him to the Tiangong International Clubhouse tonight. Can you handle that request quickly? Yes, Chairman. I'll get on it right away. Suddenly, the chairman remembered something important and pulled him back. Wait. Besides Wang Zheng, also invite my friends Zhang Mingquan and Chu Xiaonan. And don't forget to invite Mr. Feng. Also invite my niece Song Haixing. Tonight let her see how the world really works. Then he declared confidently, that Wang Zheng punk. Tonight he'll leave, crippled, if not worse. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng was surprised to receive an invitation via fax. He curiously picked up the paper to check the details and couldn't help but be surprised by its contents. Song Mingkang wants to invite me to dinner. Looks like I messed with one of his people, so now he has to step in. Shangguan Shishi asked worriedly, do you need me to go with you tonight? They'd at least have to show me some respect. He cheerfully patted her head. No need. It'll be inconvenient if you're there. Only when you're not around will Song Mingkang dare to really make a move on me. She shyly pushed his hand away. Stop patting my head. In the end, she decided to find another way to be there. All right, you go ahead. I'll finish up some company work and tonight. I'll also stop by Tiangong to, pick something up. Though exasperated, Wang Zheng had to accept. Fine. I'll try to get everything sorted out before you get there. Night gradually blanketed the sky, and a timid moon emerged gracefully weaving through the dreamy, fluffy clouds. The Tiangong clubhouse seemed to find its true rhythm as darkness fell, exuding a vague, indescribable mystery. From within, a private room came ambiguous, suggestive sounds. Bing bing, don't move. Just a little more. Bing Chun was panting heavily. Chairman Song. Suddenly, a series of knocks from outside interrupted their fun. Ming Kang hurriedly told the woman beside him, fix yourself up. I'll go see who it is. He opened the door with a suspicious look. Who is it? Then, a certain person came to mind. You must be Wang Zheng. The young man smiled and introduced himself. I'm Wang Zheng, but you can call me Chairman Wang now. The older man slowly invited him into the room. All right, Chairman Wang. I heard you replaced my company's Bing Bing with a newcomer. I wonder if you could explain that to me today. Wang Zheng sat down and calmly probed. It seems Chairman Song isn't very happy. Or did I perhaps arrive too early and interrupt something good between you two? He'd hit a nerve and Bing Chun jumped to her feet. Wang Zheng, don't you dare try to change the subject. Ming Kang calmly raised a hand to stop her. He acted annoyed. Mr. Wang, what are you implying? The young man began to talk circles around him. Oh, nothing at all. I just wanted to advise you to curb your indulgences. Otherwise, your kidneys might fail after you turn 50. Startled, the chairman instinctively clutched his stomach. Mr. Wang, we're people of the same class. Beating around the bush like that just to insult me. Don't you think you're going a bit too far? Wang Zheng directly listed the symptoms he was experiencing. Chairman Song, right now you're feeling tired all over, with pain in your lower abdomen, aren't you? What's more, your immune system is weak. If you catch a cold, it takes a whole month to get over it, right? Ming Kang was stunned, thinking to himself, how could he possibly know that? In the end, instead of denying it, he probed further. It seems Mr. Wang is knowledgeable about many things. I wonder where you used to practice medicine. Bing Chun sneered in disgust. With his skill level, I wonder how many people he's killed. Wang Zheng bluntly exposed her. Actually, there's something I was hesitant to say. Bing Chun, didn't you have surgery last month? Bing Chun was so stunned she crushed the glass in her hand. Am I seeing a ghost? How could he tell I had surgery last month? The expression on Ming Kang's face wasn't any better. Bing Bing really did have surgery last month. And it was because of me. But he didn't ask anything, so how could he possibly know? The chairman tried to calm himself. It doesn't matter how he found out. This absolutely cannot get out, or I'll be implicated too. Wang Zheng is a menace. Wang Zheng let out a teasing laugh. Chairman Song, you're not looking so good. Are you thinking of some dirty trick to pull? He'd hit the mark again, and the chairman threw down the gauntlet. Truly, every generation has its talents. But even if I were to pull some tricks, I doubt any of them would get past your sharp eyes. He waved his hand modestly. Mr. Song, you're far too humble. Mingxuan was so shocked he couldn't speak, completely caught off guard by the other man's confidence. Just then, a clicking sound came from outside as the door to the room slowly opened. Chu Xiaonan asked cheerfully, Uncle Mingxuan, I just got back from Jiangsu when I got your call, so I came right over. What do you need my help with? I'll do whatever it takes. The man quickly composed himself. Chu Xiaonan, is that you? He then gently explained the reason. It was nothing major, just that everyone hadn't seen each other in a while, so they were having a get-together today, and he wanted to introduce him to a new friend. Bing Chun took the initiative. Hello, Mr. Chu. Chu Xiaonan sat down cautiously, not forgetting to offer a compliment. Ah, this must be our country's top actress, Bing Chun. Seeing her in person was better than 100 rumors. She was much more beautiful than on TV. Suddenly, he noticed another person in the room. He exclaimed in surprise, Mr. Wang, I can't believe I'm seeing you here. So Uncle Song wanted to introduce us. Wang Zheng played along smoothly. That's right. Thanks to Chairman Song's arrangement, we meet again. Mingxuan thought to himself in surprise. They know each other. Chu Xiaonan asked suspiciously, Uncle Mingxuan, how is it that you know Mr. Wang? from the Wang family of Philadelphia. He carefully assessed the situation. The only way to tie Wang Zheng and Song Mingxuan together was probably to bring up the issue with Bing Chun. The man was a bit startled. The Wang family of Philadelphia. He vaguely recalled they were a massive financial conglomerate, powerful enough to rival any prominent family in the country. Why would someone from such a great family come to China? Finally, Jing Jue made up his mind. He wasn't going to overthink it. So, what if he was from the Wang family of Philadelphia? This was China. After crossing someone as formidable as him, this matter absolutely wouldn't be resolved easily. As he was lost in thought, a familiar voice called out, "Mr. Song, I'm here." A satisfied smile spread across Mingxuan's face. His backup had arrived. Mingquan greeted everyone warmly. "Oh, Mr. Chu is here too, and the great beauty, Bing Chun." Wang Zheng smiled and waved. "Hello." The moment the man saw him, he was scared out of his wits, and unpleasant memories flooded his mind. Why are you here?" he asked back quizzically. "And why can't I be here?" Terrified, the man could only lower his head. "You can. Of course you can be here." An indescribable sense of unease rose in his heart. As long as he didn't get beaten up by him again, he wouldn't care if the guy climbed on his head and sat there. He walked straight over and put his arm around the man's shoulder. "What's wrong? You look terrified to see me." "Didn't you come with your sister?" Mingquan replied cautiously. "My sister had to work overtime." He deeply regretted his decision. So tonight's whole setup was for Wang Zheng. If I'd known it was him, there's no way I would have come. Both Mingxuan and Bing Chun spoke at the same time. "You two know each other too," Wang Zheng casually emphasized. "We don't just know each other. We're very close." Mingquan immediately corrected him. He's close with my sister." Feeling he had teased him enough, he decided to let him off the hook. "Actually, I met Zhang Mingqi when we were studying abroad. You could say we're old friends." He gestured casually. "Quick, have a seat." Mingxuan watched the scene unfold and wiped away a bead of sweat. Chu Xiaonan was proactively trying to make a good impression. Zhang Mingquan was cowering in fear. This Wang Zheng was as tough as steel. The man thought seriously, this Wang Zheng is a force to be reckoned with. I'd better not cause any trouble. However, mustering all his courage, he pushed a glass of wine across the table. Wang Zheng was confused, unsure of what he was planning. Mingxuan stated his point directly. "Mr. Wang, regarding you replacing Bing Chun with some unknown college student, I'm going to need an explanation." Wang Zheng replied coldly. "Chairman Song, are you suggesting I should apologize to Miss Bing Chun here?" Mingxuan was startled and quickly waved his hands. No. I just want you to hold a press conference and clarify this matter. Otherwise, her reputation will be damaged." He continued to probe. "So what you mean is you want me to publicly apologize to her in front of everyone?" The man nodded with satisfaction. "You're a man who understands." Mingquan felt the tension in the air rising, and quickly found an excuse to slip away. "My stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom. You all go ahead and talk." Chu Xiaonan immediately saw through his plan. The guy really knew how to seize an opportunity. Going to the bathroom at a time like this, he decided to speak up for Wang Zheng. "Uncle Mingxuan, isn't it common for the main actor to be replaced? Wang Zheng might have his own difficulties. It's probably better if we resolve this privately." Mingxuan carefully took the glass from the other man's hand, an indescribable feeling rising in his heart. "If I really back down now, and don't stand up for Bing Chun, what new star will be willing to sign with my company in the future?" He tried to propose a solution. "After all, this isn't a big deal. I'm telling you. Wang Zheng, in my opinion, wouldn't it be more beneficial for everyone if we cooperated?" With that, he leaned over to pour some wine. "Your Diamond Joy partnering with the stars from my Song Media Company would definitely be a win-win situation." Wang Zheng quickly put a hand out to stop him, then chuckled and stated his view. "If every star at Song Media is like Miss Bing Chun here, then I'm afraid I can't use them." Bing Chun shot up from her seat in anger and screamed, "Wang Zheng, what exactly do you want? Do you believe I'll have people beat you up right now?" He challenged her nonchalantly. "Go ahead. You can try. If you dare to touch a single hair on my head tonight, you won't see the sun tomorrow." He casually threw a golden card onto the table as everyone watched. Mingxuan stammered in disbelief. This is from the Sky Palace." He cried out in alarm. "This is a platinum card for a board member of the Sky Palace International Club." His mind was spinning. Rumor has it that the Sky Palace International Club was founded by its chairman, and the members on its board of directors are all incredibly powerful figures. And Wang Zheng was one of them. Bing Chun crossed her arms arrogantly. "Who knows if that card is real or fake? You think just because you pull out a card I won't dare to do anything to you?" Wang Zheng stood up calmly and stretched. "Fake. Let me tell you something. Before I came here, I used this card to prove my identity and had them install cameras in this room. Don't believe me?" Both she and Mingxuan's faces went deathly pale, as if they'd been caught red-handed. Cameras. Chu Xiaonan let out a weary sigh. The two of them against Wang Zheng alone, and they still lost this badly. Mingxuan asked cautiously, "Name your price. What are your conditions for giving us the tape?" Wang Zheng made a direct proposal. "Have all the stars in your company become brand ambassadors for our diamonds. Of course I'll reduce your agency fee. What do you think? He asked, half doubting. If we do it your way, are you sure the tape won't get out? Bing Chun was stunned, as if he couldn't believe his own ears. Chairman Song Wang Zheng stated firmly. Of course. I'll stake my reputation on it. The man made a request. Can you give me 1 day to think it over? He happily agreed. Of course you can. Bing Chun quickly chased after Ming Xuan. Chairman Song, wait for me. Zhao Nan was a bit skeptical. Mr. Wang, is this room really bugged with a camera? Wang Zheng slowly sat down. You think so? He smiled, sipping his wine. I don't think there is. Haha, Mr. Wang, to be honest, that Ming Xuan guy isn't very capable, but he's extremely cautious. You should be careful. Just as expected, Ming Xuan was already on the phone, urgently calling for backup. Mr. Feng, don't come. We've had a situation tonight. I need to make someone disappear from this world permanently. Can you do that? Cheng Ming explained awkwardly from the other end of the line. Boss Song, this is a criminal matter. Things are tense with all the rumors flying around. What you're asking for? It's a bit difficult. Ming Xuan tried to persuade him. Brother Feng, we go way back. You're telling me you can't help your brother out with this one thing. The man on the other end let out a heavy, resigned sigh. All right, look. I'll help you out this once. I'll introduce you to one of my guys. His name is Li Gang. As long as the money's right, he'll do anything. He'll be right up your alley. Ming Xuan couldn't help but feel relieved that his problem was solved. Thank you, Brother Feng. I'll treat you to drinks next time. In the heart of the bustling city, the Heavenly Palace Club stood magnificent and imposing, a symbol of mysterious beauty. Zhang Nan got in his car to leave, not forgetting to say goodbye. Mr. Wang, let's get drinks together some other time. Wang Zheng went along with it. Okay, drive safe. He watched the car disappear into the misty night, thinking to himself, even though he's good at hiding it, I can still feel that Chu Jiaonan is very wary of me. He let out a small appreciative laugh. This guy really knows how to seize an opportunity, knows which side to be on. Not bad at all. A valet graciously held out his hand. Chairman Wang, here are your car keys. He replied politely. Thank you. Wang Zheng's car shot down the main road like an arrow tearing through the night, leaving only flashing lights and the echo of its engine. Suddenly, he noticed movement behind him. A series of question marks popped up in his mind. When did these arrogant punks start tailing me? He carefully watched the mysterious car's movements in his rearview mirror. Looks like they're getting closer. Suddenly, the black car accelerated and pulled up alongside him, making a loud noise. Yuan Kuei slowly rolled down his window, a challenging smile on his face. He casually scattered some sharp, glittering objects he had prepared earlier, looking forward to the show. The sharp caltrops carpeted the road, waiting silently like the Grim Reaper's scythe hidden in the darkness. Just as expected, a deafening bang echoed through the air, shaking the entire area. Just seconds later, the cars behind him all began to swerve. The exploding tires threw the scene into chaos. The crowd started shouting in anger. Hey, what kind of driving is that up front? There are nails on the road. What bastard did this? Everyone quickly got out of their cars to check the situation. Damn it, a flat tire. At that exact moment, Yuan Kui stepped out of his car, decisively chambering around, ready for action. He immediately gave an order to Huang Lin. Wang Zheng's car is right behind us. While it's chaotic, you and I will attack from both sides. Let's finish this quick and clean. He quickly accepted the mission. Okay. Suddenly, Wang Zheng's head popped out. Nice idea, but I don't think that's going to work out for you. The man's face turned pale with shock. Huang Lin couldn't keep his composure. When did you get here? Wang Zheng immediately pulled out a small, sharp needle as a threat. Talk. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly questioned them. Who sent you? Meanwhile, in another location, Ming Xuan was happily raising his glass in celebration. He was extremely grateful. Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to be so vicious. That Wang Zheng guy is just too much of a bully. Suddenly, a sense of unease crept over him. But it's been so long, why haven't I heard anything back yet? Could something have gone wrong? Li Gang calmly reassured him. What could possibly go wrong? The man boasted confidently. Let me tell you, the 2 guys I sent are both ex-cons. They've done bank robberies, kidnappings. Taking care of one person is nothing to them. Hearing that, he felt a bit more at ease. Is that so? Impressive, impressive. Before he could finish his beer, he choked and spat it out as the door was violently kicked open. Wang Zheng slowly strode into the room, the steady click-clack of his leather shoes on the floor echoing with an overwhelming presence. He questioned coldly, I never knew you had such a poor sense of humor, Mr. Song. Was it really just a little joke that made you want to take my life? Ming Xuan frantically denied it. No, this has to be a misunderstanding. Li Gang, sitting next to him, shot to his feet, overwhelmed by the newcomer's intimidating aura. He felt as if his own life was in danger. So, the guy Song Ming Xuan was talking about. Wang Zheng. It's him. This is bad. I've got to get out of here. Before he could get far, Wang Zheng landed a decisive kick squarely in his back. He slowly growled out each word. A misunderstanding. A lot of people want me dead. I just didn't expect a couple of idiots like you to be among them, he asked coldly. So tell me, How do you plan on settling this? The two of them sat bolt upright, not daring to move an inch, listening to what he had to say. Calling the cops is out of the question. Let's not even talk about my connections at the police department. You're the ones who hired people to kill me. Reporting this to the police won't do you any good, Wang Zheng explained, while calmly wiping the sharp weapon in his hand. I, Wang Zheng, always repay my debts. You want me dead, and I have no intention of letting you live. He glanced at them, suggesting a way out. However, if you can offer me something, in exchange that's worth your lives, I might reconsider. Ming Xuan immediately seized the opportunity. Chairman Wang, how about this? The conditions you offered before I promise you, and what's more, I'll waive the promotion fees entirely, no charge at all. He laughed and waved his hand dismissively. Haha, you think the profits from representing Zhu Rong are enough to buy your life. He then stated his position bluntly. Even if you gave me all of Song Corporation, that would barely count as half of my condition. The man asked cautiously. Song Corporation is only half, but that's all I have to offer. Wang Zheng affirmed with certainty. No. You have something else you can do. If you can do it, I'll spare you. The man probed fearfully. Do what Wang Zheng gave the directive straight out, to replace Song Mingwei and become the heir to the Song family. Song Mingcan sighed helplessly. You want me to replace my older brother as the head of the Song family just so I can hand it all over to you, is that it? He cheerfully gave a thumbs up. Glad to see you're catching on, but I'm in no rush to take over the Song family. For now, just act as my mouthpiece in the Song family. How about it? He thought for a long moment. Mouthpiece. More like a puppet, he thought. But if Wang Zheng can really make me the head of the Song family, then it's a deal worth making. His mind raced. After all, in the eyes of the public, I'd still be the one in charge. He finally made his decision. If you can help me take down my older brother and make me head of the family, I'm willing to have the Song family serve you. Wang Zheng stood with his arms crossed, casually giving an order. Okay, then prove your sincerity to me, right now. Song Mingcan swallowed hard and clenched his fists, readying himself. Li Gang, watching him get up, was extremely curious. Sincerity, how's he supposed to prove that? Suddenly, Song Mingcan dropped to his knees, causing Li Gang's jaw to drop as he let out an involuntary gasp. Ah, Wang Zheng said in a stern voice. Feel the humiliation. You tried to have me killed, and now I'm letting you live at my mercy. From now on, I will help you get what you want. In return, you will manage the Song family for me. Is that clear? He gritted his teeth and endured the humiliation. Crystal clear. Satisfied, Wang Zheng pulled him to his feet and smiled as he gave him an assignment. Work hard to get Song Haixing to marry Su Tianran. This is the first task I'm giving you. He continued encouragingly. Go on. Use those cunning schemes of yours to take what's rightfully yours. I'll be watching. Song Mingcan left in a daze as if his soul had been ripped out. Wang Zheng flashed a wicked smile and turned to Li Gang, offering him a choice too. So how do you want to die? Li Gang was so terrified he practically lost his mind, instinctively dropping to his knees. He grabbed onto Wang Zheng's leg, sobbing and begging. I don't want to die. Please, Boss Wang, spare me. Losing patience, Wang Zheng grabbed him by the shirt and hauled him up, disgusted. Stop your damn whining. You'd be better off dead than carrying on like this. The man trembled and stammered, spare me. Suddenly, a phone began to ring, incessantly shattering the tense atmosphere. Wang Zheng's mind immediately jumped to a suspect. It has to be that bastard Zhou Feng up to his old tricks. I just hope he hasn't been blinded by hatred. He ignored Li Gang, who was clinging to him like a koala, and calmly answered the phone, reassuring the person on the other end. I'll handle this. Call the police first, then just stay home and wait. Li Gang looked up, his curiosity piqued. What happened? Is there anything I can do? Wang Zheng lowered the phone, muttering to himself. You know, you just gave me an idea. You might actually be useful for something after all. Then, with a wicked smile, Wang Zheng gave his order. Right now you're going to take some men and go beat up the city party secretary Zhou Qihua, and I want you to make it hurt. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Gang eagerly agreed. Got it, I'm on it right now. But in reality, his heart was pounding. Still, if beating up Zhou Qihua meant he got to live, what was the big deal? He had to put on a brave face. Wang Zheng didn't forget to add a cryptic remark. Now go. Don't say another word. They say the sins of the son are the fault of the father. It's time he paid his share of his son's debt. Li Gang's bravado returned. Yes, sir, I'll go find some guys to beat him up right now. With that, he scurried away as if his life depended on it. Once he was gone, Wang Zheng made a call. Xia Yan, a friend of mine, has been kidnapped. I just sent you a number. Track her location for me. On the other end of the line, Xia Yan couldn't resist teasing him. A friend, you say? A lady friend. Wang Zheng frowned, knowing he was being teased. Cut the crap. Where is she? Xia Yan's tone immediately shifted to business. The target is moving toward the southern outskirts. They had to take a detour because of the afternoon traffic, so they haven't gotten far from the Binjiang district. A relieved smile touched Wang Zheng's lips. Excellent. The tension in his face eased slightly as he quickly issued a new command. Get me 2 helicopters. One to pick me up and the other to close in on the target's position. Somewhere on a winding mountain road, a car sped through the desolate hills. In the back seat, Liu Xuan lay bound and unconscious, unaware that she was the subject of their conversation. "Hey man," one of the goons said, "we went through all this trouble to snatch this chick. You're not gonna have some fun with her first. We're just taking her straight to that compound in the southern outskirts." The other man, Xu Ye, shuddered at the crude suggestion. "You're a real sicko." Meanwhile, at a modern high-rise elsewhere in the city, night had fallen. Zhou Qihua was in the middle of a celebratory dinner with a group of colleagues. This project's successful completion is all thanks to the guidance and support of our esteemed leaders. He barely finished his sentence when the door was kicked open with a loud bang shattering the cheerful atmosphere. Li Gang carefully checked a photo on his phone, then bellowed into the room. "Zhou Qihua. Which one of you is Zhou Qihua?" He quickly spotted his target and yelled to the crew behind him. "That's him. You've got 3 minutes, get him." A stunned Zhou Qihua could only ask who. "Who are you people?" The last word was barely out of his mouth before a fist slammed into his gut. Li Gang followed it up with a slap across the face as he explained. "Someone paid me to teach you a lesson. They said you're too soft on your son and that it's time for his father to share some of the consequences." Zhou Qihua was beaten to the floor, his face drained of all color. "Consequences? What are you talking about?" A moment later, the thugs swarmed in, and the real beating began. He could only beg helplessly, "Please, spare me. I'll discipline my son, I swear." But all he got in return was a sneer from Li Gang. No. Don't worry about disciplining your son. In fact, I should be thanking you." He then cruelly smashed a chair over Zhou Qihua. "If it weren't for you, I never would have escaped that monster's grasp." Li Gang's timing was impeccable. By now, Wang Zheng should be closing in on Zhou Qihua's son. Wang Zheng leaned out of the helicopter asking urgently, "How far are we from the target coordinates?" The pilot responded instantly, 2 kilometers. Wang Zheng pulled back inside his commanding presence, returning as he issued an order. "Tell the other team we're landing now. Have their chopper stay in the air and provide tactical surveillance for an ambush. If anyone tries to escape, shoot to kill." Back in the kidnapper's car, Xu Ye was cheerfully sharing information. "That compound specializes in trafficking women to Africa." Zhou Feng laughed enthusiastically. He shot a vicious glance at the back seat. "I did my homework before deciding to send this bitch there. This woman deserves to die, but I want her to suffer a fate worse than death." Xu Ye then ventured a bold guess. "Whoa, look at you. Is this a case of love turned to hate?" Just then, Liu Xuan stirred, letting out a soft groan as she awoke. She sat up groggily, reflexively blurting out, Where am I? Why am I here? My head is killing me." Seeing she was awake, Zhou Feng began to taunt her. "Awake are we? Don't be scared. I'm taking you to a wonderful new place where you can really enjoy life. Haha." Meanwhile, at the compound in the southern outskirts, Thon Liem eagerly bowed to his distinguished guest. "Mr. Chu, please take your time. If you have any good merchandise next time, just contact our institution." But to his surprise, Chu Feng coldly dismissed him. "There won't be a next time, and I never want to see this kind of woman again." Ye Hui, standing behind him, reminded him, "All right, son, this isn't a place to linger. Let's go." He immediately raised his voice to complain. "Mom, I told you I could handle this myself, but you just had to tag along." She smiled gently and explained, "Aren't I just worried about you?" But moments later, a bullet whizzed by. It went straight into Chu Feng's thigh, and blood gushed out non-stop. Her motherly instincts kicked in, and she frantically ran to her precious son, not realizing that both she and her son were in the enemy's sights. From a high vantage point, Wang Zheng was grinning from ear to ear. Alman Su, who was watching the situation through binoculars, was startled and exclaimed, "Oh my god. It's a hit. The target is almost 1,000 meters away. How did you do that?" He shook his head, smugly looking, conceited. "Just a feeling. I'm not used to this new gun. Otherwise, I would have blown his head off. Tell the other team they can move in." The helicopter carrying Wang Zheng flew into the courtyard of the human trafficking headquarters. Once it landed, he deftly climbed down the ladder, then dropped to the ground, becoming the point man for the assault. "You two stay on the helicopter. Don't let anyone escape this place alive." He didn't forget to instruct those following him. Alman Su find a hiding spot outside, observe the situation, and be ready for a surprise attack on command. He immediately acknowledged the order. "Yes, sir." A moment later, Wang Zheng stopped and pointed the way for his teammates. "The rest of you follow me and charge in." His mind was filled with fighting spirit. "Liu Xuan, I'm here." The sound of gunfire and footsteps echoed throughout the building. They warned each other as they moved. "They have heavy weapons, watch for cover." A soldier ran up to report the situation. "Sir, we didn't find the target on the second floor either." Hearing this, Wang Zheng changed their destination to the third floor. He unconsciously fell into deep thought, his expression hardening. This place isn't big and they have enough people and weapons. Luckily, we got help from Xiaoyan this time, otherwise we would have been in trouble. Suddenly, someone fired a warning shot. Everyone freeze. It was Thon Liem holding Lu Xuan hostage. You're here for her, aren't you? The man seized the opportunity to make his demands. Get a car ready for me to get out of here. If you don't, I'll kill this little bitch. She was so terrified that tears streamed down her face as she helplessly called out his name for help. Wang Zheng calmly raised his hands as a sign of peace. Don't get agitated. A car, music, anything you want, I'll prepare it for you. But in his mind, he was already forming a plan. Walking right into my trap. Saves me the trouble of finding you. Thon Liem brazenly walked down the stairs, still spewing threats. You'd better not try anything funny or this girl is dead for sure. He was talking so much that he didn't notice he was in the crosshairs of an enemy. Suddenly, a shot rang out, flying straight into his head. The skill was so precise that even someone like Wang Zheng had to praise it. Almond Su lives up to his name, the sniper sent by Xia Yan. Great shot. Devoid of life, Thon Liem lost his balance and tumbled down the stairs, accidentally pulling Lu Xuan down with him. Both of them fell together. She screamed in panic. But a moment later, Lu Xuan was caught by him in time. Wang Zheng even added a word of reassurance. Don't be afraid, you're okay now. I'll take you back. Wang Zheng heroically carried her away from the scene, leaving the work to others. There are probably other girls upstairs. You guys handle it properly. He didn't forget to reiterate the mission. Make sure you handle this cleanly. This den of vipers absolutely cannot remain. They immediately acknowledged the order in unison. Yes, sir. The news quickly spread elsewhere. Upon hearing it, a man slammed his fist on the table in anger. What, the southern outskirts were wiped out by Xia Yan's people? The man muttered, his voice filled with hatred. Fine. I didn't want to mess with you, but if you want to play, I'll play along. Soon the next morning, at the Tianping Mountain Villa, as soon as Wang Zheng stepped into the living room, he was questioned by Shangguan Shishi. Look who it is, our great hero. How's the beauty you rescued? He smiled and replied, she's fine. Her nerves were shot from being so tense for so long. After she calmed down, she went to bed. But why are you two still up? She suddenly exploded in anger. How could I sleep? Didn't you say Liu Xuan was kidnapped by Chu Feng? I was just thinking about whether I should send someone to grab him and take him out once and in time. Zheng Fei, who was a bit calmer, chimed in. That's not a good idea. We're talking about a human life here. It's better to report it to the police. Besides, his father is the city's party secretary. Wang Zheng then walked over to reassure them. I didn't know you had it in you. You're more ruthless than I am. Don't worry, he won't dare to come back for a while. His eyes suddenly turned sharp and cold and his words became a bit ambiguous. I'm afraid he might not be able to come back for the rest of his life. After hearing this, Shangguan Shishi's expression relaxed a little. That's good. Let Liu Xuan rest for a bit tomorrow. The shoot is this afternoon. The product's nationwide promotion starts next month, so we absolutely have to get the filming done in time. Wang Zheng gently patted her head. Okay, you handle the arrangements. It's been a long day for you all. I'm going to bed first. You two should get some rest soon. A moment later, he was in the bathroom. The sound of water pattered from the shower. At the same time, his phone screen lit up with a message notification. Feeling puzzled, he walked over and picked up the phone to check it. Who'd be texting me in the middle of the night? A smile suddenly appeared on Wang Zheng's lips. KN-15 has arrived. Elsewhere, at Jinling 301 Hospital, Zhang Miao Miao was lying on the hospital bed with a lifeless look in her eyes. You guys. Do you think I should call him Kai? Z glanced at her with an exasperated look. Stop obsessing. If that Wang Zheng guy was interested in you, he would have come to find you in Jiangsu already. It's been over half a month and not even a single phone call. You should stop thinking about him. But she stubbornly continued to make excuses for her dream guy. Well, he is the senior vice president of the Ju Rong group. He's probably just been too busy to remember. He paid no mind to her explanation, his helplessness obvious. Your man probably has a wife already. I really don't understand how you girls think. Wait until Bei gets back, you can tell her all about it. Just as he finished speaking, Bei immediately appeared, shouting non-stop. Zhang Miao Miao, Zhang Miao Miao. She eagerly and hurriedly announced. C-15, K-15 is here. Hearing this, Zhang Miao Miao's eyes lit up like stars, and she shot up without thinking. He's here. Is it Wang Zheng? Is he the one? But all she got in return was Bei's innocent expression. I don't know Wang Zheng. I saw K-15. Wang Zheng suddenly walked into the room holding a get-well flower basket. That would be me. Don't move around too much. Your leg still hasn't healed properly. Where do you think you're going? Taking the opportunity, she began to act all delicate and shy. I just wanted to do something low-key. Are you here to develop the land in Zhangjiagang this time? That coquettish act made Kai silently judge her. So typical of a girl. He approached with a friendly demeanor to greet her. I just came to see how you were recovering and to give you a little something. As he finished, a car key appeared dangling from Wang Zheng's hand. An outsider like Bei watched with wide-eyed admiration. It was just as Zhang Miao Miao had said he was handsome and rich, only Kai scoffed. Yeah. Wang Zheng lightly tossed the keys in front of her. Take it, it's yours. Looks like you're recovering quickly. He didn't forget to add a friendly warning, but you still need to be careful. Until your leg is fully healed, you have to restrain yourself. No racing. Zhang Miao Miao nodded enthusiastically, pure joy written all over her face. Don't worry, I absolutely won't race. You came all the way to the provincial capital without even telling me. How many days are you planning to stay? He smiled and replied, holding up 3 fingers. About 3 days. Zhurong has some business here. As they were chatting happily, Wang Zheng noticed someone behind them. Bin Hao glared at him, his ice-cold tone making the young man jump. Wang Zheng. So, you're Wang Zheng. A bewildered Wang Zheng greeted him. I am Wang Zheng. And who might you be? A hint of suspicion sparked in his mind. Zhang Bin Hao, the top general of the Su faction second, to only 1 and above 10,000 others. To think I'd run into him here. But then the man's attitude shifted to one of gratitude, as he laughed heartily. Haha, you really do have an impressive presence. No wonder my daughter can't stop thinking about you. Young Master Wang, I'm so grateful to you for saving my daughter this time. Hitting a nerve, Zhang Miao Miao quickly tried to stop him. Dad Wang Zheng humbly bowed his head. Uncle Zhang, you're too kind. If I hadn't been racing with Zhang Miao Miao, this accident wouldn't have happened. Speaking of which, I share part of the responsibility. Wang Zheng's polite attitude pleased Bin Hao even more. Haha, you're quite the young man. Come, have a drink with me tonight. You saved my daughter, let me thank you properly. He also smiled in response. Then thank you in advance, uncle. At the Qinhuai Renjia restaurant, Wang Zheng gathered with Zhang Miao Miao's family for a meal where her father warmly raised his glass. Come on, young Master Wang, since you've called me uncle, you have to drink with me tonight. He politely raised his glass to toast the older man, but in his heart, he was hiding a huge secret. Judging by his attitude, he probably still doesn't know that I was the one who beat up his son. I was worried this would be a Hongmen banquet, but I guess I was just overthinking it. Sitting beside him, Zhang Miao Miao reminded him affectionately, Wang Zheng, don't just keep drinking, you should eat something first. Even Li Hua, who was meeting him for the first time, had a good impression of him. This young Master Wang is kind-hearted, modest, and prudent. You can tell at a glance that he comes from a well-bred family. What do your parents do for a living? Wang Zheng frowned, confused by the question. Before he could answer, Zhang Miao Miao interjected. Geez, Mom, you're being so nosy. You don't just ask someone about their parents right after you meet them. But her mother didn't seem to pay it any mind. Well, if it's inconvenient. Wang Zheng gently diffused the situation, his expression tinged with sadness. It's all right, Auntie. It's just that I was abandoned as a child. I've never met my parents. Although my master later raised me for a time, I had to rely on the charity of many families for food and clothing. Hearing this, Li Hua's tone softened considerably. I'm sorry, young man. I didn't realize your situation. I've made you recall painful memories. And yet he was still forgiving. It's okay, Auntie. I've never met my parents, so there's nothing to be sad about. Wang Zheng's unique circumstances also moved Zhang Miao Miao. This man, those days when he had to rely on the kindness of strangers for food and clothing. How did he ever get through it? Bin Hao, who already had a good impression, now felt an added layer of respect. Grinning from ear to ear, he recited, a sword is sharpened through grinding, and plum blossoms are fragrant because of the bitter cold. Young Master Wang, for someone so young to already be the vice president of Zhurong, you must have gone through countless hardships. Come, let me toast you again. And with that, they both drained their glasses in one go. Li Hua took the opportunity to inquire. Young Master Wang Zhang Miao Miao mentioned you're staying for 2 days and plan to visit Zhangjiagang. He seized the opportunity to elaborate. Yes, Auntie. I want to survey the real estate market in Zhangjiagang. She took the chance to ask a series of questions. For a large company like Zhurong to enter the real estate market, why choose a county-level city? Wouldn't it be better to launch your first major project in the capital? Wang Zheng shook his head and began to explain, laying out his knowledge. Policies have changed in the last 2 years, making Zhurong's entry into the real estate world carry certain risks. We chose Zhangjiagang after considering its environment and its advantages in all aspects. Hearing this, Li Hua nodded in agreement. That makes a lot of sense. In the real estate industry, the state's macro control and regulation are getting deeper and broader. It's not as easy to make money as one might think. He calmly stated his company's policy. It's still feasible. If not, we'll partner with the government for development. Ultimately, I'm just thinking of acquiring a few plots of land at a good price to build low-cost housing and do something to help the community. This decision made Bin Hao a bit suspicious. Housing prices are soaring, yet he wants to sell at a low price. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, you know that with this decision, Zhurong won't make a profit and might even suffer a loss, right? Why do you want to do this? Wang Zheng explained his ideals. I was raised by the charity of many receiving the kindness of countless people. Naturally, I feel I should do something to give back to the community. His expression hardened, his tone becoming serious. I want to see people smile, not worry about buying a home. This determination made Li Hua laugh. Though a bit idealistic, he's very ambitious. Meanwhile, Bin Hao downed another glass of wine and turned to make him an offer. Young Master Wang, I've been waiting for you to say that. Zhang Miao Miao owes you a piece of land, and I'll help you sort it out. Even though I'm getting old, I want to be a little reckless with you young folks one more time. Wang Zheng stood up without hesitation, showing his respect. Then I'll have to trouble you, uncle. No one knew that he was already calculating in his mind. The provincial party secretary of Gongsu, Zhang Binhao, and the provincial secretary of Jiang, Su Nuannuan, formed the two strongest pillars of the Su faction. He raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp, a plan already forming in his head. I'll start with real estate and take down Gongsu province. The two great pillars of the Su faction will be down to one. Just you wait, old man of the Su family. I'm going to dismantle your power from within. At the Qinhuai Renjia building, Wang Zheng was pushing Zhang Miao Miao's wheelchair in front of a luxury car. Binhao sat inside, asking with an expectant look, "Are you sure you don't want to come home with your mother and me?" She waved her hand dismissively. "Geez, I already told you it's not often I get to go out. I want to stroll around a little longer. You and Mom go on ahead. Wang Zheng is here to protect me, so don't worry." Unable to persuade his daughter, he turned to the young man for help. "Young Master Wang, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Zhang Miao Miao." He immediately spoke up to reassure him. "Yes, President Zhu, rest assured." The wheels of Zhang Miao Miao's wheelchair whirred as they moved down the path. She took the opportunity to ask Wang Zheng, "Are you really only staying in Jinling for 3 days?" He pushed her wheelchair as he replied, "No, I'm heading back tomorrow afternoon. I mainly came this time to give you the car. I still have things to take care of back in the capital." After hearing this, Zhang Miao Miao's face fell, her disappointed tone obvious. Why so soon? Suddenly a loud noise attracted Wang Zheng's attention. Before them, dozens of men in military uniforms were pointing their guns at them. Instead of being surprised, he was strangely calm. "That's a lot of you. What do you want?" Yang Di announced in a stern voice. "Wang Zheng, we've received orders from our superiors to arrest you." Wang Zheng still didn't flinch. "Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? I'm an honest citizen." Looking at their equipment and posture, they were probably Zhang Hongqi's men. He thought that after he injured the guy, he would lay low. He didn't expect him to be in such a hurry to get revenge. Zhang Miao Miao also jumped in to defend him. What crime did he commit? To the point where the armed police need to get involved. Let's see who dares touch him today. But she was immediately surrounded and threatened by the men. "Miss, if you try to obstruct us from carrying out our duties, don't blame us for not being polite." Suddenly, someone raised a hand. Wang Zheng slapped Yang Di hard across the face, adding a warning. "The one thing I hate is someone pointing a gun at my head. And I also hate people pointing guns at my friends' heads." The man's blood began to boil, and he didn't hesitate to shout right in his face. "Don't be so arrogant. Let me tell you, because you've opened fire on the armed police before, when we arrest you, we're allowed to bend the strict regulations a little. Do you know what I mean?" Wang Zheng strode closer, his hand gripping the gun's slide, challenging him. "I understand you have the right to point your gun at me, since you're resisting arrest by name. But are you sure that if you shoot, you can actually hit me?" Yang Di glanced at his colleagues behind him as a warning. "There are 15 of us here, no more than 2 meters apart. Any one of us can blow your head off at any moment." But Wang Zheng maintained his cocky demeanor and retorted, "I don't think so. In fact, I think all of you are feeling sore all over right now, completely drained of energy. You can't even hold your submachine gun steady. You especially feel like lying down for a nice long nap." That confident attitude made the man a little wary. In a weak voice, he stammered out a question. "How? How did you know?" Just then, the soldier's limbs began to feel weak. As if waiting for that exact moment, Wang Zheng rushed forward and snatched the gun from Yang Di. "What are you waiting for? All of you lie down and take a nap." As if hypnotized, the man immediately collapsed to the ground. The rest of them followed suit, falling one by one. Zhang Miao Miao couldn't help but marvel as she watched the scene. Such an incredible trick. He walked back to his friend's side, looking smug. "Don't you have anything you want to ask me?" she replied with a playful smile. "Of course I do, but I think it would be better if you told me yourself." Wang Zheng knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he told her the whole truth. "Zhang Hongqi is your brother, isn't he? The last time I left Jinling, he brought a squad of armed police to block my way. He probably heard about the accident when you raced with me and came looking for me. And yet," Zhang Miao Miao just casually asked, "So were you hurt?" "That damn Zhang Hongqi. I told him not to worry, but he still had to do things his way." A look of unease flickered across his face. "I wasn't hurt, but I did hurt your brother. He's probably lying in a hospital right now," she calmly reassured him, not showing a hint of worry. "Then it's fine. He's very strong with a tough constitution. As long as you're okay, that's what matters." Her casual attitude took Wang Zheng by surprise. That's the first time I've ever heard someone describe their own brother like that. The other person could only laugh it off. Back at Zhang Li Minghao's villa, he was on the phone, his brows furrowed deeply. Dad knows." Li Hua saw this and gently approached him to ask, "What's wrong? What did your daughter, the one who always sides with outsiders, call you about?" Li Minghao recounted in a low voice, his expression grim. Zhang Miao Miao said, "Zhang Hongqi was injured by someone." Li Hua immediately started firing off questions. "What did Mr. Wang do it? Is Hongqi badly hurt?" Li Minghao's face was tense as he reported in a serious tone. It's minor. Just now Hongqi even sent a squad of armed police with guns to the hospital to block Wang Zheng and Zhang Miao Miao. I heard those armed police didn't know who Zhang Miao Miao was and even pointed a gun at her head. She was completely shocked, her eyes filled with a murderous rage. What? They dared to point a gun at Zhang Miao Miao's head. If Zhang Miao Miao is wronged in any way, I will never let them get away with it. He switched to a gentle mode, taking his wife's hand and softly comforting her to ease her worries. Zhang Miao Miao wasn't wronged. On the contrary, it's Hongqi. He's been stubborn and aggressive since he was a child. With a personality like that, he was bound to suffer for it sooner or later. It's a good thing that Wang Zheng knocked him down a peg. It's better for him to get a minor injury now than to lose his life later. But Li Hua was still not at ease. She was about to run to check on the situation. I have to go see how Hongqi is doing. But Li Minghao quickly stood up to stop her. You can't go. Helpless, she could only let out a tired sigh. Humph. He then picked up the phone from the table. In a low voice, he gave an order to the person on the other end, arrange a meeting with the political commissar and the commander of the Nanjiang Provincial Armed Police Corps. Tell them, I'm inviting them for a meal. Elsewhere, a car was speeding down the road. Suddenly, the phone screen lit up with an incoming call from someone named Zhang Mingqi. Wang Zheng picked it up, surprised to receive an invitation. Inviting me to the Spirit Diamond press conference the day after tomorrow. He agreed without hesitation. All right, I'll go. Don't worry. Then he hung up immediately. Suddenly, while driving, Wang Zheng's eyes closed and he fell into deep thought. Next, he slammed on the accelerator, and the car shot forward like a bunch of ladies hunting for deals. Online, unaware that every road he took was being fully monitored by Chiang Dongtong from another location, he clapped his hands continuously, chuckling to himself. Excellent, excellent. Dongtong glanced away, asking with a cryptic smile, what does everyone think about the Zhang Hongqi and Wang Zheng situation? Mark gave a cold assessment. I think that Wang Zheng guy is incredibly cunning. You can't underestimate him. To me, he's a dangerous man. He spoke as if he was just waiting for the chance to spew his venom. Then we just need to take him out, and that's that. No one can stand in the way of the great family's revival. Ketty, who had been lingering in the corner, spoke up. As long as you complete the mission, the headmaster gave you the military academy will certainly help you achieve that dream. Her pledge made Dongtong a little suspicious. Just then, David reported the situation. According to Mass's description, the Chinese master looks a lot like this young man. If it really is him, then our academy's China plan may have been exposed, he said decisively. In that case, we have to kill him. Keeping him alive is an absolute disaster waiting to happen. Ketty laughed flirtatiously, her words filled with hidden meaning. This Wang Zheng fellow is interesting. I'm a little intrigued by him. Dongtong calmly advised her, Ketty, you'd better be careful. Chinese men can be full of surprises. But his words unintentionally triggered a memory in her mind. Speaking of you, Chinese men, she said, there's one man I'll never submit to, but to this day I still don't even know what he looks like. We've only shaken hands a few times. The three of them exclaimed in unison. Who? Ketty answered slowly, her expression hardening as she emphasized each word. Wang Zheng of Asia. The moment the name was spoken, it caught the attention of David and May. Even Dongtong had to take notice. He rubbed his chin in deep thought, his aura turning grim and serious. He truly is a remarkable figure, but Ketty couldn't care less, and simply left. I'm off to find out more about that Wang Zheng guy. Goodbye. Meanwhile, in the capital at Jiahe Seafood Tower, Wang Zheng stood before the towering building, wondering to himself, the place Li Minghao mentioned on the phone must be here. What kind of surprise could be waiting? Minghao, who had been waiting at the entrance, waved him over. Let's go, the surprise I have for you is all set. It had been a while since he'd seen his old friend and he casually dropped a few words of praise. Whether it's a surprise or not, we'll see in a bit. Your business is doing really well. He led Wang Zheng inside and pressed the elevator button. Minghao finally started to explain. It's all thanks to some government connections. All their dining and banquets are held at my places. The daily profit can reach over 1.1 million. He took the chance to ask, how many hotels like this do you own in total? He then revealed his massive fortune. The capital has 5 districts in total, and I have 2 or 3 in each one. Right now, the hotels in Nanjiang Province and Jiangning Province are almost finished too. When they're done, we'll have a foothold in 2 wealthy provinces. After hearing that, Wang Zheng had to express his admiration. Why didn't I notice this before? You have a real talent for business. And yet Minghao humbly denied it. I'm not so sure. The general manager I hired has an MBA from a top university on the U.S. news list. He nodded in understanding, muttering to himself, not bad at all. Suddenly, Wang Zheng's mind clicked, and he quickly brought it up. Oh right, where's that surprise you mentioned? Only then did Minghao remember the important matter. He slapped his own forehead, regretfully. I got so carried away talking about the hotel I almost forgot. He clapped his hands as if to signal someone. He glanced behind him and ordered, come in. The moment he spoke, the door creaked open. Lin Shijue walked into the room with an ice-cold expression. Seeing him, Wang Zheng cheered happily. Lin Shijue, unable to contain his curiosity, he quickly asked, "What have you been doing with him this past month? He's changed so much." Minghao pulled up a chair and answered, "I threw him on an island. It's a secret base used for manufacturing chemical weapons." Hearing this, he looked shocked. "You left him alone on Tianzhong Island." He nonchalantly corrected the information. "Yep, what's more, I didn't give him any weapons. His performance will definitely blow you away." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zheng's eyes lit up like stars. "Tell me." Minghao glanced at Shijue and slowly recounted the journey. Tianzhong Island is 47 square kilometers in total. Lin Shijue survived there for 24 days and took out 459 hostiles, nearly destroying half the base. Only then did he speak, his eyes fixed on Wang Zheng. "Thank you for using this method to enhance my strength." He gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder, reassuring him in a honeyed voice, "Don't be so formal. From now on, we're family." But things didn't stop there. Minghao pulled out another small, mysterious wooden box. There was also an unexpected find. He opened the box, revealing a spherical blue test tube inside. Wang Zheng picked up the strange object to examine it. "You found this in the base." Minghao's tone turned serious as he explained. This was the only test tube kept by the base commander. He was the only one with the authority to open it. "I'm guessing it's the most valuable treasure on Tianzhong Island." Lin Shijue brought it back. "When we have time, we'll send it to the relevant departments for chemical analysis." He looked at Shijue with a teasing smile. "Know how to use a gun." He immediately stepped in to help him out. The conversation returned to its cheerful atmosphere. "I've already taught him. He's very gifted." Wang Zheng raised his glass for a toast. "Welcome to our side." And just like that, the two of them downed their drinks in one go. Late at night at the Jurong building, Wang Zheng was staring blankly at his watch, waiting expectantly. "It's this late already. Shangguan Shishi should be off work by now, right?" Suddenly, Ningxia came running out of nowhere, her face a mess of tears and snot as she cried for Xu Fang. She sprinted at full speed towards her lover. Ningxia cried out Xu Fang's name, but all she got in return was a sad shake of his head. "Ningxia, we're really over. Don't come looking for me anymore. This is just hurting both of us." Wang Zheng, who had been eavesdropping this whole time, had a sudden realization. "Oh, so her name is Ningxia." She covered her face and sobbed, her voice breaking with each gasp. Why does it have to be this way? From the very beginning, we've known each other for so many years. Why has it come to this after less than a year in the capital?" Xu Fang advised her sadly. "Forget me, Ningxia. Go home. Go back to the countryside." But Ningxia refused to give up, screaming for a reason. "Why? What the hell is wrong with you?" He clenched his fists, his emotions finally boiling over. "Ningxia, do you seriously not understand? The two of us can never have a good life in the capital. Even a 40 square meter apartment costs 1 million yuan. Just the down payment for a mortgage requires 300,000 yuan. He shouted as if he wanted the whole world to hear. 300,000 yuan. Even if I managed to save 1,000 yuan a month, it would take 300 months. A full 25 years. His tone then shifted to one of helpless complaint. "Ningxia, you're too naive. The love that you cherish so much. To me, it's just a burden. A heavy responsibility." Ningxia didn't know what to say other than to blame him. "Xu Fang, you've changed. You're not the guy I knew before." Xu Fang didn't dare look her in the face, only lowering his head to avoid her gaze. "Ningxia, don't blame me. If you have to blame something, blame this goddamn society." After that, he got into a car and drove away, leaving her all alone on the deserted road. Ningxia was heartbroken, crying her eyes out. Sobbing sounds. At the glamorous Phantom Diamond Fashion Award show, the gorgeously dressed models had the reporters endlessly marveling. Wow, so many celebrities were invited to this award show. The necklaces and diamonds they're wearing are all so beautiful. Zhang Mingqi stood confidently on the red carpet and gave a speech. "Thank you to all our distinguished guests for attending the Phantom Diamond Fashion Awards." Meanwhile, at Su Tianran's house, the sound of tearing paper echoed. Tianran scowled and cursed. "Let them be smug for a little while. I want to see just how far you can get in this capital city." Then her expression shifted to a terrifyingly sinister smile. "It's been a while since I've had a rival like this. It proves I'm not soft at all." Backstage at the Fashion Awards, Zhang Mingqi was sound asleep on a chair when someone came over and stroked her head. Wang Zheng gently comforted her, even though he knew she couldn't hear him. "You're tired. Go ahead and rest." He then subtly draped his jacket over Zhang Mingqi before turning and walking out the door. Not long after, at the Na Ruilan restaurant, Wang Zheng sat across from her, raising his glass to celebrate her success. "Cheers." The two clinked their glasses intimately. Zhang Mingqi playfully probed what else. He laid on some more flattery. "For a goal that seemed unreachable, we've finally made it to this stage today. Thank you." Emboldened, she pressed, "Thank me. What are you going to thank me?" With Wang Zheng's tone quickly shifted to one of remorse and guilt. "I know that for my own selfish reasons I almost ruined your life." Yet Zhang Mingqi replied with grace. "Actually, even if you hadn't told me, I would have found out sooner or later. I really don't blame you." She even smiled brightly, expressing her gratitude. "So Wang Zheng, I have to be the one to thank you. It's thanks to you that I was able to find myself. Wang Zheng felt a sense of relief. I understand your pain. What you're going through now I've been through before. In any case, I should be the one saying thank you. Zhang Mingqi then opened up about her feelings. Wang Zheng, even though our first meeting wasn't very pleasant, I still feel very lucky to have met you. At the train station in Hui City, Yunnan Province, people began to pour into the area, creating a bustling and noisy space. Sheng Fei emerged from the bustling crowd and spoke, "You're Shangguan Shishi's bodyguard. Is it really okay for you to be away from the capital these days?" Wang Zheng waved his hand, signaling not to worry. She'll be fine over there. It's not every day Zhang Mingqi gives you a 10-day break. He was eager to get to that battlefield. He said that, but in his heart he thought that with Lin Shizhua there, Shangguan Shishi would definitely be safe. Sheng Fei's gaze flickered, her eyes downcast as if burdened by an unspeakable sorrow. Yeah, because that's a place my father once passed through. Suddenly, Jing Yu and his cronies approached her with malicious intent. The scoundrel's filthy hand reached out, aiming straight for Sheng Fei's chest. Luckily, he noticed in time, quickly grabbing the man's hand and yanking it hard, causing Jing Yu to yelp in pain. Furious that his plan was foiled, he hissed angrily, "What do you think you're doing? You got a death wish." The fool didn't even know his own limits and lunged forward to pick a fight with Wang Zheng. "Get your filthy hand off me." Wang Zheng squeezed Jing Yu's wrist tightly, and a wave of pain washed over him. He fell helplessly to the ground, still squealing like a stuck pig. At that moment, his aggressive cronies immediately rushed forward to save their buddy. "Let him go." Passers-by who saw the scene couldn't help but shake their heads. "Another fight. Let's go before we get caught up in it." In that instant, a hand suddenly grabbed one of the underlings. The force from Wu Ling's hand was so strong that the man stumbled and fell. In a flash, he had pinned the man to the ground. One of the underlings, who feared nothing, challenged them. "Who the hell are you guys? You want to be heroes." Without waiting for anyone to speak, the whole group aggressively charged forward with weapons, determined to go all out against the strangers. Wu Ling decisively drove his knee hard into the man's stomach, making the loudmouth spit blood. Quick as a flash, he knocked out another one with a perfect takedown. Wang Zheng, who was witnessing this embarrassing display, looked on with contempt. Can't even take a single hit. With everything settled, Wu Ling approached him with a greeting. "After you contacted me, I've been waiting over here." Hearing this, Wang Zheng gently reminded him, "You got here fast. Just toss these guys aside. Don't let them affect the tourists entering the station." Since he was here, he took the opportunity to make a request. "Let's go. Show us the results of your past 3 months." Wu Ling pointed to his intimidating car, his voice filled with undisguised pride. "Okay, my car is over here. I won't disappoint you." As soon as he finished speaking, he handed him a glass vial containing an unknown substance. The words that flowed from Wang Zheng's mouth were so mysterious, they would stun anyone who heard them. "Dip it in water and apply it to your clothes. I guarantee there won't be any problems for half a year." Hearing that, Wu Ling clutched the treasure in his hand and respectfully invited them, "Please get in the car." The 2 heavy-duty vehicles finally started moving, after a wait that felt as long as a Korean drama. While the group was busy heading out, Ketty had been secretly watching the entire sequence of events for some time. It was unclear what her mind was plotting, but she wore an expression of arrogant defiance. A few hours later, the car continued to travel along a deserted single-lane road. Sheng Fei sat in the car, endlessly praising the scenery as she looked around. "It's so beautiful." After hearing her, Wang Zheng also glanced outside, conveniently squashing the spark of joy that had just appeared in her. "It is very beautiful. But behind this beauty lie deadly dangers." Sheng Fei frowned, feeling genuinely uneasy, and immediately questioned him to get to the bottom of it. "Why would you say that?" He glanced out the window and explained in a few quick sentences. "This is the Golden Triangle. This place has beautiful scenery, but it also has the filthiest activities. It's an extremely dangerous place." As soon as she learned where they were headed, her face exploded with uncontrollable worry. "This is the Golden Triangle." Wang Zheng wasn't surprised by her reaction. He just smiled reassuringly. "No need to be afraid, I'm here." After speaking, he pointed into the distance. "Over there are the poppy plants." Entering the training area, they saw small groups diligently training for potential future dangers. Standing on the observation deck, Wu Ling turned to ask, his voice unable to hide his pride. "What do you think?" Wang Zheng leaned against the railing and spoke in a flat tone. "It's average." "Is this the training plan you came up with?" He nodded immediately, confirming without a hint of hesitation. "Yes, but I feel this training intensity is already very high. After all, they aren't elite special forces who've gone through rigorous selection." Wang Zheng, who was leaning against the railing beside him, now shook his head slightly to express his opinion. "You and I were also new once training gradually. This is the Golden Triangle. Only the strong can survive here. Looking at these new recruits, we still need to double the training intensity." He then glanced down at the group training diligently and said, "Tell me about your 5th team." As soon as he mentioned them, Wu Ling couldn't hide his pride. "That I can't say for sure. The combat medic of the 5th team is very strong, and what's more, they are very united." Hearing these words, Wang Zheng was momentarily confused. "Huh, why do you say that?" He pointed straight down at the crowd and continued speaking. Aside from the ones who came to me, the other 200 or so people mostly come from a village in Myanmar. Later, their village was massacred by Shah Kun's army. To explain briefly, Shah Kun is the biggest drug lord in the Golden Triangle, with over 200 subordinates nicknamed the Opium Emperor. At this moment, Wu Ling's voice was incredibly firm. They carry hatred in their hearts. For revenge, they dare to do anything. Hearing this, he also became very curious about his future plans. So what's the plan? He asked, seriously analyzing the group's morale. All this pent-up rage has to be released. If not, things will definitely get chaotic. With that said, Wu Ling started down the stairs and casually laid out the plan he'd already devised. We'll train for a few more days, then we'll take over a few small tribes to get our feet wet. Wang Zheng could now clearly see everyone in the courtyard. He took the chance to ask what had been bothering him, which one of Shah Kun's divisions was behind the village massacre. He immediately answered. It was a squad led by a Thai man named Li Na. He once managed to break out of a tough situation on his own, and later surrendered to Shah Kun. He has about 1,000 men under his command, and they're well equipped. Seeing his comrades in a tough spot, Wang Zheng offered to help. 1,000 men isn't a small force. If I were to call my comrades from the Ling family, how many people do you think it would take to wipe them all out? Despite the offer, Wu Ling didn't want to cause him any more trouble. Just give me 10 men. I can annihilate them all. Hearing the answer he wanted, Wang Zheng nodded in approval. Impressive. But in Longlin, one person would be enough to handle them. At that very moment, Sheng Fei, who was walking behind them, had to widen her eyes, unable to believe what she was hearing. Was my dad really that strong? Wang Zheng remained unfazed by her reaction and simply gazed up at the sky. If you compare the battlefield to an art form, then your father was definitely a renowned artist. Now it was Wu Ling's turn to be utterly shocked by the identity of the person in front of him. This girl is a descendant of Long Lin. He suddenly seemed to realize something and spoke up. That's right, get me a car. I need to go somewhere. I'll be back in a day or two. He immediately complied. All right, I'll have someone get it ready. Wang Zheng turned to Sheng Fei and instructed, we're leaving tomorrow, so get some rest today. She agreed right away. Okay. Time passed quietly. On the morning of the second day, she stood silently by the curtain watching all the activity of the people outside through the clear glass window. Wang Zheng was deeply impressed by Wu Ling's thoughtfulness. You're so considerate you even prepared mosquito coils, he said, pleased by the compliment. Wu Ling grew a bit smug. Of course. It's because you brought a young lady with you. If you were alone, I wouldn't have even gotten you a sleeping bag. Sitting in the driver's seat, Wang Zheng couldn't help but probe the person next to him. We're almost there. You scared? Sheng Fei, sitting beside him, answered, honestly, I'm a little nervous. Right then, the car was navigating a rugged, bumpy road, which made him exclaim in surprise. I've really never seen roads like this before. Wang Zheng seemed to realize that this journey would be incredibly difficult, but he didn't forget to tease her a little. This is just the beginning. Brother Sheng's daughter wouldn't be scared by something like this, would she? At that moment, Wang Zheng seemed to be lost in old memories. Back in the day when he and I went out, he always drove. I'd be in the passenger seat and he was always so focused. I could talk his ear off and he wouldn't even react. He told me later, I'm responsible for you, brother. I can't afford to be careless. Later on, he trusted me enough to let me drive. He'd sit in the passenger seat, and while I drove, I'd listen to him talk about you. He told me absolutely everything. The more he spoke, the more emotional he became. Thinking back on it, I feel like I practically watched you grow up. Hearing these words, Sheng Fei's eyes filled with a loving warmth. So, my dad really mentioned me that often. Fearing she was getting tired, Wang Zheng urged her, you even have to ask. Get some sleep. We're still a long way from the battlefield. After 6 long hours, the vehicle finally came to a stop. At the same time, Sheng Fei woke up. Are we here? Is that the small mountain? Wang Zheng got out of the car and calmly answered her questions. Yeah, it's the mountain right in front of you. This place is the center of it all. In a 10 square kilometer area around here, this was Longlin's final battlefield. Come on, I'll take you up the mountain. As they walked, he warned Sheng Fei, starting now you need to stick right by my side. This whole area is mine, so be extremely careful. When they reached the base of a tree, Wang Zheng pointed at it like an excited child showing off a trophy. See, this tree. I was up there when I fired a single shot that went through 3 guys' heads, but that burst of excitement quickly vanished, replaced by a profound sadness. Even though every soldier on our team was an elite fighter at the end of the day, we were still just flesh and blood. During one enemy assault with heavy artillery, our team lost half its members. Suddenly, Wang Zheng pointed in another direction. Sheng Fei, look over there. Back then your father and I came to this very spot. The enemy was waiting in ambush over there. At the mention of her father, she could no longer contain her welling emotions. My dad, he died here. At that moment, he felt the same profound grief as Sheng Fei over his death. Yeah, I was completely spent by then. By the time I sensed the danger, it was already too late. I should have been the one who got hit, but I never expected. Brother Sheng pulled me behind him. He took the full blast. Since they were already at the spot where Sheng Fei's father had fallen, Wang Zheng took the opportunity to suggest, "Come on, I'll take you to Brother Sheng's grave." The pain of losing his brother in arms had become a constant, dull ache in his heart. After I killed the enemy, I carried Brother Sheng's body for several days, but the situation back then, it just wasn't possible for me to bring him home. So I found a place and buried him here. I'm sorry. Wang Zheng looked up at the sky, fighting back the tears that were threatening to overflow. It's still a ways from here. We'll have to drive. At this, Sheng Fei could no longer hold back her emotions. She threw her arms around Wang Zheng and began to sob like a small child. Having been through so much himself, he understood what she was feeling and gently patted her back to comfort her. It's okay, just let it all out. A long while later, Wang Zheng stopped, in front of a tall, ancient tree that had been marked beforehand. This is the spot. I even carved the letter "said" on it to mark it. Sheng Fei's emotional defenses completely collapsed. She covered her mouth with her hands, trying to stifle the sobs as tears streamed from her eyes. He then spoke with great solemnity. "Brother Sheng, I brought Sheng Fei to see you. The little girl you talked about every single day. She's a grown woman now. Are you happy to see her?" Finishing his words, Wang Zheng took off the backpack he was wearing and set it on the ground, pulling out 2 bottles of liquor he'd prepared. "I still remember how you loved to drink, even though you were a total lightweight. You'd sneak 2 cups, and the captain would catch you every single time." He then took a long drink, finishing the entire bottle as if pouring out all the thoughts he'd kept inside. Next, Wang Zheng took the other bottle and poured it onto the ground as an offering for his fallen friend. "But don't worry about that now. I brought you 2 bottles of Nanjiang's specialty liquor. This should be enough for you to have a real good drink." After completing the ritual, he turned and placed a hand on Sheng Fei's shoulder, gently nudging her from her grief. "Don't just stand there crying. Go on, say something to your dad." Hearing those words, she tried to hold back. Her emotions steadied her breathing and said, "Dad, you were a good comrade, a great soldier, but you weren't a good father. But I don't blame you, Comrade Sheng. Dad, you're a man of ideals." The man standing beside her, witnessing the whole thing, was also affected by her mood. In that very moment, from a distance, a gun was aimed straight at Wang Zheng's head. Having watched their every move, Ketty couldn't help but sigh. A man with a story like that. "I can't bring myself to kill him." As she said that, she continued to look through her scope. But somehow Wang Zheng had already sensed her. Seeing this, Ketty was completely stunned by his sharp senses. Could it be? "He's spotted me." She immediately turned, packed up her things, and tried to flee the scene as quickly as possible. Without hesitation, she took off running deep into the forest. After their encounter, they both got into a car to head to the next location. Inside the car, Wang Zheng couldn't focus on driving as he thought about what had just happened. If she wanted to assassinate me, why did she keep hesitating instead of taking the shot? Why just keep following me? Over on Wu Ling's side, he spoke as soon as he saw Wang Zheng arrive. "I've got news. Our team is 50 kilometers from their encampment. They just raided a medicinal herb farm, had a great haul, and are now on their way back." He was extremely pleased with the news he'd just received. "Excellent. Gather your men. Tonight we'll take advantage of the situation and strike." The man beside him immediately agreed. "I'll go rally the troops and make some preparations." Overhearing the conversation between the two, Sheng Fei hesitated, wanting to ask about her role. "What about me? I want to go with you." But Wang Zheng seemed to predict that this battle would be extremely dangerous, so he made his opinion clear. "You don't need to. Just stay here. There's a cellar under your bed. You'll be safe hiding there." A short while later, a small squad had been assembled. They all stood in perfect formation awaiting orders. Having been through this before, he was thoroughly prepared and well-equipped. But Wu Ling was intimidated by the sheer amount of weaponry on him. "It's just a small ambush. Do you really need to bring this much gear?" He shook his head, showing his displeasure with the man's attitude. "Don't underestimate them. I'll say it again. We don't need to wait until nightfall. We just need to set up an ambush on the road they're certain to take, and we can make our move." Soon after, a convoy of vehicles appeared, winding its way through the treacherous mountain terrain. Wang Zheng lay on a cliff, waiting for the prey to walk into his trap. Seeing the target enter the kill zone, he immediately gave the signal with his hand. After receiving the command, Wu Ling turned to instruct his comrades. "As soon as the first shot is fired and you see a car explode, everyone throw every grenade you have." Realizing the time was right, Wang Zheng opened fire on the enemy. A few unlucky vehicles took a bullet and burst into violent flames. The recent explosion snapped Cheng Yu back to reality. He frantically yelled into his radio. "We're under attack. The enemy numbers are small. Organize a defensive line now. Rear vehicles turn around for me." On Wu Ling's side, he didn't hesitate to shout, "Attack." Following Wu Ling's voice was a rain of grenades, thrown down from above by his men. One by one, the vehicles in the convoy were blown to pieces in a chain reaction of explosions from the grenades raining down. Wang Zheng seized the opportunity, leaping straight down from the cliff to get to the scene before anyone else. From a hidden corner, someone was aiming straight at his head, lining up the perfect shot. Ketty used the professional scope on her rifle to watch his every move. He moves like a pro. A sniper rifle would have a hard time locking onto him. You can tell he's a master at a glance. This trip to China is getting more and more interesting. At the same time, the clash ended swiftly as the criminals continuously surrendered to Wu Ling's elite squad. Sensing trouble, Cheng Yu opened his door to bolt without a second thought. But before he could even take a step, he was shot and sent tumbling. He was dead before he hit the ground. Cheng Yu's body collapsed like a warning to the cowards kneeling on the ground. Wu Ling let out a breath and then roared, "For our families, kill them all." And just like that, the bloody retaliation ended under the brilliant light of the setting sun. Once everything was done, Wang Zheng gave him instructions for what to do next. Have some of your men clean up the battlefield, then take everything important from their base. Don't leave anything behind. Without waiting for Wu Ling to reply, he quickly turned as if he had something extremely urgent to do. You should head back now. Remember to keep an eye on Sheng Fei. I have to take care of something. He nodded, agreeing instantly. All right, be careful. As soon as that was settled, Wang Zheng darted into the forest as if he had an appointment with the trees. Finding a large enough tree to stop, he climbed up, breathing hard as he thought to himself, I have to see who's been following me. As night fell, the forest grew suspiciously quiet. Suddenly, someone raised a scope locating their target amidst the dense dark foliage. A silenced barrel quietly fired, but the small sound still echoed in the unnerving silence of the forest. The mysterious opponent on the other side immediately launched a volley of throwing knives without holding back. Wang Zheng pulled his eye away from his scope, silently impressed. A miss. This person's skills are no joke. With absolute precision, he fired 3 consecutive shots, neutralizing the throwing knives while they were still in midair. The urge to get to the bottom of this drove Wang Zheng to immediately leave his position and pursue the mysterious figure. I have to find out who that is. Not keeping Wang Zheng waiting long, Ketty emerged from her hiding spot and appeared before him. He was extremely curious about her identity. Who are you? You've been following me for days. She seemed unbothered. Who I am isn't important. I just want to know who you are. As she spoke, Ketty took off her gloves to make it easier to move. A master who can push back the Dark Military Academy with just a few moves can't possibly be a nobody overseas. Wang Zhengru realized what the person before her was implying, so he also tossed the gun in his hand to the ground. Think whatever you want. Your gloves are special. I've seen old M use them. She was utterly shocked to hear him mention that name. M, you mean the headmaster? You fought the headmaster before. He explained Mars is the founder of the Dark Military Academy. He calls himself the headmaster. His English name is Mas, which means God of War in ancient Greek. Wang Zheng nonchalantly admitted, yeah, I couldn't beat him. Even though he's old, he's incredibly fast. Ketty shook her head, finding what he revealed hard to believe. But from what I know, of all the people who have fought the headmaster, only 2 have survived, besides Antonio Ginatali, the father of the ideal nation. There's also Eric Lee from the Atlantic Alliance. In contrast to her seriousness, he spoke with a hint of teasing. I only said I couldn't beat you. I can still run, you know. Taking the opportunity, Ketty proposed a match. Since I've met someone with your skills today, I absolutely have to have a proper fight with you. As soon as she finished speaking, she kicked off the ground and leaped high into the air. Immediately after, Ketty dashed toward where Wang Zheng was standing. He struggled to block her surprise attack. The surprise on Wang Zheng's face was obvious. Is this girl really that strong? Ketty launched another dangerous kick, but luckily, he managed to dodge it just in time. He immediately struck Ketty's shoulder with both palms to absorb the impact. She was knocked backward but didn't forget to make an arrogant comment. How was that? Not too bad, huh? Wang Zheng just gave a perfunctory nod. It really wasn't bad. Want me to let you feel it again? It seemed his taunt had worked. She quickly regained her momentum and lunged forward. Then go ahead and try. Wang Zheng watched as Ketty seemed to split into multiple images in front of him, thinking to himself in amazement. As expected of Old Man Ma's true disciple, her speed is incredible. She didn't hold back immediately, unleashing a flurry of punches on him. Realizing that if this situation dragged on, his stamina would be completely drained, Wang Zheng decisively unleashed a move that took Ketty completely by surprise. Quickly regaining her composure, she dug her heels in to stop, and then Ketty pushed off, leaping back several steps to dodge Wang Zheng's attack. Wang Zheng gently rubbed his arm and spoke humbly. Just a fluke. I happen to be able to predict the trajectory of your punches, that's all. Not wanting to continue the confrontation, she issued a warning. I'm from the Dark Military Academy. I hope you won't interfere with our school's affairs in Huaxia. Hearing these words, his expression immediately hardened, losing its earlier easygoing nature. Then I can't make any promises. I hope your side doesn't do anything to harm Huaxia, or else I will definitely get involved. Not only did Ketty not take him seriously, but she also casually flipped her hair, looking forward to it. If a day like that really comes, it'll have to be when you and I are both going all out. Honestly, I really don't dare to imagine a scenario where it's you or me. Wang Zheng was extremely annoyed by her attitude, so he pointed right at her and warned, I think you people should restrain yourselves, especially in Huaxia. In response, she raised her hands, feigning helplessness. So what if it's Huaxia? What the headmaster decides, you can't stop on your own. Seeing Ketty so casually revealing internal information, Wang Zheng became extremely curious. Telling me all this? Aren't you afraid I'll leak the information to Ideal Nation and the Atlantic Alliance? She burst out laughing at his naivety. If I'm telling you this, of course I'm not afraid of you spreading it. Wang Zheng paid her no mind, bending down to pick up the gun he had tossed aside earlier. I know you weren't using your full strength today. I hope we can have a proper match next time. After he said this, Ketty suddenly struck a pose, blew him a kiss, and offered a farewell. You can try again next time. The very next moment, she quickly leaped into the bushes to escape. Meanwhile, his mind was in turmoil. The Dark Military Academy. This is going to be a huge pain. The next morning at the Wuling base, as soon as Wuling saw Wang Zheng walk in, he spoke first. Someone in the jungles of the Golden Triangle was actually strong enough to push you this hard. He stopped at the edge of the table, put down his gun, and said calmly, There are many masters in this world. You'll meet them eventually. How's Sheng Fei? Seeing his reaction, the other man didn't ask any more questions. She's fine, waiting for you in the room. At that moment, Wang Zheng, who was busy putting his things away, suddenly spoke up. Waiting for me to change. Go get Sheng Fei. We're heading back tomorrow. Wu Ling was baffled, not understanding the reason for the rush. What's the hurry? He smiled and explained patiently. There are a lot of things to handle back in the capital. After I leave, manage the current resources well. Make sure nothing goes to waste. That's what he said, but he was thinking something else. The Su family is having a birthday banquet for Old Master Su. Hearing this, the other man didn't ask any more questions and simply agreed. All right, I'll have a car ready for you tomorrow. Hearing a noise from the living room, Sheng Fei came out to see what was going on. She became very worried when she saw he was still in his military uniform. Why are you dressed like this? Were you in some kind of danger? Afraid she would let her imagination run wild, Wang Zheng went over and patted her head reassuringly. It's nothing. I just had a fight, but I'm not hurt. No one in this world can hurt me. Back in the capital of Huaxia, he was now showering praises on a certain individual. Provincial Party Secretary Zhang Pinghao really lives up to his reputation. He's already sorted out the 1,000 square meter plot of land in Zhangjiaji, and it's even on the North 2nd Ring Road. Shishi agreed with Wang Zheng's sentiment, and added, what's more, he only wants us to pay 80% of the original price. If our Zhurong group can help Zhangjiajie bring in 2 universities, then he's willing to give us the land for free as a thank you gift. He was a bit surprised by the information she mentioned. Bring in universities. Does he feel that Zhangjiajie's talent pool isn't keeping up? Shishi directly confirmed that was the case. Realizing Wang Zheng still had questions about the matter, she explained further. You see, Zhangjiajie is considered one of the top 3 counties in the country. The demand for talented individuals is huge, but there isn't a single technical school there. He seemed extremely pleased with this idea. That's a great approach. Doesn't Zhurong already have partnerships with many universities? You could send someone to negotiate with them. Shishi didn't hold back her praise for Wang Zheng's foresight. Imhem and Lu Xuan's commercial shoot also brought in huge profits for Zhurong's home appliance division. You have a great eye for things. He stretched wearily, but didn't forget to speak with a confident tone. Of course, you just keep handling these matters until they're done. I've got something else to do. We'll talk when I get back. At the luxurious Sinue Hotel, a caption explains Su Fuhua, a founding father of the Republic of Huaxia and a veteran statesman. The 85th birthday banquet for Old Master Su was being held at the Sinue Hotel. At this time, the Grand Hall was already filled with many influential figures from society. Wang Zheng and Zhang Mingqi walked side by side into the party. Let's go inside. Come on. Meanwhile, Tianran was standing at the reception area, greeting the distinguished guests with a warm smile. Zhang Mingqi, Wang Zheng. Welcome, welcome. It's Grandpa's birthday banquet today, and so many guests have come. The atmosphere is so lively. Zhang Mingqi offered Tianran a polite, businesslike smile as a greeting. I've been wanting to visit Old Master Su for a while, but I've been so busy lately, it just kept getting delayed. He replied graciously. Grandpa mentions you often as well. Please go on inside. Then Tianran looked at the person accompanying her, and was a little surprised. Why is it you? At that moment, an image of Wang Zheng taming a dragon couldn't help but flash through his mind. Then Tianran glanced at the person accompanying her, and was a bit surprised. Why is it you? At that moment, he couldn't help but picture the image of Wang Zheng with the cursed dragon. It's him. He naturally extended a hand forward as a sign of goodwill. Why can't it be me? This time, let's meet formally. My name is Wang Zheng. Tianran quickly composed himself and shook his hand in agreement. I'm Su Tianming. Please, both of you come inside. Inside, Su Fuhua, impeccably dressed, had long been seated in his chair to preside over the party. Just then, a group of people approached him and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Chief. We've come to celebrate your birthday. Seeing their courteousness, Fuhua had no intention of making things difficult. It's been a long time since you all came to visit me. Now that you're all here, you must have a few drinks with me. Suddenly, Su Nuannuan cried out as if she'd recognized someone. She ran over to Wang Zheng without a care for etiquette and introduced him. Grandpa, this is my friend Wang Zheng. He's the one I always told you about, the one who helped me teach that hooligan on the train a lesson. He bowed his head slightly and spoke in a solemn tone. "Hello, Mr. Su. May your fortune be as vast as the eastern sea, and your life as long as the southern mountains." Fu Hua was extremely pleased with these wishes. Excellent, excellent. The young generation is truly formidable. But where no one was looking, his face filled with rage. Dragon Scale was destroyed, and so many of my brothers were injured or killed. My exile overseas. It's all connected to this damn old man. There are only 3 meters between me and him. I could absolutely kill him with a single shot. Seeing Wang Zheng's mood darken, Mingqi gently placed a hand on his to reassure him. He noticed her gesture, but still couldn't control the chaotic thoughts racing through his mind. If I make a move, Shengfei Zhang Mingqi Shangguan Shishi, they'll definitely be dragged into this. Not to mention rebuilding Dragon Scale. I can't let hatred blind me. In the next moment, Mingqi shyly spoke to Fu Hua. "Mr. Su, I'm Mingqi. Do you still remember me?" Hearing this, he smiled and offered a brief compliment. "Mingqi, of course I remember. I often hear Tianran talk about you. In the blink of an eye, you've grown into such a beautiful young woman." Wang Qiang, standing beside him, was a bit curious about Wang Zheng's demeanor. "Wang Zheng, judging by your style, you used to be a soldier, didn't you?" He didn't deny it. "Yeah, I served 4 years ago, then I was discharged." The man continued to flatter him. "Excellent. The Hanqiu military doesn't care about rank. Anyone who has served is a good person." Suddenly, Han Baoguo emerged from the crowd with a gentle smile. "That's right. I like this young man too." Seeing his old brother had arrived, Fu Hua immediately stood up to help Baoguo. "Brother Han, what took you so long?" He smiled and spoke with sincerity. "It's my old comrade's birthday party. I had to come, didn't I? But this time I also brought a pleasant surprise." His expression turned curious and surprised. "Huh, what pleasant surprise?" Without making Fu Hua wait, Baoguo turned and pointed towards Wang Zheng. "It's this young man. I've been looking for him for a while. I like him a lot. He's young, but he's more composed and mature than many young people today." Just then, Beijiang tactfully approached to help him. "Uncle Han, let's not stand here talking. There isn't much time left. Let's head into the banquet." Then Fu Hua and Baoguo walked in together, and Fu Hua took the opportunity to suggest, "Brother Han, let's have us old-timers sit at one table, and let the young people have another. We can reminisce about the old days. It's been too long, we must have a few drinks today." Seeing he wasn't as spry as he used to be, the other man politely declined. "This old body of mine can't take it. How about I find someone to drink in my place?" Fu Hua pretended to be surprised. "Huh, Brother Han, what game are you trying to play?" Baoguo slowly teased Brother Su. "Look at you. We're old friends. What tricks could I possibly pull?" Suddenly, someone at the table cut in. "Brother Han, everyone at this table is an old comrade from back in the day. Is it appropriate for you to call a junior over?" Another person thought differently. "It's fine. Think of it as adding some youthful energy. Besides, I'd also like to see who has caught Brother Han's eye." Hearing this, Fu Hua happily agreed. "All right then, let's do as Brother Han says." Baoguo then gave a slight wave to the person in front of him. Tianran immediately stood up to greet the person approaching. "Uncle Han, what brings you over here? Want to have a few drinks?" Han Tuosu pointed towards the table where Fu Hua was sitting and said, "Your old man told me to call Wang Zheng over to his table." These words completely stunned Wang Zheng. "He wants me to go over there." He wondered to himself, "What right do I have to sit at that table?" Wang Zheng couldn't help but glance at Chu Xiaonan's and Ziyei's faces. Is this what real influence looks like? At that moment, the room started to get noisy. The sound of people gossiping was lively. "Who is that guy? I've never seen him before. To be sitting with Su Tianming, he must be someone important. He could be the young master of some powerful family. But even if his status is extraordinary, he can't possibly sit at that other table. So what kind of status would he need?" Han Tuosu could only mumble to get through it. Don't ask anymore. Just come with me." Afterwards, Wang Zheng confidently strode towards Fu Hua. Seeing someone approaching, Baoguo wore a welcoming smile. "Wang Zheng, come sit next to me." As he spoke, everyone else at the table turned their attention to the young man. Being scrutinized from head to toe, Wang Zheng felt a surge of discontent. A bunch of old fossils. Why are they staring at me like that? He waited for the other to get settled before immediately making an introduction. "Brother Su, I didn't arrange any of this. Wang Zheng isn't a junior I brought along. Just consider us friends who've bonded despite our age gap." This statement took him by surprise, and his mind was filled with questions. What is this old man plotting? I've only met him once, and we barely exchanged a few words. Hearing Baoguo's introduction, the person next to him quickly added, "Friends, despite the age gap. For someone to become your friend, Brother Han, I suppose birds of a feather truly do flock together." Fu Hua, who had been sizing him up, decided not to make things difficult. "Mr. Han, I don't mean anything by this, but for you to hold this young Wang in such high regard, he must have something special about him. Why don't you introduce him to everyone?" Waiting for just this cue, he began to boast to the whole room. "Wang Zheng is a fine soldier. It's a shame he isn't on my team. If he were in the capital, he'd be at least a captain by now. We can't let talent like that go to waste." In stark contrast to the others, Shu Hai spoke with utter contempt. "Mr. Han, he's just some kid in his 20s. Even if he's good, is he really captain material under your command? I also heard this kid is the one raising your dog. Don't tell me you value him so highly just because he's your dog sitter." These words made Bao Guo fall silent. His response was quiet, but the underlying threat was crystal clear. "Z, you shouldn't be so harsh with people. You might live to regret it." Sensing the rising tension, Fu Hua quickly stepped in to mediate. "Mr. Han, Mr. Z, today is my birthday celebration. Please do this for my sake." Just as he finished speaking, the sound of heavy, urgent footsteps echoed through the hall. A group of fully armed men burst in, and their leader barked without ceremony. "Who is Wang Zheng?" Hearing his name called, he stepped forward without a hint of hesitation. "I am." Once they had their target, the men moved to arrest him. This blatant disregard for protocol made Han Tuosu slam his hand on the table in fury. "I am Han Tuosu, commander of the capital military region, who gave you the authority to act so outrageously in my presence." The man's high rank did nothing to deter them. Their leader's tone was incredibly rude. "The commander of the capital military region has no jurisdiction over the affairs of the Jiangnan garrison. These matters are connected. Not even you, Han Tuosu, have the right to stop me from making this arrest." Just then, a new voice spoke up unexpectedly from behind them. It was Fang He. "If he doesn't have the authority, what about me, Fang?" He sized up the man before him from head to toe. His words weren't threatening, but they carried immense weight. "You're a lieutenant colonel from the Jiangnan garrison, aren't you?" The question startled Ming Huang, who instinctively stammered, "Sir, yes sir. Yes sir." The man nodded slowly, each word deliberate, and loaded with implication. "Lieutenant Colonel, what if I were to say, I want to protect the man you've come to arrest? Would that be a problem?" He was caught in an impossible situation, unable to comply. "Sir, with all due respect, the order for Wang Zheng's arrest came directly from my commander. I cannot defy a direct order even from you." This defiant answer clearly displeased him. In the next instant, he gave a command. "Wang Zheng, get Qiao Qiwu on the phone. Tell him he has 3 hours to get to the capital and report to me. If he doesn't, I'll have him stripped of his command." Ming Huang's face went pale at these words, and he swallowed hard. Who is this old man? He wondered. Meanwhile, Wang Xiang wasted no time quickly making the call and handing over the connected phone. "Qiao Keiwu wishes to speak with you, sir." The lieutenant colonel quickly took the phone and began reporting the situation. "Reporting, Commander. I'm in the process of arresting the suspect, but we've run into a complication on site." An urgent voice erupted from the phone. "What complication? Get back here right now. I mean it, get back here." As soon as the call ended, he hastily ordered his men to withdraw and disperse. As he turned to leave, Ming Huang seethed with resentment over the unreasonable scolding. "He's the one who gave the order. I was just following it. But the second he runs into someone with more rank, he throws me under the bus to save his own skin." Seeing that the situation had calmed down, Wang Zheng turned to Fang He. "How are you not dead yet?" This surprisingly blunt question didn't anger the old man. Instead, he seemed to grow fonder. "If I were dead, how could I call you back?" he replied warmly. Beside them, Fu Hua stared at the newcomer, utterly stunned. "Wang Fang He, what brings you here?" Hearing this, the old man greeted him politely. "Mr. Su, it's been a long time. No matter what, you have to have a few drinks with me today." Visited by such a distinguished guest, he was as happy as could be. "Of course, if I'd known you were coming out of retirement, I would have invited you for a meal even without the birthday party." The staff who had witnessed the whole affair began to whisper among themselves. Wang Fang He. Why does that name sound so familiar? I feel like I've heard it somewhere. The person next to them couldn't hide their curiosity either. Wang Fang He. You don't mean the Wang Fang, he do you, the man they call the father of China's special forces. Across the room, Fang, he dropped the pleasantries, clapping a hand on Fu Hua's shoulder. "Mr. Su, we can let bygones be bygones, since it's been so many years. But now that we've met again, when do you plan on settling your debts with me?" These words made Shu Kai, who was standing nearby, leap to his feet in anger. Wang Fang. What are you trying to do? First you have soldiers barge in and ruin the birthday party, and now you speak so disrespectfully. Have all those years away from civilization made you lose your sense of direction? Wang Zheng had been simmering with displeasure for a while. Shu Kai's words were the spark that ignited his fury. "I'm warning you," he snarled. "Don't you dare speak to the old man like that." He grabbed him by the collar. The move put the surrounding bodyguards on high alert, and their guns were raised in unison. He glanced at the grunts with contempt. "I'm faster than their bullets. If you don't believe me, feel free to try." Terrified by this display, the man struggled to break free. What do you think you're doing? Let me go." Wang Zheng refused to back down. "Apologize. Apologize to the old man." As he spoke, he lifted Shu Kai clean off the ground. "I can't stand people who use their age to act superior. I call you Old Shu out of respect for your age. But it seems in all these years, you've only gotten older, not any wiser. Did a dog eat your brain?" Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Fu Hua stepped in to de-escalate. "Young man, calm down." But he had no intention of stopping. "What are you going to apologize for him?" Tianming appeared out of nowhere, pointing directly at Wang Zheng. Do you dare let old Shu go and fight me? At this Fang, he finally spoke up to defuse the tension. All right, kid, let old Shu go. After all, he and I have known each other for 10 years. This isn't very polite of you. Only then did he relent, casually tossing Shu Kai to the ground with one hand. You're lucky today. Next time I'll shut that mouth of yours for good. But fine, you don't have to apologize. I'll just have to collect some interest instead. The moment he finished speaking, he struck the man, sending him flying backward to land perfectly on top of Tianming. Wang Zheng stood there arrogantly, looking down on the two pathetic figures. Right now, you're no match for me. You're too weak. This display made the bodyguard behind him even more wary. Don't move or I'll shoot. Fu Hua's friendly demeanor had vanished. Wang Fang, you've completely ruined my birthday celebration today. Leave this young man behind and I'll let you walk out of here. Fang, he didn't answer right away, his expression remaining perfectly calm. Old Su, do you remember, back when we were building? The Huaxia Special Forces Division had established an emergency protocol. He immediately replied, I remember, of course I remember. Fang Hak's voice remained steady. You must also remember that Old Han doesn't know about this protocol. When an emergency situation arises, a high-ranking Huaxia Special Forces operative can assume full command. He still didn't get the hint. But there are no high-ranking Special Forces operatives here. Although he appeared calm on the outside, Feng Huatu's heart was already racing. It was true that a high-ranking Special Forces operative was recognized back then, but they vanished into thin air. What is this old geezer plotting? Fang Hak then had someone bring out a military uniform ready to show his hand. Who says there isn't one? Lieutenant Colonel Wang Zheng, what are you waiting for? Put on your uniform. Tianming's jaw dropped in astonishment as he looked at the uniform that was brought out. The Longlin. It's the legendary Longlin uniform. Feng Hua's face showed no emotion, but inside his mind was in turmoil. He originally thought he would use the most powerful name in Huaxia to wipe them out completely, but he never expected the one who got away to appear right in front of him. It seems this Wang Zheng guy is no simple man. Wang Zheng approached the military uniform, a sense of nostalgia welling up inside him. He never thought that even though Long Lin was disbanded, the old-timers would have kept his service uniform here. His hand unconsciously reached for the uniform before him, but then, as if remembering something, he quickly pulled it back. Wang Zheng spun around to face the man, his demeanor resolute. Initiate the emergency protocol. Huaxia's elite special forces unit will assume command of all military personnel on site. Bao Guo, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Old Su, don't you even try to deny it. I believe the current situation perfectly meets the conditions for the emergency protocol. Realizing the situation was not in his favor, Fu Hua conceded and lowered his weapon. Fang, he didn't want to linger and left with his head held high. Let's go. He quickly took Zhang Mingqi's hand and followed. Under the bright sunlight, their group quietly walked toward the cars waiting for them outside. As soon as Wang Xiang got in the car, he couldn't hide his excitement. I've long heard the commander say that you are the youngest major in the Republic of Huaxia. It's truly my good fortune to meet you today, he continued. The commander said you should take this uniform. Report back in 6 months for news. Wang Zheng was surprised by this and asked report in 6 months. A smile flickered in Fang's eyes as he spoke with genuine care. Kid, you've done very well these past few years. I'm giving you 6 months. Go out there and train hard for me. In half a year, I'll give you your own military branch. Standing beside him, he clenched his fists, finally letting out all the grievances he'd been holding back. Old man, I know these past few years have been even harder on you than on me. We've lost so much. We have to take back Zhonggui. He added, oh, right, old man, I need you to help me save someone. The man had clearly done his research and understood the worry in his heart. Shangguan Jiazheng, right, he's already woken up. Wang Zheng was once again taken by surprise. You cured him. He quickly opened his laptop. Shangguan Jiazheng had been hit with a type of poison. His eyes were glued to the screen as he explained nonstop. This poison is a new toxin, a cocktail made from several neurotoxins. It took me many attempts to create an antidote, but I still don't know if it will leave any long-term side effects. Over at the hospital, sunlight streamed through the rows of small windows. Shishi rubbed her eyes as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing, her voice filled with emotion. Dad, you're finally awake. Jiazheng looked at his daughter, his heart aching as he reached out to pat her head. Shishi, it's been so hard on you all this time. Not wanting her father to blame himself, she quickly replied, it hasn't been hard on me. As long as you're awake, nothing else matters. Suddenly from the doorway, they could hear Lin Shijue trying to stop someone. You can't go in. Hearing the commotion, she quickly opened the door. She was delighted to see it was Shangguan Yunxiao. Big brother, you're here. Come in quick. Brother Lin, this is my big brother, Shangguan Yunxiao. He's not an outsider. He quickly added, that's right. When I got your message that third uncle was awake, I rushed right over. Seeing a visitor, Jiazheng politely greeted him. Come, Shangguan, Yunxiao, have a seat. He gently sat by the hospital bed and carefully opened the food container in his hands, his expression full of concern. Third uncle, it's so good that you're awake. Today I had someone prepare a chicken that's been raised on the farm for a long time. Drink this, third uncle. It will help you regain your strength. He reached out and took the bowl of still hot soup, unable to stop himself from sighing. It smells so good. It's been so long since I've had real food, my stomach is starting to protest. Shangguan Yunxiao, not forgetting his purpose for coming, turned to his sister and asked about the situation. Shi, have you found out anything from the investigation? She could only express her helplessness. Not yet. The opponent is very cunning, and didn't leave a single trace. Hearing this, he didn't know what to do but offer encouragement. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll find them eventually. Jia Zheng took this opportunity to place his trust in him. Shangguan Yunxiao, I'm planning to rest for a while. Would you be willing to come to Jurong to help Shishi? He looked uncomfortable and found an excuse to decline. Third uncle, you know what I enjoy. I'm busy with the farm every day. I just don't have the mind for the business world. Just then the doorknob turned. Shishi couldn't hide her joy when she saw Wang Zheng walk in. Wang Zheng, you're back. Seeing a good opportunity, she quickly introduced him to Jia Zheng. Dad, this is Wang Zheng, the bodyguard you hired for me, but you yourself have never actually met him. He didn't rush to make an impression, instead turning to Lin Shijue, who was standing outside the door. You've completed your mission. It's been tough on you. Go get some rest. He obediently followed the order. Yes, boss. Jia Zheng looked the newcomer up and down before offering a word of praise. You're quite capable. Wang Zheng didn't hide his thoughts, speaking his mind directly. My gut tells me that we've definitely met somewhere before. There's something very familiar about your eyes. The man wasn't surprised to hear this and signaled that he wanted to talk privately. Shishi, could you step outside for a moment? Wang Zheng and I have something to discuss. She was very understanding and left, giving the two of them some space. Seeing that they were the only two left in the room, he dropped the formalities. Have a seat, Dongfang Wang Zheng. The name coming from Jia Zheng's mouth startled Wang Zheng. How do you know the name Dongfang Wang Zheng? The man's reaction seemed to be exactly what Jia Zheng had expected. There's no need to look at me like that. The 4 words, Dongfang Wang Zheng, are not exactly a secret. I'm a businessman, so I have dealings in both the underworld and the legitimate world. He didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. No need to talk in circles. Tell me, where exactly have you met me before? After listening for a while, his gaze softened. As expected, Master didn't misjudge you. To be honest, I guess you could consider me half your senior brother. For all the missions you've carried out, Master and I have been following them closely. So your intuition isn't wrong. Hearing this, Wang Zheng asked in surprise. What, you're my senior brother? A flood of questions filled his mind. Shangguan Jiazheng was the old man's disciple, but he thought he was the old man's only disciple. He had never mentioned anything about another senior brother. Seeing his confusion, Jiazheng kindly explained, Master is my master, but I can only be considered half his disciple because he never formally acknowledged me as one. His voice continued on steady and even. Master poured so much of his heart and soul into building Jurong into what it is today. Back before you became Dongfang Wang Zheng, when you were carrying out missions in Europe and America, we have created many opportunities for you. You can try to remember them carefully. Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. This reaction left Jia Zheng a bit confused. What are you laughing at? Wang Zheng couldn't hide the joy in his voice. How could I not laugh? I thought I was all alone in the capital, but in the blink of an eye, I have a massive mountain to back me up. From now on, can't I just strut around with my head held high wherever I go? He didn't hesitate to ask further. Have all my actions over these years been in your hands? The man didn't hide anything and just told him everything. After you arrived in the capital, everything you did was under our observation. And I must say, the things you've done were even better than we imagined, far exceeding our expectations. He said gently, placing the glass in his hand on the table. Right now, the undercurrents in the capital are surging violently. Besides us, there are many others who want a piece of the pie. That's why I was poisoned this time. Hearing this, he fell into deep thought. How much effort did it take for the old man to save you? The current situation is truly not in our favor. After thinking for a moment, he boldly voiced the suspicion in his mind. So, do you think anyone knows that you and I are actually on the same side? I always feel like something isn't quite right. Jia Zheng quickly reassured him. Probably not. My master and I communicate very secretly. No one should know that I would also interfere with the military system. Besides, this hospital room is completely secure. No one can break in. You don't need to worry. Wang Zheng didn't want to say any more, eagerly waiting. Then what's my next mission? The man didn't hold back. Help me take a trip to Ningxia. On a street where houses were packed tightly together, advertisements featuring Lu Xuan were everywhere. Inside the Zhaochuan Nan restaurant, she had probably been waiting for a long time. Seeing Wang Zheng arrive, she looked a little annoyed. You're 15 minutes late. Has President Wang been very busy lately? He looked at the menu in his hand and replied casually. Of course I'm busy. For better or worse, I'm still a senior vice president. I had to turn down several invitations just to have dinner with you. The prices, which were in the hundreds of yuan, made him sigh. Tisk, these dishes aren't cheap at all. This scene made the woman across from him feel helpless. Oh, cut it out. You're just a security guard. Stop pretending to be some CEO. Besides, you gave me the opportunity to earn a 2 million yuan endorsement fee. Isn't treating you to a meal the least I can do? Then remembering something, Lu Xuan looked at Wang Zheng probingly. Oh right. Zhao Gonggang asked me to be in his film. What do you think? I wanted to hear your opinion. The name sounded somewhat familiar to him, but to be sure he asked again. Zhao Gonggang, is that the rather famous director? Receiving a nod from her, he just expressed a nonchalant attitude. I have no opinion, you decide for yourself. Just then, Lun Pei appeared from nowhere beside her. He asked politely, Excuse me, are you Miss Lu Xuan? Lu Xuan didn't hesitate to reply. Yes, may I help you? This was exactly what he was waiting for. He quickly made his offer. My name is Li Lunpei, secretary to the president of Yangguang Media. Our boss is also having dinner with a client in this restaurant. He was surprised to see that Miss Lu Xuan was also here. So our boss would like to invite you to come over and sit for a while to get acquainted. Yangguang Media was no stranger. It was one of the top 3 largest media companies in Huaxia. Its boss, Qin Leiyu, was also very famous in the industry. Although the invitation came from a significant figure, she wasn't the least bit interested. Thank you for the invitation, but I'm afraid we were just about to leave. He didn't give up, intending to use the company's fame to make Lu Xuan change her mind. Miss Lu Xuan Yangguang Media is, one could say, a leading company in the entertainment industry. For you, this opportunity would be very beneficial for your future development in showbiz. I advise you to reconsider. Wang Zheng now spoke up, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Oh, so you're the biggest media company in the Huaxia entertainment industry. Then I wonder, how do you compare to the Song Media Group? Lun Pei didn't answer directly, focused only on trying to make her change her mind. Each company has its own scope of business. They aren't quite the same. For a newcomer like Miss Lu Xuan, here signing with our Yangguang is the most suitable choice. Our professional team will definitely polish you into a shining star. Although the conditions were tempting, Lu Xuan was resolute. She refused him outright. Sorry, I'm not going. At the same time, Du Siro sat in a distant room, quietly observing the situation. He fixed his lecherous gaze on Lu Xuan, sighing repeatedly. This girl is a real looker. I have to get her to drink with me tonight. Leiyu, sitting beside him, put on a fawning expression. Yes, of course, Mr. Du Siro. I've already sent someone to handle it. Please rest assured and be patient. He was all smiles on the outside, but inwardly he was cursing. If my company wasn't trying to expand into your Japanese market, would a beautiful woman like her ever be your turn? Seeing that sweet talking wasn't working, Lun Pei resorted to threats. If you insist on not coming over, President Qin isn't very kind to those who don't show him respect. Just then, Wang Zheng suddenly cut in. Wait. After a moment of consideration, he continued coolly. Go with him. I need to make a phone call. As soon as the call connected, he immediately gave an order. Hello, is this Song Mingqing? I'm at Xiaochuan Nan. Get yourself over here within 15 minutes. After saying this, Wang Zheng calmly approached. Secretary Li, let's go. The name that was just mentioned made Lun Bei hesitate. Song Mingxuan, President Song of Song Media, please wait a moment while I report to President Qin. Hearing the secretary's report, Lei Yu scoffed. Don't listen to his bluffing. Go invite him again. Just tell him Mr. Sakata, the owner of the Japanese media company, is also here. Unexpectedly, this piqued Wang Zheng's interest. He went to deal with the Japanese guys, leaving Lu Xuan behind, completely bewildered. The two of them quickly entered. Seeing them arrive, Lei Yu went to greet them. Wang Zheng suddenly shot forward from behind, aiming right for his hand and shaking it firmly. I've long admired President Qin's reputation. I'm Wang Zheng. I hope President Qin will look after me in the future. The man rubbed his aching hand, cursing inwardly. This brat really doesn't know his own strength. Lei Yu didn't have time to dwell on it, and turned to introduce her. Hello, miss. Liu Xuan, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Sakata Yoshiro, from the Japanese entertainment industry. At this point, Wang Zheng dropped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. I don't give a damn who he is. I wonder why Mr. Sakata and President Qin invited me and my girlfriend over. The word girlfriend made Liu Xuan, who was beside him, blush involuntarily. The other two were also shocked to hear the word girlfriend. However, this only made Yoshiro more excited. How interesting. Have your girlfriend drink with me. How about 10,000 yuan per glass? He shamelessly continued to raise the price. 20,000. 20,000 yuan a glass. That's a price on par with a top international female star. At this, Wang Zheng couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed a wine bottle from the table and cursed, You bastard. I'll give you 20,000 yuan to bark like a dog. How about it? This scene was being quietly watched by Yi Xing on a monitor. He couldn't help but sigh. If this Wang Zheng hadn't shown up, the capital would be as calm as a dead sea. It would be boring as hell. Just then, someone behind him suddenly spoke up. Young master, you don't need to back down because you're already in deep. A group of bodyguards surrounded Wang Zheng, clearly intending to use their numbers to bully him. Lei Yu was in the back, constantly flattering. Mr. Sakata, don't get worked up. This little brat really doesn't know his place. You don't need to dirty your hands on him. He appeared obedient on the outside but was cursing inwardly. This arrogant brat. If you ruin my plans, I'll make sure you pay for it. Suddenly, the door behind Liu Xuan creaked open, and a voice drifted in. "Oh, who are you calling out of line?" Song. Ming Xuan suddenly walked in, his eyes scanning the situation. "What's going on here?" Seeing the newcomer, the man switched his target of flattery and rushed to greet him. "What lucky wind blew Boss Song here today?" Ming Xuan also seemed confused about what was happening. "So President Qin is here too. What's the occasion?" Just then, Wang Zheng spoke up. "You're 3 minutes late." Hearing this, he seemed a bit embarrassed, and tried to smooth things over. "Mr. Wang, I came here immediately after I got the call. I even ran a few red lights. Please don't be angry." Yoshiro was still calmly picking at his food, only giving them a slight glance. "I didn't expect Boss Song to show up too." Wang Zheng didn't let him continue and cut him off directly. This bastard wanted Liu Xuan to drink with him for 20,000 yuan a glass. "You think I'm not supposed to be angry?" Hearing this, Ming Xuan became pensive, and began to calculate the pros and cons in his mind. "He's clearly borrowing a knife to kill someone, calling me here to test me, and use me. If I don't perform well today, I'm afraid my future will be difficult." With that thought, he immediately bowed his head to the bewildered Yoshiro. "Mr. Sakata, my apologies." With that, he didn't hesitate to slam Yoshiro's face straight into the bowl on the table. The searing pain on his face made him scream, and he rolled around on the floor. Seeing their master assaulted the bodyguards next to him immediately made a move. "Damn it," cornered Song. Ming Xuan desperately looked for a lifeline. "Mr. Wang, save me." Before he could say another word, Wang Zheng swiftly pulled the two bodyguards backward. Before they could even react, a single blow from him sent them both flying several meters. The man behind him, having just escaped danger, could only sigh and think to himself, "He's terrifying." After that powerful display, Wang Zheng turned to the remaining men and ordered, "If you two don't want to end up like them, then cripple this Sakata guy for me." Hearing this, the two bodyguards froze for a few seconds, unsure of how to react. After a long moment, one of them, overestimating his own strength, decided to charge forward anyway. With his swift movements, he only needed to lean slightly to dodge with ease. He seized the opportunity and unleashed a fatal blow, striking the enemy's spine and making him scream in pain. After taking one down, Wang Zheng turned to Junichi, waiting for his reaction. "So, what's your choice?" Perhaps frightened by the previous display, the man honestly admitted, "I'm no match for you," which was all he was waiting for before giving the order. "Then cripple that old bastard for me." Hearing that, the man didn't hesitate to turn around and send him flying with a single kick. This display surprised him a little, and he praised him inwardly. That one kick had so much power. It seems he's not so simple after all. Wang Zheng was very satisfied. "Very good. What's your name?" The man immediately replied, "Mitsui Junichi." He looked at the pathetic man on the ground, his words probing. "I don't understand. Why would a Kyokushin master from Japan be working as his bodyguard?" The man was startled at being seen through. "I saw that reaction. No need to be so surprised. I've fought Yamaki Shunsuke a few times before. Even though you didn't use your full strength, I could still tell. To be more precise, Yamaki Shunsuke is a prime example of the Kyokushin school. In terms of seniority, he is Mitsui Junichi's martial uncle." The name that was just uttered stunned the man, a flash of shock in his heart. To think he could fight Yamaki Shunsuke and not lose. Wang Zheng paid this no mind and got straight to the point with one question. "You can tell me your past later. Right now, I just want to ask you 2 questions. 1. Have you ever bullied any Chinese people?" Seeing Junichi shake his head profusely, he continued with satisfaction. 2. Do you choose to follow me or die right here?" Hearing this, the man wore a pained expression. "I'll follow you. Do I have any other choice?" Yet, he seemed extremely pleased with this. "Very good." Just then, Zie also walked in through the door, followed by 2 tall bodyguards. "I didn't expect second uncle and Mr. Wang to both be here. You people nearly wrecked my restaurant." She looked at Yoshiro lying on the floor and shouted, "Aren't you going to take the guest to the hospital?" Seeing that it was Zie, Wang Zheng's attitude immediately changed. "Oh, so it's Miss Song. Well, I guess I don't even have to pay for my meal now." She replied politely, "It's nothing. We'll be sure to treat you properly next time. You can just call me Zie." Her words satisfied him and he left. "No problem. I've got something to do, so I'll be going." It wasn't until they were outside that Liu Xuan dared to ask her question. "The way Song Zie just listens to you, I find it a little surprising, and it doesn't really make sense." Hearing this, he got cocky. "What's there to be afraid of? We'll deal with problems as they come, especially when the person in question is a super gorgeous girl." This made her jealous. "Look at your lecherous, despicable face. Don't you dare screw things up." Perhaps because she was too agitated, Liu Xuan's leg gave way, and she tripped, falling right into Wang Zheng's arms. He caught her with one arm, but he didn't forget to keep an eye on the movements of the person behind them. This Junichi's explosive power is so strong, it seems his actual strength is far greater than I imagined. He didn't dwell on it for long, immediately bending down to check her injury and asking with concern, "Does your leg hurt?" Liu Xuan moved her ankle slightly. "It hurts a little, but I think I can still walk." Wang Zheng didn't say much. In one swift move, he scooped her up into his arms, nagging her relentlessly. What kind of parking garage did Song Ziye build? It's so bumpy and uneven. I have to make her pay for this. At that same moment, on the other side, Ziye was gazing into the distance. Second, uncle, you truly are farsighted, knowing to build a relationship with this person so early on. Ming Cheng put on a pained look and tried to explain. It was all just a misunderstanding. Originally, I wanted to teach him a lesson, but I ended up suffering a heavy loss instead. That's what he said, but in his heart he had his own plans. After all, Wang Zheng has already promised to help me replace my eldest brother, Song Mingwei, and become the head of the Song family. The woman beside him couldn't help but warn him. But second uncle, by sucking up to Wang Zheng like this, you're openly opposing the family. On the other side of town, two men silently stared at an old-looking building. Suddenly, one of them spoke up. Young master, what are our orders? Su Tianran just turned away quietly, without even a second glance. Demolish it all. By tomorrow morning, I don't want to see this building standing here anymore. As soon as the words were spoken, the bulldozers began their work of demolition. Just then, Wang Zheng was driving by and saw the scene, a doubt forming in his mind. This silver seat is Feng Changming's biggest asset. They're just demolishing it like that. At that moment, Su Tianran was already settled in his car getting a quick update. Su Hui, what's the situation? The man in the front reported without delay. Young master, our search team has entered. They're currently searching the third floor and haven't found anything unusual. Everyone has been detained for facial recognition, but we still don't know the whereabouts of Silver Seat's owner Feng Changming. Hearing this, he began to lose his patience, clenching the cup in his hand. How dare he kidnap Nuannuan? Even if I have to dig him out of the ground, I will find him. Nuannuan looked gratefully at the person beside her. Brother, thank you. Su Tianran also took this opportunity to show his affection. Nuannuan, whoever dares to bully you, I'll make them regret ever being born into this world. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of that building, Changming was so furious, he delivered a hard slap, hitting and cursing at the same time. You damn bastard, I helped you so much, and this is how you repay me. Xiaoming took the full force of the slap, holding his face as he argued back. I didn't know Su Nuannuan was Su Tianran's sister. Besides, you supported my plan to kidnap her in the first place. While the two were still arguing, a group of men stormed in, heavily armed and looking formidable. Terrified by this sight, he dropped to his knees and begged, Didn't I already let Su Nuannuan go? Please don't make things difficult for me anymore. The men on the other side didn't waste words and began to prepare for forced capture. Tranquilizer guns. Prepare to fire. Cornered, he could only give up. Go ahead and shoot. Just then, two figures suddenly rushed in from behind. How could we let you take them so easily? In a flash, the two had slung Changming and Xiaoming over their shoulders, not forgetting to turn back and mock them. Bye-bye, now handsome. With that, the two vanished from sight. The prey had slipped away right from under his nose, but Su Hui could only stand there and watch. Mission failed. Returning to receive punishment. Not long after, he was standing before his master, reporting, Young master, the mission has failed. Two people snatched them from the hands of the guard team. Su Tianran, on the other hand, wasn't angry in the slightest, calmly calculating his next move. On the contrary, this just proves my suspicions. Let's head back for now and wait for news from Xie Ping'an. The name just mentioned made him endlessly curious. Xie Ping'an. Elder Xie. Young master, you sent Elder Xie out. He didn't answer immediately. Let's go. As for that Silver Seat Club, continue demolishing it for me. At the same time, in a small alley, two figures dashed past each, carrying another person on their shoulder. Junichi glanced back at their pursuer and immediately reported, Someone's following us from behind. Wang Zheng had already noticed. I know, and he's a master too. He continuously assessed the situation in his mind. This guy's been chasing us for so long, and not only has his speed not dropped, but he's maintained a steady pace the entire time. He quickly came up with a plan. At the turn up ahead, there's a black car. We'll shove these guys in, and then we split up. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing I asked Li Minghao for backup before we made our move. Otherwise, trying to carry Feng Changming while also shaking this guy off our tail would have been impossible. In an instant, the two were busy shoving the men into the car. As soon as the car door closed, they quickly split off in two directions as planned. He had only run a few steps when Ping'an, like a hungry leopard spotting its prey, lunged right up behind him. To catch Wang Zheng, the old man pushed off the ground to close the distance, spreading his arms wide like an eagle while cursing internally. You little brat, go to hell. Wang Zheng decided to use his trump card. He caught up so fast. His leg strength is incredible. However, the needles were no trouble at all for the master. With a single wave of his hand, he neutralized all of them. This took him completely by surprise. None of the silver needles I threw managed to hit him. Ping'an also praised the young man before him. Those silver needles were able to cover all of my attack and evasion angles. This kid is no ordinary punk. Wang Zheng no longer bothered to run, stopping to face the challenge. Wing Chun Battle King Xia Ping'an. I never thought the Su family would send even you here. Now that you've come, don't even think about going back. Of course, the old man wasn't about to be outdone and immediately shot back. Such arrogant words. It seems you don't understand the gap between you and me. Taking your head would be as easy as splitting firewood. Wang Zheng furiously charged forward, taking the offensive. Then let's see you try, you old dog she. Even with his opponent's surprise attack, the old man easily raised his left hand to counter. The next punch was aimed straight at Ping An's face, but he tilted his head and dodged it as smoothly as scrolling through TikTok. He followed up with an immediate counterattack that Wang Zheng couldn't react to in time. This old man is too strong. He slowly advanced, step by step, arrogantly lecturing, "If you can't kill me, then you're coming back with me. But because your words were so unpleasant earlier, I'll have to cripple one of your arms." Wang Zheng roared like thunder. "You're way too arrogant. No matter how strong you are, you're nothing but the Su family's dog." Unfortunately, he revealed an opening. Ping An seized the opportunity to end it with a devastating blow. "You're pretty fast, but you still lack a bit of finesse." The fiery battle between the two was still at its peak, and the old man was building momentum to push back his opponent. Although he didn't want to admit it, Ping An had to acknowledge the talent of the young man before him. Among the youth of today, he was considered quite impressive. The old man thought to himself his previous attack had used 80% of his power, yet the kid had only stumbled back a few steps. If I don't eliminate him today, he'll surely become a threat in the future. Wang Zheng clutched his chest and coldly retorted, "Don't get too happy just yet. We still don't know who's going to fall by whose hand." These arrogant words truly sent the old man into a fiery rage. Still acting tough when you're knocking on death's door. But before he could even touch Wang Zheng, something suddenly lunged toward Ping An. Luckily, Junichi arrived just in time to provide backup. "An old man like you fighting 2 against 1. Let's see how arrogant you can be now." He immediately attacked from the left. Wang Zheng quickly threw his darts from the right. Their coordination was flawless. Junichi relentlessly slashed at his opponent with his sword, but the old man deftly dodged every single blow without getting a single scratch. Seeing that it was ineffective, he changed tactics and swung his sword horizontally. And of course, Ping An easily escaped with an incredibly agile leap. This left the man completely stunned. What? How does this old geezer have such insane jumping power? Think about this. The old man suddenly launched a kick towards Junichi, who froze, unable to react in time. This is bad. If I block this head on, I'm going to be seriously injured. Although he managed to block the blow with his sword, he still took the full brunt of the impact. The sword slipped from his hand, and Junichi was sent flying 500,000 meters, his shoulder blade broken. Wang Zheng seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack from behind. "Let's see if you can survive this." And yet, the one who ended up getting hurt was himself. "Ouch, that hurts." Just then, Ping An slowly pulled his hidden trump card from under his clothes. "You're pretty good, kid," the old man challenged with a sinister smile. "If I didn't have this, you would have broken my back with that kick." He was so furious he couldn't help but curse. "You damn old geezer, you dare to fight dirty." And so the two continued their 2-on-1 battle. First, Ping An targeted Junichi, knowing he was the weaker of the two. His next target was Wang Zheng. As they fought, he thought to himself, "We've been at this for so long, doesn't this old man ever get tired?" While they were engaged in combat, a gunshot suddenly rang out. By the time the old man realized what had happened, his arm was soaked in fresh blood. A sniper. From a distance, Li Minghao smirked with satisfaction after his precise shot. It's the same old saying, no matter how skilled your martial arts are, you can't beat a bullet. Knowing he couldn't win against the enemy now that he'd lost an arm, Ping An wisely made a quick escape. A little later in the car, Li Minghao was bandaging Wang Zheng's wounds while nagging him. "Captain, I really don't understand you. You were getting beaten this badly, so why didn't you take off those 20-kilogram weights?" He deliberately avoided the question. "I just wanted to look pathetic to make him lower his guard. That's how I created an opportunity for you to strike." He then took out a self-made potion and chugged it down. Even with that clear explanation, the man still didn't believe him, staring intently at Wang Zheng until he was forced to be honest. "All right, fine. I admit I've been wearing them for so long that I simply forgot to take them off." He looked over and saw Junichi sleeping soundly and remarked, "We really scored big this time, huh? Not only did we neutralize Xie Ping An, but we also found this guy." He pointed to a plastic bag containing the old man's body part and gave an order. "Oh right, send this to the Lixin Manor. I want to rub it in their faces." Li Minghao gleefully admired his handiwork. Okay. That afternoon at the Su family's villa manor, it was a spacious house with bright red tiles surrounded by lush green trees. While Ping An was undergoing surgery, Fu Hua sat on the chair, unable to remain calm as Tianran explained things to him. He bowed politely and reported the incident. Yuan was kidnapped today. Hearing this, the man stood up in anger. What, Yuan was kidnapped? Weren't there 4 bodyguards secretly protecting her? Why didn't they immediately stop the culprit? Tianran maintained a respectful attitude and gently explained. The attacker moved too quickly. The guards couldn't react in time. But Grandpa, you don't need to worry. Yuan is safe now. We found the mastermind, but he was rescued by someone else. That's why Elder Xie chased after them, but it turned out the enemy had already laid a trap. Fu Hua left it to him to handle. You go take care of what comes next. Don't let others think our Su family is an easy target. He obeyed like a puppy. Please, rest assured, Grandpa. Tianran will remember this well. Suddenly the old man remembered something else he needed to tell him. There's one more thing I must remind you. No matter the time or circumstance, you must never gamble with the safety of your family. After their discussion, he left feeling extremely resentful. As expected of the old master, the next morning at Shangguan Shishi's house, she was both worried and lovingly scolding him. You're about to leave for Ningxia, why are you still running around fighting with people? Wang Zheng smiled reassuringly. It's fine, a small injury like this is nothing. So why aren't you coming with me to Ningxia? Shishi leaned her head against the chair and sighed as she spoke of her troubles. I have to stay and take care of my dad. Besides, there's still so much work to be done at the company. And it's been a long time since I've seen Han Xingye, I really miss her. She stood up and pointed towards 2 enormous suitcases, giving him instructions. There are 2 bags here, both filled with things I prepared for Han Xingye. There are clothes, shoes, and some of her favorite local snacks. Looking at the heavy load, Wang Zheng quickly waved his hands and shook his head in refusal. Hey Missy, do you really think I can carry 2 bags this big? Besides, Han Xingye is in the army. She has to wear a uniform all year round. She won't be able to wear any of these other clothes. Hearing that, she felt it was quite reasonable. Alright then, I won't send the clothes. Sending a bit more food should be fine, right? He breathed a sigh of relief, having escaped his fate. Oh my dear lady, please hurry, and take all the clothes out. Later, at the Su family villa, the golden sunlight shone down on the roof. Inside the living room, Wang He cautiously informed his master of the bad news. Chief, a package arrived. The security guards have already opened it for inspection. As a result, Fu Hua's face contorted in annoyance, showing his impatience. Stop being so secretive. Just take it out and show me. The man hesitated for a moment before daring to open it. Inside the box was an arm. He frowned, saying nothing as he seemed to be lost in thought. After a moment of contemplation, he gave an order to bring it to Tianran. The man bowed respectfully and quickly followed the command. Yes, sir. When the package was brought into Su Tianran's room, his expression turned deeply concerned. Have you asked the doctor? Can they reattach it for old Xie Wang? He reported the situation honestly. I've already asked. The doctor said it's impossible because the joint is too severely shattered. Besides, old Xie doesn't want steel pins in his body. My hands are tied. Go on, I'll visit old Xie in a bit. As soon as he left, Tianran took out his phone to call a subordinate and follow up on some important missions. There were 3 things. First, mobilize all our forces to find Feng Changming's whereabouts for me. Second, keep a close eye on Wang Zheng and don't miss a single move. The people we've planted before, it's time for them to be of use. Third, use my father's name to schedule a meeting with Minister Chen. Tell him I want to discuss matters concerning military unit designations. After hanging up, a sinister, twisted, and incredibly ugly, calculating expression appeared on his face. The dragon scale has been wiped out for so long, how could I possibly let them be resurrected? Out in the hallway, Wang, he was secretly sending a message to some mysterious figure. On the phone screen were the words, "The arrow is on the bowstring," perhaps signaling something top secret. On the other end, Zhao Nan received the message nonchalantly, pulling his phone out of a desk drawer. That action proved this was just one part of the plan. He then let out a faint triumphant smile. The time has come. At the bus station, the atmosphere was normal. Wang Zheng, wearing sunglasses, strolled leisurely with his bodyguards, but he was secretly feeling helpless. I told her to pack light, but she still ended up filling 2 whole suitcases. While waiting, he happened to see a rather familiar figure. Song Ziye. Ziye sat down in the row opposite him and started a friendly conversation. What a coincidence, young Master Wang. What brings you here? Wang Zheng replied politely. It is a coincidence. I wonder where Miss Song is headed dressed like this. Seeing how formal he was being, she suggested they address each other more intimately. To Yin Chuan. Young Master Wang, don't call me Miss Song anymore. Just call me Ziya, and I'll call you Wang Zheng, alright. He happily agreed to her request. Okay, as long as you don't mind. What a coincidence, I'm also going to Yin Chuan. I wonder what you're going to Yin Chuan for. Ziye described her upcoming trip. You could say I'm going on vacation. I want to experience the scenery and people of the Southwest region. My grandfather and my father have a few old comrades in the Southwest. I'm also taking this trip to visit those seniors. Hearing this, he suddenly recalled, if I remember correctly, General Li Yeping, who is hailed as the king of the Southwest, is also an old comrade of old Master Song, right? She excitedly recounted an old memory. That's right, my grandfather and Mr. Li were in the same military division and they're very close. I also wanted to visit Mr. Li on this trip. Wang Zheng then proposed joining her. I wonder if I could tag along with you to visit Mr. Li. She smiled and agreed. Of course you can. We can travel around Ningxia together this time. Over 10 hours later, Tianshu suddenly walked over and asked to sit with them. Hello, beautiful, is this seat taken? He deliberately made up an excuse to refuse. Sorry, this seat is taken. The man paid him no mind and sat down next to Ziye anyway. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Tianshu, born and raised in Yinchuan. We're about to arrive, so how about I treat you two to a meal? She immediately had a feeling of familiarity. Li Tianshu. That name sounds very familiar. Wang Zheng crossed his arms, his tone somewhat guarded. We don't know each other. Why should we have a meal with you? Tianshu put his hands in his pockets and explained calmly, my grandfather is Li Yiping. I suppose his reputation is somewhat well known. At this point, Xie was certain of the man's identity. So you're the great young master Li. I often read news about you. You could say you're the most famous young master in the Southwest. Seeing is believing you truly are young and talented. He fell into deep thought. Li Tianshu. Why did he appear at this moment, bumping into Song Ziye on this trip and now meeting Li Tianshu? This is definitely not just a coincidence. He flashed a friendly teasing smile. So, Miss Song has heard of me. I was originally planning to pretend I didn't know you so we could get acquainted from scratch. Zai was very surprised. You know who I am, he continued to joke, but with a hint of sincerity. You probably don't know this, but our grandfathers once arranged for us to be married when we were children, but my father vehemently opposed it. As a result, meeting you now, I find myself filled with regret. Wang Zheng felt intrigued and tilted his head to inquire. Young Master Li, you already know Miss Song, but do you know who I am? Tianshu cheerfully turned to him and replied, of course I do. Wang Zheng, the current vice president of Judong International. My grandfather met you at Old Master Su's birthday banquet. He couldn't stop praising you when he got back. I've wanted to befriend you for a long time. He politely shook the other's hand like two true gentlemen. If you already knew me, why did you pretend you didn't earlier? He let out a light laugh and admitted it freely. It's just as I said earlier. I originally intended to stage a chance encounter. But in that same moment, a silent, judgmental gaze swept over him. This guy speaks so bluntly without any consideration for others. After he finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Wang Zheng just sat there calmly scrolling on his phone, but he was actually looking up information related to Tianshu. A moment later, he took the initiative to probe. So, did you intentionally come here to stage this chance encounter? The man scratched his head, looking a bit flustered, then quickly changed the subject. My grandfather praised you as a man of great resourcefulness and cunning, and warned me to be careful after meeting you. It seems he was right. I wonder if young Master Wang would like to come over to my house for a visit. If the old master met you, he would be very happy. He politely declined with his hands clasped. Please accept old Master Li's kindness, but first I have to visit someone in the Ningxia military region, and then I'll come to pay my respects. Hearing the hesitant reply, he quickly raised his guard. His trip to Ningxia was already being monitored. Old Master Li had deliberately sent Li Tianshu to meet him clearly to achieve some purpose. He keenly realized who Wang Zheng was referring to. If I'm not mistaken, it must be General Han's granddaughter Han Xingye, right? He truly admired how sharp the other party was in the southwest region. Seems like nothing gets past you guys from the Li family, huh? At the Ningxia military region headquarters in a certain rookie dormitory, Tian Ying suddenly brought up an old story. Hey brother Cheng, that girl looks so fine. If you want her, we'll help you out. Of course, with his noble status, he didn't need any cheap help. In this Yinchuan territory, you think it's hard for me to get a girl. Knowing he was powerless, Tianung immediately seized the chance to suck up. The rest of us were all assigned to different units, but Boss Trin will definitely get to stay at headquarters. Boss Trin, if you make it big in the future, remember to look out for your old comrades like us. He patted their shoulders comfortingly. Don't worry, we're brothers. When my career takes off, I will never forget you guys. The surrounding crowd knew what to do and quickly chimed in. Then we'll be counting on you to lead the way, Boss Trin. He stood up, leaning on the table to discuss his plan. That Han Xingye girl is really beautiful, totally my type. Listen up everyone, we're taking the day off. Tonight we're going out to eat, drink, and sing. You guys get that girl drunk for me and leave the rest to me. Thin Ung obeyed eagerly like a puppy. Don't worry, Boss Trin, with just one word from you, we'd toss that girl into your bed even if we had to carry her. In the female soldiers' barracks, Duang Tu was folding her blankets while trying to persuade her. Han Xingye, our new recruit training is over. There's a party tonight. She immediately refused, flatly. A party? I'm not interested. You guys go have fun, I'll stay in the barracks. She didn't seem to hear her and kept trying to coax her. All of us sisters are going. What's the fun in staying in the barracks all by yourself? Although she said that Han Xingye still didn't react, so she switched to a softer approach. If you don't go, how can we have fun? Just think of it as coming along to liven things up. But deep down, she had her own scheme. Besides, I already promised Trin T I'd invite you. If I can't get you to come, how am I supposed to get on young master, Trin's good side? Seeing how insistent Duang Tu was, she finally softened and agreed. All right, fine. Once the fish took the bait, she was incredibly excited. Han Xingye, you agreed. That's great. Her lips curved into a slight smile as she imagined her future success, even though she didn't know how smoothly the plan would go. If I can catch young Master Trin's eye, won't I be promoted in a flash? After her moment of delusion, she turned to remind the squad. Starting today, we have a 3-day break. Let's change our clothes and go for a walk. Now and then tonight we'll go out to eat and sing. How about it, sisters? Everyone cheered in joyous agreement. Okay. A short while later, the whole group went out. Duang Tu secretly scanned the group, scrutinizing Han Xingye from head to toe. Aside from being a little pretty and having a slightly bigger chest, what does she have that I don't? Seeing the girls arrive, Trin Thi took the initiative to greet them. Han Xingye, we're having a party tonight. I heard you're a great singer. You have to sing a few songs for us. She politely declined his offer. I'd be too embarrassed. You guys can sing. Of course, he continued to persuade her, not about to let his prey go so easily. Then, Han Xingye, have a few drinks with us tonight. After this, we'll be assigned to different units and it'll be hard for us to see each other again. She crossed her arms in anger, frowning at him with suspicion. Why do I get the feeling you're trying to get me drunk? She immediately raised her guard. Do you really think I can't see you're trying to pull something? While the two were in the middle of an awkward conversation, suddenly, a luxurious red car pulled up to the gate outside. Wang Zheng and Tin Thu stepped out calmly, quietly observing the situation from a distance. He lost his patience and was about to step forward to teach these brats a lesson. How rude. He quickly pulled him back by the shoulder to stop him. For now, don't get involved in this. Although he wasn't happy about it, Tin Thu had to go along with it. This guy's methods are truly brilliant. He definitely wants to lure the snake out of its hole first, and then use the Lai family's name to completely eliminate those who threaten Han Xingye. He suddenly recalled his grandfather's advice. Tin Thu, don't act on impulse. Follow Wang Zheng's lead on everything. Don't mess things up. The matter of the Zhongding fuel is extremely important. You can't risk unraveling the whole thing. Trin Thi, having lost so much face, desperately tried to persuade and drag her along, completely oblivious to their arrival. Han Xingye, I'm sincerely inviting you. I hope you can show me some respect. She refused to back down and shot back sarcastically. People earn their own respect. It's not given by others. Luckily, she realized her savior had arrived. The moment Wang Zheng finished speaking, Han Xingye quickly ran and threw herself into his arms. Seeing the two of them so close, Tin Thu was completely stunned. Didn't the rumors say Wang Zheng and Trung Min Ki had a thing? Why is he so intimate with the eldest daughter of the Han family now? Han Xingye acted all innocent and whined. You're the only one who came. Wang Zheng understood perfectly and played along with her. Yeah, Tuangquan Shangguan Shishi has to take care of her dad. Thin Phi is on a business trip too, so it's just me this time. As soon as he finished his sentence, Wang Zheng did a complete 180, his face turning into that of a cold, overbearing CEO as he glared at the insolent punks. Little Da, tell me, is someone here bullying you? Emboldened by her backup, Han Xingye frankly exposed all of the scoundrel's crimes. Yes, someone has wicked intentions toward me. Hurry up and help me deal with him. His sharp eyes and faint smile exuded a cool and overwhelming aura. All right then, I'll take care of this nuisance for you. Trin Thi stepped forward aggressively to inquire, are you Han Xingye's boyfriend? Before Wang Zheng could answer, she quickly put her arm around his and admitted, he is my boyfriend, and what's more, we're engaged. Hearing this, Tin Thu was in complete shock with a look that said, where am I and who am I? What on earth are these two doing? Is the eldest daughter of the Han family always this blunt? The people around them were also frozen solid. Engaged. With her stubborn nature, Han Xingye decided to go all in with her act. Of course. Right, darling. He could only stare at her helplessly. Why does that sound so cringy coming out of this girl's mouth? In the suffocating atmosphere, Duang Tu cleverly broke the awkward silence. All who come are guests. We're having a party tonight. Han Xingye, bring your boyfriend along to join us. Wang Zheng politely accepted the invitation. I don't have a problem with that. Everyone here is Han Xingye's comrade, so it's only right to get to know each other. He then gestured to the young man with him. I wonder if this friend of mine can join as well. She gave an enthusiastic smile, readily agreeing as if it were a trivial matter. Of course he can. We'll see you there tonight, don't be late. Although he was unwilling, Trin Thi forced himself to appear generous. One more person doesn't matter. After all, they can't stir up any trouble on my turf. He turned away in annoyance and made a phone call. Hello, Brother Chu. Help me book a private room at Nin Vien that can fit 3 tables. Yes. Call me back when it's done. I want to treat some comrades to dinner tonight. You should come along too. A short while later, at the Nin Vien International Hotel, it was already approaching noon. Tin Thu slowly got out of the car, feigning a polite apology. Young Master Cheng was the one who invited us, yet we kept him waiting for so long. Wang Zheng got out right after. So sorry we're late. You're not upset with us, are you? Young Master Cheng. Although Cheng Shi was clearly displeased, he forced a calm smile. It's nothing. Since everyone's here now, let's go inside. Seeing Han Xingye sticking so close to the guy made him scowl in disgust. This shameless pair. We'll see how long you two can keep smiling. He had no choice but to swallow his anger and put on a welcoming face to lure his prey into the trap. We have to drink hard tonight. Consider it our way of welcoming you. He turned and shot a look at Zhu Qiang, signaling him. This time you're all dead meat. Once everyone was seated at the banquet table, the atmosphere in the room started to liven up. 3 large round tables were laden with a wide array of exquisite dishes. At the dinner table, Cheng Shi took the initiative to raise his glass and toast, Wang Zheng. Come on, let me toast you first. But he bluntly refused without a shred of courtesy. Why should I drink with you? Do you even think you're worthy? He flew into a rage, jumping to his feet to confront him. So, you're refusing a toast. You'd rather take the hard way, is that it? He immediately grabbed Wang Zheng by the collar, pulling him close. That blatant aggression made him finally lose his patience, his face darkening. You can mess with anyone else, but you chose to mess with our main character. He decisively snapped Cheng Shi's finger. He shrieked in agony like a stuck pig. Everyone around rushed over to intervene. Young Master Cheng, young Master Cheng. Even though Tianshu had been warned that the guy was a man of action, he never expected him to be this audacious. Breaking someone's finger the moment they meet. This Wang Zheng guy is just too vicious. Yang Zi rushed to his side, asking with concern, Young Master, Cheng, are you all right? Completely humiliated, he scrambled to his feet, barking threats like a rabid dog. Once you're arrested, let's see who's going to protect you then, and tonight I'm definitely going to have my way with Han Xingye. Suddenly, Lelong's voice boomed from the doorway. Heard someone was drunk and causing a scene in here. He walked in, followed by a squad of police officers. That woman shamelessly pointed her finger at Wang Zheng, accusing him. It was him. Not one to back down, he immediately shot back. I was only acting in self-defense. But since the officer had already been bought, he obviously wasn't going to listen to reason. Enough talk. You're coming with us to the station. Cheng Shi arrogantly taunted him. You refused the easy way, so now you get the hard way. You're a dead man today. Seeing the situation getting twisted, Tianshu quickly spoke up to help the new acquaintance he'd just met. Officer, I witnessed the entire thing. My friend here was genuinely acting in self-defense. If you're going to investigate, shouldn't you be taking him to the station as well? Lelong subtly nodded at Cheng Shi as if the whole thing had been planned in advance. He then yelled arrogantly, completely ignoring any sense of reason. You dare obstruct an officer on duty, cuff them all, and haul them to the station. Cheng Shi smugly praised his loyal dog. Vice Captain Le, you're so diligent. When I get home, I'll put in a good word with my father. Next year that, vices in your title will disappear. Hearing that the officer was ecstatic, dreaming of his coveted promotion. This is the son of the city commissioner. All he has to do is say a few nice things to Secretary Cheng, and my future will be set. The dream of a promotion spurred Lelong to slap on the handcuffs faster than ever before. Don't you worry, I'll be sure to handle this mission perfectly. Even so, Tianshu remained perfectly calm and composed. I'm telling you now that these cuffs are on me, getting them off later is going to be difficult. Cheng Shi lounged on the sofa, looking smug, completely ignoring his words. Where did this hick come from? How dare he talk like that here in Yinchuan? Let's see what this arrogant little punk can do. All Tianshu did was calmly make a phone call. The second the other end picked up, he got straight to the point. I've been cuffed by the police. I'm at the Ningyuan Hotel. Cheng Shi remained arrogant, completely unaware of the storm about to hit. Let's see what kind of trouble you can possibly stir up. In this city Yinchuan, I'm the law. The words had barely left his mouth when unexpectedly Lelong's phone actually started ringing just as Tianshu had predicted. He bowed his head respectfully as he answered. Chief Yen, sir. Do you have any instructions for me? The man on the other end immediately flew into a rage, screaming at him. Are you at the Ningyuan Hotel right now, oblivious to which way the wind was blowing? He answered honestly. Yes, sir. I'm here handling a case involving a drunken brawl. That's when the chief absolutely lost it, screaming so hard he could barely catch his breath. You imbecile, you have no idea what you've just done. Then he hung up as quick as a flash, leaving Lelong standing there, completely lost his face, a mask of despair. Sigh. If I'd known this would happen, why did I even bother trying to play this game? Moments later, Yan Bingqiao himself appeared bursting into the room with an incredibly tense expression. But Zhu Qiang was too foolish to read the room, and decided to poke the hornet's nest. Hey old Yan, what's a busy man like you doing here? The chief didn't even bother glancing at the nuisance, instead rushing straight over to Tianshu. Young Master Li, my subordinate, was incredibly rude today. I will punish him severely when we return. Hurry up and uncuff him now. Realizing he was being completely ignored, Cheng Shi of course was not about to take it. Well, Chief Yan, aren't you putting on a show of authority? Even if you are the chief, you can't just let someone go whenever you please. Look at my hand, it's injured. They're the ones who assaulted me. I get assaulted and I can't even call the police to drag them to the station. Is that it? Only then did the chief seem to notice his existence, but why would he care about someone of his rank? Oh, so young Master Cheng is here as well. However, this is official police business. It's not your place to interfere, he argued vehemently, and when that didn't work, he fell back on his family background. How dare you speak to me that way? Do you have any idea who my father is? He's Cheng Ru Long. Of course, Bing Xiao knew of the Cheng family. If Secretary Cheng were here himself, he would never allow you to act so insolently. Unlock young Master Li's handcuffs for me. Now. Having enjoyed the show, Tianshu finally spoke up leisurely. No, that's not going to work. Tell Cheng Rulong to come here and apologize to me himself. Otherwise, don't even think about taking these cuffs off me. That was the last straw. Cheng Shi, absolutely livid, couldn't restrain himself any longer and snatched a wine bottle from the table, ready to smash it over the man's head. "Who the hell do you think you are, demanding my father? Come here personally to take off your cuffs. My father is the city secretary. Do you get it?" Just as the tension reached its peak, Bing Qiao lunged forward and grabbed his wrist, stopping the reckless act with a powerful command. "Stop." Without saying a word, Wang Zheng suddenly smashed a liquor bottle over Cheng Shi's head, stunning the arrogant punk before he could even react. After that decisive blow, he collapsed to the floor out cold. But he couldn't be bothered. Finally, some peace and quiet. Zhou Qiang rushed over in a panic to help him up anxiously, checking if he was still breathing. Young Master Cheng, are you all right?" Furious, he turned and cursed at him. "How dare you hit the son of the city's secretary committee member? You're dead meat." Without wasting a second, he quickly pulled out his phone to call for backup. "Hello, Secretary. Cheng Shi is being beaten up at the Ningyuan Hotel. You need to get over here now." The moment he hung up, Wang Zheng lunged forward, delivering a thunderous kick along with some choice words. "Done with your call. Now that you're done, how about you shut up for me too?" Just then, Tianshu calmly began to explain the whole story. "Young Master Wang is my honored guest. He came from the capital to Ningxia to visit his girlfriend, but I never expected that little punk to target young Master Wang's girlfriend. Zheng Rulong must give us a clear explanation for this." 15 minutes later, Cheng Shi's bald pot-bellied father showed up. Seeing his son lying motionless on the ground, his anger erupted like a volcano. "Who did this? Why aren't you taking him to the hospital?" Of course, Wang Zheng wasn't about to let this group off so easily. "You've all walked through this door. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, don't even think about leaving." With a face contorted in anger, he yelled, "Who are you? You're the one behind all of this." Then he casually pointed and ordered Bing Qiao around as if he was superior. "Old Yan, you're here. Perfect. Arrest him for me. Now." But Old Yan immediately countered that arrogant, self-important command. "Arrest who? Secretary Cheng, do you have any idea who this young man is?" And then came the big, impressive reveal of his identity. "This is the grandson of General Li Yeping, young Master Li Tianshu." Before long, the provincial public security chief arrived. He decisively pushed the door open and barged in, peppering Rulong with questions. "Secretary Cheng, what's going on? Explain it to me clearly." Seeing that this high-ranking official wasn't defending him, he started to feel that something was off. Just what kind of huge trouble has that brat gotten himself into? Tianshu slowly turned his gaze to Rulong and shook his head in disappointment. "I've heard that your son Cheng Shi has been acting like a tyrant in Yinchuan for a long time. Today, I've finally had my eyes opened. If you don't satisfy my friend young Master Wang today, I swear these handcuffs won't be coming off." Now that Wang Zheng had powerful backing, he naturally didn't fear anyone. "In that case, I won't be holding back." He looked the man straight in the eye, his tone resolute. "Cheng Shi made a move on my friend at the military barracks. If I hadn't been here tonight, Cheng Shi's scheme would have succeeded. For a despicable matter like this, I'd like to hear Secretary Cheng's opinion." Knowing he was in a weak position, he had no choice but to concede and bow his head. "On behalf of Cheng Shi, I apologize to you. It's my fault for not raising my son properly, causing him to offend young Master Wang and young Master Li." Wang Zheng didn't beat around the bush. He landed a sharp slap right across the man's face. "Secretary Cheng, do you take me and the young master for fools?" He continued to berate him, not giving the other man a chance to speak. "Do you have any idea how many laws your son has broken over the years? Do you know how many people your son has ruined?" The more he brought up Cheng Shi's filthy private life, the more agitated he became. "I despise the children of officials who use their power to bully others. It feels like these bureaucrats treat their own children like treasures, while everyone else's are just trash." The police chief stared in astonishment at the young man before him, never imagining he would be so bold. To be so physically aggressive with a city secretary committee member. It was truly fierce. Bing Qiao, standing nearby, also felt that the young man was truly awe-inspiring. With an imposing aura, Wang Zheng stepped on Rulong's son's head and gave a decisive command. "Listen closely. Send Cheng Shi to India, and without my permission, he is never to return for the rest of his life." He leaned down and threatened coldly, his gaze as sharp as a dagger, piercing the man's pained expression. "If I don't see Cheng Shi's plane ticket to India by the day after tomorrow, you know what the consequences will be." Rulong still tried to act tough. "You wouldn't dare," he smirked. "Guess if I dare or not. If you try any more tricks, don't blame me for digging up all the dirty deeds you've done over the years." Once everything was settled, Han Xingye ran over, playfully praising him. "That was so exciting, Wang Zheng. Maybe you should just stay in Ningxia. Every time I see you, it's always this thrilling." Knowing her playful nature, he still indulged her. "Oh, you. I'm just worried that other people here will bully you. From now on, Li Tianshu will also be protecting you behind the scenes." She was quite surprised to hear that, and started to feel more favorable towards him. This young Master Li really knows how to treat people. I'll have to visit the Li family one of these days. Putting all the unfortunate events behind them, Wang Zheng took the initiative to suggest they blow off some steam. "I'll stay and hang out with you for the next 2 days." Otherwise, once I get assigned to a unit, there won't be any time left to go out. At the mention of having fun, Han Xingye lit up like a child. Okay, let's go shopping, and eating. The next morning, Wang Zheng was in a room discussing business with some partners. So, do you gentlemen want to cooperate with me or not? Wei Hua spoke up first cautiously. What qualifications do you have to demand cooperation with us? You used the name of our old leader to get us here all for this. The three men sitting there were Fu Weihua, Zhou Yongmei, and Shen Lianmeng. They were subordinates of Han Baoguo and all high-level executives at Zhongding Yuanqi. Seeing their confused faces, he asked doubtfully, Fu Weihua, you're a smart man. As the vice president of Zhongding Yuanqi, what do you think I want? You mean to tell me you don't know? The man admitted nonchalantly, I don't know. Annoyed, Wang Zheng tossed 3 mysterious files onto the table, not expecting today's negotiation atmosphere to be so unpleasant. Take a look at these. Maybe you'll change your minds in a bit. All 3 of them picked up the files and looked through them. Their faces turned pale with shock. Yongmei shouted, this is blatant slander. With that, he slammed the file down, revealing a photo of himself in a compromising position with 2 young women. Wang Zheng smirked calmly. Why are you getting so worked up? Doesn't that just expose the fear in your heart? Wei Hua, seeing that he was cornered, immediately compromised. What do you want? You want us to cooperate with you. Seeing that his goal was achieved, he got straight to the point. First, Shen Lianmeng, I want you to transfer all of this year's sales revenue from all the southeastern provinces into a single account. You've been in charge of Zhongding's finances for years. I know you have the ability. He then moved on to his next demand. Second, Fu Weihua, you're the vice president of Zhongding Yuanqi and a confidant of the Su family. I need you to draw up a share transfer agreement for me and at the same time coordinate with Shen Lianmeng to execute the wire transfer. Model, he shook his head helplessly. I can't do it. Su Lihei is the chairman. He controls everything. And what's more, he also manages the company's official seal. I don't have a chance to get close. Wang Zheng pretended to blow on his hand for show, casually adding, don't worry, I'll personally handle the problem with Su Lihei. Then he gave them his final condition. Third, Zhou Yongmei, you will be in charge of transferring all the minority shares that you've secretly acquired or taken over all these years. I'll buy them at a price 10% higher than the market value. I want to slap the Su family right in the face. A day later, the news quickly flashed across a large screen. Yesterday morning, Su Lihei, the chairman of Zhongding Natural Gas, suddenly suffered a stroke. Vice President Wei Hua will temporarily take over operations. That same afternoon, a company mining well suddenly exploded. There were no casualties, and the cause is under investigation. Currently, the company's stock is plummeting, with its value dropping to 80%. Tianran, who was at the company, immediately made a call upon hearing the breaking news. I can say with absolute certainty that Wang Zheng is behind all of this. Right now, the only part of the Su family's shares in Zhongding is the portion in my hands, but I can't destroy Zhongding. The people in the southeast region still need it. On the other end of the line, Yixing stared at the TV and replied with a wavering voice. If the young master isn't the one to destroy Zhongding, then many formidable forces will come to challenge the Su family. Su Tianran, don't think you can hide from everyone. Others might not see through your disguise, but I can. Hearing these provocative words, he frowned and glared through the screen, but he remained calm in his response. You don't need to provoke me. I won't destroy Zhongding Natural Gas. I will take it back in the most perfect way possible. Hearing the young master's decisive tone, Yixing chuckled sarcastically. If I don't push you a little, how can this game continue? On this side, Tianshu arrived with the share transfer agreement to talk. Wang Zheng, on behalf of the Li family, I thank you. He opened the documents to review them, not forgetting to exclaim, I can't believe you gave us 50% of Zhongding's shares while you only took 40%. Seeing his satisfied expression, Wang Zheng smiled in return. You're too kind. If it weren't for your help in the Northwest this time, I certainly wouldn't have had such a smooth time. Turns out he had planned it all. Now that the fish was caught exactly as he intended, and since all this money belonged to the Shangguan family anyway, he was just using their gift to win favor for himself. He even won the goodwill of the Li family. It's better not to be too greedy. Tianshu bowed low, grateful for this immense Buddha-like kindness. No matter what, I will forever remember your generosity. Suddenly the phone in his pocket rang, interrupting their conversation. He answered and listened, stunned to the voice on the other end. What the hell? It was his phone, but Wang Zheng was the person the caller was looking for. He took the phone, put it to his ear and asked, Who is this? The man spoke up. I know you're Wang Zheng, but you don't need to know who I am. Let's play a game. He replied indifferently, I'm not interested. The man didn't give up and played a dirty card to force him. You will be interested because I've planted a bomb at the gas tank warehouse of Zhongding Natural Gas. The man chuckled mockingly. It's 12 o'clock sharp right now. You still have 3 hours. If you refuse, a giant mushroom cloud will sprout from the Zhongding gas tank warehouse. It'll be beautiful. Wang Zheng was stunned and shouted, You lunatic. After he hung up, he urgently informed Tianshu, someone planted a bomb at the Zhongding gas tank warehouse. There are 3 hours until it detonates. Right now, you must immediately send people to notify all employees at Zhongding and evacuate the nearby residential areas as well. Hearing the urgent news, he acted quickly. All right, I'll send people to notify them immediately. It turned out, the caller was Yi Xing. Guanxi, standing behind him, asked with confusion. Young master, why not just blow up Zhongding immediately? Why give Wang Zheng 3 hours? He swirled the red wine in his glass, a wicked look in his eyes. Gu Nu, do you also think what I'm doing is unnecessary? If we blow up Zhongding right away, it will lead to a tragedy. Huaxia would then surely mobilize the entire country's forces to find me. I don't want the nation's weapons pointed at my head. The man still hesitated, but seeing this, he interrupted him. I will blow up the Zhongding company, but I won't let many people die. I only need Wang Zheng. If you're not 100% sure you can kill him, I won't send you. Back at the current hotspot, the Zhongding natural gas tank warehouse evacuees and rescue helicopters had already gathered. Wang Zheng, wearing protective gear, looked down to observe the situation, carefully analyzing. 3 hours. Is that enough to evacuate all 10,000 civilians in this area? He went back inside to adjust his equipment. Tianshu, sitting next to him, reported the intel he'd received. The Black Fox Special Forces unit has detected 3 suspicious individuals. You have to be careful. I'll have them coordinate with you. As he adjusted his boots, he replied thoughtfully, Then he rappelled down, receiving instructions over the radio. Scan complete. No unusual electronic signals detected. The bomb probably can't be remotely detonated. Down below, the guarding Black Fox Special Operations team was ambushed from a distance. Seeing his men get taken down, Tianshu cursed angrily. Those bastards immediately search every surrounding building within a 2,000-meter radius. Don't miss a single room. I'll make sure those bastards come here, but never leave. Fei Hu, who was hiding and observing, was shocked but tried to stay hidden in the bushes. Li Liang, what are you doing? The higher-ups only told us to kill Wang Zheng. If you kill a member of the Huaxia Special Forces, the government will never let us get away with it. Li Liang, who was still dazed, immediately shot back. Damn it, I wasn't the one who fired. There must be another group here. Someone's trying to frame us. Fei Hu observed Wang Zheng's position through his sniper scope. Then he sent a message over the radio. The man who just got off the plane is Wang Zheng, and he's on top of the central tank. Your firing position is better. Take him out and we'll pull back immediately. Li Liang received the information and replied instantly. Okay. Then he aimed his sights at the reported position. Wang Zheng was already waiting for him. Stunned, he didn't have time to react, only managing to utter one phrase, I'm screwed. The words had barely left his mouth when a bullet flew straight for his vital spot. He was hit, and blood spurted out as he fell. Hearing the sound, Fei Hu yelled, What's going on? Answer me. But he didn't give him any time to react. He only managed to say, damn, before a bullet pierced the center of his forehead, killing him instantly. On the other side, after Wang Zheng had taken care of business, the 2 snipers reported over the radio that they'd taken out 2 targets. Xiaoyan, have you located the bomb yet? The voice on the other end asked urgently. Hang on, the gas tank area is huge. I need more time. Xiaoyan, seeing him move, warned Black Tiger has killed 3 terrorists, but the positions of the others are still unknown. Watch your back. Heeding the warning, he carefully snuck inside. There's not much time left, he thought. I have to lure them out. He had only gone a short distance when he spotted a group of enemies. Wang Zheng reacted in a flash, taking down the terrorists with a 3-round burst from his submachine gun. After clearing the area, he immediately moved to another section to get deeper inside. Elsewhere, Sharp, who was looking for him, received the news and anxiously gave an order. Flying Tiger is dead. The guy's name is Wang Zheng. Stay on him. Shoot anyone who gets near the bomb on sight. In the radar room, an operator noticed something and quickly reported abnormal heat signature detected at a 45-degree angle to the left, 15 meters away. The moment he finished speaking, a bullet went straight through his head. Tianshu on the helicopter saw the body in a pool of blood and knew things had gone south. He radioed in to inform them. Everyone fall back. Leave the rest to Wang Zheng. In a corner, after taking out the observer, Eric smirked cockily, not noticing a figure pushing open the door behind him. So this is all Huaxia's special forces are capable of. By the time he realized something was wrong, he could only turn and shout, Who's there? Junichi lunged forward like a blur, instantly sending him to the next life with his katana. I'm here for your life. In another corner, the last remaining sniper grew anxious after a long period of silence. Eric, how many did you get? Why haven't you reported in? Just as he finished speaking, a voice echoed from a distance. You've killed so many people. You think you can just run away? Startled, he whipped his head toward the sound. Before he could even see who it was, Lin Shijue had him in a chokehold. He could only manage to gasp out, Who? Who are you? Seeing this, the man tightened his grip and growled. It doesn't matter who I am. You're about to die here. Back to Sharp. After a bit of searching, he finally found Wang Zheng's hiding spot. He smirked, aimed his sniper rifle, and thought, I've finally been waiting for you. Now die. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng, who had been running, also noticed the movement likely from an unsuppressed rifle. Quick as a flash, he stopped running and leaned back to dodge. He's here. Then he immediately bent backward 45 degrees and returned fire. The bullet flew as if it had a tracker straight to where Sharp was hiding, giving him a taste of true skill that made him exclaim, "That reaction speed is terrifying." Noticing his opponent had to retreat, Wang Zheng calmly gave an order over the radio, 3 o'clock, middle of the 5th floor. "I want him alive." Sharp was so scared by the close call that he cowardly ran for his life, even abandoning his expensive sniper rifle. He hid behind a door, panting heavily like a cornered animal and muttering in fear. An opponent like that, he's a monster. He turned his head, and surprise. Lin Shijue and Junichi were there to crash his party, leaving him utterly stunned. How did they find me so fast? Before he could think any further, the two of them knocked him out cold. Back with Wang Zheng, he was climbing the emergency ladder on the outside of the building. Right in front of him was the bomb. "I've found the bomb. I'm starting to defuse it now." He looked at the pathetically short amount of time left on the countdown timer and cursed. Damn it. Not wasting a second, he quickly opened the metal casing to inspect it. This is just a series circuit. If I can disable one, the whole thing should be okay. But the wiring inside this bomb was far too complex. Wang Zheng stared at the mess of colorful wires, completely baffled. "Which one am I supposed to cut?" He frantically called for help over the radio. "Only 5 minutes left. I don't have enough time to open it up and check the circuit board." "Is there a faster way to disarm this thing?" The bomb expert on the other end immediately gave him instructions. "Feel those 3 wires and see if there are any other connected leads." He fumbled around for a moment and found what the expert had described. "I found a connecting copper wire." Wait. And of course, life could never be that simple. He pulled out another goddamn tangled mess of colorful wires. There are other wires connected to these 3 leads too. Staring at the chaotic mess before him, Wang Zheng felt dizzy, breaking out in a cold sweat. There's no way to defuse this many wires in such a short time. Who the hell planted this bomb? Through a pair of binoculars, the tense scene looked like a spider clinging to the wall. In the safe room, Bing Qiao watched everything and worried. There's only 1 minute left. Will he make it in time? Tianshu, standing beside him with his eyes also glued to a pair of binoculars, quickly reassured him. "We have to trust him." Just as the tension was about to snap, Wang Zheng's phone rang in his pocket. In this life-or-death moment, he dazedly pulled out his phone and answered. He thought it was just some spam call from an unknown number, but this call was a godsend guiding him. "Cut the red wire first, then cut the copper wire behind the red one, then cut the yellow wire." The countdown timer showed a critical 15 seconds. Wang Zheng didn't hesitate and immediately started disarming the bomb according to the mysterious caller's instructions. With just 6 seconds to spare, the bomb was neutralized. He wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a sigh of relief. "Looks like my luck isn't so bad this time." Bing Qiao saw that everything was resolved and his expression relaxed into a smile. "He did it. We're still alive." Back in the capital where Yi Xing was waiting, Guanxi received the news and reported, "Young master, the bomb didn't explode and Wang Zheng is not dead." Hearing this, Yi Xing downed the rest of the wine in his glass, then let out a smirk and remarked, "As expected of the rival, I hold in such high regard. If he died that easily, what would be the fun in that?" Still, he wondered, but why didn't the bomb go off? Guanxi could only answer helplessly, "This old servant does not know." Yi Xing waved him away, a mocking tone in his voice, like a CEO meeting the female lead of his story. Wang Zheng is certainly an interesting opponent. Back at the gas tank area after everything was over, Wang Zheng changed his clothes and shook hands with Tianshu. "We really owe you for this one. It's truly an honor to meet you." Wang Zheng just smiled and patted his shoulder. "The honor is all mine." Then, Tianshu added with deep gratitude, "My grandfather said it himself. The entire Li family owes you 2 huge favors." Wang Zheng quickly waved his hands, gesturing for him not to worry about it. "The old man is being too polite," he said, but inside he was extremely pleased. With the Li family's gratitude, it'll be much easier to deal with the Su family in the future. Tianshu shook his head and explained, "My grandfather's personality is usually a bit eccentric, but he is a man who always repays his debts and gets his revenge. He even called you the Soldier King of Huaxia." He then pointed to a car nearby and handed it over to him. "Wang Zheng, this car is a gift for you. I wish you a safe journey." Suddenly, Han Xingye tingling appeared, startling him. "So, can I hitch a ride?" Wang Zheng faced her and said emotionlessly, "What, you want to go back to the capital with me?" Hearing this, her attitude became even frostier as she scoffed in reply. "That's right. I've accomplished everything I wanted in Ningxia. It's time to go home." The two opened the doors and got into the car. Just then, Tian Shiren chimed in to say goodbye. "Well, I wish you two a safe journey." The white car sped along the main road. Han Xingye had asked for a ride, but she wouldn't sit still. She turned to look at him with a mocking tone. "Wang Zheng, with so much of Zhongding's stock falling into your hands like that, you must be very happy, right?" Wang Zheng wasn't surprised. He had anticipated she would ask that. He replied nonchalantly, "I know it's useless for me to deny it, but Zhongding's stock has absolutely nothing to do with me." She started getting pushy, grabbing onto the car door, grumbling, "Can't you drive a little slower? I can't handle this speed." He paid her no mind and sharply turned the steering wheel. The real thrill is yet to come. The car lost control, veered off the road, and shot straight towards the edge of a cliff, nearly becoming a fiery wreck. After pulling this crazy stunt, Wang Zheng turned to question her. Tell me, what role did you really play in this series of events? Han Xingye continued to play dumb. I don't know what you're talking about. He could no longer stay calm. He leaned towards her and growled, the Zhongding gas tank warehouse. At the exact moment I was disarming that bomb, someone called and saved my life. That was you, wasn't it? She wasn't frightened. In fact, she cockily questioned him back. And what if it was? Is this how you thank the person who saved your life? Wang Zheng leaned his head slightly towards Han Xingye, his voice slow and deliberate. Those are two different things. From the moment we were on that train in the capital, you started plotting against me. I can't let my guard down. Catching the suspicion in his voice, Han Xingye replied frankly, but I saved you nonetheless. This is a conspiracy targeting you. I don't know much, and no matter how you ask, you won't get the answers you need. A name suddenly flashed in Wang Zheng's mind, making him frown slightly, his voice filled with a hint of disbelief. Song Mingwei. I can't believe he's involved. You saved me and told me this much. Aren't you afraid your father will punish you? A look of embarrassment was clear in her eyes. It was with great difficulty that Han Xingye finally spoke to him. I'm not afraid he'll blame me, but you have to promise me something. No matter how much you and my father fight over the Su family in the future, you must not harm him. Wang Zheng quickly understood her meaning and quietly agreed. You're using this information to trade for your father's life. What a filial daughter. I agree. Out of nowhere, 2 container trucks came roaring towards them, blocking every possible escape route for the car, stunning the young couple inside. He scanned everything in a few seconds and immediately spoke to Han Xingye. Looks like these 2 trucks are here for us. Hold on tight. Although she was terrified, she didn't forget to ask, why don't we get out of the car? The naive question made the flustered Wang Zheng growl. We can't get out. There's a sniper in the mountains. In this dead-end situation, he decisively drew his gun and opened fire to fight for their survival. The front of the car took the full barrage of bullets and was shattered in places, but strangely, no screams were heard. Realizing the extreme difficulty of the situation, Wang Zheng pursed his lips in frustration and turned the car around. Damn it, there's no way I can fight a sniper in a tight spot like this. The car had barely rolled a few inches when a tire was gloriously sacrificed by a direct hit. One shot wasn't enough. The sniper fired again coldly, not caring whether his position would be revealed. The bullet ripped through the air and slammed into the rear tire, cutting off Wang Zheng's final escape route. The scoundrel Shen Wu gloated as he slowly emerged from his hiding spot. It's been a while since I had such an interesting fight. I have to toy with him until he's dead. The container truck, which had been silent until now, quickly rammed straight into Wang Zheng's car, sending it flying off the cliff. The driver got out of the truck and took out his phone to report on the mission. It's done. A cold voice replied from the other end of the line. You've completed your mission very well. A sudden gunshot pierced straight through his chest, and he only managed to utter the word, you, before collapsing into a spreading pool of his own blood. After eliminating his own accomplice, a deeply contemptuous smile spread across Shen Wu's face. This way, not a soul will ever know. Down the cliff, Wang Zheng kicked the car door open for Han Xingye, who was clinging tightly to him to get out. Holding the beauty with one hand, he gripped a rope with the other and launched himself upward. The rope shot up, hooking onto a tree branch with perfect precision. Wang Zheng held her tightly against him, climbing while his mind raced. Phew, that was close, but he couldn't stop himself from thinking out loud. Who could be behind this assassination attempt? The Zhongding incident just ended, and they're already making another move. Night fell. Han Xingye stood with Wang Zheng on the treacherous cliff, her face blushing with embarrassment. Are we going to have to hold each other like this all night? His eyes twinkled as he spoke, half joking, half serious. If you want to keep hugging like this, I have no objection. But it's cold, and staying like this will drain a lot of our energy. Hearing this, Han Xingye asked, so how are we supposed to get down? His playful side was clearly showing, even as the situation grew more precarious. He looked around and reassured her. We'll slowly make our way down and find a place to shelter from the wind for the night. The cold air made Wang Zheng feel even more protective of the beauty, and he spoke patiently to her. It's very dark, but we can't use any lights. There's still a sniper up there watching us. In a luxurious room, when did the wall clock strike? 2:03 a.m. Tianran looked out at the night scenery beyond the window and began to speak slowly. How's the situation? Shen Wu's voice on the other end of the line was eager to hear the result he wanted most. He's dead. The car went off a cliff and exploded. Besides me, no one else knows about this. Unconcealed joy spread across Su Tianran's face as he let out a smug smile. Perfect. Good work. When you get to the capital, let's meet up. Shen Wu didn't refuse. Okay, it's been years since we've seen each other, so we should definitely get together. After hanging up, he turned and ordered his subordinate, keep a close watch on everyone arriving in the capital by road, rail, and air. If Wang Zheng shows up, report to me immediately. The subordinate committed the order to memory. Yes, sir. At that very moment, Han Xingye and Wang Zheng were huddled together in the rocky rubble at the foot of the mountain. She gently checked on her savior. Are you cold? Hearing this, he replied, though it was unclear if he was telling the truth or just trying to act tough for her. I'm not cold. Pulling away from his embrace, Han Xingye stared at him as if scanning his every emotion. Why did you have to take this mountain road? It's even more dangerous than the main highway. Seeing the suspicion in her eyes, Wang Zheng answered calmly with an impossibly straight face. First, I wanted to have a proper talk with you. Second, I had a feeling this matter wouldn't end so simply. Han Xingye's mind raced to keep up with this mind-bending conversation. So, you intentionally got hit and sent off the cliff to fake your own death. He leaned his back against a boulder, speaking to her seriously. That's right, because sometimes being dead is a lot safer than being alive. With that, Wang Zheng stood up and quietly began gathering leaves and dry grass, arranging them into 2 simple beds. To get you back to the capital safely, I have to be extra careful. Although it was her first time sleeping in the rough, Han Xingye put on a brave face like a seasoned pro. It'll only be 7 or 8 days. If you can handle it, then of course I can too. He didn't deny her steely resolve, but simply offered a dose of reality. You might find it hard to bear if this drags on. We're lucky it's winter. In the summer, the forest is damp and full of biting insects. Just 2 days of sickness, and you'd be a goner. Before the words even faded, Wang Zheng had already flopped down on his self-made grass mattress, ending the conversation. Close your eyes and get some sleep. We need to conserve our energy right now. The bright sunlight shone down on the forest, signaling the start of another day on the run. Noticing that his companion was woken by the sunbeam, Wang Zheng spoke up. You're finally awake. Han Xingye didn't sit up right away, but answered from her straw bed. Good morning. He kindly offered her food and drink. Here are some dry rations and water I prepared. Eat something, then we'll get going. She bit into the food, which was like a 1,000-year-old fossil, and commented, these rations are really hard, but they don't taste too bad. How could he pass up a chance to impress a beautiful woman? He immediately started to brag. Of course, I made them myself. As expected, her reaction was just what he'd hoped for. You know how to make these. Hearing that, he continued to boast endlessly. What else? I also added a lot of precious herbs to these rations that replenish your energy and blood. They're very valuable. The quick meal passed and Wang Zheng stood up, putting on his outer jacket and urging her along. We have to go. As he spoke, he skillfully twirled a short knife in his palm, then carefully tucked it into his belt before making a very gentlemanly offer. The slope here is a bit slippery. I'll carry you down. He persisted, taking one steady step after another on the treacherous cliffside despite the heavy load on his back. After 5 grueling hours of travel, Wang Zheng gently woke the person who was still sound asleep. Wake up, we're here. Han Xingye's eyes darted around, observing the surrounding scenery with a puzzled look. Where are we now? In response to her question, he switched into tour guide mode, explaining in the simplest terms possible. We've traveled 40 kilometers and finally made it to the warmer, temperate side of the mountain. Living by the code of ladies first, he gave the best of what he had to his companion. You drink the water in this bottle. There's water in these vines, I can drink that. But the further they walked, the more confused she became by the familiar scenery before her. Are you sure we're not lost? Why does every place look the same to me? Noticing her anxiety, Wang Zheng reassured her. Don't worry, we're not lost. I'm a living map. Just go straight for another 10 kilometers or so, and you'll see a river. With his main character plot armor, his words were more certain than fate. Even if he went the wrong way, the author would just redraw the map. Looks like our luck isn't bad. We can have a nice barbecue tonight. I'll start a fire and cook you, just get some rest. A man of action, he got right to work. Seeing him busy with his hands, Han Xingye couldn't just sit still, so she rushed over and offered, let me give you a hand. Everything was perfectly set up. They began to feast. This is so good. It's delicious. Receiving the compliment, Wang Zheng wasn't the least bit humble, and even made a grand promise. If you like it, I'll grill for you every day from now on. Hearing this, she could only quietly wish to herself, if only things could stay like this forever. Saying what was on her mind, she revealed her heart's deepest desires, her eyes filled with longing. Actually, sometimes being with the person you like, far away from all the hustle and bustle, is a really wonderful thing. But before she could finish, his concerned words reached her ears. Get to sleep early, and save your strength. We still have to spend a few more days in this forest. This made Han Xingye look at his familiar back with even more affection. But I really want to keep living like this with you. After 5 days together in the treacherous wilderness, they finally found a path that led to the city. She couldn't contain the joy welling up inside her. We're finally out. Wang Zheng pointed towards the distant skyscrapers. Let's go. First, we need to find a place to stay. They stopped in front of a hotel with an eye-catching bright red sign. Han Xingye stood shyly beside him. While you're talking to the receptionist, I'd like to book a room with a large bed. Thank you. She practically flew with joy and rushed inside. I need to take a shower, otherwise I'm going to start getting moldy. Seizing the opportunity, he didn't hesitate to make a suggestion in a flirtatious tone that words couldn't describe. I want a shower too. How about we shower together, in her dreams? Han Xingye flatly refused him with a very convincing reason. Go buy some new clothes right now. We can't possibly wear these filthy things again. His companion had already rejected him and pushed him out the door. How could he be any more shameless? He could only reluctantly accept the order. Okay, I'm going right now. Wang Zheng went shopping for a bit and returned happily with colorful bags in his hands. I bought the clothes. Go change after you're done showering. After washing off the grime of their journey, he stepped out of the bathroom. What was bound to happen happened. She shyly nestled against his strong body. A spark near a haystack is bound to catch fire eventually. The two were passionately entangled until the next morning. After enjoying the hearty main course, he finally brought up the side dish. Time to get up, let's go get something to eat. At the Halen group, Zhang Mingqi doesn't get to be this relaxed. What? The fantasy spirit crystal cabinet was completely robbed. Have you called the police? A voice immediately came from the other end of the line. The police have been notified, they're investigating now. After hearing the news, she regained her composure and quickly gave an order. Calm down, I'll be right there. Faced with this unexpected event, she immediately thought of the person she had been long waiting for. Wang Zheng, when are you coming back? At the capital's train station, Wang Zheng's figure stood out among the bustling crowd. Seeing him approaching the exit, one of the two strangers asked for the other's opinion. He's here, should I call? But before his accomplice could finish, he was immediately cut off. Hold on, let's not tip him off. To their surprise, they were startled by his ninja-like appearance. You two have been waiting a long time for me, haven't you? Go back and tell Su Nuannuan that I'm not dead, I've returned. Without hesitation, they brandished their weapons and charged towards Wang Zheng, yelling, D. Against these city thugs, he only needed a slight bend of his back to dodge their attack. He then countered by smashing the two idiots' heads together. The two weakest opponents were already seeing stars from a single punch. He shot them a disdainful look, along with a stern warning. Go tell your master that I will take back everything he did to me in the Northwest. Suddenly, a malicious voice rang out. Don't move. Wang Zheng glanced toward the sound to find two men in police uniforms aiming their guns at him menacingly. We suspect you are involved in a murder case. Please cooperate and come with us to the station for questioning. Seeing no cooperation, the officer instructed his partner hurry and call for backup from headquarters. At that moment, he seemed to have connected all the dots, silently mocking the mastermind. Su Nuannuan, what a generous, welcoming gift you've prepared for me. One gift after another, from being tailed to running into the police, the only thing missing is the royal treatment. For some reason, despite gripping his weapon tightly, the aura emanating from his opponent made him break out in a cold sweat. Don't even think about running or I'll shoot. But Wang Zheng was as calm and composed as ever. You really think I'm scared of you? Shooting Xu Feng didn't want to drag this out any longer. He moved forward decisively with the cold steel cuffs. Hands out. The precinct at the capital station has already sent reinforcements. You're not getting away. If these guys wanted a show, he was happy to oblige. All right, fine. I'll cooperate with the investigation. They thought they could arrest him easily, but to the officer's astonishment, his opponent deftly slipped his hand out of the handcuffs. What? In the blink of an eye, Wang Zheng had snatched the weapon and blocked the devastating blow. Cooperating with you people is impossible. Then his vicious kick sent them crashing into each other. Next, as the whole crowd rushed in, he quickly fired a shot into the air to make his escape. In a luxurious private room at the Narlan restaurant, Zhang Mingqi sat with a business partner at a lavish dinner table. How could anyone not be moved by the sight of such a graceful woman? Tan Guang was no exception. I've wanted to meet you for a long time, Miss Zhang Mingqi, but I never had the chance. In fact, I was supposed to hold a shareholders meeting today. But as soon as I heard I was invited by you, Miss Zhang Mingqi, I postponed it immediately. His flattering words made her feign surprise. I had no idea. Director Chen, you flatter me too much. Here, try the most famous sauced fish at this restaurant. Although he was blinded by her beauty, his reason was still intact. Director Zhang, I'm sure you didn't invite me here just to eat sauced fish, did you? Since he was being so direct, she could no longer hide her intentions. I invited Director Chen here today because I do in fact need your help with something. Tan Guang considered this an honor and confidently puffed out his chest, promising. I wonder what Miss Zhang Mingqi needs my help with. As long as it's within my power, I will not hesitate to help. Zhang Mingqi got straight to the point. It's like this. I want to ask the Langtan website to publish an article for me. Look, I've already prepared the draft. Without even reading her request, he skillfully refused. Miss Zhang Mingqi, you're asking me to publish an article. It's certainly not an ordinary one, is it? A dangerous matter like that is not something I can handle. That's why someone with strength isn't as fearsome as someone who knows where their strength lies. She cut him off with a coquettish tone. Director Chen, helping me is the same as helping the entire Lanhai group. It's just a simple article. I think this will greatly improve the friendship between us. As expected, he fell for it. Tan Guang's mind went hazy as he caved. Actually, what I care about most is the friendship between myself and you, Miss Zhang Mingqi. He became overly excited because Zhang Mingqi then expressed Director Chen. Of course, I'm also looking forward to our friendship developing even further. With the beautiful woman asking so earnestly, his heart had to soften, and he agreed. All right, let me see what kind of news Miss Zhang Mingqi wants me to publish. The content that hit Tan Guang's eyes was more shocking than a bomb blast. Two companies specializing in the Huanling Jingzuan business had been robbed simultaneously, with suspicions that a competitor in the industry was secretly sabotaging them. At that, Tan Guang fell into a state of deep thought. If I'm really foolish enough for a moment to go against the Su family just for some woman, then I'd truly have a death wish. He turned back to her to show his sincerity, but his words also held a firm refusal. Miss Zhang Mingqi, it's not that I don't want to help you, but if this news is published, it will really bring nothing good for our Longtan website. Zhang Mingqi pulled out all the stops for her final play, leaving him unable to fend it off. But Director Chen, are you sure you don't want to deepen the friendship between us? Torn between desire and fear, he coughed dryly as he refused. Miss Zhang Mingqi, it's not that I won't help, it's just, this matter is truly beyond my capabilities. Suddenly, a strange sound came from outside the door, interrupting their negotiation. When a familiar figure appeared, a mix of surprise and immense joy filled Zhang Mingqi's emotions. Why? Why are you here? To her question, Wang Zheng calmly replied as if it were the most natural thing. I came because it was time to come. Seeing her savior, Zhang Mingqi seemed to relax. All right, I'll leave this to you then. Tan Guang, who had been observing since he entered the room, was still wide-eyed with surprise. And this gentleman is... Wang Zheng immediately switched into the mode of a seasoned businessman, introducing himself in the most professional tone possible. Director Chen, my card. I am Wang Zheng from Zhurong International, here to continue the discussion about Huanling Jingzuan. He examined the card in his hand, puzzled. A stream of thoughts ran through his mind. Senior Vice President of Zhurong International. Why would he step in to help Huanling Jingzuan? Could it be that he and Zhang Mingqi are having an affair? Before he could even figure out the right answer, Wang Zheng dropped a bombshell as casually as if he were discussing dinner plans. I wonder if Director Chen would be interested in having Zhurong acquire the Langtan website. The earth-shattering blow was so beyond his imagination that Tan Guang leaped to his feet and questioned him. Are you being serious, or are you joking? Do I look like I have time for jokes? I have too much work to do. In my position, I obviously don't joke around. After the initial shock, the older man struggled to compose himself. I don't want to take the risk. If we actually try, the blow to Lang Tan would be nothing short of destructive. Since his opponent refused to cooperate, Wang Zheng had no choice but to play his trump card. If Director Chen doesn't publish this news, then tomorrow, the contract for Zhurong International's acquisition of the Langtan website will be sitting on your desk. As a true tycoon, all you have to do is wave your hand to take control of the situation. From what I know, President Tran is just the co-founder of Langxin, holding 30% of the shares. Zhurong will buy out all the shares from the other shareholders, naturally becoming the largest shareholder with the right to decide Langxin's fate. Tan Kuang was completely stunned, floored by this information. How? How do you know all this? Wang Zheng ignored the other man's shock, his eyes glued to his phone, the screen, displaying the name of the key player in today's negotiation. To prove his earlier arguments, he decisively handed the phone to him. President Tran, look. Shangguan Shishi is calling. You can ask her yourself. On the other end of the line, Shishi got straight to the point. Is this President Tran, our President Wang, from Zhurong, is discussing the acquisition of Langxin with you, isn't he? Her words were like a spark, setting Tan Kuang's heart ablaze with searing heat. President Shangguan, I can't believe it's really you. Sweat dripped down his face, sensing the threat implied in her casual statement. President Tran, what President Wang wants is what I want. I hope you can help us out. That phone call sparked an inappropriate assumption in his mind. Could this guy be a gigolo that Shangguan Shishi is keeping? Unaware he was being roasted, Tan Kuang just lowered his eyes to check the time, his lips moving to offer a reminder. It's 7:40 now. You should immediately notify the company to post this news. How about it? He tried to struggle in the inescapable quagmire. President Wang, Miss Mingqi, you two are really pushing things too far. Wang Zheng cut him off without hesitation. The acquisition will be prepared shortly. We were originally going to show you some respect, but it seems I've wasted my efforts. Realizing he was in a losing position, he couldn't help but panic. What are you planning to do? He didn't answer, instead, quickly dialing Xia Yan. As soon as the other end picked up, he gave a direct order. Take over the Langxin website now and post the news. Keep it pinned for 24 hours. Being a reluctant but effective assistant, he immediately accepted the command. Fine, I'm practically your personal errand boy at this point. At the same time, the tense atmosphere in the living room of the Su family home was eased by Su Nuannuan's concerned question. Brother, what's wrong? Dan Zhao Tianran, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, heard her and softened his voice to reassure her. It's nothing, don't worry. It seemed she had some idea of the difficult problem her brother was facing. Is it about the Huanling diamond? He turned to her with a fond look and gently hummed in agreement. She expressed her understanding and sympathy for him. I know you didn't do it. Her heartfelt words made Tianran curious. Then tell me, why do you feel that way? I'm the biggest competitor for the Huanling diamond, you know. After so many years as his sister, how could Su Nuannuan not know? Letting a rival get that kind of leverage on you. That's not your style. Lying low for 10 years only to strike with a killing blow? that's the real you." He not only agreed, but also looked down on the person behind the curtain. "Right. A move that clumsy. How could it possibly be my handiwork?" Suddenly, a strange thought popped into her head. Could it be that Huanling Diamond staged this themselves? In response to this idea, Tianran offered a sharp argument to clarify the matter. If Huanling did it themselves, things would be much simpler. But Zheng Mingqi wouldn't do that. It was as if Su Nuannuan had been possessed by a famous detective, leading her to such brilliant and logical deductions. Could it be that there's another secret power behind this, trying to push the Su family into the spotlight to make us and Huanling turn on each other first? Though he appeared calm, his words held a fierce killing intent. If I find them, I definitely won't let them off easy." With 3 worries piling up, her heart grew heavier. In that case, all the blame is being pointed at our Su family. This person can just sit back and reap the benefits. Should we explain things to Zheng Mingqi? An innocent man has nothing to fear. He remained steadfast in his own way. If I didn't do it, there's no need to explain myself to anyone. Nuan couldn't finish cleaning up the mess, her mind filled with unanswered questions. Brother, if we just let this happen, aren't we falling right into their trap? Isn't this exactly what they want? Contrary to his sister, Tianran still had faith in his family and himself. Trying to frame the Su family, it's not that easy. Oh right, Wang Zheng has returned from Ningxia. If you have time, you could invite him out for a meal. Unrequited love is the feeling of joy whenever someone mentions your crush's name. She was no exception, but the joy was short-lived when she thought of the long-standing feud between their families. The smile on her face vanished. "If I go, Grandpa won't be happy." As if seeing right through her, he sighed quietly, then added a comforting word. "As long as it's something you want to do, I don't think Grandpa will stop you. As for the Huanling Diamond matter, I'll handle it properly. You don't need to worry." Though she was overjoyed on the inside, Su Nuannuan remained surprisingly calm on the outside. "Okay, then I'll invite Wang Zheng for a meal when I have time, and I'll tell him that these events have nothing to do with our Su family." Although he advised her to do so, he couldn't help but think the worst of his rival. "I'm afraid Wang Zheng won't listen to your explanation." Regardless of whether the Su family was behind this or not, in the end, Wang Zheng will still be the first to draw his sword. After thinking it through, Tianran decided to launch a preemptive strike. Wang Zheng isn't dead, he's alive, and he's back. At the same time, at Naralan restaurant, Wang Zheng, unaware that he was being plotted against, was still leisurely chatting on the phone. "Okay, I'll treat you to a meal another day. Who could refuse such a sweet deal? So, Xia Yan scheduled it. Perfect, I'm free tomorrow. We have to drink at least 10-year-old Wuliangye liquor. Your sister-in-law has banned me from drinking for so long." He bluntly refused, with a very convincing reason. "But I have a dinner date with a beautiful girl tomorrow." Then he decisively hung up. In a room filled with high-end PC rigs and professional programmers, after being snubbed by the person on the other end, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. This kid is really a handful. A subordinate ran over to report, interrupting his melancholy. "Boss, should we continue the decryption? One more press of the Enter key and we can take full control of the Lang Xin website." Upon receiving the good news, he immediately gave the order to take full control and set the timer for 48 hours. Back at Naralan restaurant, witnessing the recent phone call, Tan Kuang couldn't contain his shock. "Take over management of the Langtan website. Director, Wang. Are you kidding me? My company hired the world's top tech talent to secure our site. How could you just break through it whenever you want?" Knowing the other man didn't believe him, Wang Zheng quickly announced, "Director Chen, if I'm not mistaken, your phone is going to ring within the next 5 minutes. And sure enough, just as he predicted, the device in the man's pocket buzzed non-stop. When he took out his phone, the caller ID showed none other than the aforementioned Cao Cao. The person on the other end frantically delivered the bad news. "Director Chen, this is bad. Our system has been breached by a hacker. We can't perform any updates." The man's face turned pale as he searched for another solution. "Can't the back door be cracked?" The person immediately reported, "The back door is completely locked down. All the computers in our tech department were hit with a virus simultaneously, and we're still trying to recover them." This was like a ticking time bomb, forcing a fearful Jin Guang to question him. "What do you want?" Wang Zheng gave him a vicious look. "I already gave Director Chen a chance. Now, the Qingming article that's about to be published will have much harsher language, and the headline will definitely be plastered on Langtan's homepage in the largest, most eye-catching font." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately pulled Zhang Mingqi away. A waiter approaching the door saw them leaving, and he didn't hesitate to announce, "That gentleman over there will be paying." In Su Tianran's office, the man sitting in front of the computer seemed to be deep in thought. It turned out the screen was filled with dense text that was troubling him. Langtan, today's news. 2 businesses specializing in illusionary spirit diamonds were robbed simultaneously. Suspected to be the underhanded work of a competitor, the opponent's move was so masterful that Su Tianran's side then had to praise his rival. "He strikes fast and viciously." Nuannuan approached gently, full of doubt. "Brother, can't you guys resolve this peacefully?" Why must you always fight each other in the shadows? Speaking of Bai Yueguang, she couldn't help but shower him with praise. I remember when Wang Zheng first came to the capital, he was frank, cheerful, and upright, with a bit of a playful side. I have to say, Wang Zheng is one of the few men who's left a good impression on me. Seeing his sister smitten with his arch-nemesis Su Nuannuan felt helpless, mixed with a hint of sarcasm. If Wang Zheng heard my sister praising him like this, I can't imagine how narcissistic he'd become. Hearing this, Su Nuannuan didn't stop, but instead bloomed like a flower and continued her assessment. Yes, he is very charming. At Xixi villa on Tianping Mountain, the group of three, Wang Zheng, Sheng Fei, and Xixi, gleefully toasted. She gave a speech like a brilliant leader after a power struggle. This celebration is one to celebrate defeating the Su family, and two to welcome you back. Overcome with joy, he also made a few remarks. Su Tianran secretly acquired Longtan, but he never expected that, just as he became chairman, Longtan would be acquired by our Jurong International. Unlike them, Sheng Fei was concerned about something else. I heard you were surrounded by the police at the train station. How did you escape? He didn't hesitate to share his incredibly brilliant strategy for defeating his enemies. The place was crowded with people. I fired a shot into the air, which was bound to cause chaos. And then I took that opportunity to run. This clever move made Xixi pat his shoulder in praise. That was truly brilliant. Let's put the Su family matter aside for now. Did anything interesting happen on your recent trip to Ningxia? Wang Zheng flicked her delicate hand away and answered bluntly. Something interesting. Does meeting a beautiful woman count? Since he was being so honest, why should she hold back her curiosity? What happened between you and Song Zia? He didn't expect his every move to be known so clearly by her. He sighed. Are you spying on me? How could anything escape Xixi's sharp eyes? Look at you. You were both gone for so long you can't blame people for thinking you were together. Faced with this teasing, he didn't know what expression to make. Are you implying that every woman who goes missing has something to do with me? With her straightforward personality, she honestly replied with what was on her mind. Who knows? A lecher like you. Is there anything you wouldn't dare to do? She never expected to be left speechless. Because Wang Zheng, whose skin was thicker than a brick wall, actually agreed with her. That's true. Putting the topic of beauties aside for now, she raised her glass and proposed a toast. Let's drink until we drop. Overcome with joy, they indulged in the strong liquor until the early morning, when wisps of white clouds drifted across the deep blue sky. The three of them were still deep in their dreams, sprawled out on the floor. He was the first to be awakened by the bright sunbeams. After discovering his mischievous hand resting on Sheng Fei's chest, he couldn't help but be stunned. What is going on? Wang Zheng decided that slipping away was the best strategy, opening the door and letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, lucky they haven't woken up yet. Little did he know, the victim in this incident had already come to a strangely tolerant conclusion. I'll just consider it as him groping me once. In the hallway of the Capital Medical University, Wang Zheng sat on a bench waiting for someone. As soon as she recognized the familiar figure, Su Nuannuan couldn't help but tease him. You're actually on time. How could he pass up an opportunity to flirt? So he laid on the sweet talk. When I have a date with such a beautiful girl, how could I possibly be late? She seemed unfazed by his flirtatious words and got straight to the point. Let's go, I'll show you around. They walked side by side up the stairs when, for some reason, she suddenly slipped and couldn't help but let out a scream. Wang Zheng quickly wrapped his arm around her slender waist to catch her, not forgetting to exclaim, such a slim waist. After being saved by her hero, Nuan's heart fluttered, but she didn't forget to ask what she'd always been curious about. You're not actually a pervert, and your disrespect for the world is just an act. So, why do you have to wear such a mask and put on a show? How could he admit to a persona he had carefully crafted himself? Do I? In an instant, Wang Zheng skillfully changed the subject. Nuan, you called me here. What was it for exactly? She didn't answer his question, but instead offered sincere advice from the bottom of her heart. Wang Zheng, you seem to have some kind of burden. If you could let it go or reconcile with it, wouldn't that be better? He scratched his head and played dumb. I'm too dense, I don't understand. Nuan didn't believe him and decided to get to the bottom of it. Wang Zheng, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Finally, she couldn't stop a hot tear from rolling down her cheek. Even then, he didn't drop his playful attitude. Miss, the way you're talking could easily be misunderstood. Anyone who didn't know better might think you're lashing out because your confession was rejected. But Wang Zheng just sighed, exhausted by her immense determination. I will definitely convince you to let go of all your hatred. The sudden appearance of Li Wen's group interrupted this tearful moment. Nuan, did he bully you? The girl who was called didn't answer, instead turning to whisper soothingly. This is Dong Li Wen, our class president. He's very straightforward, so please don't mind him. He then smoothly waved his hand to dismiss the issue. They're just a bunch of kids. I'm not going to stoop to their level. The buffoon, having no idea what was going on, immediately started acting tough, looking utterly ridiculous. Say that again. You want me to beat you up? Nuan tried to calm the situation. Dong Li Wen, it's really nothing. My friend and I have something to discuss. Yang Lu felt her attitude was completely fake. Su Nuannuan Li Wen is helping you get even. Don't be so ungrateful. Suddenly, he slapped her, stunning everyone. Yang Lu clutched her reddening cheek, her voice trembling as she stammered incoherently. Li Wen. Last night we were. To everyone's shock, he started yelling at her. You shameless woman, get the hell out of my sight. Utterly humiliated, she quickly turned and ran away in tears. Wang Zheng seized the opportunity to advertise his services. If you want to get revenge on him, remember to find me. By now, Su Nuannuan had completely lost any good impression she had of Li Wen, and didn't want to see his face anymore. Dong Li Wen, you should leave too. This has nothing to do with you. But Li Wen just tilted his head up and said, how does it not have anything to do with me? Nuan, your business is my business. Then he turned to Wang Zheng. Who the hell are you? Why are you bullying Nuan? He shrugged, indicating it had nothing to do with him. I'm not bullying Nuan. If anything, she's the one bullying me. Despite this, Li Wen arrogantly grabbed him by the collar, trying to act like a hero. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson for Nuan. Wang Zheng's attitude was very calm. Go ahead and try. Li Wen tried to drive his knee into his stomach. Are you telling me what to do? But Wang Zheng's hand had already stopped the attack. As a young man, you should learn to be reasonable, he said, then squeezed his opponent's knee tightly. It made him scream in pain. Let go. Let go. He gave a contemptuous smile, raising an eyebrow as he replied. All right. You asked for it. Wang Zheng forcefully shoved Li Wen's large body away. The group of underlings stood there, stunned, watching their leader fall flat on his back. Wang Zheng warned them in a cold voice, whoever dares to help him, I'll beat them up too. If you don't believe me, just try it. At the Capital Medical University cafeteria, Nuannuan and Wang Zheng were eating together, and she revealed the identity of the brute they had just met. The guy you just hit is named Dong Li Wen. His father is Dong Shenpeng, a famous real estate tycoon in Jiangnan province, she said, also giving Wang Zheng a tip. If you want to grow your business in Jiangnan province, he might be able to help you. It's just that. His reputation isn't very good. He listened intently while chewing his food. Oh, tell me more. Nuan explained the information she had heard. Dong Shenpeng's Hengsheng Real Estate has acquired all the prime land in Jiangnan province, deliberately driving up housing prices. He recalled Li Wen's arrogant and aggressive behavior. To raise a son like that, he commented, Dong Shenpeng can't be a good person either. She agreed with him but still felt that Shenpeng had some good qualities. That's true, but he treats his wife very well. His wife passed away a few years ago and Dong Shenpeng has remained single ever since. However, Wang Zheng had seen too much of human nature. He had no favorable impression of the father and son. Who knows, maybe he's not lacking for women on the side. Taking down Hengsheng Real Estate. That sounds like a challenge. If anyone else heard what Wang Zheng said, they would probably think he was a delusional madman. But Nuan had complete faith in him. Only you could achieve a goal like that. Just then, Yang Lu suddenly walked up to them. She repeated the words Wang Zheng had said earlier. You said I could come find you. So what's your plan? He asked her a question. Dong Li Wen has a super rich father. You know that, right, Yang? Lu quickly replied. I know. Then Wang Zheng flashed a devilish smile as if a pair of wings, 2 horns, and a demon's tail had sprouted from his back. His words were seductive. If you want to get revenge on him, why not become his stepmother? His suggestion left Yang Lu completely stunned, while Nuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. At the Su family residence, he was reporting on Nuan's activities to Tianran. Young master, the young miss, is eating with Wang Zheng at the Capital Medical University cafeteria. Tianran knew his sister's personality well. Once Nuan set her mind on something, she would absolutely see it through. Wang He probed for the next move. So, young master, what should we do now? If this continues, the young miss will get hurt sooner or later. He felt they should consider the matter more carefully. I'll discuss it with my father. We need to send Nuan to study abroad as soon as possible. Then he changed the subject. Oh right, how is Xie Ping'an Wang? He answered honestly. Old Master Xie is still cooped up in his house practicing his martial arts every day. The doctor said his recovery is even better than expected. Tianran repeatedly instructed him to keep a close watch on Ping'an. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him do anything too rash, he replied seriously. Don't worry, young master. Then he stood up, intending to leave. Get the car ready for me. I need to make a trip to the capital's airport. In the hallway, Nuan asked Wang Zheng, Are you really not going to consider what I said? He crossed his arms and replied calmly, If I'm not mistaken, your brother is probably preparing to send you to study abroad right now. His tone conveyed unshakable determination. Some things just can't be reconciled. Quitting halfway would be letting myself down. Hearing this, although she was very reluctant, Nuan could only accept it. I understand. I was very happy to get to know you. I just don't know if we'll ever have the chance to meet again. Wang Zheng smiled, opening his arms wide to comfort her. Then let's have a hug for our friendship. They hugged each other tightly, the air thick with the reluctance of parting. At Xinhua Road, Mingwei was working in his office. Suddenly, Wang Zheng walked in and asked coldly, Mayor Song, do you know who I am? His appearance startled the man. Wang Zheng, He quickly reached for the alarm button on the corner of his desk. However, Wang Zheng stopped him. He pushed him back down into the chair, his next words hitting Mingwei right where it hurt. I think you don't just know me, I think you know me very, very well. Wang Zheng crouched down eye to eye with him, wanting to get the story straight. Tell me, what was that bomb in Ningxia all about? Mingwei's face was covered in sweat, but he stubbornly pretended he had nothing to do with it. I don't know. I really don't know. His pathetic act was laughable to the young man. He raised a sharp needle, his lips curling into a sneer. Don't know, huh? Without hesitation, he plunged the needle into Mingwei's neck. The man looked in terror at the 3 needles glinting coldly in his hand. Wang Zheng issued another threat. This is a poison I developed myself. No one can cure it. If you cooperate obediently, maybe I'll consider giving you the antidote. Knowing the needles were coated in poison, his face turned deathly pale, and he quickly confessed everything. I'll tell you everything. Faced with the choice between his life and his secrets, Mingwei didn't dare hide anything. A while ago, someone approached me. He told me to deal with you, and if I succeeded, he'd help me get this position. Hearing this, Wang Zheng thought the man was not only old but also foolishly naive. And you actually believed that? Mingwei didn't dare argue back, just lowered his head and stammered. He had control over me. I had no choice but to believe him. Wang Zheng wanted more information about the culprit. Who is he? How did he contact you? Mingwei honestly told him everything he knew. He had someone pick me up and take me to a location. But I was blindfolded the entire way, so I have no idea where we went. Besides, he always wore a mask. Unable to get any valuable information from Mingwei's words, Wang Zheng angrily grabbed him by the collar. You're not planning on selling me out, are you? Mingwei looked terrified at the 3 sharp needles right in front of his face and hurriedly promised he wouldn't say a word. No, I'll never tell anyone you were here. I really don't want to commit any more crimes. But Wang Zheng didn't trust him so easily. He decisively stuck a few more needles into the back of Mingwei's neck. Go to sleep. I'd also like to know who else that masked man approached besides you. His business finished, Wang Zheng stepped out of the office. Just as he closed the door, his sharp instincts warned him of an impending attack. He sprang back nimbly, dodging the slash, and threw 3 needles in a counterattack. In front of him, a Shen Wu retracted his dagger. Interesting. He then swung hard at Wang Zheng again, the sharp blade grazing his leg and leaving a bleeding scratch. But Wang Zheng remained calm, even offering a sneering compliment. You're pretty fast. The Shen Wu growled menacingly. I let you get away in Ningxia. You're much stronger than I thought, he stated with certainty. You were the one who tried to assassinate me on the road. The Shen Wu toyed with the dagger in his hand and replied with a taunt. If I had shot the driver's seat back then, do you think you would have made it back to the capital alive? He expected Wang Zheng to be panicked by this, but surprisingly, he was completely unfazed, just shaking his head with a cold scoff. He arrogantly retorted. Well, did you know I had a small drone hovering over my head at that time? The Shen Wu hadn't anticipated that. A drone, Wang Zheng's clear explanation echoed. It was providing coordinate data for a long-range sniper. If I had died, you wouldn't have survived either. The man scoffed contemptuously. So, what you're saying is, I should thank you for not dying. Suddenly, he revealed the man's true identity. Of course. Zhao Shenwu, the Silver Snow Golden Blade. You should be thanking me properly, leaving Shenwu utterly astonished. How did you know? Wang Zheng seized the moment of his shock to throw out a red pouch. Shenwu swung his dagger, piercing the pouch. A powder from inside sprayed everywhere, creating a thick smoke that obscured his vision. He coughed repeatedly. Cough, cough. Wang Zheng's movements were fluid as he drew a gun fired and taunted him at the same time. There was no drone. I was just screwing with you. Shenwu was hit in the shoulder. Everything happened too fast for him to react. Then Wang Zheng calmly opened the window, not forgetting to look back and say goodbye. I'll be taking my leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped out. Shenwu could only watch helplessly as Wang Zheng left, clutching his shoulder and cursing through gritted teeth. Damn it. Elsewhere, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed. A group of people burst into Mingwei's office. Song Rong shouted, Hurry, Mingwei has passed out, get some help. His eyes narrowed with anger. To dare cause trouble, right here in the Song family's territory. This is definitely not a simple matter, he said, before giving a cold order. I want a thorough investigation within 24 hours. Wang Zheng saw several police cars parked below the building. He complained to himself, this is a real pain. Suddenly, a red car approached him, and the window rolled down. Han Xingye sat inside and asked, You again? Wang Zheng quickly opened the door, got in and said, I caused a bit of trouble at your family's place. You're the only one who can get me out of here. Unexpectedly, Han Xingye accepted this calmly. All right, I'll get you out. The red car sped off down the road. The red car sped along the road. Han Xingye's calm demeanor puzzled Wang Zheng. Aren't you going to ask me anything? It turned out she had already guessed what happened. You went to my house to ask my father about the bomb, didn't you? He had to admire the girl's intelligence. Seems I can't hide anything from you. He then recounted the information Mingwei had confessed. Your father said someone could help him secure that position, so they decided to cooperate. However, Han Xingye understood Mingwei's true nature. She guessed he was likely being manipulated. My father isn't the type to resort to dirty tricks for personal gain. Could there be something more to this? Wang Zheng had similar suspicions. I don't know the specific reason either. To protect your father, I used silver needles to put him in a coma for the next few months. Hearing that Mingwei was in a coma, Han Xingye worriedly grabbed his hand. Will my father be in any danger? The girl's soft hand made Wang Zheng break out in a sweat, and he quickly looked away. No, it's just a coma. There won't be any side effects on his body, he added, not forgetting to comfort her. I know that doing this puts you in a difficult position, but your father will be fine. Only then did Han Xingye breathe a sigh of relief. I don't want to see my father sink deeper into the pursuit of fame and power. If one day you turn your blade against the Song family, I only hope you can spare his life. Her complete trust in him made Wang Zheng voice a question he'd had for a long time. I just want to ask you, why did you believe I would win right from the start? Noticing his hand was tightly gripping hers, Han Xingye suddenly blushed. She looked at him and smiled gently. I trust my intuition. A woman's intuition can be a scary thing sometimes. Wang Zheng advised Han Xingye to go back and check on the situation at home. I caused quite a commotion at the Song family's place. I think you should go back soon and check things out. Model. However, she moved even closer to him. No, I don't want to go home tonight. Han Xingye leaned against Wang Zheng's chest, her cheeks flushing as she shyly spoke. This is the first time we've seen each other since I came back to the capital. I don't want to leave you so soon. Night fell, and the moon peeked out from behind the clouds. In the end, he agreed. All right, I'll stay with you. On the empty streets, Shen Wu clutched his shoulder and ran for his life. He couldn't believe he'd fallen into such a desperate situation right after returning to the capital. Suddenly, a group of people appeared and surrounded him. He remained calm, challenging them. Go on, shoot. They immediately opened fire all at once. Shen Wu quickly whipped out his chain and took them all down in one sweep. He then vaulted over a fence to dodge the bullets. Suddenly, a black car screeched to a halt right in front of him. Xiao Qiu rolled down the window and urged, "The young master sent me to bring you to the manor. Get in quickly." The next morning, the golden sunlight cast the shadows of tall buildings onto the street. A red car was parked quietly in a corner. Inside, Han Xingye was still sleeping soundly in Wang Zheng's arms. He smiled and gently patted her back. It's morning, I have to go. Han Xingye, still cherishing the feeling of last night, blushed and didn't want to let him go. Don't go. Wang Zheng gently coaxed her. We'll have more chances to see each other later. I have to go meet someone right now. Han Xingye was an understanding person, so she didn't waste any more of his time. All right then. It seems like it's someone very important. In the southern suburbs at the Wenxin estate, the afternoon sun shone through the window panes. Wang Zheng stood before the house and knocked on the door. From inside, a woman's questioning voice rang out. Who is it? He stated, his identity. Wang Zheng, from Judong International. Ning Xia, recognizing the familiar voice, hurried to open the door, greeting him with a warm welcome. How did you find this place? Wang Zheng put on a mysterious expression. I have my ways. His eyes were suddenly drawn to the somewhat messy belongings. Seeing this, he immediately guessed. And you? Are you preparing to leave? Ning Xia didn't hide her intentions, even telling Wang Zheng where her hometown was. Yeah, I'm packing to go back home. Baizhou County in northern Nanjiang. Now that he knew where she was, from his mind raced as he quickly made an attractive offer. I've always wanted to build a school in northern Nanjiang. How about you help me take charge of the construction planning? Once it's finished, you'll be the school's first teacher, Teacher Ning Xia. Her eyes sparkled and she was overjoyed. Really, that's something I've truly always wanted. Wang Zheng suggested they exchange contact information to make future discussions more convenient. Give me your phone number. We'll discuss the school construction project slowly. After persuading Ning Xia, it was time to say goodbye. Well, I won't bother you any longer. Take your time packing. He went downstairs and hailed a taxi. Driver to Judong International. Please step on it. Xiao Xiong was extremely confident in his driving skills. Okay, no problem. When it comes to speed, I'm only a little slower than an airplane. The taxi then floored it and sped off, leaving only a trail of faint smoke behind. Wang Zheng arrived at Shangguan Shishi's office. She handed him a file and told him to check it. You're finally here. Take a look at this. Wang Zheng opened the document, which contained the most recent financial report. The sales volume of Huanling Essence was soaring. The combined sales of the three major diamond jewelry companies, Tongling, Iga and Suhang, weren't even one-third of Huanling's. Shishi assessed the current situation. Huanling has won this round. Zhongding is secretly restructuring, and their capital must have taken a painful hit too. I really want to crush all of them. An idea suddenly popped into Wang Zheng's head. I have a great idea. But her expression showed she wasn't too convinced. What? Another incredibly insidious, incredibly shameless plan. He took out his phone and called Wu Ling. As soon as he picked up, Wang Zheng asked Qing Wuling, how many men do you have on your side right now? The answer came from the other end of the line. Over 900. Is there another mission? He smirked deviously and laid out the plan for him. Yeah, take 50 elites and get to South Africa within 15 days. I want you guys to go destroy a diamond mine. Wu Ling was a cautious person and asked again to be sure, are you certain we'll be able to get out of the country? Smoothly, after we're done. And to what extent should we destroy it? Wang Zheng replied in a firm tone, reminding them to do a clean job. Leave the exit strategy to me. Your job is to blow up the entire diamond mine. So much that it can't be restored for the next 5 years. At the same time, he also warned Wu Ling's group not to be careless. Remember to prepare extra weapons. That diamond mine is equipped with personal firearms. Don't underestimate them. He seriously accepted the order. Okay, I got it. Shishi had clearly heard the entire conversation between the two. She had one question. How did you know the Su family has a dedicated diamond mine in South Africa? Wang Zheng honestly said this was unexpected. A friend told me. I also didn't expect the Su family to have invested in a diamond mine in South Africa. Shishi was gleeful at the thought of someone's impending doom. You're truly sinister. By destroying the Su family's diamond mine, the 3 major brands won't be able to sustain themselves. The Su family is finished. Wang Zheng's face was full of pride, but he feigned humility. Compared to your father, I'm still young and inexperienced. Speaking of her father, he turned his head to ask, oh, has your father given any new orders lately? Shishi truthfully recounted her father's recent condition, with a look of utter helplessness. No. All he does is stay in the nursing home all day, comfortable as can be, leaving me here to suffer. Suddenly there was a knock on the office door. Wen Tao walked in with a man and a woman. Young miss, these two are. Ye Jian spoke up first to introduce them. We are officers from the District 11 Police Bureau. We'd like to invite Mr. Wang Zheng to come with us to cooperate with an investigation. Wang Zheng stood opposite the two, resolute in his refusal. If you don't have a formal document, why should I go with you? At that moment, Wu Yan coldly held up a piece of paper and stated clearly, this is an internal arrest warrant. We suspect you of colluding with international hostile forces. Wang Zheng found this pretext ridiculous. What kind of bullcrap reason is that? Ye Jian's voice was stern and firm, even issuing a threat. Don't even think about resisting. We have the right to shoot you dead on the spot. Their brazen attitude made it impossible for Shishi to hold back any longer. She stepped in front of Wang Zheng. That's some bold talk. This is Judong International, not a place where you can just arrest whoever you want. Wu Yan's face was cold as she retorted, don't forget, this country is Huaxia. But Shishi's tone was filled with determination. He's with me. If I don't agree, even if your chief came here himself, you wouldn't dare try to take him from Shangguan territory. The atmosphere between the two sides grew tense. Wang Zheng suddenly asked their identities. What are your aliases? Wu Yan didn't understand why he was asking, but she answered just to get it over with. I'm Wu Yan, and he's Night Eye. Now will you come with us? In the end, he agreed to their unreasonable demand. All right, I'll go with you. This completely shocked Shishi. Wang Zheng, you can't go. Wang Zheng winked to reassure her, telling her not to worry, and even patted her head comfortingly. It's fine, you just wait at home for news from me. Like you said, I'm your man now, so how could I possibly abandon you? Although she usually bickered with him, Shishi's face couldn't hide her worry now. You have to come back. Night Eye stood to the side, bored of watching this sappy emotional farewell, and urged them on. Are you done talking? If you're done, then let's get a move on. Just before leaving, Wang Zheng leaned close to Shishi's ear and whispered, don't worry, I'll definitely stir up so much trouble for them, they won't know what hit them. Just wait for the good show. At the Imperial Dynasty Hotel in the capital on the top floor, Tianran paced back and forth speaking to Shen Wu. Looks like you took quite a painful loss this time, huh? Would you consider Wang Zheng a formidable opponent? He also had to admit that he had been defeated by him this time. I was careless. Tianran glanced at Shen Wu, his words filled with hatred for Wang Zheng. I want to eliminate him, so I'd like to ask you for a small favor. Shen Wu had fought Wang Zheng once before, and had a rough idea of his strength, so he was quite hesitant to accept this offer. This is no small favor, it nearly cost me my life. However, as someone with years of business experience, Tianran could guess what Shen Wu was thinking. But I know you're very interested in him, he replied disdainfully, and you expect me to help you for that alone. Tianran began to use an emotional appeal to sway his opponent. I thought that from that moment on, we were already friends. Shen Wu's attitude clearly shifted slightly. Suddenly, Tianran's older sister, Qingli, appeared with his two younger brothers, Tianya and Tianqi. She spoke impatiently. Tianran, we need to see you for a moment. Tianran found it strange that all three of them had come to see him. Oh, for my sister and two younger brothers to come see me, specifically, is something important going on. Qingli held up a notice and questioned Tianran. Why did you cut everyone's year-end bonuses by 80%? Tianya, standing beside her, chimed in. Why did you cancel the 2 million in startup capital for all family descendants under 30? His irritation was obvious. It's not like our Su family is short on that little bit of money. Tianran answered the barrage of questions very reasonably. The family's liquid capital is very tight right now, so we need to consolidate our funds. I already stated clearly in the notice, this is only temporary. Tianya was furious that his spending money was being cut. Brother Tianran, you've always been in charge of the family business. Why has this situation come about? He calmly replied. I'm in charge of all strategic decisions, and I also bear all the consequences. He knew that no matter what he said, this lazy, freeloading bunch wouldn't understand. I don't think I need to explain myself to you all. Qing Li's tone was full of reproach. Tianran, you need to take responsibility for your incompetence. She even harbored the intention of seizing power. If you really can't do it anymore, then step down and give up your position. As someone who had run the company for years, Tianran easily saw through their plot. If your goal is to force me to give up this position, then I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Tianya continued to blame him. Brother Tianran, why have there been so many losses since you took over the company? You're incompetent, yet you want to monopolize this position. Sooner or later, the Su family will be ruined. Tianran couldn't stand the shamelessness of these freeloaders, who still acted so high and mighty. He shouted loudly, in all these years have any of you ever completed a profitable project? I, on the other hand, turned 2 million into 50 million in just 1 year. He then stated firmly, if any of you can do what I did, I will give this position to that person. Tianqi sneered, showing no respect for his older brother. Even if the family's assets were growing like crazy before, haven't we been beaten down so badly we can't even lift our heads for the past 3 months? Tianran felt helpless and didn't want to argue any further with these people who shared his blood, but not his affection. I can't believe I'm wasting my time here arguing with you. Get out on your own, or should I throw you out? Choose. Qing Li, banking on her status as the older sister, lectured him in a high-pitched voice. Su Tianran, how dare you speak like that? Who do you think you are? Who gave you that right? Suddenly, a flash of light circled around her. Then that light flew back into the hand of Shen Wu, who had been sitting to the side witnessing the entire argument. Qing Li trembled in fear as her long hair was cut to her shoulders. Enraged, she used their elders as a threat. Just you wait and see, I'm going to tell Grandpa everything. You just wait. Watching the three of them storm off, Tianran couldn't help but grit his teeth and curse, a bunch of idiots. Tianran was quite pleased with how Shen Wu had just put his annoying sister in her place. He teased, you really don't know how to be gentle with women. No wonder you're still hopelessly single. Shen Wu stood up with a cold expression and replied, I'm not lacking for women. Also, I'll help you with your matter. At the headquarters of Judong International Night Eye, had lost his patience and was constantly threatening Wang Zheng. So, am I putting these on you, or are you doing it yourself? The answer he received was a punch right in the face, followed by a powerful knee strike, and finally, Wang Zheng's elbow slammed into his back. Everything happened so fast that Night Eye couldn't even react. Looking pathetic and disheveled, glared at the young man in front of him. Yu Wuyan drew her gun as a warning, but he quickly snatched it, even covering the muzzle with his palm. She stared wide-eyed as Wang Zheng ejected the magazine right in front of her. How is that possible? In just a few seconds, he had completely disassembled the gun. The sight left the two of them staring in disbelief. How did you do that? Wang Zheng sneered contemptuously. What's the matter, scared stiff? I did you a favor by coming with you, but you treated me like I was nothing. You can't blame me for this. But Wu Yan still preferred to use force. She gritted her teeth, took out her radio, and reported to her superior, requesting backup. But he had no intention of blowing things up. He just hated their condescending attitude. That won't be necessary. I just don't like being handcuffed. I'll go with you. Wu Yan led Wang Zheng downstairs, where many security officers were already waiting. She pointed to a black car and told him, get in. Even though he was in the car and on his way to the police station, Wang Zheng's expression remained incredibly calm. I suggest you'd better send 2 people to carry that guy upstairs down, or you'll bring shame to Bureau 11. Wu Yan ordered her subordinate to bring the battered man down. You 2 carry him down. In the car, Wang Zheng kept checking out Wu Yan, who was sitting next to him as a guard. After a moment of observation, he clicked his tongue and teased her, Tsk, you've got a great body. He even offered her advice, saying that girls shouldn't wear their bras too tight, otherwise, after a while, they'd not only feel tightness in their chests, but would also end up sagging. Wu Yan couldn't keep her cool while being harassed. She coldly drew her gun and pressed it against Wang Zheng's forehead as a warning. If you dare say another word of nonsense, I'll blow your head off. 2 cars, one black and one white, sped through the gates of the Bureau 11 police station. After he got out of the car, the first words out of his mouth were, so, this is your base, huh? Nothing special. His tone held no trace of fear or anxiety. The calm demeanor of Wang Zheng throughout the entire trip made it hard for Wu Yan to read him. I'm very curious, what did you do for a living before this? He stepped closer to her and dropped a flirtatious line. What getting interested in me but Wu Yan was a cold-hearted agent with only the mission on her mind. She turned her back decisively and ordered her subordinate to search him. Fu Cheng replied, seriously, yes ma'am. Seeing that the fun was over, Wang Zheng lost interest. He explained why he agreed to go with them. If I had wanted to run, no one could have stopped me. I just want to see who's behind this setup. But Wu Yan responded with a scornful look. Yeah, she didn't want to waste any more time talking to Wang Zheng. After you search him, take him to room 204. He, however, seemed completely unbothered by his current situation and continued to joke with her. When I get out, I'll definitely set you up with a good match. The security camera showed Wang Zheng being led away by 2 agents. Tang Tian said to Xu Liang, who was standing beside him, "Second master, how about it? Feeling better now?" Seeing him captured, the anger in the old man's heart finally subsided a bit. "Tang Tian, thanks for helping me vent my anger. If I could, I'd rather see him dead." Tang Tian lit a cigarette and replied sinisterly, "Of course. Even if you hadn't said anything, second master, I would have done it anyway." In room 204, Wang Zheng stood tall, his eyes ice cold as he issued a warning. "I'd advise you not to search me. It'll save one of you from being used as a human shield." Fu Cheng didn't listen, and instead barked an order. "Search him. This is a special order from the higher-ups. We can't be careless." Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out. The soldier next to him suddenly collapsed, clutching his leg and screaming in pain. Seeing his colleague suddenly drop made him suspicious of the strange guest before them. "You did this, didn't you?" Wang Zheng smirked faintly, his tone both casual and mocking. "I didn't even lift a finger." "Don't believe me. Go ahead and check the camera." Annoyed by the remark, Fu Cheng pulled out an electric baton and charged forward. "I don't care if you made a move or not." Halfway through his charge, he suddenly froze as if paralyzed by someone. Fu Cheng collapsed, and the hand holding the electric baton accidentally zapped his partner, making the guy jolt like a fish on a hook. Wang Zheng stared right into the camera, a smug look on his face as he taunted them. "Your people are too weak." As soon as he finished speaking, he unhesitatingly shot out the camera with the gun in his hand. A loud volley of shots ripped through the air, turning the cameras into scrap metal one by one. When the surveillance monitor went black, Tang Tian angrily yelled into the phone, "Get in there. If he resists, kill him on the spot." Dozens of soldiers heard the order and rushed into the room. Wang Zheng calmly faced them head on. "Go on, give it a try." Elsewhere, Xia Yan's face darkened after reading the contents of a piece of paper. He slammed his hand on the table, roaring in anger. "I've been in seclusion for years. They must think I'm dead." With that, Xia Yan stormed out the door, his subordinates scrambling to follow him. "Get the car ready. I want to see the minister." In the car, Li Xiao was so worried that he spoke up to Xia Yan. "Hey boss, if we just barge in with all these people, I'm afraid the minister will just kick us all out." He immediately countered with his own opinion. "How could the minister kick us out? If he keeps himself holed up in his office reading the newspaper, Tao Tang Tian will be walking all over me." The atmosphere in the car grew heavy, forcing Xia Yan to change the subject to lighten the mood of the person beside him. "Little Li, how many years has it been since you've seen your brother Zheng?" Hearing the familiar name, he blurted out instinctively, 6 years. Suddenly remembering something, he glanced at Li Xiao warily, his voice becoming hesitant. "Wang Zheng doesn't know about your background, does he?" Li Xiao nodded. His expression couldn't have been more obvious. "That's right. He's never asked before, and he doesn't care about these things." Xia Yan glanced at the person next to him, unable to resist teasing him for his slow way of talking. "The minister was your grandfather's old guard. If you just say the word, there won't be any problems." But a hint of displeasure crossed Li Xiao's face, and his tone became tinged with annoyance. "Well, I can't let people spend their whole lives only knowing about the great young master Li Tianshu from the northwest, without knowing who Li Xiaoxiao is." After driving a little further, Xia Yan glanced at his watch, his expression tensing slightly. "Wang Zheng, I hope nothing happens to you in these next 2 hours. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since we've seen each other." Suddenly remembering something, Li Xiao turned and asked him, "Oh, that's right, boss. If this keeps up, won't our relationship with Brother Zheng be exposed?" Meanwhile, Wang Zheng coolly faced the dazed-looking guards, who seemed unsure of what they were even doing. Wu Yan stood in the middle of the formation, aimed her gun at him, and warned, "Don't even think about resisting. There are too many of us. Even if you grew wings, you wouldn't be able to escape. Drop your weapon and surrender." Without warning, Wang Zheng let his gun fall, yet he showed no sign of being cornered. "All right, I surrender." But Wu Yan didn't let down her guard for a second, immediately giving a firm order. "Kick the gun over here." Wang Zheng said nothing and kicked the gun toward them. With the force of the kick, the gun shot forward like an arrow, mercilessly smashing into the face of the soldier in front. He crushed a small glass vial in his hand, his voice dripping with contempt. "I knew you wouldn't have the heart to kill me." A cloud of purple smoke shot out from the broken vial, rushing towards the guards before they could even react. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Zheng lunged forward in the blink of an eye. He quickly circled behind Wu Yan, neatly subduing her. Inside, her mind was a tangled mess, but she struggled to maintain a calm expression. "What do you want?" He frowned, his voice low and husky, full of hidden meaning. "It's simple. Take me to see Tao Tangtian. This is a personal matter." Faced with the tense situation, Wu Yan had no choice but to grit her teeth and agree. "I'll take you." His gaze swept over the surrounding guards as he gravely uttered a single word of thanks. As he walked with her to the elevator door, Wang Zheng spoke softly, offering some advice. "I'm surprised. These subordinates of yours are quite loyal to you, aren't they? But take my advice and get out of here as soon as you can." In Tao Tungtian's office, Xu Liang burst in and cried out in alarm. Tang Tian, he's fought his way to our door. What do we do? You have to think of something. Tao Tang Tian calmly walked to the door and even had the composure to reassure him. Second, Master, I know what to do. The moment he stepped outside, Tao Tang Tian yelled straight at Wang Zheng's face. You think you can cause this much chaos here and still walk out alive? With a hostage in his hands, Wang Zheng was not only unafraid, but also casually retorted, What evidence do you have to arrest me? The man replied calmly. An underground military academy has been very active in Huaxia recently. All the evidence indicates that you've been in contact with them. You must take responsibility for this. Hearing this, Wang Zheng burst out laughing at his incredible shamelessness. Arresting people without cause is standard procedure for your Department 11, isn't it? But do you have any idea what it feels like to put a Huaxia Special Forces operative in handcuffs? Tao Tangtian shot back, not willing to be outdone. A soldier who was nearly stripped of his title, a bunch of disgraced dogs branded with treason. You have the nerve to call yourselves Huaxia Special Operatives. Wang Zheng's face darkened as he aimed his gun at him threateningly. Not even the gods can save you today. Tao Tangtian warily drew his own gun. He even continued to taunt him, You're nothing but a deserter. What right do you have to act all high and mighty in my territory, as if I'd be afraid of you? Just as he finished speaking, an orange figure suddenly crashed through the window. Li Xiao expertly did a few flips in the air, landing perfectly and immediately pointing his gun at Tao Tangtian's head. While keeping Tao Tangtian under control, Li Xiao cheerfully turned to Wang Zheng and greeted him, Brother Zheng, this isn't cool. How could you not invite your little bro to a fun killing party like this? Relieved to see his timely backup, Wang Zheng exclaimed, Little Li Zi, what are you doing here? Instead of answering directly, Li Xiao turned to mock Tao Tangtian. I have to say, Director Tao, you've been acting pretty high and mighty lately, haven't you? You even dare to arrest my big brother, but even backed into a corner, the man tried to put on a brave face. Have you forgotten where you are? You really think you can walk out of here with so many guns pointed at you? Before either of them could react, another voice rang out, accompanied by footsteps. Department 11 is that impressive now? Xia Yan strode confidently into the room, followed by a fully armed squad. Seeing him, Tao Tangtian's face flashed with fear as he shouted, Xia Yan, this isn't your command center. What do you mean by barging into my office with your soldiers? Who gave you that authority? Hearing this, Xia Yan's expression turned serious as he calmly confronted him. What do I mean? You arrested my brother, and you're asking me what I mean. Then Xia Yan turned to Li Xiao and instructed little Li Zi, put the gun down. Receiving the order, Li Xiao pouted in disappointment and lowered his weapon. Xia Yan then turned back to Tao Tangtian and continued. Why can I mobilize the special operations team? You really don't know. The man stared at Xia Yan, half worried and half suspicious. Xia Yan calmly informed him that he would be temporarily assuming the position of acting executive deputy minister. The minister and deputy minister have taken long-term medical leave. During this time, I will be in full charge of the Ministry of State Security. Hearing this, Tao Tangtian spat out resentfully, colluding with a deserter to storm Department 11 with your troops. Do you really think you can hold on to your position? As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Zheng flew forward without hesitation, landing a swift kick to his stomach that he couldn't possibly block. Tao Tangtian took the full force of the kick, his entire body slamming into the wall. Wang Zheng calmly picked up his piece, and in the next moment, pointed it straight at him as a threat. But then he smiled cheerfully, tossing the gun aside as he expressed his gratitude. My brother, sorry for causing you so much trouble. Xia Yan laughed at that, giving him a friendly punch as he said cryptically, I was starting to think you never wanted to see me again for the rest of your life. Caught off guard by the punch, Wang Zheng yelped. Whoosh! Suddenly remembering Tao Tangtian, he pointed at the man and asked, What should we do with him? Tao Tangtian clutched his stomach in pain as he stood up and demanded, Why don't you just finish me? If you don't do it today, sooner or later I will get my revenge on you. Wang Zheng looked his enemy straight in the eye and replied clearly, Just because I don't finish you today doesn't mean I won't do it later. Knowing he couldn't escape, he quickly pressed a button on a remote control. Everything that just happened has been recorded by me and sent to the members of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Witnessing such malice, Xia Yan criticized Tao Tangtian. You're truly devious. Li Xiao swaggered over from out of nowhere and casually reminded him, Oh, I forgot to tell you, Su Nuannuan of the Central Discipline Commission used to be a division commander under my grandfather. If a member of the Central Discipline Commission wants to punish someone, they have to get Hu Shunan's approval first. These arrogant words made Tao Tangtian wonder. So you are. He confidently and aggressively declared, I am the son of Li Yeping from the northwest, Li Xiao. Li Tianshu is my eldest brother. This left Wang Zheng completely stunned. You little brat, you really hid your background well, huh? Li Xiao then dragged the trembling Shu Liang out from under the table. Zheng, what should we do with this old geezer? His hand tightened on the man's collar as he growled through gritted teeth. Using your power to frame me. You old bastard, what a brilliant plan. Shu Liang struggled, demanding, What proof do you have? Wang Zheng coldly tossed him aside. He sneered out his final words. Don't worry, just you wait. It'll be over soon. After speaking, Wang Zheng turned to Xiaoyan and said, "Let's go. It's been a while, I'll treat you guys to a drink." Li Xiao's eyes lit up like car headlights. "That sounds great, am I included?" Xiaoyan flicked his ear and teased. "What do you think?" Wang Zheng clapped him on the shoulder enthusiastically. "Let's go. Wherever you want to eat today, it's on me." Before the group left, Li Xiao pointed at Tang Tian and Shu Liang. "So, what about these two? Do we need to take care of them?" He said it casually, but his words would leave the two men in a state of constant anxiety for a long time to come. "Let them go for now." After settling things, Wang Zheng's group went to a nearby local restaurant. They all raised their glasses for a toast. "Tonight we're not going home until we're drunk." Holding a glass of beer, Xiaoyan pressed Wang Zheng. "The thing with the Song family. That was you, wasn't it?" Wang Zheng just kept his head down, gnawing on a chicken leg playing dumb, so naturally it was almost flawless. "Song family, what are you talking about?" A flicker of interest appeared in his eyes as he looked at him as if he were seeing a whole new person. "Still pretending with me, huh?" The terrible acting was so transparent that Wang Zheng couldn't even be bothered to play along. "I've never gotten involved in stuff like this before. But Xiao Chenyu showed up that day. I crossed paths with him, and man, that guy's no joke." Hearing that, he let out a weary sigh. "His target was you, wasn't it?" Li Xiao clapped his hands to get their attention and declared loudly, "If I ever run into that Xiao Chenyu, I'll definitely take him on." Seeing him all fired up like that, Xiaoyan gave him a word of warning. "You'd better be careful. If something unexpected happens, how am I supposed to explain it to Mr. Li?" Suddenly the phone in Wang Zheng's pocket vibrated. The screen lit up, showing the name of an old acquaintance, Lu Xuan. Her sweet yet sharp voice came through the phone. "I have a performance tonight. Are you free to come watch?" He let out a soft chuckle and replied, "I can't tonight, I've got something to do." Her immense disappointment was obvious even through the speaker. "You really can't make it, I saved you a few tickets. If not today, then I guess we'll have to wait until next time." Wang Zheng answered tactfully, not wanting to disappoint her further. "I do have something, but it's not as important as your performance." Hearing that, Liu Xuan's tone immediately brightened. "You jerk. Well, that's great then. I'll be waiting for you backstage at the performance at Capital Normal University." Sensing her spirits lift, he couldn't hide a satisfied smile and replied, "Okay, see you then." Two pairs of sparkling eyes were staring straight at him as if he were a primetime TV show. Wang Zheng said helplessly, "Why are you two looking at me like that?" Li Xiao gave a sly grin and started teasing him. "Wow, Zheng, so lovey-dovey with our sister-in-law, huh? When are you gonna let us meet her?" Xiaoyan quickly jumped in, piling on. "Yeah, hurry up and introduce us to our sister-in-law. Is it Zhang Mingqi Shengguan Shishi or Shengfei?" Wang Zheng held out his hands to stop the storm of gossip, saying, "It's none of them." Unable to stand the suspense that was dragging on longer than a soap opera, Xiaoyan snapped, "Who is it already?" Wang Zheng picked up his beer and calmly dropped a bombshell on his buddies. "It's Liu Xuan, the main star from the Zhurong commercial." Li Xiao shot up as if someone had stepped on his tail, his eyes wide with utter shock. "Oh my god, it's her, she's my goddess. You know that, right? Brother Zheng, you have to take me with you." Wang Zheng patted his shoulder like a seasoned old man, smiling as he shared the good news. "After we finish eating, I'll take you with me." As soon as they arrived at the backstage area of Capital Normal University, they were stopped by a staff member. "This is the backstage area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed." Li Xiao angrily stepped forward and shouted, "What do you mean, unauthorized personnel? Say that again." Pan Yue looked down on their group, refusing to let them in. "What's with you damn peasants putting on airs? This is no place for people like you." Li Xiao couldn't take it anymore. He rolled up his sleeves, ready for a fight. "Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson you'll never forget." Seeing the situation getting more tense, Wang Zheng stepped up to intervene, speaking calmly. "We're friends of Liu Xuan. We're here to see her perform." The man clearly didn't believe him, his disdain obvious. "What? You're friends with Liu Xuan? Please, I'm her boyfriend." Li Xiao said indignantly. "Hey brother Zheng, why are you even explaining things to this guy? Let's just beat the crap out of him and get it over with." Seeing him acting like an immature kid, Xiaoyan patted his shoulder and said, "Let Wang Zheng handle it. Don't cause trouble." Just then, Liu Xuan suddenly rushed out of the room and grabbed Wang Zheng's hand, leaving the staff member stunned. "You're here. Are they all your friends?" He gestured to introduce them one by one. "This is Xiaoyan and Li Xiao. They're both good brothers of mine. Li Xiao has been a big fan of yours for a long time. Remember to give him an autograph later." She extended her hand in a friendly gesture. "Hello, I'm Liu Xuan." He immediately grabbed her hand, both thrilled and shy to meet his idol. Hello, I'm Li Xiao. The first time I saw you on TV, I was completely smitten." Without any hesitation, Xiaoyan kicked him hard in the butt. "Tone it down, you little punk." Li Xiao knew his place, reined himself in, and stepped back behind him. "Yes, boss." Then Liu Xuan eagerly handed the tickets to Wang Zheng. "These are for the front row. You guys better cheer for me later, okay?" He quickly took them and gave her an encouraging wave. "Don't worry, good luck. After the show, let's all go get a late-night snack." Holding the microphone, Liu Xuan began to sing. She stood on stage performing for the hundreds, thousands of fans below, and among them was Wang Zheng watching her mesmerized. Suddenly, Li Xiao nudged his arm playfully. Brother Zheng, you've successfully added another beauty to your harem. Feeling annoyed, he snapped, get the hell away from me. After the performance ended backstage, a man named Tian Qi suddenly spoke up. Liu Xuan, I have a friend visiting tonight from far away in Nanjiang. How about I introduce you to? She immediately refused. I'm sorry, but I already have plans with someone else tonight. He stubbornly grabbed Liu Xuan's arm. You have to come with me tonight. Hong Qi, seeing she was unwilling, tried to reason with him. Tian Qi, don't make things difficult for her. He scowled and demanded, who do you have plans with? Call him over here right now. Just then, Wang Zheng walked up and raised his hand in response. No need to call. I'm the one who has plans with Liu Xuan. Tian Qi looked resentful. I don't care who you are. Liu Xuan is coming with me tonight. If you want to go up against me, just you try it. Wang Zheng clenched his fist and repeated, fine by me. Even Su Tianran wouldn't dare to speak to me like that. Aren't you just one of Su Tianran's cousins? What's there to be proud of? He pointed a finger at himself and boasted arrogantly, since I was a kid, nobody has ever been able to take anything that I've wanted. Wang Zheng gave a contemptuous smile. Oh, is that so? Then why don't you go and snatch Su Tianran's position? Or, is it that you don't want it? Provoked to the point of fuming, Tian Qi stammered, You think I won't find people to cripple you? Unfazed, Wang Zheng challenged him back. If you've got the guts, then go ahead. Suddenly, he glanced over at Hong Qi, a vague memory stirring in his mind. He walked closer to him and extended a hand. I didn't expect we'd meet again here in the capital. How's it going? Has your wound healed yet? The man ignored him, quickly turning away with just a grunt, leaving Wang Zheng frozen in confusion. After walking a short distance, Tian Qi looked back and threw out one last threat. Liu Xuan, you dared to disrespect me today. Just you wait. As long as you're still in the entertainment industry, I will make your life a living hell. Furious, he grabbed a nearby chair and hurled it right at the man. Tian Qi fell flat on his face, letting out a grunt. Ugh. Wang Zheng dusted off his hands and mocked. The name of this chapter is Chair Smashes Dog. At a restaurant crowded with diners, a man was clutching a wine bottle, mumbling to the woman beside him. Get off me. I told you I don't need your help. Wu Hua staggered over to Liu Xuan's seat and smashed the wine bottle, making her cry out. Wang Zheng immediately stood up and punched the man in the face. The guy staggered, trying to keep his balance, then shouted, Who the hell dares to hit me? Wu Hua got in her face and falsely accused her. It was you who hit me, wasn't it? As soon as he finished speaking, he tried to touch Liu Xuan. She squeezed her eyes shut and pushed his hand away to avoid him. That was all he was waiting for. He pointed at her and yelled, Everyone, come look, a pretty girl is hitting people. Jin Mi also chimed in, shouting to draw attention. Oh, isn't that the superstar, Liu Xuan? Why is she hitting someone? The crowd, drawn by the noise, curiously gathered to see what was happening. Someone nearby suddenly spoke up. It really is Liu Xuan. Another person added, She gets a little fame and already thinks she can beat people up. I knew it. No one in the entertainment industry is any good. Wu Hua aggressively grabbed Liu Xuan's hand to bully her. If you don't compensate me for my losses today, don't even think about leaving. Wang Zheng couldn't just stand by. He grabbed the man's wrist and warned him, If you don't let go, your wrist is going to be crushed. Then he turned to the crowd and said, And as for the rest of you, break it up. It's not worth getting needlessly hurt just to watch a show. Once the area was clear, he began the interrogation. Spit it out. Who sent you here? Wu Hua stubbornly kept up the false accusation. She hit me first. Nobody sent me. Hearing that answer, Wang Zheng delivered a powerful kick. He couldn't let this go so easily and gave an order. Sha Yan, I'm leaving this to you. Sha Yan immediately accepted. Don't worry. It'll be quick. Li Xiao, who had just been outside checking the situation, ran in to report. Those guys were hiding in a car, secretly taking our pictures. Wang Zheng gave a stern command. Little Li, take them for questioning. Let me know if you find anything. Liu Xuan asked nervously, Who on earth is behind this trying to frame me? He glanced over at her and reassured her, You're famous now, so of course people are going to be jealous of you. Anyway, it's getting late. Let me take you back to your hotel first. At the Royal Dynasty Hotel. As the sun was setting outside, Liu Xuan, dressed in a beautiful gown, spoke softly. Wang Zheng, thank you. Thank you for saving me so many times. Wang Zheng, true to his cool guy nature, replied modestly, It was nothing besides. She suddenly rose onto her tiptoes, and before he could finish his sentence, she gave him a sweet kiss. He was so surprised he froze, completely stunned. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket started ringing. Wang Zheng focused on his phone and then said, Looks like Xia Yan found something. I'm going to go check it out. Liu Xuan said shyly, You should go. Oh, by the way, that was my first kiss. But don't worry, she added, I won't make you take responsibility for it. Once outside, he made a call to check on the situation. So, did the interrogation yield anything? The voice on the other end replied, Not yet, but I have something else. When I got back to the office just now, I found Shangguan Shi waiting here for you. He chuckled and instructed, Tell her to go home. Xia Yan playfully teased, Or how about I tell her to find you at the Royal Dynasty? Hotel Li Xiao, appearing from nowhere, also chimed in. That's right, Boss Zheng. One more and you can have one on each arm. Hearing his voice, Wang Zheng's expression changed. Shut your mouth. I'm on my way back now. Tell her to wait for me. At the Tianping Mountain Villa, dusk had settled. As soon as Shangguan Shishi saw him, she surmised, looks like those guys who tried to ambush you ran into some bad luck. He recounted it casually. I taught those idiots a lesson. She asked curiously, do you know who was behind it yet? Wang Zheng answered decisively. Xu Shuliang. Hearing his name, she became indignant. That damn old geezer still isn't in his grave yet. His eyes suddenly turned sharp as he affirmed, he'll be there soon enough. Sheng Fei, standing nearby, couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Heh. Wang Zheng put his arms around the two beautiful women and urged, you two should get some sleep. Staying up too late is bad for your skin. Shangguan Shishi took Sheng Fei's hand and said, let's go. His phone suddenly rang. It was Xia Yan calling. As soon as he picked up, he heard the report, we found him. It's Su Tianqi. At the Tiangong International Club, two men were sitting intimately with two women. Tianqi suddenly turned and said, hey Hongqi, we're in the capital now, so stop being so tense. Loosen up a bit. Hongqi felt uncomfortable and replied, I'm not used to this. Maybe I'll just head back to the hotel and rest first. He persisted, trying to entice him. Hongqi, don't be shy. A stick in the mud like you is going to miss out on all the fun in life. Suddenly the door to the room swung open. Wang Zheng appeared and chided them. You came to my territory to admire the flowers and drink. So why didn't you let me know? The least I could do is treat you to a proper meal. Seeing him, Tianqi shot to his feet and demanded, why are you here, and since when is this place your territory? He stepped inside and began his accusation. Su Tianqi, you hired people to slander Liu Xuan. So of course I had to come and collect the debt. The other man, curious about his intentions, frowned and asked, what do you want? Without another word, he reached down and grabbed the neck of a wine bottle. In one smooth motion, he raised it forward and growled. What do you think? Hongqi immediately stepped in front of Tianqi, pleading, for my sake. Wang Zheng demanded furiously, get out of the way. A guy like Su Tianqi isn't worthy. The commotion had only lasted a few minutes when Gu Ming, the general manager of the club, arrived, with two bodyguards shouting, what's going on here? Who's causing trouble? Then he bowed politely to introduce himself. Young Master Tianqi, I am Gu Ming, the general manager of this establishment. We are terribly sorry for the disturbance. That was all Tianqi needed. He pointed at Wang Zheng and ordered, you came at the right time. Beat him up for me then. Throw him out. The manager approached Wang Zheng and said in a stern voice, Sir, this is the Tiangong International Club. If you're looking to cause trouble, I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place. Unfazed, he replied coldly, is that so? Do I need you to teach me how to handle business on my own territory? Gu Ming's eyes widened in anger and he threatened through gritted teeth, you just try me. You suddenly held the card out in front of you. The man saw it and jumped, sweat breaking out on his face as he stammered, This is a platinum card. You're the chairman. Wang Zheng was very direct, asking coldly, I already said this is my territory. Do you have any other objections now? Seeing Gao Ming silently lower his head and turn to leave, Tianqi quickly raised a hand to call him back. Hey, it was fast and dangerous. Wang Zheng immediately smashed a wine bottle over Tianqi's head, simultaneously elbowing him in the body. With no wasted movements, Tianqi was knocked out on the sofa. You know right from wrong. So after dealing with him, Tianqi turned to speak to Hongqi. You should go. Out of respect for your father and your sister, I won't make things difficult for you. Understanding, he quickly left. All right. Li Xiao ran into the room to ask Brother Zheng, can we start now? Wang Zheng pointed at Tianqi and ordered strip all his clothes off for me. Strip him bare. The next day, in Shangguan Shishi's office, the phone in your hand suddenly rang. It was Cheng Wuling calling. You quickly answered and asked, how did it go? Was it a success? The other person's excited voice came through the line. It was a success. The mission was completed even better than expected. I blew up all the pits, so there's no way they can be restored to their original state for the next 15 to 20 years. On top of that, I also blew up the Su family's entire processing plant. Hearing this, you were overjoyed and praised him enthusiastically. Excellent work. As soon as you hung up, Wang Zheng shared the good news with Shishi. The Su family's diamond mine in South Africa has been blown up. She was thrilled and quickly initiated her plan. Excellent. In that case, I'll immediately have Phantom Star launch an attack. We'll seize this opportunity to take down all three of the Su family's brands. You leaned back in your chair and sighed with satisfaction. Now there's a good show to watch. First, they lost the Zhongding Niangxi, and now they've lost the diamond market. The Su family should just wait for their collapse. At that moment, at Su Tianqi's house, he was still lying in bed, consumed by resentment. Damn it, I will definitely get my revenge on that bastard Wang Zheng. And that spineless Zhang Hongqi too. Sooner or later, I'll get my dignity back. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Su Tianran calling. Tianqi answered, puzzled. What is it? Tianran replied sharply. Get to my office immediately. If you're not here within half an hour, then don't even think about getting a single cent of your bonus next year. He sat up, infuriated, and shouted, Su Tianran, don't think you're so damn great, I'm telling you. Before he could finish, the other person hung up. The call ended. Tianqi flew into a rage, slamming his fist hard on the bed and screaming, Su Tianran, you dare hang up on me. At Su Tianran's office, Tianqi aggressively threw open the door and shouted, Su Tianran, what the hell do you want from me? Tianran coldly threw a newspaper in front of him and said, see for yourself. He opened it and saw his own picture inside, tied to a story exposing the decadent private life of a rich young master. The compromising photos of a rich young master in the capital are suspected to have been obtained by hacking into his computer. He immediately ripped the newspaper to shreds and denied it. I've never done anything like that. These photos are all photoshopped. The man's face was grim as he stated. I already had someone examine them. There are no traces of Photoshop. Do you have anything else to say? Tianqi, unable to control his anger, repeatedly slammed both hands on the table while voicing his suspicion. Su Tianran, I never did it. Is it because you hate me that you deliberately framed me with these photos? Seeing his defiant attitude, Tianran picked up a glass of water and threw it straight in his face. Su Tianqi, you'd better calm the hell down and think carefully. Who have you offended recently? Only then did he fall silent. He put a hand to his head, questioning himself for a moment. Then, as if remembering something, Tianqi declared with certainty, right, it's Wang Zheng. It must be him trying to frame me. Hearing this, the man was very surprised and asked with a frown, Wang Zheng, how did you manage to provoke that guy? At the same time, in Liu Xuan's room, Wang Zheng was casually tapping his fingers on the table. The sound of a key in the lock suddenly broke the silence. Yuran opened the door and seeing you inside was puzzled. You turned your head at a loss for words. It was only when she walked closer that you managed to speak hesitantly. You're the queen of TV dramas, Li Yuran. She replied quickly, I'm Li Yuran. Who are you, and why are you here? Wang Zheng introduced himself cheerfully. My name is Wang Zheng, a friend of Liu Xuan's. Overcome with curiosity, he boldly asked, you're a huge star, worth nearly 100 million. Why are you in a house like this? Yuran was very friendly and didn't mind explaining. This was the first house in the capital that I saved up to buy. I have a deep emotional attachment to it, so I don't want to sell. I rent a room to students from the area, and I come back to check on things from time to time. Understanding the situation, you stood up to take your leave. Well, I'll let you get to your business. Since Liu Xuan isn't here, I'll be going now. She quickly grabbed your arm and winked. Since you're already here, why not stay and wait a little longer? Wang Zheng was surprised by her action and quickly responded, to be invited like this by the great star, Li Yuran. I must be blessed for 3 lifetimes. He bluntly removed her hand, rejecting her. But I'm not interested in you. Let's not waste each other's time. At Lixin Manor, a man was repeatedly kicking Tianqi in the back while cursing him. You bastard. How could I have a scumbag son like you? You've completely disgraced the entire Su family. That man was Su Tianqi's father, Su Nuannuan. He knelt, trembling as he tried to explain. I really don't know what happened. When I woke up, I was already in my own bed. It must have been that bastard Wang Zheng who framed me. He must have knocked me out and then took the pictures. His father instantly slapped him across the face and criticized him. It's come to this, and you're still trying to blame someone else. Feeling wronged, Tianqi stubbornly insisted, I already told you it wasn't me. Fuhua spoke up with a grave tone. Things have reached this point. We should focus on discussing a solution first. As the situation grew tense, the phone in Tianran's pocket suddenly rang. He was conflicted, unsure of what to do. Seeing his hesitation, the older man gave him permission. Go on, answer it. He quickly pulled out his phone and took the call. A panicked voice reported from the other end. It's terrible. The diamond mine's been blown up. All the pits have collapsed and are completely buried deep underground. Tianran was so shocked by the news that the phone simply fell from his hand. At Juying International, Zhang Miao Miao appeared looking stylish and vibrant. As soon as Wang Zheng saw her, he lightly tapped her on the head. He teased her, why'd you come to the capital without calling your big brother first? She raised a hand to rub her head and explained, my dad came to the capital for a meeting, so I tagged along to surprise you. You welcomed her cheerfully. Well, then I'll have to treat you right. I'll take you to eat all over the capital. How does that sound? Zhang Miao Miao looked down, her voice dejected. I'm only here for a day or two. I probably can't eat my way through the entire capital. It's nice of you to ask, though. Leaving so soon. You rarely get to visit the capital. Why not stay a few more days before you go back? At the mention of this, her face lit up again. The day after tomorrow, I have to go to America to see Unifat. I've wanted to go for a long time. Wang Zheng shared enthusiastically. I've been there before. It feels like paradise. Is anyone going with you to America? Her eyes suddenly widened as she quickly replied. No, are you free? He looked troubled, raising a hand to scratch his head. Seeing this, Zhang Miao Miao slapped him on the shoulder. I'm just kidding. I'm going with another girl, so don't you worry. She grinned playfully and laid out her upcoming plans. I plan to travel and see the sights all over the world first. Then I'll come back home and get a proper job, and after that get married and have kids. Just then, the phone in Wang Zheng's pocket vibrated. He took it out and saw an incoming call from Xia Yan. He figured it must be something important, so he quickly answered. A somewhat rushed voice came from the other end of the line. Before Lindsay Jue was determined to figure out what that small vial was. We've got the results. Get over here, I'm sending a car to pick you up. Wang Zheng glanced at Zhang Miao Miao, feeling a bit awkward as he refused. But I have some personal things to take care of today. Xia Yan had no choice but to drop the bombshell. That vial is a biological weapon, a new type of biowarfare agent. Hearing that, Wang Zheng immediately changed his mind. What I'll be, right there. Zhang Miao Miao had overheard the entire conversation, but still expressed her understanding gently. If you have something urgent, you should go. He looked at her apologetically and offered to make it up to her. How about I treat you to a meal tomorrow when I'm free? The two cordially said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. The moment Zhang Miao Miao got into the driver's seat, Hong Qi seized the opportunity to badmouth Wang Zheng. I told you he's not going to pay any attention to you. Hearing this, she shot him an annoyed glare and stated firmly, Zhang Hongqi, I don't need your concern. Knowing she was angry, he decided to change the subject. Where do you want to go? She answered while speeding down the road. To the airport. I want to change my ticket. At the Lixin Manor, the grandfather and grandson of the Su family were having a serious discussion. Fu Hua, seated in a chair, began the conversation with a question. Tianran, what are your thoughts on today's events? Tense and self-reproachful, he replied, about the diamond mine. I never expected them to trace it back there. This is my fault. The old man went easy on his favorite grandson. You can't be blamed entirely. Nothing like this has ever happened in South Africa before. Today's incident was truly beyond our expectations. He calmly inquired about his future plans. What do you intend to do now? Tianran was determined to turn the tables, his tone resolute. I'm preparing to mobilize our capital. As long as the three major brands can weather this period, we'll still have a chance to make a comeback. Fu Hua was not satisfied and questioned him sharply. Where are you going to get that much capital? Are you planning to sink our family's entire foundation into this? But he remained adamant. Grandfather, rest assured, I won't touch our family's foundation. I'll find a way to raise the money. Besides, we still have a corresponding amount of inventory in the country, enough to get us through this period. He set that matter aside and continued his interrogation. There's one more thing. Tell me the truth. How many times have you sent people to kill Wang Zheng? Tianran didn't hide his murderous intent and admitted it outright. 3 times, but they all failed. I really can't hide anything from you, grandfather. Like 2 peas in a pod, Fu Hua praised his grandson's cold-blooded nature. You did well. A person like that must be dealt with as soon as possible. Receiving his grandfather's approval, Tianran felt relieved and carefully asked for his opinion. So, about Wang Zheng, Fu Hua cut him off and made the decision himself. I will discuss this with your second granduncle. You stay out of it from now on. Arriving at the Guan laboratory at top speed, Wang Zheng curiously observed the test tube sample in his hand. Compared to previous biochemical weapons, does this have any special power? Fu Cheng stepped up to explain in detail. This is an anesthetic mixed with various microorganisms. Its infection rate is extremely fast. If this pathogen enters Huaxia, the entire country would become a land of the dead. Xia Yan stood with his arms crossed, expressing his concern about the potential danger. The results of this research project probably haven't been reported back to their country yet, but none of us know. If the base that was blown up on Tanaka Island had a backup of the pathogen's genes, that's the crucial issue. This problem sent Wang Zheng into deep thought. He added another piece of bad news. And I'm sure their people already know that we Huaxia have taken the pathogen. Hearing this, Wang Zheng ventured a suggestion. How about I make another trip to Tanaka Island? But he stopped him and explained, no need. When Lin Shijue returned, we contacted the relevant departments. They've already sent people to strictly monitor the surrounding waters. He immediately asked about the situation. Any results? Xia Yan honestly reported their findings. 2 small submarines and 1 transport plane were detected. All of them have been shot down into the sea. Wang Zheng asked for his opinion. I feel like we don't need to keep this island around anymore. Can we just destroy it? But he had another plan and refused. No need. Let's leave it for now. Just cut off their supply lines. We'll wait for their people to abandon the island themselves. Having solved a tough problem, his mood brightened considerably. That's not a bad idea. Perfect timing. I'll come over to your place for dinner tonight. I've been wanting to meet your legendary wife for a long time. After wrapping things up, the two of them headed back to the apartment building where Xia Yan lived. Arriving at the apartment, he put the key in the lock to open the door, making a dull click. The moment he pushed the door open, he froze at the sight of dead bodies scattered across the floor. He immediately ran into the room, shouting his wife's name as he went, Xiangshen, but it was hopeless as no one answered. Wang Zheng patted his shoulder to calm him down. Calm down. Your wife is okay. The enemy killed the 4 guards and took her. This shows she still has value to them, so rest assured they'll make contact on their own. Even though he knew this, Xia Yan was still devastated and didn't say a word. He looked up at their wedding photo, then quickly pulled himself together to find a solution. Xia Yan immediately contacted Li Xiaoxiao or Li Zi. Investigate all routes in and out of the capital immediately, including the airport, railways, and highways. Something's happened to your sister-in-law. We have to find her. He didn't waste words and immediately gave his assurance. Don't worry, big brother, I'll get it done. The fear for his loved one ignited a fire of rage in Xia Yan's heart. These animals. If I get my hands on them, I'll make sure they don't die a peaceful death. With old grudges and new hatred piling up, Wang Zheng was determined to end the lives of these pests. They're not getting out of this alive. Back at Lixin Manor, a grandfather and his grandson were discussing matters in a private room. Su Nuannuan was reporting on the current situation. Grandfather, the capital is in chaos. All roads in and out have been blocked, and every vehicle is being inspected. Fu Hua wasn't the least bit surprised by this. It was to be expected. Seeing his grandfather's calm demeanor, he grew a little suspicious. Grandfather, you really made a move. But the old man shook his head and explained, I just spread a few rumors, that's all. This time we're borrowing someone else's knife to do the killing. 3 failed assassination attempts had made Su Nuannuan extremely curious. How are we going to kill them? A ruthless look appeared on Fu Hua's face. He was going to make sure Wang Zheng and his group all died in Japan. In Xia Yan's office, Wang Zheng was patiently waiting for news, while Xia Yan paced back and forth, his anxiety palpable. Just then, Li Xiao burst through the door and announced loudly, Boss, we've got news. Surveillance footage from Zhujiang Airport shows that sister-in-law boarded a plane to Japan 2 days ago. Xia Yan connected the recent events and frowned with suspicion. I haven't been home for 3 days, and 2 days ago, Xiang Chen showed up at the airport. This was all premeditated. Why are they targeting me? Wang Zheng offered his theory. They're probably after that biological weapon vial. If that's the case, it seems the Japanese don't have any spare copies either. A suspicion rose in his mind. Not many people knew about this. Could there be a mole? Wang Zheng laid out a plan, not ruling out the possibility. Tell our people over there to get ready for backup. We're heading to Japan immediately. A sudden knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Boss, you have a package. Xiaoyan cleared his throat and said, come in. A subordinate handed him a sealed envelope and reported, Boss, your name is on it. I don't know why it was sent here. Fearing he'd missed some important information, he quickly tore it open. It was a demand letter with a threat from the kidnappers. The letter pushed Xiaoyan's anger to its breaking point. These animals. I'll make sure you all die a miserable death. Wang Zheng calmly analyzed the situation. It seems the enemy has been planning this for a long time. They keep emphasizing, you guys, not just you. That means we're also on their list. This realization made Xiaoyan quickly draw his gun and get ready to move. I can't wait any longer. Get ready, we're leaving immediately. Elsewhere, Shen Yu was skillfully twirling a knife while sparring with the person next to him. To be honest, I don't agree with what your old man is doing. Using the power of the Japanese to eliminate our own countrymen. It's a hard thing to justify in the end. Su Tianran acted as if he had no choice. But that's just how my old man is. He'll stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He clapped the other man on the shoulder and persuaded him softly. Your wounds have completely healed. Xiao Shenyu, don't you want to get revenge on that guy? This is the best chance you'll get. These words truly hit a nerve, and he declared with determination, I will definitely get my revenge. At Huangxin International Airport, Xia Yan led his group of 3 toward the check-in area for Japan. Suddenly, a young man approached them, said nothing, and just handed him a phone. Before the man could run, Wang Zheng quickly pinned him to the ground and demanded loudly, where are they? Take us to them. The man panicked, proclaiming his innocence. I don't know, a woman just gave it to me. Wang Zheng didn't let up and continued to question him. Where is the woman? He answered honestly. She's already gone. Seeing they wouldn't get any useful information, Xia Yan stopped him. Let's go. Don't draw any more attention. Li Xiao also urged them. We should get in the car. Someone is probably watching us from somewhere around here. In a hotel room, Xiang Chen lay still on the bed guarded by 2 bodyguards. Kawasaki Hakan sat on the edge of the bed and woke her. My name is Kawasaki Hakan. Your husband Xia Yan has already arrived in Japan. I'm going to make sure that he comes but never leaves. This blatant threat made her struggle against her restraints. What are you going to do to him? You can't. You mustn't. Her defiance wounded his male pride, and he slapped Xiang Chen hard across the face. You ungrateful woman. Right now you should be thinking about how to take care of your own child. Don't let it be born prematurely. He laughed menacingly, his words laced with malice. I really enjoy this look of despair. Unafraid, she continued to curse at him. You pervert. Kawasaki Hakan suddenly pulled out his phone and announced, You'll be hearing his voice very soon. On the other end, both Wang Zheng and Xia Yan frowned as they watched the phone in his hand. Suddenly, a man's voice came through. Mr. Xia Yan, have you brought what I need? Xia Yan didn't answer immediately but shouted back, Where is my wife? If anything happens to her, I will destroy this. Xiang Chen quickly cried out to stop him. Xia Yan, I'm okay. Don't come here. Absolutely do not come. Inamoto suddenly entered through the door, looked at Xiang Chen and mocked her. Oh, Chinese women are quite stubborn, aren't they? He moved closer to touch her face, his words full of insinuation. Women who fall into my hands never meet a good end. He shamelessly started to pull open her jacket, intending to assault her, but Haken, fearing trouble, stopped him. Inamoto, don't be reckless. Unable to carry out his plan, he became annoyed and scornful. You coward. Are you actually afraid of a few kids from China? The other man ignored the insults, maintaining his cautious assessment. They aren't as simple as you think. I want to win this in a single blow. Matsushima, who had just appeared at the door, overheard this and asked, "And how do you plan to win in a single blow?" The two men, who had just been scowling at each other, now greeted him in unison. "Mr. Matsushima." The old man then asked Kawasaki Haken, "Tell me what you're thinking." Kawasaki Haken laid out the plan in his head. "For the next 2 days, we will try to completely drain their physical and mental energy. Once the enemy is exhausted, we will make our move. China was the one who leaked the information this time, so I'm sure they'll be sending their own people over as well." Matsushima didn't rush to give his opinion, instead questioning further. "So, what are you prepared to do?" Haken answered clearly. "I believe the primary mission is to safely retrieve the biological weapon. Whether or not we can kill Xia Yan is irrelevant." This answer seemed to please the old man. "Very good. But you're still a bit too soft-hearted." Kawasaki Haken hesitated before asking Mr. Matsushima, "So you mean?" Matsushima made his intentions clear to wipe them out completely. "After we get the vial, we kill them immediately. China won't dare to do a thing." Haken didn't agree right away, instead testing the waters. "Let me investigate the situation with those 3 from China first, all right." Inamoto, on the other hand, was not humble at all. You cowardly turtle. Just wait until my Crazy Blade faction deals with you all." Meanwhile, at 8 a.m. at the Hakone Hot Springs, the 3 men were leisurely soaking in the hot pool. Li Xiao joked cheerfully, "Hey Wang Zheng, these Japanese guys really know how to live, huh? Check out all these beautiful ladies. Tsk, tisk." Wang Zheng reminded him sternly, "Kid, stop gawking at girls and forget the main objective." Startled, he raised his hand and swore an oath. "Heaven as my witness, your wife's situation is the most important thing." The 3 of them were completely unaware that Ida had appeared silently and was watching them from behind. He stared intently for a moment, then a sinister smile spread across his face, as if plotting their deaths. At the same time, a sniper had Xia Yan in his sights. He Long was hiding in the bushes by the wall, just waiting for the right moment to take out his prey. The golden hour struck. His index finger gently squeezed the trigger. This action caused the bullet to fire from the gun, creating a brilliant golden spark. But unexpectedly, the bullet went astray, cracking a glass panel on the wall and making a nearby person jump in fear. Everyone soaking nearby panicked and fled. Although He Long was surprised, he didn't doubt himself, muttering, "A miss. It must have just been a coincidence." Thinking that, he decided to switch his target to Wang Zheng, but before he could make a move, Lin Sijue sent him tumbling backward with a swift kick. Before he could even react, his opponent gripped him by the throat so tightly that he coughed up blood. Taking the man down in just 2 moves seemed to displease him. "Wang Zheng made me be extra cautious. I thought you'd be formidable. If I'd known you were this weak, I wouldn't have wasted my energy." Down below, Ida approached with a menacing aura, sword in hand. He drew his blade and swung at Wang Zheng, ready to show them the meaning of a furious blade. But unexpectedly, the blood-soaked sword was shattered in 2 by something that whizzed past. He stared wide-eyed at the broken half still in his hand. What? It turned out, Wu Yan, the sharpshooter, was hiding on the roof and had fired a few shots toward Ida. Sensing the danger, he quickly dodged the bullets and vanished in the blink of an eye. At that moment, a terrified Li Xiao trembled and cried out, "Wang Zheng, why do your people like playing with fire so much?" Confused, he asked back, "What do you mean, playing with fire?" As if he'd found an outlet for his anger, unleashed a torrent of words. "It's obvious your subordinate could have dealt with that sniper sooner, but they let that bastard take a shot at us." He tried to calm the other man down. "I don't know what Lin Shijue was thinking either." Hearing this, Li Xiao wailed even louder, tears streaming down his face. "And what about Wu Yan? She had to wait until that Japanese guy was about to slice us with his sword before she finally fired. This is so frustrating." Once he calmed down, Wang Zheng pointed to the nearby hot spring and said meaningfully, "Such a beautiful view. Wouldn't it be a shame if it were ruined?" Li Xiao, who was just sobbing his eyes out suddenly, brightened up. "A bold idea. We went through so much trouble to get here. We have to make some noise before we leave." Xia Yan happily agreed. "Well said." And so, 10 minutes later, the Take Action Squad gave the order and a group of men swarmed in, ready to make a big move. Wang Zheng cheerfully waved his hand, urging them on. Around the hot spring, streams of a brown liquid snaked across the ground. Seeing that everything was in place, he gave a decisive wave of his hand, signaling it was time to act. On his command, a bullet shot out of the barrel, streaking through the air. It was aimed directly at the gas pipe, creating a deafening sound. A ferocious fire erupted, destroying everything in the expensive resort. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng's group had already retreated to a safe area. After enjoying the spectacular show, he turned and reminded them, "Let's go. We still have more important things to do." Back at the residence of Muf and Kawasaki Haken, the old man was casually sipping a cup of hot tea and asked politely, "Kawasaki-kun, you told Inamoto Ida to harass Xia Yan. Was that your idea?" The man couldn't admit it directly, so he beat around the bush. Inamoto-kun is devoted to his country. It was his own idea. But the old man was sharp. He coldly reminded his subordinate, "Kawasaki-kun, this matter concerns our national interest. I hope you will think carefully." Do not place a personal grudge above the greater good of our country. After saying this, Moof stood up, offered a final warning, and left. This is your last warning. Think it over carefully. Intimidated Kawasaki, Haken slumped into his seat, thinking to himself, I can't wait any longer. Elsewhere, the phone in Xiaoyan's hand suddenly vibrated, drawing his attention to the screen. As soon as he answered, a sharp male voice came through. You Chinese people sure know how to have fun causing such a huge commotion. Xiaoyan, no longer as anxious as before, retorted bluntly, You flatter me. When's the exchange? Kawasaki Haken knew time was running out, so he coldly announced 3 p.m. this afternoon at the Yokohama Mikiru factory. The phone call made the atmosphere in the car suddenly heavy with an unusual tension. When the appointed time came, Wang Zheng's group slowly drove into the Yokohama Mikiru factory. Li Xiao sat in the driver's seat with a tense expression and reconfirmed, Is this the factory? Xiaoyan replied, also uncertain, I think so. Just drive straight in. They parked the car inside and got out. The moment their feet touched the ground, a bullet shattered the car window, making him jump. Whoa! Realizing this was the kidnapper's show of force, he put his hands on his hips and cursed angrily. Damn it, is this how you welcome guests? High above Haken and a line of gunmen stood shouting down at them in an attempt to intimidate. There's an old Chinese saying, Is it not a delight to have friends coming from afar? Are you satisfied with this welcoming ceremony? Xiaoyan ignored the meaningless words and got straight to the point. Where is my wife? The man pointed behind them and said, Over there. Don't worry, she's perfectly fine. The three of them turned around and were horrified to see her being lifted tens of meters into the air by a rescue vehicle's ladder. The situation was extremely dangerous. Even a strong woman like Xiang Shen couldn't help but be terrified. Her eyes blurred with tears as she pleaded for help. Although panicking, Xiaoyan still tried to shout and reassure her. Xiang Shen, I'm here to save you. It's okay, trust me. She forced a calming smile and nodded in response. Then he turned back to negotiate with the bastards. Let my wife down. I'll give you the sample vial. But Haken didn't agree and started bargaining. I have to see the vial first. Xiaoyan took out the evidence and demanded in a low voice, The sample vial is here. You let my wife down first. But unexpectedly, the guy was giving an inch to take a mile. No, I have to inspect the goods. I can't be sure that the vial you brought contains what I need. Only after I've finished my inspection can I release your wife. Xiaoyan knew exactly what Haken was planning and refused decisively. No way. I don't agree. At this point, the man feigned being reasonable and made a suggestion. Oh, it seems we can't reach an agreement. How about we each take a step back? A moment later, the old fox revealed his sinister plan, pointing at Wang Zheng. I can return your wife to you first, but while I inspect the goods, I need him as a hostage. As soon as the inspection is complete, you can all leave safely. Seeing how ridiculous his demands were getting, he immediately refused. No way. Hearing this, Kawasaki Haken feigned reluctance. Well then, there's nothing left to discuss. Just as they reached a stalemate, he clapped his friend on the shoulder, reassuring him. It's fine, they can't do anything to me. Don't worry. Xiaoyan hesitated about to argue, but Wang firmly cut him off. Don't be so timid like a woman. You guys head back to the country first. Wait for me, and when I get back, we'll drink until we drop. The man was getting impatient and pressed them. So, are you done talking? Wang Zheng calmly stated his demand. I agree. Let Xiang Shen go. Seeing the fish had taken the bait, Haken loudly ordered his men to release the Chinese woman. The lift carrying Xiang Shen slowly descended. At the same time, 2 armed guards approached to lead him away. Wang Zheng didn't resist and went with them even as they held guns to his head. Meanwhile, at a certain villa, the warm sunlight revealed a scene of peaceful everyday life. Shengguan Shishi sat inside, munching on a bag of potato chips, her brow furrowed in thought. Sheng Fei, fresh from a shower, saw her and asked with concern, What are you thinking about? She expressed her worries with frustration. I'm just thinking about Wang Zheng. There's been no news from him for so long, I don't know where he's gone. Sheng Fei sat down and patted her friend's shoulder comfortingly. Is there no news from the people tailing him either? She shook her head and cursed. Those useless wastes of space are good for nothing. Back at the factory, Haken politely informed Wang Zheng, Please wait here a moment. It won't be long. Without waiting for a reply, he turned and left. He smiled as he watched the old foxes retreating back, thinking to himself, the real show is about to begin. In the blink of an eye, he flashed behind the 2 bodyguards and struck their vital points, giving them no time to react. Wang Zheng tossed the 2 bodies aside and quickly threw several grenades forward. The impact set off a huge explosion, blowing a few henchmen to pieces. The remaining men quickly formed a line, weapons ready, preparing to use their numbers to overwhelm him, but Wang Zheng was more than happy to take them all on. Come on, all of you. Suddenly, a figure holding a sword leaped out from the fence. Even more surprising, one of the guards recognized him. Why have you come back? Mitsui Junichi. He didn't answer right away, instead replying in a strangely cryptic tone. What's wrong? Not happy to see me. Seeing the enemy arguing amongst themselves made him smile, anticipating a good show. Looks like they're having some internal conflict. Perfect. At the same time, outside the factory entrance, Li Minghao appeared with a specialized vehicle. He called out excitedly, "Old friend, long time no see." A moment later, the factory's thick steel door was blown open, flying to either side. Li Xiao appeared out of nowhere, charging straight into the enemy's den. He slammed on the gas, sending the vehicle flying forward like a warhorse. It shot forward, straight through the newly opened path. A voice from a slow-moving vehicle behind them ordered quick shoot out its tires, but Li Minghao was already on it. He raised a cannon and grinned. "Go say hello to the Grim Reaper for me." Having gotten his hands on the biological agent, Kawasaki Heiken laughed triumphantly and prepared to slip away. "Excellent, we've got what we came for. Let them fight it out amongst themselves." His secretary standing behind him hesitated. But that would go against Lord Matsushima's wishes. Hearing this advice, he impatiently cut her off. "Matsushima will understand. We'll use the back door and head to headquarters." Outside, Wang Zheng stood amidst the carnage but still spoke casually. "Why did you come here?" Junichi lowered his sword and answered concisely. "To settle a score with someone." Just as they took a quick two-sentence break to chat, a blade suddenly came flying towards him. Wang Zheng nimbly jumped back, and the weapon slammed into the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying. Having just narrowly escaped death, he remained calm and looked up to scold his attacker. "Hey, what are you doing, crashing the party?" Shenwu leaped down from the upper floor, shattering the glass. He hadn't even hit the ground yet, but his trash talk was already leading the way. "I'm here to kill you." Upon landing, he stared intently at both of them and muttered in confusion. "This person is..." This bizarre three-way standoff, witnessed by a large crowd, left Wang Zheng speechless. Junichi, not to be outdone, staked his claim first. "Your opponent is me." It was a case of ask and you shall receive. The moment he finished speaking, a horde of minions swarmed in satisfying his bloodlust. Wang Zheng was also very accommodating. The second he saw an opening, he grabbed his comrade and made a run for it. "You guys can take your time settling your grudges." Of course, he was just moving to a different battlefield, not running away. He looked at the surrounding enemies and, itching for a fight, taunted his new rival. "Hey, how about a little competition? Let's see who can kill more of these islanders." "What do you say?" Shen Wu wasn't one to back down and agreed instantly. "My pleasure." Wang Zheng was calculating, preparing to unleash hell, but he had no idea he was already in someone else's sights. A cold bullet grazed his face, leaving a thin crimson line on his left cheek. Wang Zheng immediately went on high alert, pressing himself against the wall. "So there's a sniper too." Shen Wu, who had witnessed the whole thing, couldn't resist a sarcastic jab. "One second you're challenging me to a competition, and the next you're hiding like a turtle in its shell." Seeing the situation wasn't looking good, Shen Wu asked his enemy for his opinion. "What's your plan?" Wang Zheng smirked and gave a cryptic reply. "There's always a seat at the table. Where did you pull that walkie-talkie from to call for backup? Hey, beautiful, give me a hand. When you gotta act, you gotta act." Wu Yan's smooth voice flowed into their ears. "Sniper at your 10 o'clock. 50 meters to his east, there was another target." Hearing her rambling, he reminded her impatiently, "Come on, lady." She raised a delicate hand, gesturing towards them. Before she could finish her sentence, she responded with a volley of gunfire. Her hand still gripped the smoking weapon. Without changing her stance, Wu Yan delivered the final blow. Problem solved. Shen Wu was so shocked by how fast she handled it, he was left speechless. "What the? It's already over just like that." Seeing his country bumpkin look, Wang Zheng felt even more compelled to show off. "What do you expect?" Not far away, Li Minghao also joined the party with a hot artillery shell. The powerful explosion launched the entire group into the air, then roasted them in the blazing flames. Hearing the sound of support, Wang Zheng and his partner quickly made a run for it. Halfway down the road, a jet-black sedan appeared, blocking their path. The person inside quickly gave an order. "Get in now." He glanced at Shen Wu, sticking to him like a leech, and his expression soured. Hearing the back door close, Li Minghao quietly gripped the steering wheel. He confidently slammed on the gas. The car sped away from the battlefield. After they'd gone a good distance, Wang Zheng started grilling him. "Why did you get in?" Shen Wu didn't answer, instead making a cryptic comment. "You guys are interesting, leaving a woman behind like that." He raised an index finger, acting like he was some expert on women. "Don't underestimate women." In a place they couldn't see, Wu Yan held her gun and let out a soft snort, proving she was exactly the unpredictable woman Wang Zheng had described. Shen Wu glanced around like Jiang Luo, only remembering to ask after he'd already been on this wild ride for a while. "So, where are you guys heading?" He smirked and gave a vague answer. "To watch a show, of course." He caressed the knife in his palm, and then spoke with some difficulty. "After we deal with things here, I'll settle the score with you. When you take on a job for someone, you have to see it through to the end." Wang Zheng, annoyed, tried to knock some sense into this blockhead. "That Su Tianran is just using you as a weapon. Are you really that willing, or do you just get a sense of accomplishment from defeating me?" To his surprise, the man cheerfully admitted it. "Yeah, I guess you could say it gives me a sense of accomplishment." Hikke's car quickly pulled up in front of a tall building. The surrounding area was eerily quiet. The moment the man entered the room, he bowed his head and presented his prize with both hands. "Lord Matsushima, we've retrieved the biological weapon agent. Matsushima took the glass tube and issued a new order. Excellent, Kawasaki-kunun. As for those other Chinese guys, I want them dead, right here. The man quickly updated him on the situation. Sir, we don't even need to lift a finger. They're already fighting amongst themselves. The old man disliked the people from this place, but he was quite adept at the principle of getting rid of someone once they're no longer useful. I never place my hopes in others. Kawasaki-kun, you were slacking on this job. I'm revoking your command of this operation. Kawasaki Heiken prostrated himself, begging in a panic. Matsushima-sensei, please give me one more chance. M turned his back and tossed him a charitable sentence. Fine, this is your last chance. He left the office, fired up as if he'd been injected with adrenaline. Thank you, sensei. I will succeed or die trying. In a remote and secluded area, a mansion was nestled among the trees, a poetic location but perfect for doing dirty deeds. Wang Zheng sidled up to Junichi and whispered a few manipulative words. How about you just cut ties with them completely, Kian? And his 500 men drew their swords and formed up, using his senior status to lecture him. You traitor, you dare. Show your face here again. None of you are leaving today. The guy who had just fanned the flames now shook his head and put on a sad face. What a mess. Shenwu was truly impressed by this level of shameless hypocrisy. So this is the good show you were talking about. Wang Zheng stood there, posing cheerfully, admitting it. That's right. He couldn't help but add a compliment. You've really got yourself a fine subordinate. Li Minghao, clutching his knife, had appeared by his side at some point. One day we'll fight our way into a manor just like Lixin. For once, he soberly agreed, definitely. Shen Wu, hearing their cryptic conversation, looked confused. Why Wang Zheng impatiently gave a vague answer to dismiss him. You'll find out later. I'm not in the mood to explain it to you right now. The man suddenly stood up straight and gave a serious warning. Su Tianran is my friend. If you can't give me a reason that convinces me, then I will continue to stand against you. Wang Zheng wasn't afraid of anyone, but he knew how to prioritize. We can settle our differences after we leave this place, but right now, the most urgent task is to level this damn country. While everyone was busy with their war of words, the two brothers Junichi and Kian had already rushed at each other with their swords, putting on a performance of brother against brother. Their weapons clashed only a few times, but the moment his opponent slipped up, he seized the opportunity and sliced off one of Kian's arms. Junichi looked at the cat-like scratch on his own arm and coldly declared the battle over. You lose. Sansuke, who had appeared out of nowhere, quickly stepped forward to criticize him. Mitsui Junichi, I have to admit you're a genius, but it's a pity. Li Minghao whispered his assessment of the final boss, who had just entered the stage. Without a gun, I can't beat that old man. Wang Zheng, curious, offered a new option. What if you had a gun? He lowered his head and calculated for a moment, but still didn't sound too confident. A 70% chance. Wang Zheng felt those weren't great odds, so he decided to step in himself. Well then, I guess I'll have to fight him myself. Just as Sansuke was raising his sword to teach his worthless nephew a lesson, Wang Zheng's voice cut in. Hey now, old man. Don't you even say hello to an old friend. All you do is rush in and start swinging. Annoyed by this pest, the old man abruptly stopped. Sansuke knew this guy never brought good news, so he cut him off immediately. Wang Zheng, nothing good ever happens when you show up. Wang Zheng looked him straight in the eye with a taunting remark. You don't seem very convinced, do you? Both sides knew each other's strength, so the old man decided to probe him first. Wang Zheng, what do you really want? Wang Zheng twirled the gun in his hand and replied insolently, nothing. I just want to tear this place down. Enraged by this shamelessness, Sansuke coldly drew his sword, ready for a bloody fight. How arrogant. I am the Blade Saint. How could I let you be so disrespectful? With a fight anyone anytime mentality, Wang Zheng saw no difference between old, young, male, or female. If you've got a problem, let's just fight it out and see if your old bones haven't gone brittle. Junichi, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up to mediate. That's enough. Let's go. Wang Zheng stared deep into his eyes for a long moment, then decided to spare the dog for the master's sake. Okay, let's head back. After they were settled in the car, watching Li Minghao carefully bandage his wound, Junichi had to think long and hard before he could force out two words. Thank you. Wang Zheng, who was driving, turned his head to make a suggestion. I know it's hard for you to do these things in your own country. This time, when we leave, you can choose to return to China or not. He answered without hesitation. I'll go back. This reaction was expected, so Wang Zheng easily made a promise. All right then, we'll all gather in China from now on. On the wide-open highway, a white van sped forward alone on the road. Li Xiao, driving his bullet-riddled beloved car, worried about someone much stronger than himself. I wonder how things are going on Zheng's end. Xiayan, who was far more experienced, had a perfect grasp of the situation. He's fine. Knowing Wang Zheng's skills, those guys from this country are lucky if he doesn't torment them to death. Regardless of what they were feeling, the car didn't slow down for the curve because their escape couldn't stop. But just as the tires hit the intersection, an obstacle came roaring out from a side road. Li Xiao was frozen in shock by the sudden danger, but in that very same moment, a figure leaped from the sky. Using his immense speed, Lin Shijue crashed through the glass window, then followed his momentum to bring his foot into intimate contact with the truck driver's neck. The driver lost control, so the truck veered and clipped the back of Li Xiao's car. He seized the opportunity and slammed on the accelerator, successfully escaping the swerving out-of-control truck. After driving a good distance, he finally dared to comment. That was a close one. Xia Yan glanced back to check the situation and sighed softly. We owe that person another favor. Over by the scenic beach, a group of men in black suits suddenly appeared. The leader spoke, spoiling the view. The car disappeared in that direction. You guys search along the coast. You must find them. Wang Zheng, wearing only a pair of swim trunks, saw the imminent danger and boldly suggested, we can't let them find us. Wu Yan, in her two-piece swimsuit, was also at a loss and hesitated. So, before she could finish, he dove and pinned her down. We have to hide. Just play along. Wu Yan reluctantly cooperated, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her complaint would have been more convincing if her face wasn't bright red. After this, I'm never going on another mission with you, you lesh. Wang Zheng mumbled a dismissive reply. Okay, whatever you want. They started acting like a lovey-dovey couple on the beach. This cliché trick actually worked on the goons who passed by. Wang Zheng and his partner held the pose until the men in black moved off in another direction. Once the danger had passed, Wu Yan couldn't help but ask directly, so what now? Are we just going to keep sunbathing here? He quickly made a new proposal. We need to rest and recover our strength, otherwise we'll be worn to death by those guys sooner or later. Wang Zheng stood up first and urged her on. Let's go, they're waiting for us. The unlucky pair braved the sun and wind, quickly arriving at a building on the new main street. Both of them were disguised from head to toe, looking like celebrities trying to dodge the paparazzi. They had only taken a few cautious steps when something unexpected happened. Ketty let out a soft snort, making them both jump. Caught in the act, Wang Zheng immediately questioned her. Why are you here? This brainless question made her laugh. To fight, obviously. He reached behind his back, preparing his hidden weapons, but his mouth uttered a shameless proposal. I don't want to fight you, okay? Not wanting to banter either, Ketty pointed her index finger at the man who was now looming behind him. It's not my call. You have to ask him first. Chiang Dongtong brandished the cold steel in his hand, threatening him the moment he appeared. Don't even think about leaving today. Sensing he was about to have to go all out, Wang Zheng quickly pushed Wu Yan away. You go first, I'm their target. Yet the clueless woman shouted back. I can't just leave you here to die. Losing his patience, he pulled out his gun and pointed it straight at this clingy pest. You foolish woman, this is an order. After Wu Yan successfully escaped, Wang Zheng turned back to continue the war of words. The person who can kill me hasn't been born yet. Chiang Dongtong didn't want to waste time on pointless chatter. He immediately raised his sword and charged. Dai Wang Zheng quickly threw his hat to the ground, and a cloud of pinkish-purple smoke rapidly spread out. Thinking he had some incredible move up his sleeve, Chiang Dongtong screeched to a halt. But to his disappointment, Wang Zheng had chosen the 36th stratagem from Sun Tzu's Art of War. By the time Chiang Dongtong came to his senses, he had already vanished. Witnessing this unfortunate miss, Ketty spoke up softly to console him. I've already made arrangements. He won't get away. Wang Zheng dashed out to the main road. Before he could even catch his breath, he threw himself in front of a passing taxi. He generously handed the driver a wad of yuan and gave a cold command. To the nearest pier. And step on it. Fueled by the power of capitalism, the car's engine roared and it shot forward. But it hadn't gone far before it ran into Ping An, who had rushed out to become a roadblock. He just stood there imposingly in the middle of the road, forcing the faint-hearted driver to swerve hard, sending the car onto the sidewalk. Having survived the close call, the driver immediately looked at the old man and unleashed a tirade. Are you tired of living? Ping An said, nothing quietly, using his one remaining arm to slam his fist on the hood of the car to express his feelings. Only then did Wang Zheng leisurely open the door and step out, running his mouth the second he appeared. What's this? Is this everyone you could scrape together? And you sent out a cripple like this? This taunt hit a nerve, and the old man let out a cold, annoyed grunt. He cracked his knuckles and continued to provoke him with a few more fatal jabs. This time, aren't you afraid? I'll break your other arm. Then you'll really become someone who can't function normally. Unable to take it anymore, Ping unchanneled power into his legs and launched himself into the air. You little brat, time to die. Unfazed, Wang Zheng swung his arm, throwing a volley of hidden weapons at his opponent. But this was only enough for the old man to kick them all aside with one sweep. After dealing with these sharp little toys, he didn't forget to ask with contempt, are you underestimating me? Ping An had barely landed before he widened his stance to prepare his next attack. This time he shot his leg out, directly aiming for a frontal kick at his target. He carefully observed the technique, then closed in to engage. Think you can bully me? Without a second word, Wang Zheng leaped high into the air. While Ping An hadn't had time to retract his leg, he raised his shin to meet the kick, causing the old man to let out a pained grunt. The powerful impact sent them both stumbling backward from the aftershock. Wang Zheng knelt, feigning concern for his opponent. "How's it going, old man?" Like the taste of that iron fist. Ping An seemed to be in too much pain to speak, only managing a cold grunt. Right in front of the old man, he slowly removed the metal weights wrapped around his calves. Turns out this little toy was just the appetizer. Wang Zheng tossed it aside and spoke seriously. "The real fight starts now." He channeled power into his legs and launched himself into the air again. Once he was within striking distance, he drove his knee into his opponent. Caught off guard, Ping An lost his balance and cried out. But he wasn't done yet. While the old man was distracted, Wang Zheng slammed a thunderous fist right into his face. "Eat this." To continue this beatdown, he reached out with his other hand and grabbed the old man's empty sleeve. As Ping An bent over from the momentum, Wang Zheng brought his knee up, striking him in the stomach. Finally, after that relentless combo of punches and kicks, the old man lay motionless on the ground. Wang Zheng asked with satisfaction, "How about that? Unbelievable." Li Minghao only showed up after the curtain fell. "Looks like I was late and missed a good show." He aimed his gun at Bin An's head and slowly replied, "No, you're just in time for the story's climax." But before he could pull the trigger, a mysterious figure zipped past, leaving behind a single sentence. How can a grandmaster of a generation die in such a disgraceful way? A thick, dangerous aura radiated out, startling Wang Zheng. He whipped his head around to demand who, but in that split second of distraction, Bin An's corpse was already lying in a pool of blood. Li Minghao yelled out in alarm. Who the hell was that? Wang Zheng wanted to ask the same question, but didn't have the chance. In any case, it was someone they couldn't afford to mess with. Meanwhile, at the Lipan Villa, Fu Hua was leisurely enjoying his tea when he suddenly dropped his cup in alarm. It hit the ground and shattered into pieces. The tea inside splashed everywhere. Su Nuannuan, who was sitting across from him, shot up and asked frantically, "Grandpa, are you okay?" He stared at his own hand and mechanically uttered, "I suddenly have a very bad feeling." 3 days later, Li Minghao, sitting in the passenger seat, finally couldn't hold it in any longer and asked Wang Zheng, "Are we just going to keep driving like this?" His eyes never left the road. "What other choice do we have?" Wang Zheng's words were like the wind breezing past his ear. "Things have gotten so chaotic. If we don't get out of here now, something bad is going to happen." The silent phone suddenly buzzed incessantly. Wang Zheng grabbed it and handed it to his friend to see who was texting him. Li Minghao's eyes quickly scanned the message, a teasing, mischievous tone in his voice as he held back a laugh. "Are you sure you want me to read this out loud?" His sudden formal tone made Wang Zheng urge him on impatiently. "Stop being so mysterious and just get on with it." So Li Minghao channeled the girl from the message, putting on a smooth voice that even a karaoke hostess would envy. "I've arrived in the L Nation. I'll be back in the country in 3 days. Thanks for everything." Wang Zheng slammed on the brakes. The 4 wheels screeched against the road, creating a harsh grating sound. Before Li Minghao could even register what was happening, his entire body lunged forward. The phone in his hand flew away without a goodbye. His hand was still trembling when Wang Zheng quickly picked up the phone and shoved it back to the guy who was grinning beside him. The peace surrounding Zhang Mingqi didn't last long before Li Minghao switched into full-on teasing mode with Wang Zheng. "Captain, you're a lucky man. And here I am still happily single." Wang Zheng's eyes were glued to the screen as he mumbled a perfunctory reply. "Do you need me to introduce you to a few people?" A single careless remark was enough to send him spiraling into wild fantasies about beautiful women, which wasn't entirely impossible. While the chatterbox was rambling on, Wang Zheng with great difficulty managed to send an equally cheesy message to Mingqi. "I'm coming back to the country immediately. I don't want to be late by even a minute." After a moment, Li Minghao suddenly remembered something important and asked the man who had his face buried in the steering wheel, "Captain, does this mean when we get back, we'll finally get a proper rest?" His voice cracked slightly with embarrassment, but he still answered properly, "Probably." Suddenly, Wang Zheng's phone rang again with an incoming call from Lin Shijue. The moment he picked up, he immediately recognized the man's distinct, hoarse voice. "I'm on Yokohama Road." Wang Zheng immediately shed his relaxed demeanor and replied seriously, "We'll be right there." The atmosphere in the car did a 180 shutting, Li Minghao up instantly. Wang Zheng quickly turned the wheel and drove off. The black car sped down the lonely road, carrying the heavy thoughts of its occupants. The dust kicked up by the car slowly swirled around Muff, who had been standing by the roadside, watching them for who knows how long. The old man's face was wrinkled and silent, but it held a universe of unspoken thoughts. Wang Zheng's black car slowly came to a stop in a deserted lot next to Yokohama Road. Lin Shijue rushed over, managing to report just before Wang Zheng slammed the car door shut. "Everything's ready. We can move out now." Without hesitation, Wang Zheng decisively led the way. "Let's go." But just as he lifted his foot, he was forced to put it back down by a man's voice coming from behind him. "Are you all leaving already before I've had a chance to show my hospitality?" Mushima walked slowly, his gentle smile hiding the malice within. "Since we're lucky enough to meet again, why don't we reminisce a little?" The moment Wang Zheng saw the old man, his heart ignited with such resentment that he couldn't help but spit out harsh words. "I only came here for revenge. Since you've shown yourself, let's skip the pleasantries. Make your move." Before he lost all reason to his burning rage, Wang Zheng turned to give his comrades some final instructions. You two stay right here. He pivoted on his heel to gain momentum, then launched himself into the air, kicking off the fight. Wang Zheng flew through the air like he was in an action movie, raising his hand high and aiming a strike at Mushima's head. His combat instincts kicked in, allowing the old man to react as quickly as if he'd never aged a day. Mushima's counterpunch was stopped mid-air by a large hand. Before he could pull back, Wang Zheng twisted his arm, causing his opponent to roar in pain. Wang Zheng nimbly jumped back after the warning shot, not forgetting to taunt his seasoned opponent. So, Mr. Mushima's martial arts are pretty decent after all, but you're still a long way from my level. Straining against the dull, throbbing pain, he retorted with an unyielding attitude. Did you think I came here unprepared? My men have had this road surrounded for a long time. His words were like a command to attack, as a barrage of gunfire rained down on Wang Zheng's team. The group scrambled into the armored car to save themselves from the hail of bullets. Li Minghao, panting heavily as he climbed in, craned his neck to ask Captain, why don't we just drive out of here? Wang Zheng raised a hand, signaling for him to be calm, his tone as casual as if it were no big deal. Just wait a moment. At the same time, Mushima stood outside monologuing, his voice growing noticeably weaker. Let's see how long you people can hold. His whole body swayed. The old man struggled to get out his last words before collapsing onto the cold ground. Out. He lasted only a moment longer. Feeling an unusual heat rising in his body, Mushima struggled to force out a slow accusation. You. When did you poison me? After the rain of bullets subsided, Wang Zheng calmly stepped out of the car and addressed the man lying face down on the road. When I poisoned you isn't important. What's important is that this poison was created by my own hands. You should feel honored. Unable to move, the old man could only speak, his eyes still glued to the tips of Wang Zheng's shoes. I never thought you'd hide such a devious plan. Truly impressive. The pathetic state of his enemy made Wang Zheng so happy he laughed out loud. Thank you for the compliment. You can rest in peace now. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Mushima gasped for air, his lungs overworking, and uttered his final words before dying. In the end, I still lost. Seeing his rival was finally gone, Wang Zheng felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He clapped his comrades on the back. You two head back to the country first. I have some business to take care of here. Worried, Li Minghao quickly shot down his idea. No way. We have to go together. If something happens, we can provide backup. But Wang Zheng used another reason to gently but firmly push him away. You have to go back to keep an eye on the powers within the country. The devastating blow hit a nerve, making him hesitate, unsure of which path to take, and his words became faltering. But the captain was staying here alone. Seeing the guy still lingering, he didn't hesitate to kick Li Minghao and aggressively shoot him away. Back when I was fighting all over the world, the dangers I faced were far greater than this. Scram time flew by. No one knew when Wang Zheng had arrived at the wellness beach. This is great. I finally get to be free and relax all by myself. A man named Su Yifeng strolled over, muttering a few words that made him sound like a professional troublemaker. Young man, I've finally found you. His face was blank as he stared at the man, his mind racing. Who is this old guy? But Su Yifeng had no intention of explaining and lunged at him. Wang Zheng, who had been relaxing, jumped back defensively, demanding breathlessly, Who are you? Who sent you? The man adjusted his slightly displaced mask with one hand. His sharp, emotionless gaze sent a chill down the spine. You can just call me dog slave. You don't need to know anything else. In my eyes, you're already a dead man. Before the words even faded, Su Yifeng decisively dropped low and rushed toward him. Unable to just stand there and take a second hit, Wang Zheng switched to offense and threw a knife at him. Dog slave, huh? Then let's see who your master is. The Chinese chef's knife accidentally struck Su Yifeng's flimsy mask, making him pause for a beat. The iron mask shattered, revealing Su Yifeng's shockingly beautiful features. Wang Zheng cried out in astonishment at the image reflected in his eyes. Your senior Dan Tai. The man's slow voice and calm demeanor were a stark contrast to his earlier aggressive attack. Dan Tai has long ceased to exist in this world. There is only a dog left. Seeing the horrific mottled scars on Su Yifeng's face, he couldn't help but ask, What on earth happened to you? Without bothering to argue, the man lost his patience and attacked relentlessly. You talk too much. Wang Zheng risked a one-handed counterattack, his other hand clutching 5 knives waiting for an opportunity. You're still too green. Before he could even turn, Su Yifeng seized the opening and kicked him squarely in the hip. Pathetic. Those little cat-scratch moves of yours can't even hurt me. His entire body went flying onto the yellow sand, and Wang Zheng got a huge mouthful of it. As soon as he spat out the sand, his competitive spirit flared, and he yelled, Let's go again. The two men threw themselves at each other in broad daylight, unaware that their every move was being watched by Ketty nearby. You Huaxia people have a saying, when the snipe and the clam grapple, the fisherman profits. She stood there watching intently, her mouth providing a running commentary like a customer who'd booked a front-row VIP seat. Well, if that's the case, I might as well play the part of the fisherman. After 30 rounds, the once arrogant Wang Zheng was once again slammed face first into the soft sand, a gift from the ocean. Before he could get up, he saw Sui Feng approaching, now carrying a mysterious hidden power, completely different from before. The man looked down on him, offering one final chance at salvation. Any last words before you die? Knowing he couldn't hold out much longer, he resorted to a secret technique that everyone learns on their own: crying and playing the victim. Eric Lee, I asked for your help before I came to Country L. I'm about to die, and you're still nowhere to be seen. The mournful scream made a shadowy figure jolt upright. Eric Lee shot up, taking the opportunity to throw in a sarcastic jab. I never thought the great and mighty Eastern Wang Zheng would get beaten into a state like this. Haha. Ketty froze for a second, then screamed as if struck by lightning. What Sui Feng seized the moment of Wang Zheng's carelessness to launch a surprise attack. Not a bad rescuer, but it's a pity he's too late. Reacting in a flash, he spun around, ready to give as good as he got. Do you really think I'm a punching bag? Are you addicted to hitting me or something? Wang Zheng took a long step back, quickly increasing the distance between them. But Sui Feng had already anticipated this. He dashed behind him and threw a punch. It's over. The desperate situation forced him to pull out the pistol hidden in his jacket pocket. You really underestimate me. I am the one and only Wang Zheng. His finger mercilessly pulled the trigger to save its master. To break free, Wang Zheng pointed the gun at his own chest and fired through his own flesh to injure the man's heart. The pain caused Sui Feng's body to release adrenaline, powering him up as he hurled him into the ocean. Go die. His body fell straight into the water, losing all control like a toy with dead batteries. As Wang Zheng struggled in the water, his muddled mind recalled the girls who had passed through his life. Wait. Wait for me to come back. Meanwhile, in the executive office of the Lanhai Corporation, Zhang Mingqi stared blankly into the silence of the room. She let out a sigh, her lips whispering formless worries. He said he'd let me go back to the country, so why is there still no news? Long Mingqi's despair deepened as the call ended, answered only by a soulless automated voice. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. In the villa where Shangguan Shishi was staying, for some reason, she clumsily dropped a glass of water today. Glass shards scattered across the floor, making her scream in alarm. Her heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly felt a baseless anxiety. Why do I have such a bad feeling? 2 months later, in a wooden house bathed in sunlight, Wang Zheng was limping, practicing how to walk in the warm room even at night. The closed door was suddenly opened. Ketty entered wearing a kimono, her voice as gentle as a spring day. You seem to be recovering quite well. She gently brought the medicine to his lips, her words a soft temptation. This is the last bowl of medicine. The rest of your recovery will depend on your own vitality. Wang Zheng silently looked at the girl who had cared for him so devotedly, an indescribable feeling welling up inside him. After a moment of internal struggle, he finally voiced the question he had suppressed for so long. Why did you save me? Ketty looked into his beautiful placid eyes and uttered a single phrase. Repaying a debt. He heard her words and thought it was nothing more than a joke, but he didn't forget to inform her of something. If you don't want to say, then I won't press you. I've been here too long. They'll be worried. I have to go. She didn't answer, only gently took his hand as if to speak for her. Feeling that wasn't persuasive enough, Ketty leaned in using a honey trap on him. Would you be willing to trade for a different life, one with just you and me? Wang Zheng's heroic resolve was quickly shaken by the sweet fragrance coming from the beautiful woman. I also want a simple life. To come home from work every day to a hot meal, with a gentle wife and good kids waiting for me. But I can't have that. Feeling a little annoyed by his refusal, she took it as her cue and forcefully kissed him. Then, let's seize this moment. The beauty has already led the way. How could you be foolish enough to refuse? The evil hand slipped the clothes off her body. The small wooden cabin began to shake, violently echoing with the amorous sounds of this battle of wills. Take it easy. Aren't you still not fully recovered? You're seriously underestimating me. Elsewhere, in the northern outskirts of Bai Prefecture Nanjiang Province, Ning Xia was engrossed in reading a newly received design plan in the break room. Her expression softened as soon as she finished reading the contents. Wang Zheng, the next time we meet, I will be sure to thank you. Aboard a luxurious yacht speeding across the vast ocean, Dang Huang and Ketty T noticed Wang Zheng staring blankly into the distance. She approached him to ask, "Are you thinking about them?" His gaze remained fixed on the horizon, his tone tinged with sadness. Perhaps. Suddenly, Luand appeared from behind, interrupting their conversation. May I get to know this lovely lady? The previously listless man immediately stepped in front of Ketty, blocking her from view. No, you can't. She smiled smugly, seizing the opportunity to get a clear answer. What are you to me? Wang Zheng dodged the question, only giving a vague reply. It's very dangerous to casually interact with strange men. Of course, this wasn't the answer she was hoping for, so she took the initiative to introduce herself. My name is Ketty, from America. And you are? Luand, having achieved his goal with the music, was overjoyed. I am Luand from Poland. Then, without hesitation, he placed a kiss on her hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. Suddenly, two unknown men rushed out from nowhere, opening fire on them. Wang Zheng's brow furrowed. He instantly recognized who they were. To think I'd run into you people here. The aggressive one, Henry, charged forward to attack, but was stopped by a single move. With a gentle flick of his hand, he knocked the gun away, then launched a spectacular kick, aiming straight for his opponent's head. Watching him writhe on the ground, Wang Zheng's eyes couldn't hide his contempt. The great furious squad. Have you really fallen so low that you have to resort to brawling and robbery like this? Seeing his partner on the ground, John Sun cautiously peeked out. Who in the world are you? Wang Zheng ignored his ramblings, wanting only to clarify the current situation. You don't need to know. Just tell me why you messed with him. If you don't talk, none of you are leaving here alive. Suddenly, Luan's face fell, and he began to mumble incomprehensibly. The heart of the sky. It's all because of the heart of the sky. Hearing this, he grew even more curious. The heart of the sky. Luan tried to calm himself, explaining his earlier words. The heart of the sky is one of my diamonds. Wang Zheng basically understood the situation now. He then warned the two robbers. He's with me. As for the diamond, don't even dream about it. Sail the ship back to Huaxia, and I'll let you live. But John Sun looked terrified, and worriedly explained the problem. This heart of the sky is a bounty mission. Neither of us can afford to mess with the person who issued it. This piqued his interest, stirring his curiosity. Oh, and who might that be? The man cautiously approached and whispered to him. Finally, Wang Zheng realized who he truly had to fight. It's true, I'm no match for him. Even so, he didn't hesitate to give John Sun a vicious kick. But if he likes something, I'll just have to steal it. Then, he made a powerful declaration. If he wants it, he can come find me himself. As for you two, if you want to live, you'll do as I say. Knowing what was good for him, the man agreed. All right, we'll get the ship back to Huaxia safely. Hearing their answer, Wang Zheng immediately shooed them away to get them out of his sight. Get lost. Having been saved, Luan was ecstatic and threw himself at Wang Zheng for a passionate hug. Ah, Zheng, you are my savior. Wang Zheng awkwardly dodged to the side. Get away from me. I'm straight. I like women. Okay. The two then moved their conversation to a lounge in the ship's cabin. Wang Zheng got straight to the point. Spill it. What's the deal with the heart of the sky? Luan happily shared the details. The heart of the sky is a diamond mined 20 years ago. It's the only one of its kind in the world, a pale blue diamond, and it's incredibly valuable. As an experienced man of the world, he understood immediately. A priceless item like that must have a lot of people after it, right? The man confessed his predicament honestly. For years, because of this diamond, my family has been targeted no less than 20 times. As he spoke, he crossed his left leg and fumbled with his shoe. Unexpectedly, the sole of the shoe could be removed. Inside was the sparkling diamond. Luan trustingly presented his treasure. Here, take a look at the diamond. The moment Wang Zheng saw the precious gem, his eyes lit up like car headlights. I'm begging you, don't waste such a heavenly gift. But Luan was a complete simp, and immediately turned to sincerely offer it to Ketty. Please allow me to present this gemstone to this beautiful lady. She didn't turn down such a fine gift and gave him a kiss on the cheek in return. Thank you. The yacht continued to speed across the ocean, heading straight for its destination, Huaxia. Ketty stood on the deck, starting to get emotional. What will become of us the next time we meet? Wang Zheng also offered a heartfelt farewell. If we are to be enemies, I hope we never meet again. With that, the two shared a tight hug, a substitute for all the emotions they had been through. Today the sky was blue with white clouds and a golden sun heralding a good day. A while later, at the Zhang family's port construction site, Wang Zheng was a little annoyed, seeing Luan tagging along behind him. Why did you follow me here? The man quickly explained his reason. You not only saved me, but you're also a local powerhouse. I came here to invest. Of course I have to follow you to find clients. He started looking around, curious about his surroundings. Why did you bring me here? Wang Zheng put on a mysterious expression, emphasizing each word. To inspect the public sentiment, of course. Suddenly, a panicked voice shouted from somewhere. This is bad. Something big has happened. The workers began to shout something. Brothers, the Hengsheng people are here to cause trouble again. Time and time again. If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll never forget. This won't stop. He couldn't help but be curious seeing the group's reaction. Let's go check it out. Just then, Li Hao swaggered over a cigarette dangling from his lips. Get your manager out here or I'm tearing this whole place down. Wang Zheng was annoyed just looking at him. What's going on? Who is this arrogant punk? Wu Qi, who was nearby, anxiously explained the situation. It's the Hengsheng group. Our boss snatched this piece of land from under them, so they hired these gangsters to come make a mess. 3 days ago, that guy smoking over there declared, if our construction team isn't gone in 3 days, we'll use force to kick you out. The guy waited for a while, and when no one came, he started causing trouble. You had to do this the hard way. Get him, boys. Suddenly a figure appeared from behind, stepping out of a luxury car. All right, Li Hao cut the act. Lu Wen, banking on his power brazenly, gave an order. Anyone who agrees to leave today, I'll give them 200 yuan. The group of workers wouldn't be so easily subdued, and they stood up in fierce protest. You want us to throw away our livelihoods for just 200 yuan. Lu Wen stood there, nonchalantly smirking, as he deliberately flashed a wad of cash. How about 5,000 yuan, plus a job at Hengsheng Corporation? Li Hao was thrilled, and gave him a thumbs up. That's young Master Gao Ming for you. Immediately the crowd started cursing him out. Gao Ming my ass. He's only acting tough because he's got backup. If you've got the guts, say that again. If I don't beat you to a pulp right here today, then my last name isn't Li. Not a single person responded. Suddenly, a bag came flying through the crowd and landed squarely on its target, sending Li Hao sprawling. Seeing his side getting bullied, Lu Wen stepped up to handle it. Who did that? If you've got the guts, step out here. Wang Zheng slowly weaved through the crowd, gradually revealing himself. It's only been a little while, and young Master Dong's wings have certainly gotten a lot stronger, haven't they? The man immediately scowled. You bastard. With an overwhelming aura, he confidently issued a challenge. Let's see just how capable you really are. Get out here now. Lu Wen naturally wouldn't let himself be embarrassed and decisively ordered his underlings. Get him, beat him to death for me. They all rushed forward, some even holding iron rods. But in an instant, Wang Zheng slipped behind the crowd and went straight for their leader, Lu Wen. Seeing him about to throw a kick, he swiftly caught his opponent's ankle, then slammed him backward in a painful fall. Pathetic moves. Then he grabbed Lu Wen's hair, yanking it back, his voice low and threatening. Young Master Dong, I taught you how to be a decent person last time. Why are you such a slow learner? Lu Wen struggled free from his grip and cursed angrily. Screw you. Wang Zheng snapped back with a warning. You've got some balls. Let me see if the person stirring up trouble at this construction site is you or your father. As soon as his father was mentioned, the man flinched guiltily. What's it to you? Without another word, he rushed forward again, slamming Lu Wen's head to the ground. So it was your father's idea. Go back and tell that old geezer that I'll personally pay him a visit at his headquarters tonight. He clutched his forehead in pain but still challenged him defiantly. Don't get too cocky. Sooner or later I'll settle this score. Wang Zheng, of course, wasn't afraid of anyone. He gladly awaited his enemy's return. I'll be waiting. Finally, Li Hao had to help him leave, restoring peace to the area. Their car roared, spewing smoke before speeding away. The workers rushed forward to thank Wang Zheng profusely. Brother, you're amazing. If they dare come back, we'll beat them until they're crying for their mommy and daddy. He cheerfully put an arm around their shoulders, not forgetting to show his concern. Don't worry, they won't dare to come back. Everyone go get some lunch. We still have work this afternoon. They all nodded in agreement. As they left, they shouted together, all right, we sent those bastards running. Let's go eat. Lu Wen witnessed this scene with great curiosity. Zheng. It seems the business world in your Huaxia isn't all that orderly, is it? He could only sigh in response. There's scum everywhere. Where there's sunlight, there will always be shadows. Just then, Yi Ping hurriedly drove up. As soon as he got out, he apologized anxiously. President Wang, my apologies. I didn't know you were coming today, so I wasn't here to greet you. Wang Zheng's attitude changed instantly, his tone becoming harsh as he gave his order. No need for greetings. I'm just giving you a warning. If there are any more problems with the Ideal City project, you can pack your bags and get the hell out. The man bowed his head in fear, sweat pouring down his face like he'd been in a shower. I guarantee something like this will never happen again, please rest assured. He temporarily let the matter slide and began arranging his next schedule. Get a car ready for me. I want to go to Jinling. Meanwhile, in a private room at the Hengsheng Group, Shenbang was raising his glass to an honored guest. Juyong International is just an empty shell. Once they're on my turf in Nanjiang, they don't stand a chance against me. Suddenly, the sound of the door being kicked open shattered the peace in the room. Wang Zheng strode in brazenly greeting him in a loud voice. Hello, Boss Dong. Shenbang's face showed clear surprise as he asked blankly, who are you people? He walked straight to an empty chair at the dining table without any hesitation. You were just talking about our company. What's wrong? Not going to welcome us. The man quickly recovered and agreed. Of course you're welcome. As soon as Wang Zheng sat down, all the other big shots stood up to leave in unison. We have other matters to attend to, so we'll be leaving first. He remained calm and began his questioning. Boss Dong, you're quite the big shot, aren't you? The man replied immediately, without a trace of fear, I'm just speaking the truth. Just then, Shenbang's phone rang incessantly. When he answered, his expression turned to one of utter panic. What Lu Wen has, a moderate concussion. All right, I understand. It seemed to dawn on him, and he asked suspiciously, was it you who beat up my son? Since you're here, I think we need to have a proper talk. Wang Zheng showed clear disdain. There's nothing to talk about. This left Shenbang a bit confused. Oh. Then he stood up aggressively, grabbed a wine bottle from the table, and threw it with all his might. Because I hate talking to thugs. The attack was so fast that the man could only take the hit squarely in the face. Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining his hands red. What do you want? After his attack, Wang Zheng calmly stated his terms. If you want to cooperate, you'll transfer the new plot of land in Jinling to Juyong for free. Shenbang looked ready to explode, slamming the table and cursing. What kind of damn cooperation is that? Don't even think about it. If you dare to rob me, I'll call the police right now. He used his domineering CEO persona to make a declaration. If you don't agree, I won't force you. But I'm warning you, if I want you dead, don't even think about staying alive. After that, he and his sidekick Luan quickly turned and left. Alone, Shenbang started to figure out how to handle the situation. Big brother, I need your help. The time was 9:30 in the evening at Zhang Mingqi's office. She stood, staring blankly out the window, lost in thought. Huan Ling is finally on the right track. Just then, there was a knock on the door. She hesitated for a moment before calling out, "Come in." The door opened, revealing Wang Zheng's flawless, handsome face. Seeing her beloved Zhang Mingqi's cheeks flushed red, he was finally home. He quickly pulled her into a tight embrace. "You must have been so tired all this time, haven't you?" As if she'd finally found someone to confide in, tears immediately streamed down her cheeks. I want to go home." The scene shifts to a bedroom dimly lit by a golden lamp. Wang Zheng gently swept his lover up in a princess carry. Zhang Mingqi asked shyly, "How long are you staying in the capital this time?" He replied tenderly, "I'm not leaving for now." Then he set her down on the bed, giving her a long-awaited kiss. They grew more and more entangled, leaving Zhang Mingqi breathless. Wang Zheng loosened his hold, hugging the beautiful woman he missed so dearly. "You've worked so hard." Soon enough, morning arrived with sunlight creeping into every corner. The figure of Yang Ming, exuding an overwhelming aura, stepped into the airport. He carefully examined the bounty poster in his hand, preparing for a hunt. "This money is as good as mine." Meanwhile, at a magnificent, luxurious mansion, Shangguan Shishi cheerfully announced the latest news. "Sis, it looks like Han Xingye is coming back tomorrow." Sheng Fei also felt a little excited. It had been so long since she'd seen that kid. She really missed her. Suddenly, Shangguan Shishi's expression turned mischievous, her words filled with hidden meaning. "Sis, besides her, is there anyone else you miss?" Sheng Fei immediately flicked her sister's forehead. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting now?" Shangguan Shishi just smiled teasingly. "Am I wrong? You miss Wang Zheng's little Peter, don't you?" Sheng Fei finally understood, and quickly grabbed her sister to stop her. "Shangguan Shishi, don't say such things." The two continued to playfully mess around, giggling at each other. Just then, a hand gently pushed the door open. Wang Zheng's arrival instantly changed the atmosphere in the room. Seeing the two girls wrestling, he looked a bit bewildered. "Is this your way of welcoming me?" Shangguan Shishi, thrilled, rushed over to greet him. "You're finally back." Sheng Fei could only chuckle from behind. "Shangguan Shishi, why are you even more excited than I am?" Just then, Wang Zheng switched into flirt mode, his eyes quickly scanning her entire body. "You're showing quite a lot of skin there." Hearing this, Shangguan Shishi looked down and was horrified to see that one of her dress straps had slipped. Her embarrassment turned to anger, and she rushed forward, hitting him repeatedly. "Why didn't you contact us?" Suddenly, her expression changed, and she turned to cling to Sheng Fei. This turn of events left Wang Zheng utterly bewildered. What's going on? This wasn't in the script. Shouldn't you be jumping on me, biting me, and then crying your eyes out? He then wondered aloud, muttering to himself, "Could it be that I've lost my charm?" Shangguan Shishi heard every word and turned away in annoyance. "Shameless pervert. How can you be so narcissistic?" The two sisters immediately went back to their rooms. Sheng Fei couldn't resist taking a jab at him. "That guy is gone for so long, and when he comes back, he doesn't even know how to care about us." Sheng Fei reminded her, "All right, that's enough. It's late, you should get to sleep." Shangguan Shishi nodded. "Yeah, I know. It's just so frustrating." Sheng Fei pushed the door open to leave, not forgetting to give Shangguan Shishi a gentle reminder. "Okay, I don't care about talking. Just make sure you don't lose control first." "Well, I'm heading back to my room to sleep," she quickly replied, embarrassed. "Okay." As soon as she entered her room, Shangguan Shishi's mind was buzzing like a group chat at 2 in the morning. That pervert saw everything earlier. If I don't get a look back, wouldn't I be losing out? She paced back and forth anxiously, but the hands on the clock seemed to crawl infuriatingly slow. It's unclear what time it was, only that a shirtless Wang Zheng showing off his pecs came knocking on her door. He waited and waited, but the room remained silent. He could practically hear the value of his pride plummeting. His cheerful mood was doused with cold water, and Wang Zheng's face fell. No way. Is she already asleep this early? A final sliver of hope made him risk it and toss out a test line to see if fate was on his side. All right then, I guess I'll go find Sheng Fei to have a deep talk about life. Shangguan Shishi, who had been pressing her ear to the door the whole time, thought he had left and cracked the door open to peek. The moment she peeked out, she was hit with Wang Zheng's teasing words delivered with the flirtiest greeting imaginable. "Hello, beautiful." Annoyed at being made fun of, Shangguan Shishi huffed and tried to slam the door shut in his face. He quickly blocked it, grinning as he tried to chat her up. "What are you doing, scared? I'm gonna eat you up." His muscular frame pressed against her as he squeezed into the room, forcing Shangguan Shishi to bite her lip to keep from smiling. "What are you doing?" All of a sudden, the strap of her nightgown snapped. It's hard to say if it was due to poor quality or something else. but with gravity's help the gown fell at the perfect moment, revealing a sight that made him want to chant sutras to banish his impure thoughts. The falling gown snagged on her leg, and in an instant, as if her sense of balance had decided to take a vacation, she cried out and tumbled forward like a banana, breaking from its stem. Without a second thought, Wang Zheng switched into damsel in distress mode and reached out to catch her. Careful, he intended to be the hero, but his hand landed on her D-cup treasure, turning him into a mere mortal, uttering profane words. This feeling, it's to die for. Shangguan Shishi had never met anyone so shamelessly thick-skinned. The operating system in her brain immediately froze, and her whole body trembled as she turned bright red. Mad with embarrassment, she wrapped the blanket around herself, writhing like a giant spiky caterpillar. Get out. It's unclear what wires got crossed in his head, but he nonchalantly sat on the bed, acting like some kind of movie villain. My beautiful darling, don't be shy. He thought he could talk his way out of it, but he only managed to fuel her anger, causing her once sweet voice to drop into a threatening growl. Get out. Now. Wang Zheng shot up, looking for a quick escape. Okay, I'm getting out right now. Filled with a combo of shame and regret, he quietly retreated from the chaotic scene he himself had created. Not knowing where else to hide after that self-destructive blunder, Wang Zheng took his guilty heart to go bother Sheng Fei. Are you asleep? Although she had no idea what happened, she was still kind enough to call out, come in. Awkward about his current state, he started the conversation. How have you been lately? Sheng Fei pushed her hair to one side as if to calm her own heart, took a soft breath and replied, Summer in Lanhai is almost over, and the new designs are all set, so I haven't been too busy lately. Suddenly, a new topic popped into her head, and she updated him urgently. Oh, Han Xingye is coming back tomorrow afternoon. Wang Zheng excitedly switched into high-level gossip mode. Han Xingye, that kid's coming back already. But Sheng Fei was so sleepy she could barely keep her eyes open, and quickly tried to end the conversation. She's on leave for about 20 days to visit family. I have to get to sleep. I have to pick her up tomorrow. No longer in the mood to joke around, he chose to retreat with his dignity intact, adding a few narcissistic words. Alright, you get some sleep then. Try not to miss me too much. The next morning, the culprit Wang Zheng put on an apron and brought food to Shangguan Shishi's door as an apology. My beautiful girl, I made breakfast especially for you. The door opened as slowly as a turtle crawls, waking the sleeping lioness inside. She threw the door open, unleashing a tirade as she dragged him into the room. You bastard, get in here right now. Wang Zheng didn't dare move a muscle, trying to keep the food balanced so it wouldn't fall. My dear lady, what on earth are you trying to do? Once in the room, she prioritized placing the breakfast safely on the table, using it as a way to calm her earlier impulsive mood. Once that was done, a blushing Shangguan Shishi got straight to the point. You have to take responsibility for me. Faced with her adorable expression, he couldn't help but smile. How do you want me to take responsibility? Not realizing she was being teased, she crossed her arms and replied seriously, with the imposing air of a parent-teacher conference. You damned man. You saw everything, and yet you're not doing anything about it. He took a risk and kissed her, leaving her frozen for 5 seconds. She was speechless for a moment, then yelled to hide her obvious embarrassment. You! That was my first kiss. The bright sunlight shone directly into the main entrance of the sprawling airport. Wang Zheng's trio calmly waited for someone in a secluded spot within the vast airport space. The moment she stepped out with her suitcase, Han Xingye quickly spotted them and cried out in delight. Hey! The loud noise drew the attention of the surrounding crowd, making Wang Zheng cover his face in embarrassment. She dashed over to the three of them, chattering nonstop. I missed you guys to death. Did you miss me? Shangguan Shishi stood beside her, looking displeased and scolding her like she was her own mother. You annoying girl, have you no shame? Can't you act a little more like a proper lady? While intimately hugging her, Han Xingye winked at him. Did you miss me? Wang Zheng sighed and gave a perfunctory reply. We all missed you a lot. She cheered and raised her hand like the leader of an online MLM team, enthusiastically inviting the group to join the fun. Let's go eat. I'm so hungry my stomach is touching my back. Sheng Fei stood behind them, her voice soft and full of affection. Han Xingye, what do you want to eat? Finally hearing a loving voice, Han Xingye turned to act cute with her. Roasted donkey meat. Hearing that, Wang Zheng nodded decisively. Let's lock it in before anyone changes their mind at the last minute. Okay, let's jet over there right now. An hour later, the whole group was eagerly standing in a long line with others at Old Dan's roasted donkey meat shop. After being quiet for a long time, as soon as it was their turn, Han Xingye shouted, making the people behind them burst out laughing. It's finally our turn. Hurry, hurry, I'll buy everything. A black car suddenly cut in front and stopped at the shop's entrance, kicking up a cloud of dust. Dong hastily got out of the car, shouting ignorantly as if he owned the place. Whatever roasted donkey meat you have left, pack it all up for me. The shop employee, maintaining a capybara-like expression, politely replied to him. I'm terribly sorry, but this gentleman here has already bought the last portions of roasted donkey meat. As he finished speaking, he gently handed the bag of food to Wang Zheng. Dong, not giving up on the delicious food, blocked his path and offered him 400 yuan, Sell me these 4 portions of roasted donkey meat. With a giant fly suddenly buzzing in his face, he switched into unparalleled smartass mode to reply. I'll only agree to sell if it's 10,000 yuan per portion. As soon as he named the price, Ah Dong went into full drama queen mode, screaming as if a debt collector from a past life had found him. Are you trying to start something? 10,000 yuan a portion? Why don't you just rob people instead? Not getting the answer he wanted, Wang Zheng lost interest and walked past him. Take it or leave it. Without another word, Ah Dong grabbed his shoulder and snatched the bag of food with lightning speed. Don't go. He wasn't about to let it slide. The moment Wang Zheng saw Ah Dong's hand move, he grabbed it, foiling his plot to steal a meal. If you can't buy it, you just steal it. You're pretty arrogant, aren't you? His shamelessness exposed, Ah Dong flew into a rage, swinging his fist as if to teach Wang Zheng a lesson. Let go of me. Han Xingye reacted instantly, kicking him hard in the family jewels from behind. Hia! The crushing blow to his 2 holy eggs made Ah Dong writhe in so much pain he nearly started chanting a mantra to get through the karmic suffering. Ah! Dong collapsed to the ground, clutching his precious boys and screaming like a woman in labor. Han Xingye stood there cheerfully, watching the pathetic suffering of that clueless worm. After all, we're martial arts trained soldiers. Qinglong, who had been sitting in the car, grew anxious when his friend didn't return and got out. What's going on here? He knelt down to look at his friend, who was curled up and trembling, and clicked his tongue, asking, Ah, Dong, who did this to you? He immediately got an answer from Wang Zheng. I'm the one who hit him. Qinglong frowned, looking up at him and questioning him. Why did you hit him? Han Xingye's sassy mouth couldn't rest, letting out a whole rap verse to vent her anger. Your lackey couldn't buy the roasted donkey meat, and the second things didn't go his way. He tried to start a fight. What's happening to him now is just karma. If he ever dares to try it again, I'll definitely crush his balls myself. Her blunt words hit his ears like chili water, making him lecture her. It's not good for a girl to be so violent. You people need to give me a clear explanation for what happened today. His half-assed intimidation didn't scare anyone. Wang Zheng calmly pointed to her, adding his voice to the war of words. My friend here has already explained it. If you're still not satisfied, then I have no choice but to see this through with you. A brief surge of indignation made Qinglong grit his teeth and threaten such arrogant words. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, then I'll lavo. He was cut off mid-sentence by Sheng Fei, who couldn't stand listening to him anymore. You'll what? The familiar voice made him turn in confusion and ask immediately, You're Sheng Fei. From a distance, a gray car sped down the street as fast as a cheetah hunting its prey. With the delicious prize in hand, Han Xingye enjoyed it with a rising sense of satisfaction. Being able to eat my favorite food from my hometown. This is the best. Sheng Fei watched her eat with such a good appetite, then finally decided to speak her mind. Han Xingye, why did you accept Li Qinglong's invitation? He's not a good guy. Reminded of that arrogant rich boy while enjoying her food, Han Xingye leaned in close to her and teased. Sis, he's so handsome. Aren't you even a little tempted? Sheng Fei immediately shook her head without a second thought. I'm not interested. Seeing her crestfallen face, Han Xingye pulled out some food to share, trying to lift her sister's spirits. Don't be mad. Tonight we'll give him a good thrashing. But Sheng Fei was still stuck in a gloomy mood. This is his turf. How can we possibly fight him here? Wang Zheng, who was driving silently in front, suddenly noticed something reflecting in the rearview mirror. Behind them, a brilliant turquoise car was tailing them closely, reeking of a conspiracy. To give the ladies in the car a heads up, he quickly announced the situation vaguely. My beautiful ladies, it seems we've run into a little problem. I have to take care of something. You guys stay in the car and wait. Wang Zheng pulled into a nearby gas station, and the pursuing car immediately followed close behind. This kind of secret business happens all the time. He walked up and casually knocked on the car window. Which side are you on, brother? How about we have a little chat? The person inside didn't bother to answer, just cracked the window open and rested the barrel of a gun on it, a clear attempt to intimidate him. And yet not only was Wang Zheng not afraid, he even spoke kindly. Don't be hasty. Spilling blood on the street isn't a good look. I just want to know who sent you. The assassin growled softly. Someone paid a lot of money for your life. The arrogance of the faceless enemy made him laugh with contempt. Well, they're about to lose a lot of money then. But before the person inside could react, he shattered the car window to get a clear look at the clown inside. The dark barrier suddenly disappeared, revealing Yang Ming's utterly dumbfounded face. Recognizing the familiar face, his mood instantly brightened, and he rushed over like he'd found a bargain sale. You're still alive, kid. Overwhelmed with mixed emotions, he stammered out Captain. In the middle of this tangled reunion, he still remembered to ask about his former comrade, like a decent person would. Who are you working for now? Why are you doing this kind of killer-for-hire work? Still trembling before that authority, Yang Ming quickly summarized everything for him. I work for Chen Xiaoan, a gangster. Dong Shenbang is his sworn brother, and he's the one who sent me this time. Sheng Fei couldn't hear their conversation, and worry was written all over her face. Nothing bad happened, right? Why are they hugging? Hearing this, Shangguan Shishi comforted her, calming her uneasy heart. Don't worry, you know who Wang Zheng is. No one can hurt him. Feeling the strange stares directed at him, Yang Ming pointed awkwardly and asked Captain, "Who are the people in the car?" With a voice as calm and light as a cloud, he replied, "They're both my guests. I'm just showing them around." Seeing his old boss now living it up with beautiful girls, he nodded in admiration. "Captain, you're still as impressive as ever. Let's meet up some other time when we're free. I'm in the capital often these days. When we meet, I'll introduce you to someone." Wang Zheng heard the whole spiel, but only latched on to the last part. "Who is it?" But Yang Ming just gave a mysterious smile, his mischievous expression full of secrets. "Captain, let me keep it a secret for now. You'll find out when the time comes." 7 p.m. At the Heavenly Palace International Club. Li Xiang was all smiles, eagerly welcoming his old close friend. "You said back then you'd return in a blaze of glory, and now you've done it." Qinglong didn't put on any airs. Instead, he pointed to his friend's watch, keeping things friendly. "You've done very well for yourself, Li Xiang." Hearing this, Li Xiang could only lower, his head flustered. "A single meal here probably costs more than my entire watch." Just as they finished talking, Qinglong was startled to notice that two beautiful women had been waiting in the room for who knows how long. He proactively walked over and gently greeted the familiar old faces. "Shen Han Chang, it's been a long time." Seeing her handsome old classmate, Shen covered her mouth, trying to maintain her composure. "Qinglong, it's been a few years. You've gotten so much more handsome." He accepted the compliment and tactfully returned it. "You've become more and more beautiful too. I bet you have a lot of admirers, right?" Seeing the conversation was going well, she leaned in to reply her words, carrying a flirtatious undertone. "I have plenty of suitors, but I'm not interested in any of them." Before he could answer, he was interrupted by two friends who had just arrived with a cheerful greeting. "Long time no see." Qinglong nodded to the acquaintances, exuding a pretentious old money vibe. "Long time no see." Looking around at the quiet but full room, Shenner asked softly, "It looks like everyone's here. Who are we still waiting for?" He mentioned a name that made her freeze. "Waiting for Sheng Fei." Like a catalyst, that name sparked a strong sense of curiosity in her. Sheng Fei. "I heard she went to work for the Lanhai group after graduation. I wonder how she's doing now." He Young, sitting nearby, spoke bluntly, without any filter. "Even if she's living a life of luxury, she can't just make us all wait this long, can she?" The moment she finished speaking, Sheng Fei walked into the room with Wang Zheng, right on cue. It was as if the two had planned it. "Sorry I'm late." Qinglong suppressed his anger, pretending to be calm, as he stood up to speak. "Sheng Fei, why didn't your other two friends come?" She could clearly see his fake attitude, but still answered politely. They went home. Thinking his act was flawless, he calmly invited the two guests to take a seat at the table. "Come on, have a seat first." Zhishen friendly started a conversation to liven up the atmosphere. "Sheng Fei, why don't you introduce us to your boyfriend?" Without waiting for Sheng Fei, he put his ego aside and extended his hand to introduce himself. "My name is Wang Zheng." Seeing the man's polite attitude, Zhishen cheerfully shook his hand back. "I'm Zhishen. I used to have a crush on Sheng Fei, but I'm not your rival anymore, okay?" Unable to sit still, as the excitement grew, Yuan Shen immediately jumped into the conversation. "Wang Zheng, what do you do for a living?" Wang Zheng's mouth moved faster than his brain, and he spewed out a whole speech, putting himself down. "I'm just a hired hand. I don't even have a house in the capital. I'm still crashing at someone else's place." He hadn't even finished his nonsense when Sheng Fei gave him a sharp kick under the table, making him wince in pain. Yuan Shen clicked his tongue at that and let out a vague statement. "The capital's a big place. Buying a house isn't easy." Despite taking a painful kick, Wang Zheng refused to stop talking smack. His power is limited, so what else can he do but wait for his prey to fall into the trap? He rambled on, spouting empty moralistic nonsense. "This isn't a matter of ability, it's a matter of attitude. You can't even afford a house in the capital. Do you really think Sheng Fei will be happy with you?" Those sour words jabbed into his ears like a toothpick, going in the wrong way, making him frown. "Buddy, whether or not I can make Sheng Fei happy is none of your business. Why don't you spend a little time learning how to manage that mouth of yours?" That merciless clapback made the narcissistic Yuan Shen switch into lecture mode. "You can't make a wall out of mud." At this point, Wang Zheng had run out of patience, and anger began to creep across his boyish face. "What's wrong?" The tension between the two was so thick it could choke you, forcing a peacemaker to quickly jump in like a national TV host to steer the topic away from the brewing drama. "Come on, it's been so hard for us to get together. A toast to our reunion after all these years apart. Let's drink. To meeting again after so long. Our youth is gone, but our friendship has weathered the storm." Yuan Shen raised his expensive glass of wine, cheering enthusiastically for the toast. The cheerful atmosphere lasted for about 2 seconds before being crushed by Qinglong's rude voice. "Wait a minute." He pointed at the two different colored drinks in front of Sheng Fei and her partner, his tone sharp and unpleasant. "We all have to drink wine, so why are you two drinking juice?" Before she could even process the question, Wang Zheng shot back an answer for her. "My girlfriend isn't feeling well today, so she can't drink." Unwilling to let it go, he pressed on as if he was about to uncover a 10-year-old secret. Then what about you? Realizing this guy was a persistent leech, Wang Zheng tossed out a few half-hearted words just to get it over with. I don't drink. It was the first time Shen Ni had ever seen a straight guy who didn't touch a drop of alcohol. She covered her mouth and giggled. You've got to be kidding me, right? You don't even drink wine. Are you even a man? He looked at the clown show unfolding before him, too lazy to even switch on his brain. I don't know how to drink. Li Xiang, who had been silent until now, was forced to speak up against Wang Zheng's indifferent attitude. I'm telling you, man, this attitude of yours is going to make Sheng Fei lose face. Hearing that he didn't answer right away. Instead, he turned to hug her and asked, My love, do you feel like you're losing face? Sheng Fei's fair, pretty face instantly turned pink with embarrassment. No. With concrete evidence, Wang Zheng slowly delivered his rebuttal. See, my girlfriend says she doesn't, so why should I care? Qinglong had been frozen solid for who knows how long, silently cursing a storm like some uncultured streamer on a live stream. You lowly woman, I'm definitely going to destroy you today. Yuan Shen listened for a moment before blurting out a hasty conclusion that no one asked for. In the end, you're still just a man who leeches off women. Wang Zheng's eyes widened as he growled, trying to suppress the heart that wanted to go full Godzilla in the middle of the street. Yeah, thinking he'd found some weakling who just liked to show off, he let out a loud scoff and immediately threw a sideways taunt in his face. Look at your own situation. Aren't you just a toad lusting after a swan's flesh? In his next life, Yuan Shen would never have guessed that because of a few brainless words, Sheng Fei would smash a glass bottle over his head to enlighten him about life. It's not your place to judge my boyfriend. Clutching his head while barking loudly, he played the part of the wronged victim a little too convincingly. Sheng Fei, don't be so unreasonable. I'm going to beat you to death. In a flash, Wang Zheng lunged forward and locked the loudmouth in a chokehold. Then bring it on. Let's see how capable you really are. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, someone kicked the door open and stormed in without any manners. Hao Tian rushed in with his whole team of bodyguards like he was raiding a Black Friday sale, shouting, "Arrest him," as if he were starring in a primetime crime drama. So, it's you who dared to start a fight here, huh? Are you tired of living? Seize him and take him away from me. Seeing the chaotic situation from outside, Yang Ming rushed in to save him. Stop. Who gave you the nerve to touch him? Fearing the commotion from this pack of dogs and chickens, he pulled out a gold-plated business card to put the manager in his place. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. He's not someone you can afford to mess with. Before his eyes could even register the contents of the card, his mouth was already running with baseless mockery. Wan Duo, so you're even acting together now. The words International Heavenly Palace Association Chairman Wang Zheng slammed into Hao Tian's eyes like a final verdict. Seeing his boss suddenly freeze up, a curious underling peeked over, and his jaw dropped as well. Chairman Wang. He hastily dropped to his knees, kowtowing to Wang Zheng under the shocked gazes of the witnesses in the room. I was a lowly fool who failed to recognize your greatness. Please, Chairman Wang, find it in your heart to forgive me. I absolutely guarantee I will never cross the line again. Wang Zheng looked at the pathetic display, feeling too bored to care, but his mouth still uttered a cold reply. Fine. But you have to break one of your own fingers. Consider it a lesson you'll never forget. His gaze lazily swept over the crazy, pathetic group of people, fumbling at the table as he leisurely delivered his final ultimatum. As for the rest of you, I'll be paying each of you a visit at home. Sheng Fei, afraid that things would get more complicated, tugged at his arm and urged him on. Let's go. Before the two could escape the chaotic room, Hao Tian used all his strength to snap his own finger in exchange for the small mercy he had offered. The car sped forward as if being chased by a ghost. He sat in silence, letting her rest her head on his shoulder, his mind in turmoil, but he still accidentally voiced his question. Why did you come here? Called out unexpectedly while driving, Yang Ming quickly replied, Boss, I was worried someone might cause trouble for you, so I followed you. Taking advantage of the reunion, he let down his usual guard to say words he had hidden for a long time. I have a feeling that the recent troubles I've encountered are related to the Su family, mixing old grudges with new ones. Sooner or later, I'll have to find a chance to settle the score once and for all. As soon as he heard that name, a name he'd blocked out for ages, the anger inside him flared up as if someone had set a gas tank on fire. The damn Su family. We still haven't gotten revenge for what happened last year, and now that damn old man dares to show up at our door. This is so frustrating. Although his anger was boiling, Wang Zheng forced himself to calm down, refusing to let his reason be overwhelmed by fleeting emotions. They're all cut from the same cloth. Sooner or later, I will destroy every last one of them. Not wanting to miss the opportunity, Yang Ming eagerly offered to join in before he was forgotten. Captain, if you need me, just call. I'm always ready. Forgetting friendship for the sake of beauty, he ignored the man's pleading eyes and spoke up, urging him on. Drive faster. Take her home first, I still have things to do. Yang Ming's devious mind immediately conjured up some improper ideas, his tone perfectly lewd and teasing. Captain, what's so urgent? Without raising his voice, Wang Zheng said just one sentence that left him speechless in awe of his friend's incredible stamina. Obviously to meet other beautiful girls. The two continued to chat in the car to ward off the boredom of the long, empty road. The next afternoon, Lu Xuan was eating lunch when there was a sudden knock at the door. "Who is it?" A deep, mysterious voice rang out. "Do you ladies want to buy some milk?" Din Yen, her mouth full, mumbled a quick no, but she immediately took back her answer just a few seconds later. "Wait a minute, that voice." He was loaded down with 2 bags. Wang Zheng stood diligently outside the door just like a devoted customer service representative. "Hey, beautiful ladies, hurry up and open the door for me." Recognizing the voice, Lu Xuan eagerly opened up. "You're finally back." He returned her smile, but inside his mind was a tangled mess. "Something came up in Country L, so I was delayed for a while." Din Yin also walked out slowly right after. Hey, long time no see." Wang Zheng's voice suddenly trailed off his head, already in the clouds. "It really has been a long time." Liu Xuan casually pulled her friend forward for an introduction, oblivious to the captivating sight the two of them made. "This is Din Yen, the super famous TV drama queen of Huaxia, you know. Have you two met before?" She chattered on but got no response from him. She looked up at him. "Wang Zheng." She pointed at him in alarm. He was staring, wide-eyed, captivated by the irresistible charm of the two women. "Why is your nose bleeding?" As soon as they felt the unfamiliar touch on their shoulders from the special guest, the two girls glanced at each other and then froze completely, like malfunctioning robots. Noticing they were only wearing skimpy pajamas, they both scrambled into their separate rooms, leaving a trail of screams behind them. Oh, and they also forgot about the poor guy by the door who was losing blood because of the alluring sight. The two opposing bedroom doors slammed shut at the same time, cutting off the awkwardness and embarrassment in the living room. Wang Zheng sank onto the sofa, letting out a long breath to calm himself down. Seeing the platter of fragrant food, he couldn't resist picking up a piece to try. His mouth exploded with the rich flavor of a true home-cooked meal, making him pause for a beat. After he swallowed the bite, the unique aftertaste completely blew Wang Zheng's mind. This cooking skill is absolutely top-notch. Yi Ran stood with her arms crossed, watching her uninvited guest eat as she spoke with dissatisfaction. "My father is the head chef at the Sheraton Hotel. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree." Liu Xuan coming out of her room quickly chimed in, showering her with praise. That's right. Sister Yi Ran's cooking is amazing. Whoever marries her would be blessed with delicious food for life." When his girlfriend was settled next to him, he gently placed a hand on her shoulder, his deep, warm voice full of concern. "Liu Xuan, I saw your giant poster on the subway. You're really getting more and more popular. How have you been lately?" Having not heard such caring words from her boyfriend in a long time, she was thrilled to quickly update him on her situation. "It's all thanks to Sister Yi Ran introducing me to a few directors that I've achieved what I have now. I have to go meet Director Ho tomorrow." Hearing the familiar name, Wang Zheng asked again just to be sure, "Hu Xiaolong, let me go with you." He glanced at the person across from him and then spoke humbly. "Also, thank you, Yi Ran." Yi Ran leaned back comfortably in her chair, her sharp tone a stark contrast to her relaxed posture. "I've always thought of Liu Xuan as my little sister. Why are you thanking me? This has nothing to do with you." Not to be outdone, Wang Zheng's expression shifted as he replied playfully, "I wouldn't mind having something to do with you." The double entendre made her choke, a clear blush spreading across her cheeks. He laughed to himself, but took pity on her and changed the subject. "So do you two have any plans coming up?" Liu Xuan, who had been pushed to the side, seized the opportunity to jump in. Sister Yi Ran turned down a really great opportunity. The gossip bug bit him hard and he blurted out, "Oh." After some time had passed, the sun returned blazing with an intensity that exceeded all standards, shining down on the buildings as if it were live streaming a fire show. Seeing him getting up to leave, Liu Xuan spoke up, sounding dejected. "It's been so long since you came to visit. Why don't you stay here tonight?" The sadness in her voice was so obvious that even the dense Wang Zheng noticed it. Under Yi Ran's astonished gaze, she continued to plead for him to stay. Without making his girlfriend wait, Wang Zheng immediately put on a shameless expression and suggested, "I'll sleep in your room then." Liu Xuan rushed over to Yi Ran to hide her embarrassment. "What are you thinking? I'm going to sleep with Sister Yi Ran." Despite his own slight embarrassment, he saw her reaction and boldly clarified his audacious idea. "Is that so? Actually, Yi Ran's bed is really big. The three of us could sleep together and still have plenty of room." Hearing that nationally ranked cringy comment, she was completely mortified. She dragged Yi Ran straight into the room as if escaping a live TV interview, left all alone in the spacious living room. He was stunned as he heard Liu Xuan's voice call out, his heart sinking, unsure how to react. "Wang Zheng, we're going to bed first. We have to be up at 6 a.m. tomorrow to get ready to meet Director Ho." Just when he thought he was about to reach the pinnacle of glory, he missed a step and fell straight to the bottom, sighing to himself in defeat. Why is there such a huge gap between reality and my imagination? Meanwhile, Xiaolong leaned back comfortably in his chair, leisurely enjoying some tea and the view, before getting to work. Wang Zheng and Liu Xuan approached from a distance and greeted him with a friendly attitude. "Hello, Director Ho." His eyes, filled with a fully leveled up skill of scrutiny, scanned the person behind her from head to toe. Is he your boyfriend? Faced with this unexpected interest from such an influential figure, she smiled and replied cheerfully, "You've misunderstood, he's just a good friend of mine." Xiaolong took off his black sunglasses, his voice holding 3 parts respect and 7 parts interest as he looked at him. This good friend of hers is no simple man. As if to prove his point, he stepped forward and proactively shook Wang Zheng's hand to reacquaint himself. "My name is Ho Xiaolong." Although he didn't understand, he responded cautiously afraid of affecting his girlfriend's career. Wang Zheng. The greeting ended as quickly as their hands separated, leaving both men with unreadable hidden thoughts. He gestured cautiously for him to take a seat. "Have a seat." Before either of them could speak, Xiaolong quickly made an offer that seemed to come out of nowhere. "If you agree, you can be the male lead in my film." As expected, Wang Zheng blurted out a firm refusal. "I don't have any acting experience. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to handle it." Clearly a pro who could read the room, he skipped the haggling and presented his business card as swiftly as a master parrying a blow. "All right, I won't make things difficult for you, but if you change your mind, you can call me anytime." Reluctantly taking the card, Wang Zheng pretended to look at it before replying politely, "Of course." After their strange brief conversation, Xiaolong clapped his hands, announcing a decision he'd made in a flash. "My film will start shooting in 2 weeks. Lu Xuan will be the female lead." She joyfully hugged the handsome benefactor next to her. "Wang Zheng, this is great." As they were about to leave, he spoke a final disappointed word to him, full of regret. "I hope we'll have the chance to meet again." Seeing the serious expression on his face as he said this, Wang Zheng tried to hold back his laughter and ended the meeting. Of course, it was only after the other two were far away that Lu Xuan gently sighed to him. To be able to star in his film, this is truly a lucky break. It's a shame you don't want to be a movie star. Wang Zheng remained firm in his earlier decision, stating flatly, "That's not what I want." Her mind quickly flashed through memories of her time with him, and she blurted out in protest, "Isn't everyone's dream to be rich and famous? Then what is it that you want?" Caught off guard by the question, Wang Zheng hesitated, then thought seriously, I want. His superhero-like sixth sense suddenly picked something up, and he immediately turned his head to look. There you are. The moment his brain sent the signal, he zipped off, leaving Lu Xuan completely stunned and frozen in place as if she'd just seen an escaped patient. Elsewhere, Jiang Cheng was busy expressing his concerns to Xiaolong, completely unaware of the danger sneaking up from behind. "Brother Long, why did you invite that Wang Zheng to be the male lead model?" He hadn't even finished his sentence when Leon lunged at him, scaring him so badly he screamed at the dazed face next to him. "Leo, watch out." By shielding Leo, Jason's arm was sliced by the sharp blade and a pained grunt escaped his lips. The swift attack left him flustered, only able to ask his friend, "Are you okay?" Realizing he wasn't the target, Jason shoved the panicking Leo away. "Run." Leo was in such a panic he couldn't think straight. He could only run blindly toward the voice, calling out to him. Option 1 was that Leon was too weak, so option 2 was that Brian had to play the part of a random jogger to block Leo's path. Trying to run, it's not that easy. In that split second, Leo just managed to turn and face the assassin Leon. His eyes were wide, like a startled deer's, staring at the butcher knife. Faced with the cold glint of the blade, he could only cover his head in fear and accept his fate. Just as Silas was about to strike, Wang Zheng delivered a timely kick. He flicked his hair back like a hero, saving the damsel in distress. "Good thing I got here in time." Suddenly, Brian appeared behind Leo. He gripped a knife, ready to finish his target. "Let's see how you save him now." Wang Zheng spun around like a ballet dancer, throwing a hidden dart at him. Brian was hit instantly, and blood spurted out like it was from a high-pressure hose. He then fell unconscious and died on the spot. Wang Zheng calmly questioned the person opposite him. "Do you know who attacked you, Leo?" Having just recovered from the shock, answered immediately, "I have a pretty good idea." Wang Zheng glanced at him, asking with his eyes, "Want to strike back?" It went without saying that he wouldn't let this go so easily. Of course, he helped Jason sit up. Before leaving, Wang Zheng kindly added, "I believe you can handle this, but if it gets too difficult, find Lu Xuan. She has my number." As Leo walked away, he didn't forget to express his gratitude. "Thanks." A little while later, at the Tianping Mountain Villa, the scene was incredibly peaceful in the early morning. Han Xingye came out looking sleepy. "You're back. Come home with me." Before Wang Zheng could even be moved, he spoke sternly, as if checking a household registration. "Comrade Han Xingye, be honest. Did you forge Old Master Han's orders again this time?" She immediately defended herself. "No, how could I? This time, Grandpa really did invite you for dinner." He coldly refused, even pushing away Han Xingye's affectionate hug. "Forget it. Help me apologize to Old Master Han." Suddenly, Wang Zheng's eyes lit up like car headlights. It turned out his attention had been caught by her ample chest. Han Xingye blushed, crossing her arms to cover the danger zone, and snapped, "Have you stared long enough?" Not only did Wang Zheng avoid the honey trap, but he also successfully knocked her out. He gently helped her onto the bed. "I'm not going to the Han residence, so I had to knock you out first." When you wake up, don't blame me. He then carefully tucked Han Xingye in and left silently. At that moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. It turned out the whole thing was an act. Lying in bed, Han Xingye looked delighted. I can't believe I tricked him. He's so easy to fool. Elsewhere, Wang Zheng was speeding down the road. He walked into the office with a cheerful greeting. Hello, beautiful boss. What are you busy with? Cece looked up and handed him a stack of documents. You're just in time. Take a look at this. Wang Zheng read the report carefully, then exclaimed in a surprised tone. The three major shareholders all sold 101% of their shares in Jurong International. She had to admit it. That's right. Jurong International doesn't just have our family as shareholders. Some members of the Shangguan family also hold nominal shares. Wang Zheng didn't understand 1,000 questions running through his mind. Why would they want to sell their shares in Jurong International? What did your father say? Cece calmly answered each question. He told me to handle it myself and not to bother him with such small matters. However, some things made her unhappy, but some other people in the family aren't so willing to give up. They just wish the company would go bankrupt sooner. He reached out and stroked her head, showing his understanding. Let's go find out who these people sold their shares to. Wouldn't that solve it? She replied immediately. They don't care, especially not Shangguan Qinglong. To Wang Zheng, this wasn't a difficult task. He took her hand and led her away. It's actually very simple. Come with me. A while later, at Shangguan Qinglong's villa, he pressed his ear against the door to eavesdrop, not forgetting to make a snide remark. The soundproofing in this villa is terrible. Cece, standing outside, was extremely curious. What's going on? She decided to move closer to listen in. Suddenly, a series of suggestive sounds made her blush. Oh. Wang Zheng winked, teasing her. If you're this embarrassed, I'll take you to see a good show. He then took out a small pin and began to pick the lock. The door soon swung open, and he walked in as if it were an abandoned house, interrupting Qinglong's romantic moment. Sorry to bother you. Qinglong wished he could kill the party crasher. He had to comfort the beautiful woman and tell her to wait for him in the room, then turned around and unleashed all his frustration, shouting, Do you people have any decency barging in without even knocking? Cece sat leisurely on the sofa and gave an order like a wealthy person. Buy back the shares you sold. How much did you sell them for? I'll give you double. He retorted. This is absurd. Big brother already told you people, but I didn't agree. Do you think I'm going to agree with you? She asked anxiously. Second, brother, who did you sell the shares to? Qinglang casually lit a cigarette and uttered the name, the Obey Financial Group, the largest financial group in Australia. Cece instinctively called out Wang Zheng's name. Before she could finish, he squeezed her hand reassuringly and acted like a cool hero. Leave it to me. Cece nodded in agreement. Wang Zheng stood up and approached him. He took a mysterious vial from his pocket, then forced Qinglong's mouth open and made him drink the contents. Without waiting for a reaction, he immediately issued a threat. Contact the AN Financial Group and tell them you want to buy the shares. I'll be back tomorrow. If you haven't done what I said, you can just wait to die. Then he took Cece's hand and left. Let's go, leaving a furious Qinglong behind. What did you give me to drink? The two of them drove home. In the car, Wang Zheng couldn't help but ask, Do you know much about the AN Financial Group? She rested her chin on her hand, thinking for a moment. A little. That financial group has ruined many promising companies. It's definitely not a good thing that they're targeting Jurong. After hearing this, he made his assessment. It seems AN is nothing but trouble. As for Jurong's shares, I'll help you take care of it. Cece was overjoyed and gave him a kiss. Wang Zheng, thank you. It was a perfect case of striking while the iron is hot. Wang Zheng put on a perverted grin. If we haven't kissed enough, I'll come to your room tonight and we can continue. How about that? Shangguan Shishi wished she could call the cops and have this guy thrown in jail, but she only scolded him lightly. You scoundrel, your mind is full of dirty thoughts. Afraid she'd get upset, Wang Zheng quickly tried to justify himself. I'm just kidding. How about I take you to a bar? She gave an embarrassed mph and let it go. Soon, they arrived at their destination. In front of the Tianye bar, the sign was already off, but he didn't care. Let's go. The two of them walked in and ran into Han Xingye. Wang Zheng reached out and grabbed her shoulder. She reflexively turned her head, ready to curse out whoever dared to disturb this young lady's peace. But as soon as she saw it was a friend, her attitude did a complete 180. Wang Zheng chuckled and asked why she was drinking all alone. Han Xingye looked confused. Didn't you guys come here to watch the boxing match? Now, it was Wang Zheng's turn to be confused. Huh, what boxing match? She looked him straight in the eye, then answered decisively, the Imperial Underground Boxing. Shangguan Shishi, who was sitting next to them playing on her phone, suddenly got an incoming call. As soon as she answered, a voice came through. Can you come back to the villa for a bit? Shangguan Shishi nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll be right there. She then stood up to say goodbye. Something came up, I have to head back first. He replied politely. All right, be careful on your way. Han Xingye seized the opportunity to tease her a bit. Leaving already. Go on, take care of your business. I'll just borrow Wang Zheng for a while, don't be so stingy. Shangguan Shishi turned away in embarrassment without saying a word. Just by looking at her, Han Xingye could pretty much guess what was going on. Did you two just come from a date? Wang Zheng possessively wrapped his arm around her waist and said, by your logic, what we're doing right now could also be considered a date. She immediately pushed him away. You're such a smooth talker. Wang Zheng just laughed and replied, as long as someone likes it. Just then, it was time for the match. She stood up and urged him to come along. The boxing match is about to start, let's go. By now, the two fighters were already in the ring, surrounded by a large crowd. The two of them quickly squeezed their way in and found a pretty ideal spot. A man on the opposite side spotted Han Xingye, thinking to himself, I never expected the little princess of the Han family to be here. Looks like we're in for a good show. That person was Tian Yai. He glanced at the person beside her. Comparatively speaking, I'm more interested in the man next to her. After that, he called a waiter over and gave him some instructions. Get everything ready. I want to give them an unforgettable memory. The bell rang, signaling the start of the match. Jianlun stared intently at his opponent. Han Xingye pointed in one direction and suggested enticingly, since the match just started, let's go place a bet and earn some pocket money. Wang Zheng looked confused. Oh how. The thought of money had already clouded her judgment, and she directly asked for his expert opinion. I know you're an expert. Between those two in the ring, who's stronger? Quick, help me analyze it. Wang Zheng casually crossed his arms and said, what if one of them intentionally throws the match? How could I possibly guess correctly? Han Xingye quickly retorted, they won't throw the match because the rule here is that the loser has to die. He couldn't help but be surprised after hearing that. Oh, since when did Huaxia's underground boxing become a life or death battle? In the meantime, the referee's whistle blew, signaling the end of the match. The referee grabbed Jianlun's hand and raised it high, announcing him the winner. Wang Zheng looked at the man on the stage and couldn't help but wonder, what's his background? Han Xingye answered without missing a single detail. I heard he used to be a spearhead soldier in the capital's Special Reconnaissance Brigade. Later, he was kicked out for making a mistake. Now, he's a member of the Xin Longlin. After hearing this, he immediately turned to question her. A member of Xin Longlin is here fighting in the underground circuit. You didn't bring me here just to watch the match, did you? She didn't hide it anymore and asked him directly, aren't you tempted to fight them at least once? Wang Zheng was at a complete loss with her. That reverse psychology trick won't work on me. I'll use my own methods to get what I want. She brushed his hand away, showing her disappointment. What a buzzkill. Suddenly, a waiter whispered something to Jianlun. Then he pointed towards the audience. You get up here. Han Xingye immediately turned to him and said worriedly, look, you've been challenged. Now, even if you don't want to fight, you have to. Wang Zheng was not one to be trifled with. He raised his hand and called a nearby waiter, I want to place a bet. Then he confidently placed his credit card on the tray. 2 million on myself. The crowd below immediately erupted. Don't embarrass yourself if you're no good. I've bet my entire fortune. Hey, you tall skinny guy, beat him up for me. Wang Zheng glanced at the nearby odds board. The odds were 1 to 3 in favor of Jianlun. He thought to himself with delight, this is going to be awesome. As soon as he got into the ring, he started with a question. I hear you're from Xin Longlin. I didn't expect to see you fighting in the underground circuit. Jianlun couldn't help but be curious. Who are you? That's a national secret. How do you know? Then Wang Zheng rushed forward to gain the upper hand. It seems they don't tell you everything. In a bit, I might be kind enough to tell you who I am. He threw a punch forward and fortunately the man managed to block the blow. Seeing this, he didn't hold back his praise. Your defensive reaction speed isn't bad. Too bad. He then followed up with a critical blow. Jianlun was hit and immediately coughed up blood. That's 1 point for me. He was sent flying, looking utterly pathetic, but it didn't stop there. Wang Zheng suddenly grabbed his then kneed him straight in the stomach, sending fresh blood splattering everywhere. Jianlun clutched his stomach in pain and stammered, begging for mercy. Stop, I surrender. But he was determined to press his advantage. Wang Zheng grabbed him by his pants. We're not done yet. He then threw Jianlun into the air. It's too early to surrender. He gathered his strength and hurled his opponent in one direction. While he was suspended in midair, Wang Zheng stomped his foot and launched himself up, delivering one last critical punch to end the match. After that series of combo moves, he cheerfully waved to the waiter. My friend, don't forget to send me my winnings. With his business done, Wang Zheng glanced down at the audience. The person who met his gaze said worriedly, Hey man, he's targeting you now. You better pray for yourself. Then he took off running. As soon as Wang Zheng was back on the ground, he demanded, Tian Yai, young master, did you arrange this little show? Tian Yai frantically denied it. No, it wasn't me. Wang Zheng grabbed him by the collar and roared, don't play dumb with me. Since he was already cursing, he went all out. You Su family members really are like lingering ghosts. Terrified, Tian Yai shrieked, let me go, or I'll have you killed. He tightened his grip on his collar and questioned him, threatening me then, violently throwing Tianya onto the fighting floor. Wang Zheng looked at his pathetic opponent and smirked. This was the price he had to pay. He slammed face first onto the floor, his expression filled with agony. He pointed at Jianlun and lectured him, don't look at me like that. This has nothing to do with me. You brought an expert like this from the special forces to fight me, and you expect me to believe the elders in your family knew nothing about it. The more he spoke, the smugger he became. Su Tianran knows my skills very well, but why didn't he stop you? Why did he just stand there and watch his own little brother walk right into a beating? Suddenly a voice cut in. Spectacular. Truly spectacular. Tianran walked over, clapping his hands in praise. I didn't expect this, Wang Zheng. Your ability to sow discord is truly top-notch. He instinctively turned his head towards him. I hadn't even come looking for you yet. You delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Wang Zheng then continued speaking to Tianya. See, I wasn't lying, was I? Your own brother knew every single word of our conversation. Tianran stepped forward, not holding back his praise. Your verbal sparring is just as impressive as your fighting skills. Wang Zheng feigned modesty. You flatter me, you flatter me. Seeing the situation wasn't in his favor, he raised his voice, trying to negotiate. Is there really no possibility for us to reconcile? He scoffed. Reconcile. After you arranged for Xiao Shenwu to assassinate me, your grandfather nearly got me and my brothers killed overseas. And don't forget Long Lin. How exactly do you want me to reconcile? Of course, Wang Zheng would never agree, not even in death. If I were to shake hands and make peace with you, what would make me any different from those dogs of the Han family? With the Su family, it's a fight to the death. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward and grabbed him by the throat. The bodyguards behind him immediately drew their guns as a warning. Let the young master go, or I'll blow your head off. Wang Zheng showed no fear. Instead, he threatened them right back. You can try. Let's see if you can blow my head off before I snap your master's neck. Tianran, terrified, spoke softly, trying to make peace. Do we really have to do this? He looked directly into his opponent's eyes and calmly explained. Su Tianran, from the moment you sent Xiao Shenwu to assassinate me, any possibility of reconciliation between us was gone. In the end, he decided to let him go. You better watch yourself. I'm not going to let you live an easy life. Tianran clutched his throat in pain. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Zheng had already turned and walked away. We'll meet again. Then he took Han Xingye's hand and left. After Tianran recovered, he said to his younger brother, come home with me. Tianya, resentful and angry, just snorted. He stood from a distance, sighing in frustration. If people's hearts are no longer united, the team is finished. A while later in the main hall, the two of them were waiting for someone. Qianfeng arrived and spoke respectfully. Mr. Wang Zheng, my apologies for the wait. This card contains the 30 million you won. The default password is 123456. You can check it now. Wang Zheng reached out and took the card. No need, I trust you people. Turning 2 million into 30 million. That's one hell of a profit. He hesitantly called out Mr. Wang Zheng, but was immediately cut off. Get your boss out here to see me. I want to ask him why he didn't step in to stop it. Qianfeng gently tried to dissuade him. He didn't want to complicate things. Our boss isn't here. Neither you nor Mr. Su Tianran were injured, so was there really a need to intervene? Wang Zheng was busy with a phone call when just then, Zhao Nan slowly walked up to him. Young Master Wang, aren't you making things difficult for me? He put his phone away and turned his attention to him, his tone slightly mocking. Young Master Su, you sure know how to hide in plain sight. Zhao Nan was no pushover either, retorting sharply to the man opposite him. What's wrong? Surprised. I was just looking for a place to watch some fights, but you ended up forcing me to show my face. Wang Zheng shot to his feet, making a suggestion. Since we've met, why don't you play the host and treat us? A moment later, they were at the bar on the second floor. Zhao Nan was happily enjoying a drink being poured by the beautiful Xiao Huan, when suddenly a loud voice shattered the romantic atmosphere. Where's Xiao Huan? Where did you guys hide her? Get her out here right now. She quickly went out to check on the situation and saw a chaotic shouting match in the hall below. If you don't let her make my drink, I'll call a few hundred guys to come and smash this place to bits. A waiter hurried over to explain, Sir Xiao Huan really isn't here today. She took the day off. Your behavior is disturbing the other customers. The man showed no restraint, directly attacking him. Get lost. Who the hell do you think you are? You think you're worthy of talking to me? Qianfeng immediately retaliated with a punch right to the man's face. Miraculously, the man clutched his stomach in pain, but his face was unharmed. Then, after recovering, he returned the favor with an identical punch. The two of them started brawling, ready to fight to the death. Seeing how tense the situation was, Xiao Huan wanted to handle it herself. Why don't I go down there and deal with this? Zhao Nan, his good mood ruined, grabbed the beauty's hand to stop her. Don't go. No one dares to mess with my people. This is definitely not as simple as it looks. Wang Zheng, who had been observing the whole time, had already figured out the man's intentions. This guy is highly skilled. He's deliberately trying to lure you out and will stop at nothing. He nodded in agreement. They both stepped out onto the balcony to observe the situation. He raised his voice to confer with the person next to him. Before the police get here, you'd better figure out what to do. Zhao Nan looked confused. Wang Zheng, clearly an expert in these matters, carefully explained it to him. The police and reporters will block all the exits and conduct a full investigation of the bar. This whole underground fighting ring will be exposed. Brother Zhao Nan, you're playing with fire. After hearing this, his only option was to ask the man before him for help. Consider me in your debt. Help me. As soon as he was given full authority, Wang Zheng calmly pulled out a handgun and casually fired a few shots at the ceiling. The bullets immediately shattered the lights in the bar, one here and another one over there. The bar patrons scrambled to get away. Someone's shooting. Run, run, find somewhere to hide, get out of my way. Once the exit was clear, Zhao Nan grabbed the beautiful woman's hand and ran, not forgetting to turn back and thank Wang Zheng. Thanks. A moment later, police cars arrived and surrounded the entire bar. But it was too late. Wang Zheng had also gotten into a car and escaped. He sped down the main road. Han Xingjie, sitting in the car, looked regretful. After today, the underground fighting ring will be gone. There won't be anywhere to watch fights anymore. He, on the other hand, had already seen the positive side of the situation. But if Su Nuannuan can turn this situation around, it'll make people see him in a completely new light. She suddenly changed the subject of the conversation. That's right. Are you going to join that special forces competition or not? Give me a straight answer. It'll make it easier for me to give them an answer too. Wang Zheng was still hesitating for personal reasons. Let me think about it some more. I really don't want to lead the Xinlong team this time. She looked at him with wide, pleading eyes, speaking in a flirtatious tone. But I want to see you in your military uniform again. Wang Zheng smiled gently and replied, You will. A while later, after returning to the villa on Taiping Mountain, it was already afternoon. Wang Zheng's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed the name Shangguan Qinglong. He quickly answered. Speak, what is it? The voice on the other end cut straight to the chase, admitting defeat and humiliation. I surrender. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Wang Zheng gleefully informed Shishi, Your brother has surrendered. Having achieved her goal, she gave the order to pull back. Then let's go reel in our net. The next morning at Shangguan Qinglang's house, the sky outside was clear and peaceful, but the person inside was in absolute misery. Qinglang was curled up under a blanket on the sofa. Wang Zheng casually walked in and stated his condition for contacting the An Financial Group. You want to buy back the shares. Just make the call, and I'll give you the antidote. Qinglang was probably the most miserable man in the country. His face was clearly gaunt as he wearily replied to him. Half an hour ago, I told my assistant to contact them. He sounded more and more desperate as he spoke, but before he could finish, the other party hung up. Wang Zheng looked at him with utter contempt. You really are useless. He then handed his phone to Qinglang, intending to call and sort things out himself. Give me their contact information. As he took the phone, he provided more information. Enzok is the permanent representative of the Ion Financial Group. He's staying at the Xinjiang Hotel. Having gotten what he wanted, he immediately turned and left, being as ruthless as possible. All right, let's go. He left Qinglang behind to scream himself hoarse. You still haven't given me the antidote. Wang Zheng turned back, each word a dagger to Qinglang's heart. If my calculations are correct, you still have 15 hours of non-stop activity. I'm sure you can make it. At this point, being reincarnated would be a relief. He screamed in agony. Meanwhile, the other two calmly discussed the situation. I bet the French colonialists weren't this bad, huh? Seeing him half dead like that, isn't it satisfying? Very satisfying. Wang Zheng, never one to miss an opportunity, put on a triumphant face and asked the beauty, Are you excited enough to give me a kiss? Shishi, blushing furiously, repeatedly refused. No way, in your dreams. Elsewhere on the balcony of a hotel room, Enzok was casually sipping wine while admiring the magnificent cityscape before him. This place has finally been conquered by us. But his moment of joy was cut short. Wang Zheng appeared out of nowhere. What's wrong? Feeling pretty pleased with yourself. Startled, he turned and demanded to know who the intruder was. Who are you? Not even for a bribe would Wang Zheng be foolish enough to reveal himself just yet. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that a certain beautiful lady wants to see you. As soon as he finished speaking, Shishi opened the door and walked in. It was time to get down to business. Seeing a familiar face, Enzok immediately let loose a barrage of questions. Miss Shangguan Shishi, I never thought the manager of Jurong International would have a hobby of breaking into people's private residences. Aren't you afraid I'll sue you, Shishi? Who feared nothing, was completely unfazed by the threat and shot back. A lawsuit would be useless. Mr. Enzok, in truth, we should have met much sooner, don't you think? Ignoring the tension, the ever-cocky Wang Zheng casually poured himself a cup of coffee, took a sip, and didn't forget to compliment his host. This coffee is pretty good. I didn't think you had such taste. I'm over 70 years old, and I've never seen anyone as brazen as this kid. He argued heatedly. I didn't invite you people to sit down, and I certainly didn't tell you to drink my coffee. Shishi pulled up a chair, demanding they settle things. Don't get so agitated. How about we sit down and calmly discuss the issue of the shares? Enzok immediately passed all responsibility to his headquarters, making himself out to be powerless. Miss Shangguan, regarding the acquisition of 10% of Jurong International shares, I've already reported it to headquarters. The higher-ups are taking this matter very seriously. This is now beyond my control. After enjoying his coffee, Wang Zheng finally got to the main point. I don't care how you plan to handle it. Right now, we intend to buy it back at the original price. I'm just asking if you agree or not. The man waved his hands and shook his head frantically. I can't make that decision, he shot to his feet, clearly looking to escalate things. Then we have nothing more to talk about. Enzok instinctively backed away and asked nervously, what are you going to do? Wang Zheng moved closer, determined to corner him until his last breath. I'm not going to do anything, but your Aeon Financial Group suddenly decided to play dirty, and that makes me very unhappy. From now on, we can only be enemies. Before the man could react, he gifted him the cup of coffee he'd just been drinking by pouring it straight onto Enzok's face. This is just a small warning. Wang Zheng put on a menacing face, emphasizing every single word. Remember this lesson. After settling everything, he returned to his apartment. Wang Zheng was casually scrolling on his phone in the living room. The screen showed a chat with Zhang Mingqi. A handsome guy is taking me to dinner tonight. Do you want to come along? He immediately tapped out a reply. A moment later, the message was sent. Wait for me. I'm on my way to you now. As soon as he sent it, Wang Zheng hurriedly said goodbye to Shishi. A great beauty asked me out, so I'm heading off. Call me if anything comes up. She angrily slammed the report shut, saying I'm not jealous would be a lie. What am I not a great beauty right in front of you? Elsewhere at the Blue Sea Group headquarters, Zhang Mingqi was anxiously checking her watch. Why isn't he here yet? Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Beautiful, did you miss me? She jumped to her feet, her face lighting up with joy. Let's talk inside. As soon as Wang Zheng entered, he flopped onto the sofa. This place of yours is pretty luxurious. Zhang Mingqi shyly approached, her cheeks blushing. Wang Zheng, tell me what exactly is our relationship now? He didn't answer right away. He just sighed, then reached out, wrapped an arm around her waist, and pulled her onto his lap. Wang Zheng looked gently at Zhang Mingqi and spoke his most sincere words. You are very important to me. His sweet words completely melted her heart, and she looked at him with understanding. I know you have a lot you have to do, and I can't possibly tie you down. But Zhang Mingqi leaned into his embrace. She shyly confessed. But my heart already belongs to you. What am I supposed to do? Then the two shared a fiery, passionate kiss. Zhang Mingqi seized the opportunity to give him the green light. The bed in my room can finally be put to good use. Wang Zheng played dumb. What's this all about? When it came to this, no one's mind worked faster. He carried her in his arms, slowly heading for the bedroom, ready to seal the deal when a knock came from outside. He suddenly felt like the unluckiest man alive. He regretfully grumbled, what terrible timing. Who could be so clueless? Zhang Mingqi blushed, promising him another time. Why don't you get some sleep here and wait for me to have dinner with you tonight? The next morning, golden sunlight shone through the windows of the Lanhai Group building. As soon as Wang Zheng woke up, he looked around for Zhang Mingqi. Where'd you go? He spotted a piece of paper in front of him and went over to take a look. The note was on the table, the time and place clearly written, but it was a promise from the lady. You seemed tired last night, so I didn't wake you. I had something to do today, so I left first. It was really nice talking to you. I look forward to our next meeting. Zhang Mingqi. Wang Zheng scratched his head and gave a foolish laugh, feeling a bit of regret. To think he'd fallen asleep and missed his chance to have dinner with a beautiful woman. He was down for a moment, then shook it off. He pulled out his phone and called Yang Ming. The other end picked up immediately. Brother Zheng, what's up? Calling me this early. He got straight to the point. Help me investigate the AN group. Yang Ming, who was in the middle of cuddling a beautiful woman, couldn't help but yelp. Hearing the hesitation in his voice, Wang Zheng questioned him. What's wrong? You've heard of them. He shot up, pressing for an answer. I heard about them back when I was in the underworld. Brother Zheng, why are you involved with that group? He couldn't really explain, and just wanted to get this favor done. It's complicated. Just help me investigate who the AN group has been working with recently. Then he hung up, without a word of thanks. Wang Zheng stood there deep in thought, recalling the earlier warning. You'd best not get involved with the AN group. Suddenly, Han Xingye burst in shouting frantically, looking extremely rushed. I finally found you. Come with me quickly. Then, she grabbed his hand and started pulling him away. He was as bewildered as a deer in headlights, with no idea what was happening. Young miss, what's the big rush? Han Xingye said, as she ran. There's no time. We're going to Fuzhou right now. I'll explain on the way. A while later, they arrived in Fuzhou. The weather there was beautiful. After hearing the explanation, Wang Zheng couldn't hide his curiosity and pressed for more details. So your father wants the two of us to go there and visit a relative. Han Xingye, walking beside him, confirmed that his understanding wasn't wrong. He held his head, looking frustrated. I've been tricked by you Han family members again. She quickly tried to justify her actions. It's not like that, you know them too. Wang Zheng set his frustration aside for a moment, wanting to know exactly who they were going to meet. Han Xingye pointed towards a traditional-style mansion and said slowly, You know him well. The moment he heard Zhang Jia, he turned on his heel to leave. Forget it, I'm going home to get some sleep. Han Xingye quickly grabbed his arm, her voice as pleading as could be. We're already here, let's just go in and see. Finally, he had to agree. The two of them walked up to the mansion. She reached out and knocked. Anyone home? Someone immediately opened the door from inside. Zhang Hui peeked out and recognized a familiar face. Han Xingye. She asked politely. Are my cousins home? Not wanting to be rude, he quickly invited them in. They're both out right now, but you two can come inside and wait. Hearing the word wait, Wang Zheng wasn't happy at all. His face fell as if he'd just lost his winning lottery ticket. Luckily, Han Xingye was perceptive enough to politely decline. Then, we'll come by later. The two of them turned to leave with her trailing behind him. She used a cute, kittenish voice to plead with him. For now, let's just enjoy ourselves in Fuzhou. It's been so long since I've been here. Wang Zheng's expression finally softened a little. He put his arm around Han Xingye's shoulder. What do you want to do? I'll go all out and have some fun with you. Suddenly, she put on a mischievous expression, signaling that more fun was on the horizon in Fuzhou. There's something I've been wanting to do for a long time. He was curious, and let out a small "oh." A moment later, the scene changed to a beach with clear blue water. Wang Zheng stared at the bevy of beauties in bikinis before him, practically drooling his eyes, turning into hearts before he knew it. This truly was every man's dream world. Han Xingye quickly dragged the pervert away. All right, stop staring at the pretty girls. Let's go jet skiing. They ran happily across the golden sand. Suddenly from a distance, someone was watching them quietly. A knee wore an expression of pure disgust. Those two wretches actually dared to come here. Seeing her unhappiness, Bo Wen hugged her reassuringly. Don't you worry, your big brother has already made preparations. Her attitude shifted in an instant, using a spoiled, demanding tone. Big brother, you can't let them get back to the general's mansion alive. Bo Wen looked utterly delighted, agreeing wholeheartedly to her request. Of course. I'll make sure they die here in Fuzhou. A while later, the two of them were speeding across the sea on a jet ski. Wang Zheng looked back and teased her. This girl. You really go for anything exciting, don't you? Han Xingye, holding tightly onto his waist, answered excitedly. Is there a problem with that? He nodded repeatedly in agreement, taking the chance to stir up some trouble. Okay, whatever you want. Why don't we kick things up a notch? Then, he suddenly slammed on the accelerator. He was planning to be the bad boy of the sea, and she shouted in excitement, totally approving. Just as they were having fun, a boat suddenly started chasing them from out of nowhere. Wang Zheng glanced back, his expression turning wary. Hold on tight. Someone's looking to cause trouble for us. And just like that, a chase began. Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, he immediately spun around and moved Han Xingye to the front. You drive. She was startled and replied in a fluster. But I don't know how. Wang Zheng, now sitting behind her, reassured her. It's just like riding a motorcycle. You can do it. He stood up to watch the other boat constantly shouting orders. Just drive straight towards the riverbank. Terrified, Han Xingye hit the throttle, her heart pounding with fear. But before he could finish, Wang Zheng leaped straight into the water, not forgetting to leave a few words behind. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Water immediately splashed everywhere. Ming Kai stood on the yacht, continuously firing his gun into the water, sending countless bullets plunging down. Luckily, thanks to his main character, plot armor, not a single one hit him. Han Xingye ran off, but she couldn't stop worrying, praying silently in her heart. You have to be careful. While the guy was off guard, Wang Zheng snuck onto the yacht and challenged him. Hey buddy, stop chasing the girl. Let's you and I go one-on-one. Ming Kai reacted quickly, aiming his gun at him. You pest. You just won't die, will you? Go to hell. As soon as the words were out, he kicked the gun out of the guy's hand, sending it clattering mercilessly to the floor. Disarmed, Ming Kai had to resort to hand-to-hand combat. But tough luck for him, the main character is Wang Zheng. He kicked his opponent square in the stomach, not forgetting to run his mouth a bit. A weak chicken like you, I suggest you just give up. Then he followed up with a fatal blow. Ming Kai clutched his chin in pain. Don't you underestimate me. No one in this world had it worse than this guy. Not only was he beaten to a pulp, but he also took a direct hit to his family jewels. Ming Kai collapsed to his knees, clutching his Peter in agony, his mouth stammering and groaning in pain. You. Wang Zheng casually picked up a gun and used it to threaten the man into talking. Speak. Who sent you? When it came to being stubborn, if Ming Kai was number 2, no one dared claim number 1. He vehemently denied everything. But Wang Zheng remained calm and reeled off everything he knew about the man's background. If I'm not mistaken, you used to be a mercenary, and you're also a Muay Thai expert. I just need to do a little digging to find out your identity. So, are you going to tell me the truth or not? The man, dazed with pain, repeatedly shot back. What's the difference if I tell the truth or not? Wang Zheng, acting like the good guy, explained everything in detail. Of course, there's a difference. If you answer, I'll hand you over to the local police. Whether you can get away after that is your own business. If you don't talk, I'll break your arms and legs, then throw you into the sea. Luckily, Ming Kai saw the light and hurriedly confessed everything. It was Pan Xiaoning of the Black Hand Society. He told me to come here. I don't know anything else. Wang Zheng pressed him for more information. The Black Hand Society. Tell me more. The man, still on his knees, replied, Honestly, I've already told you everything. But Wang Zheng didn't buy it. He slowly walked forward, then gripped Ming Kai's hand tightly and continued the interrogation. Is that so? He then added a bit more pressure to his grip as a threat. The man immediately screamed in pain. Ugh. Having gone through hell and back, Ming Kai was frustrated to death and questioned the man before him. I already told you everything, you're not keeping your word. But Wang Zheng wasn't about to let such a valuable source of information go, determined to get the whole story. This is just a small warning. If you still don't tell the truth, I'll throw you to the bottom of the lake to feed the fish. Answer me, who is Pan Xiaoning usually close? With Ming Kai finally obediently spilled the name, Zhang Bowen, of the general's mansion. Hearing the familiar name, Wang Zheng was also surprised, never expecting that animal to be the mastermind behind it all. Having achieved his goal, Wang Zheng pointed the gun at the man. A little broken promise is no big deal. Thanks for your honesty. Then a cold bang echoed. Ming Kai was reunited with his ancestors. A little later at a coffee shop downtown, Wang Zheng had just arrived when he saw Han Xingye eagerly coming out to greet him. He looked at her with a serious expression. Kiddo, there's something I think I should tell you. But great minds think alike. Before he could even speak, she had already guessed. Is it about the assassin? Come in and talk. Han Xingye sat down at the table and got straight to the point. Who's the mastermind? Based on the information he'd squeezed out of Ming Kai, he answered frankly, Zhang Bowen. And your cousin is involved too. She lowered her head, trying to suppress her emotions, never expecting her own family to treat her this way. Naturally, Wang Zheng did his best to comfort her. Kiddo, if you feel upset, it's okay to cry. Han Xingye suddenly grabbed his shirt, then buried her face in his chest and sobbed. Wang Zheng, why do they want to back me into a corner and kill me? He gently comforted the beautiful girl. Don't worry, I won't let them get away with this. But then again, they were both her family, so Han Xingye hesitated a little. However, Wang Zheng wasn't about to let that family bond deter him. He laid out the facts for her clearly. You see them as family, but they want to kill you. They're worse than animals. I'll pass the message on to your father's people. In another scene, a person was quietly observing the situation at sea with binoculars. Aini asked anxiously, do you see anything? Even though he couldn't see anything, Bowen was brimming with confidence. No, but they're probably toast by now. After all, the guys we sent this time were all from the underworld. Aini breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, that damn couple is dead. We can go home now. Bowen quickly grabbed her shoulder, a perverted look on his face. Little sister, have you forgotten something? Aini got the hint immediately, hugged him tightly and whispered in his ear, Big brother. And just like that, a man carried a woman and slowly approached the bed. My dear little sister, I can't hold back anymore. Bowen placed her on the bed, and she continued to tease him. Big brother, you're so thirsty. Yang Ming, watching from a screen away, couldn't help but remark, Yo, looks like we've got a good show to watch. He took out his phone and recorded every scene. I can't let you miss this. He then kindly sent the video to Wang Zheng via text. At that same moment, he was taking a walk with Han Xingye when his phone buzzed. Wang Zheng quickly took his phone out of his pocket. He carefully watched the video. Things are about to get real. This guy has some disgusting hobbies. Han Xingye noticed how focused he was on his phone and got very curious. What is it? Wang Zheng just laughed it off, trying to distract her. It's nothing. Where are you planning to go now? Her face fell, looking pitiful. I want to visit my grandpa, but I probably can't even get into the house right now. On the surface, he was trying to think of a way to please Han Xingye, but his mind was only on the mission. The general's mansion probably only has a few guards. We can still get in. Hearing this, her eyes suddenly lit up. Really, Wang Zheng put on a cool guy act and asked, Have I ever lied to you? A short while later, they were both at the general's mansion. Han Xingye held Zheng Ren's hand and whispered, Grandpa, I'm back. She was sobbing as she spoke. Grandpa, I spent the last half year serving in Ningxia. I got tanned and thinner, but your good granddaughter is really tough now. The more she spoke, the more excited she got, and whether by accident or on purpose, she took the chance to tease Wang Zheng a bit. Grandpa, I even brought my boyfriend home to see you. He's pretty handsome, just a bit of a womanizer and a bit of a jerk. Please open your eyes and help me teach him a lesson. Han Xingye buried her head by the bed and cried like a child. Wang Zheng comforted her softly. Kiddo, we should go. The guards in the mansion are about to wake up. After we deal with those two animals, you'll still have a chance to be with your grandpa. She wiped her tears and reluctantly agreed. Okay. As they were leaving, Han Xingye was so exhausted from crying she could barely walk straight. He asked her caringly, Do you have the strength to climb out? But a trivial matter like this was nothing to her. Han Xingye confidently pointed at herself. Don't you underestimate me. My physical condition is. Before she could finish her sentence, she tripped and fell forward. Luckily, Wang Zheng caught her in time. No wonder she tried too hard and it backfired. He, on the other hand, was full of concern. Don't push yourself. You've already cried to the point of fainting. He then carried her like a princess, and the scene suddenly turned romantic. The handsome man gently coaxed her, Be good, and don't move, or if you fall and get crippled, it's not my problem. The girl put on a tsundere-like pout, looking unwilling, but then she gave him a kiss on the cheek. This will be our little secret. A while later, they were back in the hotel room. Wang Zheng quietly watched her sleep soundly, feeling a bit of pity for her. He casually checked his phone, then started on his next task. The display screen switched to a video feed. Wang Zheng smiled triumphantly. It's really time to get down to business. Let me take care of you two lovebirds first. In another development at the general's mansion, a black car stopped at the gate. The two of them, unaware of the approaching storm, were still laughing and joking around. Suddenly, Wang Zheng's figure appeared outside, scaring Aini so badly she almost died. Her mouth dropped open as she screamed her head off. Ah! She quickly rolled down the window to confront him. Why are you here? He put on an innocent smile and began gently. Han Xingye, and I waited for you two all day, but you never showed up. You two are certainly taking your sweet time, huh? Bo Wen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and stammered in reply. We had some business to take care of today, we just got back. Wang Zheng made an okay sign with his hand and scheduled it for another time. If that's the case, then I'll just come visit another day. The scummy couple immediately floored it and took off. He watched them drive away, a plan already forming in his mind. So, it really was you two behind this. Then he took out his phone and called Yang Ming. As soon as he picked up, Wang Zheng immediately started teasing him. The stuff has arrived. You really have some disgusting hobbies. Yang Ming, feeling utterly wronged, quickly tried to clear his name. Boss, I'm helping you out and you're saying I have disgusting hobbies, not wanting to waste any more precious time. Wang Zheng immediately gave the order for the next step of the plan. Alright, I'll treat you to a meal some other time. Send me his address. I'll be there in 20 minutes. If you're late, you can expect a beating. He stammered back a reply, thinking, I need to get out of here fast. Hey boss, right now I can't. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Zheng cut him off with a threat. You brat, stop talking nonsense. You have 19 minutes left. Then he coldly hung up. Suddenly, the next location popped up on his phone, Tianlun Amusement Park. His reputation was well deserved. When it came to working fast, if he was number 2, no one dared to claim to be number 1. Time flew by, and in a flash, 20 minutes were up. He had been waiting there since the afternoon, while Yang Ming arrived, running and panting heavily. Brother Zheng first. I'm not gonna make it. Wang Zheng put a hand on his shoulder and reminded him, how is your stamina this bad? We still have to stretch our muscles later. I don't know, maybe he'd been watching too many movies. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with immense excitement. Brother Zheng, what kind of activity are you talking about? Wang Zheng couldn't help but kick Yang Ming in the butt to get him moving. Alright, let's get to work. As soon as the two of them stepped inside, Jie Bing and a line of beautiful Tianlun hostesses came out to greet them. Welcome, gentlemen. How may we serve you? Yang Ming was suddenly all business, ignoring the bevy of beauties to get straight to the point. No need. I want to see your boss. She skillfully refused. Our boss isn't so easy to meet. If you want to meet him, you'll have to spend a bit more. Hearing this, he casually grabbed a nearby bottle of wine. Spend more, huh? Then I'll take this one. Jie Bing smiled slyly and praised him. You're so generous. Then Yang Ming forcefully threw the bottle forward. A second later, it smashed against the wall and shattered into pieces. The surrounding crowd cheered with excitement. Whoa! He turned to his senior, his face full of expectation. How was that for stretching my muscles? Wang Zheng crossed his arms with a hint of praise, adding a little reminder. That's enough, don't break everything. As soon as he heard those words, Yang Ming, as if re-energized, rushed forward and leaped straight over the bar, wreaking havoc inside. This might just be the unluckiest amusement park in the city. Yang Ming reached for 2 bottles of imported liquor, determined to make a scene until the very end. Make way, it's my turn to take the stage. The moment he finished speaking, he hurled the 2 bottles forward. Shards of glass and red wine flew everywhere. Yang Ming got more and more into it, throwing bottles everywhere like stray bullets. They smashed against the walls, shattering to pieces. Everyone ran for their lives. The situation in the bar was utter chaos. He punched the air, a look of pure glee on his face. Whoa, awesome. Just as he was having fun, security arrived to quell the rebellion. Yang Ming flew into a rage and unleashed a combo on them. If your boss still doesn't come out, I'll destroy this entire place. One against all was a real thing. In the blink of an eye, he had a pentakill. Wang Zheng stood in the middle of the battlefield and criticized him bluntly. You mafia types are pretty useless. Just then, Xiao Ning arrived. As soon as he saw the guy, he asked in a haughty tone, You are? Wang Zheng replied in a cocky tone. What's the matter? You send someone to assassinate me, and in the blink of an eye, you don't recognize me. Xiao Ning vehemently denied it, pretending he was innocent. What are you talking about? Who the hell are you? Unfazed Wang Zheng slowly introduced himself. I am Wang Zheng, the person you sent Hu Mingkai to assassinate. The guy only admitted to knowing the underling. Hu Mingkai is my subordinate, but I had no idea he did any of this. Wang Zheng was determined to press the issue. But I'm more inclined to believe his dying words. Hearing this, Xiao Ning decided to back down and use money to solve the problem. What do you want? How about I compensate you with 200,000? The words went in one ear and out the other. He snapped back. 200,000. Are you shooing away a beggar? The guy didn't blame the brat in front of him for being young and naive. Instead, it taught him a lesson. You need to be clear that this is the headquarters of the biggest mafia in Fuzhou. Killing you would be as simple as squashing an ant. If that's the case, Wang Zheng didn't hold back any longer, immediately kicking him straight in the stomach. Xiao Ning went rolling across the ground. Wang Zheng didn't say a word, letting his actions speak for him. He grabbed the man's leg and dragged him around like a mop. The CEO's image was completely shattered. I just need an explanation. Xiao Ning was so mad he lost it, spitting on the other man. Playing dirty are we? I spit on you. Enraged, Wang Zheng grabbed his head to teach him a lesson. Go on and tell your dad to come save you. If he doesn't get here in an hour, I'll torture you for an hour. If he doesn't come for a day, I'll torture you for a whole day. Xiao Ning was defiant. Seeing that this stubborn attitude needed to be properly taught, he took matters into his own hands. Am I not worthy? If that's how it is, then I've changed my mind. Then he started slapping him senseless while lecturing him. Now do you know who's your daddy? Go on, make a phone call to your father. Tell him to come find me at the general's mansion on Huakao Alley. If he doesn't show up, your life isn't guaranteed. With that, Wang Zheng turned and walked away, leaving a fuming Xiao Ning behind. He'd just let him stew in his anger for a night. Yang Ming eagerly asked Captain, where are we heading next? He was basically done for the day, but he still gave his buddy instructions. I'm heading back first. Tomorrow I'll go to the general's mansion with Han Xingye. You go take care of something else. He looked confused. Oh, early the next morning in the office of Zhang Yangxing, the father of the Zhang siblings, the old man was busy writing. Suddenly, Yang Ming burst in through the window, startling Yangxing so much that he shouted out loud. Who is it? He didn't bother introducing himself, simply holding out a camera. Who I am isn't important. I came to show you this. The old man took it puzzled. What is this? Yang Ming was being sly and mysterious. Let's just call it a documentary. All based on true events. Although he had no idea what the hell was going on, Yangxing turned on the camera to take a look. And oh my god. What in the world was this? All he cared about was getting it on with his own sister. Yangxing was shocked to his core, his hand instinctively clutching his heart to prevent a stroke as he stammered a question. This is… Yang Ming seized the chance to add fuel to the fire. If you don't believe me, you can go home and check. You might even catch a live performance. Then he was even kind enough to hand the man a bottle of heart medication. How considerate. Sir, don't get too angry. Yang Ming offered his best condolences, hoping the man would get over this shocking incident. My job here is done. I wish you good health. He finally jumped out the window and ran for his life. A devastated Yangxing clutched his head. What a tragedy. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng had just gotten home. Xingye, now fully rested, had recovered. You're finally back. He took the chance to tease her a little. Miss me. Without waiting for her reply, Wang Zheng leaped onto the bed, planning to have his way with her. We still have some time. Let's get a little acquainted. A panicked Xingye kicked out, hitting him right in the family jewels. Wang Zheng cried without a sound. Girl, that kick of yours nearly neutered me. In a bedroom at the general's mansion, Bo Wen's smile twisted with his inner thoughts. Stop thinking about that trashy couple. Let's continue. But life isn't a dream. He never expected an uninvited guest today. The two were in the middle of a vigorous workout when Yangxing unfortunately barged in, catching them completely off guard. The old man's face was more wrinkled than a monkey's from sheer disbelief. You two are truly shameless. Anne and Bo Wen were stunned and stammered, not knowing what to say. Dad. Even after living for decades, he was at a loss in this situation. How could I have raised a beast like you? After that, unable to contain his fury, he slammed the door shut. As soon as Yangxing left, she started to panic. What are we going to do? Your dad isn't going to kick us out, is he? Luckily, he was there to reassure her. There's a way, don't worry. So Bo Wen chose to contact his other ray of hope. The other side had just picked up when he greeted him. Hello, Xiao Ning. But the response was blunt. If you're calling for help, I can't help you right now. I can barely save my own skin. Hearing this, he immediately changed the subject. What's wrong? The guy didn't beat around the bush and went straight to laying blame. This is all thanks to you. Wang Zheng came to my club looking for trouble and I got beaten up. You're going to have to compensate me for this. Knowing they had a common enemy, Bo Wen took the opportunity to snitch. My dad found out about Ani and me. This definitely has something to do with Wang Zheng. We can't just let it go. Both sides reached a consensus. This score had to be settled. If my dad gets involved personally, that bastard Wang Zheng is dead for sure. Bo Wen could only rely on him now. If your father is willing to step in, we'll definitely turn this disaster around. Xiao Ning, whatever you need me to do, just say the word. The guy was extremely confident. Just wait. With that assurance, he hung up relieved. Next, he didn't forget to comfort his beloved. It's okay. With Xiao Ning's father on the case, we have nothing to worry about this time. The next morning's sunlight shone directly into the high-rise building. Xingye was woken by the bright light, rubbing her eyes as she groggily came to. She had just sat up when she noticed a figure's back. Wang Zheng, already dressed, reminded her, "Hurry up and get ready. I'll wait for you in the lobby. I'm taking you somewhere fun." Before she was even fully awake, her mind immediately started racing. A fight. He couldn't help but feel exasperated by her childish mentality. You little brat, what's in that head of yours? Always thinking about fighting and killing. Hurry and get ready. Soon enough, the two were settled in the car, speeding down the main road. Xingye yawned sleepily, but couldn't hide her curiosity. Stop being so mysterious and just tell me what's going on. Wang Zheng kindly gave her a hint. Remember, Pan Xiaoning, her expression immediately turned serious. Of course, I found him and I want to take you to see him, he confirmed it calmly. Just then, something caught her attention. Seeing the fire in the distance, she immediately put the pieces together. You burned Pan Xiaoning's property, didn't you? It's obvious you're the one behind it. How did you do it? Wang Zheng admitted it frankly. Of course. This is just the second warning. Xingye couldn't help but look forward to more blockbuster scenes like this. So what's next? He had to cool down her eagerness for more drama. The day is young. Let's take it slow. For now, we're heading to the general's mansion first. Elsewhere, Xiaoning was nursing his wounds when his assistant suddenly burst in. Young master, this is bad. He was extremely annoyed at being interrupted while eating. Whatever it is, just say it. Stop being so dramatic. The assistant hesitated before finally spitting it out. The Tianlun club burned down. He was so shocked he forgot about the grape he was about to eat. What? A few minutes later, their car arrived at the general's mansion. The moment Wang Zheng saw Bo Wen show his face, he started taunting him. Well, second young Master Zhang not going to warm up today. Bo Wen ignored him and got straight to the point. You've caused so much trouble. Are you satisfied yet? You can stop now. But Wang Zheng played dumb flawlessly. Stop, I'm not sure what you're talking about. But the other man had lost all patience. Stop pretending. You've thrown this entire prefecture into chaos. How about we call it even, and let bygones be bygones? But no matter how conciliatory his tone was, Wang Zheng was unmoved. No deal. Bo Wen, extremely frustrated, stated his terms. Why? How much money do you want? I'll give it to you. Wang Zheng couldn't stand how shameless he was. Zhang Bowen said, you sent people to kill us and failed. And now that you're facing a counterattack you can't handle, you're begging me to back off. Do you really think you can have everything your way in this world? In contrast to his calm demeanor, Han Xingye didn't waste time with words and immediately took action. Zhang Bowen, let me tell you, the debt you owe us can only be paid with your life. The moon rose high, a prominent feature in the starry night sky. Even though it was late, Han Xingye obediently sat watch by Zhang Ren's bedside. The wrinkled hand she was holding suddenly twitched, and her face immediately lit up. Grandpa, you're awake. His eyes remained closed, but he didn't forget his small desire. He wanted to eat wontons. Without needing to be prompted, Han Xingye quickly left. Grandpa, I'll go buy them for you right now. Wait for me. The assistant only had time to try and stop her verbally. Miss, what are you doing? She paid him no mind, only shouting an announcement as she ran past. I'm going to buy wontons. Grandpa wants some. In no time, she was running out onto the main street. At this hour, there weren't any classic cars around anymore. As she was approaching a turn, she suddenly ran into a strange man. Miss, wait a moment. I want to ask for directions. The naive Han Xingye approached without any suspicion. Sir, are you lost? Brother Hu didn't need to put in much effort to lead his prey into the trap. That's right. Can you help me see how to get to this address? She honestly took it and carefully read the information on it. But strangely, the words seemed to have a hypnotic power, and her eyes gradually lost control and closed. Before passing out, she could only unconsciously think of the person she trusted the most. Wang Zheng, save me. The old man successfully caught Han Xingye in his arms and gave the order, take her away. His underlings, who were lying in wait nearby, quickly rushed out. Brother Hu was mighty. Meanwhile, the person she called out for was in Zhang Yanhong's office, and his expression wasn't pleasant at all. What are you doing here? Wang Zheng strolled in as if for a casual negotiation, wanting to discuss a project with him. Without a second thought, the man flatly refused. Not interested. Wang Zheng didn't try to force him, but instead resorted to a blatant threat. I don't want these videos to circulate online either, but your son messed with me. I don't mind blowing this whole thing up. Yanheng was furious at being cornered by a younger man. You are truly shameless and brazen. But these words were nothing more than an itch to him. Well, that's still a far cry from your son. The other party remained resolute. Don't even think about using this to threaten me. Just then, a knock came from outside, followed by an extremely urgent voice. This is bad. He quickly allowed the person in. What is it? Come in and speak. The subordinate immediately gave a concise report. The daughter of the Han family is missing. Yanheng remained calm and gestured. You can leave first. The subordinate didn't dare to disobey. Yes. Now, the one whose expression changed drastically was Wang Zheng. If she is harmed in any way, contrary to what he thought, the man wasn't one to play games. You don't have to say it. I will also investigate this thoroughly. At this point, all he could do was punch the wall to show his might. You'd better not be playing any tricks. If I find out you're the one behind this, I won't let any of you go. The spot where his fist landed became a cracked and crumbling mess. In a simple wooden cabin deep in a desolate forest, Han Xingye coughed violently before the men surrounding her bed. Ah, San, the most impulsive one among them, reached out his hand first. Hey, she's awake. She showed him no respect and insulted him directly. Get your filthy hand off me. The guy's playful, gentle attitude immediately vanished. Calling me filthy. How clean do you think you are? She didn't care about that and only had one question. Why did you people kidnap me? The guy didn't give a straight answer, only teasing her. Do I really need to spell it out for you? This little face is quite sharp. Big brother, I'm about to lose it. Wei Long was fed up with his subordinate's nature. Control yourself for now. Wait for news from the boss. But Ah-san was only focused on his immediate desires. So, just a little touch should be fine, right? Haha. Unable to stand it, the other man kicked him as a warning. No, if anything goes wrong, I'm holding you responsible. The guy immediately became as meek as a lamb, not daring to try anything else. I know. What a waste. A gray car sped down the road. Wang Zheng was going about his day when he received a call from an anonymous number. Hello, the person on the other end stated their terms. Within 15 minutes, go to the exit of the Line 2 subway on Renmin Road. Find a man in a straw hat and buy a black luggage bag with a colorful logo from him. Remember, you must go alone. Otherwise, this little girl's life is forfeit. He didn't comply, instead asking for their identity first. Who are you? But the other party quickly hung up. This was expected, so Wang Zheng reacted quickly. Were you able to trace the signal's origin? Wu Yan immediately reported. The call was too short, I couldn't trace it. Yang Ming, who had overheard the situation, asked Brother Zheng, where do we go next? He gave clear orders. You go back first, coordinate with Guo An, and keep searching for clues. I'll go find Han Xingye alone. He pulled over to the side of the road to let him out. After the car sped off, Wang Zheng began to roll up his pant leg and remove a device. 15 minutes is enough. The weighted leg brace fell to the ground with a heavy thud. The moment the weight was removed, he ran at full speed towards the target location. It wasn't long before he reached Renmin Road as instructed. He quickly spotted the item he needed to buy. How much for this bag? Jiang Wen started to make things difficult. That bag's not for sale. I'm keeping it for myself. Wang Zheng stuck to the facts. Someone told me to come here and buy it. Seeing that he'd played hard to get enough, he blurted out an exorbitant price, 10,000. Wang Zheng immediately shoved a stack of cash in his face. Take the money, give me the bag. As soon as the item was in his hands, his phone received another notification. The other party continued with their challenge. Take the subway to exit 2 on Yaohua Road. And give the bag to a mango seller wearing a white t-shirt, headphones, and black sunglasses. Don't try anything funny. We're watching you. Wang Zheng was starting to lose patience with this runaround. Are you guys going to cut it out, or what? The sun climbed higher, and the temperature rose with it. He had to run drenched in sweat to get to the location as quickly as possible. The other person had been waiting there for a while. Thanks. The next instruction was sent to his phone. The new message appeared. Today's mission is complete. Go back. He decided to call the number that had just texted him, only to be met with a bitter result. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently switched off. Finally, Wang Zheng realized he was being played. Are you kidding me? Suddenly, a voice spoke up from nearby. A little thing like this has already gotten your feathers ruffled. It seems that little girl from the Han family is quite special to you. He turned around and was completely surprised. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to keep watch? Wu Yan leisurely walked over with a casual expression. I was just worried about you, so I came to check things out. He switched back to his flirty mode. Your little mouth is as sweet as ever. This made her feel a bit shy, and she changed the subject. So, any leads? At the mention of this, Wang Zheng's mood soured. We'll talk when we get back. They finally returned to the high-end apartment. Wu Yan couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. Can you tell me now? He didn't beat around the bush any longer. I put a micro-tracker in the bag. I made a new discovery during the process. She continued to dig deeper. What new discovery? But Yang Ming was too busy praising him. As expected of Brother Zheng, he didn't respond, simply taking out a needle tip. The moment she saw it, she was stunned. This is... Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Zheng revealed it for her. Bingo. If my guess is correct, this is inescapably related to the Black Hand Society. He then stared intently at the tracking map on his phone. The situation had just been updated, so he quickly gave orders. Wu Yan, you go back and find Xia Yan. Tell him to investigate this matter thoroughly. Yang Ming, you come with me. She felt a bit resentful. You called me all the way out here, and now you're just sending me away. This isn't over. Wang Zheng hugged the pouting beauty and made a promise. After I handle this, I'll treat you real good. No matter how mad Wu Yan was, she had to give in to him. Before leaving, he didn't forget to blow her a kiss. Right now, saving Han Xingye was more important. They headed off to a secluded building on the outskirts of the city, where they finally found the mastermind behind everything. Pan Xiaoning's father, Pan Lianmeng, also appeared. Miss Han, my subordinates have been polite enough to you, haven't they? Han Xingye was thoroughly disgusted by his hypocritical act. I spit on this place of yours. One of your perverts groped me. He played along with her. Who? She didn't hesitate to point directly at him. Asan immediately denied it, acting as if he were a saint. Shit, when did I ever grope you? But his reaction didn't faze her. It's fine if you don't admit it. The guy then tried to act intimidating. If anything happens, the Black Hand Society will deal with it. Don't think I won't do something to you just because the boss is here. Lianmeng had to interrupt the petty argument. Asan, don't speak so rudely to Miss Han. Han Xingye didn't give him any face either. And you can stop with the wolf in sheep's clothing act. Despite that, his expression remained calm. If Miss Han feels I have ill intentions, then I can no longer be so lenient with you. Men, put our specially made device on Miss Han. Only then did she get a bad feeling. What are you trying to do? Just as they were about to act, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. Boss, someone's here. Looks like it's Wang Zheng. Despite being discovered by his rival, Lianmeng could still praise him nonchalantly. I didn't think your little boy toy could find this place. As expected of the man who dared to burn down my club. A little interesting. Han Xingye immediately protested by spitting. Who the hell do you think you are? Yet that fake facade didn't waver. Don't be hasty. Your little boy toy will die here soon enough. He wasted no more words and ordered the other side. Open the gates and let him in. Getting his wish, Wang Zheng charged straight into the territory with a large sack. He didn't forget to praise Yang Ming's professionalism. You did a good job on this. Leave the rest to me. The man's spirits lifted. Don't worry, Captain. I guarantee the mission will be completed. The motorcycle started speeding towards the building. As soon as the bike stopped in the courtyard, he brazenly announced his presence. Everyone upstairs, get the hell down here. Then he bluntly threw the tightly wrapped sack onto the ground. Lianmeng leisurely walked out onto the balcony to respond. Wang Zheng, your woman is in my hands, yet you're still so aggressive. But his aura didn't falter one bit. And who the hell are you, the boss of the Black Hand Society? He coughed a few times to cover his embarrassment, before introducing himself. I am Pan Lianmeng. Upon hearing his identity, Wang Zheng's expression became unusually smug. Ah, so you're Pan Xiaoning's father. Perfect. I have a big gift for you. Wang Zheng quickly ripped open the sack. Inside was his precious son, Pan Xiaoning. Now that he held his own leverage, he proposed, how about we make a hostage exchange? His opponent still tried to act tough. You think you're qualified to negotiate with me? Since the father wouldn't listen, he decided to give the son a few good whacks for Han Xingyi's sake, then casually tossed him aside like a used toy. If you don't agree, I'll just have to keep beating your son. This finally got Lianmeng's attention. Good. Very good. Do you really think you can walk in here and leave alive? At that moment, his subordinates appeared, one by one, guns in hand. They all aimed their weapons at Wang Zheng. Not only did he show no fear, but he even uttered words to confuse his opponent. Yang Ming, you're too slow. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud noise erupted. Didn't I arrive right on time? And his entrance came with some shocking news. Oh my god, the brakes failed. Lianmeng's men were run over like bowling pins. A single car had completely shattered his formation. Yang Ming even got out of the car with a bright smile. Boss, this was completely unintentional. Wang Zheng didn't hold back his praise for his decisive action. Well done. Not bad at all. Lianmeng could finally no longer remain calm. Why must you insist on a life-or-death struggle with the Black Hand Society? Wang Zheng calmly retorted. You sent people to kill me. I'm just returning the favor. The man acted as if he didn't understand. Oh, what do you mean by that? With things blown wide open, Xiaoning no longer dared to hide the truth. I was the one who told Hu Mingkai to kill him first. Dad, it's all my fault. His opponent was utterly humiliated. That the instigator was his own son. You useless thing, Wang Zheng had to interrupt this heartfelt family chat. Boss Pan, do you still need this useless son of yours, or should I take him back and help you discipline him? Lianmeng remained calm and negotiated. Let Xiaoning go upstairs first. Obviously, Wang Zheng was no fool. You think I'm stupid. Bring Han Xingye down here first. We'll trade hostage for hostage. But the man was unmoved. You think you're qualified to negotiate with me. So Wang Zheng had no problem laying out the current situation for him. Oh, I dare to kill your son, but do you dare to kill Han Xingye? Can you withstand the Han family's revenge? Even so, Lianmeng tried to bluff his way through. If you push me into a corner, there's nothing I won't do. Yang Ming quickly chimed in to mock their opponent. I spit on that. If you really had the guts, why didn't you notice that I jammed your phone signals? Only then did the man realize and check. Sure enough, the corner of his phone screen showed no service. Even so, Lianmeng desperately put his faith elsewhere, hoping for a lucky break. What about you guys? Do you have a signal? The surrounding subordinates checked, and all shook their heads in unison like a slap to his face. Wang Zheng didn't want to drag this out any longer and got straight to the point. This is just a small warning. Don't test my limits. After some back and forth, he inevitably had to concede. Fine. We'll exchange hostages. The main door of the building started to move. Han Xingye was escorted out by two subordinates. Her attitude was still calm and vigilant. Let Han Xingye come over here and I'll send him over there. Lianmeng simultaneously instructed his man to do as he said. She immediately lit up with joy and ran quickly towards her savior. Wang Zheng showed no mercy and kicked Xiaoning straight towards the opposite side. He then spread his arms wide, ready to welcome the young woman back. It's good that you're back, but life isn't a fairy tale, and the touching reunion was cut short. The kidnapper holding Han Xingye landed successfully, putting a great distance between the two of them. Epikeros revealed his cunning fox-like face. I truly never expected that, my brother and I would get to meet the renowned Wang Zheng here. Lian Meng was stunned, hearing his identity for the first time. Wang Zheng of the East. You're Wang Zheng. Without needing an introduction, Wang Zheng had already recognized him. You must be Epikeros, the one they call the hidden king of assassination, from the nation of Nie. What brings you all the way to Huaxia? The old man feigned humility. I wouldn't dare accept such praise. Wang Zheng, you truly have a keen eye. It's just that. When it comes to hiding and assassinating, my brother and I are far inferior to you. Wang Zheng didn't want to waste time talking to this type of person. Why have you come to Huaxia? And why did you take my person? The old man went along with it and got straight to the point. Lord Wang Zheng, I want to make a trade with you. All you have to do is give us the heart of the sky, and I will immediately release this little girl. What do you say? Wang Zheng honestly revealed the information he knew. I'd love to give it to you, but the diamond isn't with me. The heart of the sky is in Luan's hands. Epikeros pondered this for a moment with no emotion. So that's how it is. In the end, the old man decided to keep hassling him. Then I can only ask Wang Zheng to help me find the heart of the sky, and then we will return this little girl to you. How about it? Wang Zheng maintained a very friendly attitude for the negotiation. No need to make things so complicated. I have a much simpler way. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately leaped into the air, then flew swiftly toward his opponent without any warning. In just a few seconds, the distance between them had shortened to the point that they were face to face, startling the old man and causing him to retreat instinctively. However, Wang Zheng's plan didn't go as he'd hoped thanks to Epikeros' twin brother. Epic had suddenly charged forward. Even though the situation was unexpected, he reacted quickly, spinning around and unleashing something. A gray, cement-like liquid suddenly began to move. He took the opportunity to swipe in a straight line forward just as his opponent got close. Epic took the full force of Wang Zheng's smokescreen and diversion tactic. Before the old man could even react, he turned around only to take another hit. You rotten bastard, eat this. The angle he chose was aimed precisely at his opponent's pelvic bone. Just one punch sent the old man flying far away, nearly hitting the building wall. If this move dealt 8 parts damage, he himself had to endure 3 parts of the pain. Your hips are pretty tough. Epic immediately assumed a frog-pouncing stance in midair. Less talk. Wang Zheng indulged his foe. It seems you really want to settle this once and for all. In that case, I'll see this through to the end. The old man confronted him head-on, not flinching in the slightest. Bring it on. The taunts from seconds before had to give way to his incredible kick, followed by the cracking sound of ribs, like someone chewing chicken cartilage. Epic flew in a straight line again, back to the spot where he had just been lying. His face turned visibly pale as he clutched his old aching waist. It's over. He calmly pulled out a gun he had ready, then pointed it straight at his opponent, and delivered a badass line. For those who are after my life, I won't let them survive. Epikeros, seeing the situation was unstable, quickly tried to defuse it. Lord Wang Zheng, don't forget, this girl is still in my hands. If you kill my brother, I can't guarantee this little friend's safety. But Wang Zheng was not only undeterred, he threatened him right back. If a single hair on her head is harmed, do you think you'll live to see tomorrow? Thanks to the few minutes of distraction, Epic managed to successfully get back to his brother's side. When the Wang Zheng flexes his power, I'm actually a little scared. His attitude proved who was truly in control of the game. Don't think that just because you two have Han Xingye as a hostage, I can't do anything to you. Epikeros, who had not yet had the pleasure of getting beaten by Wang Zheng, was still talking tough. I'd really like to witness your methods for myself, Wang Zheng. Yang Ming, who was off to the side, had managed to take a nap while waiting while he suddenly changed the subject. That's a chemical plant that was abandoned not long ago. Inside, there are reserves of ammonia gas. The old man hadn't caught on to his opponent's intention yet. What do you mean? He casually offered a small hint. That's a large ammonia gas storage tank. It's full of ammonia. If I were to detonate it, what do you think would happen? Even so, Epikeros still didn't understand where Wang Zheng got his confidence from. But you're stuck here too. How would you detonate it? Just then, he kicked the only person brazenly nodding off nearby. Hey, stop sleeping. It's your turn to get on stage. Yang Ming pretended to be grateful for a moment. Ah, Brother Zheng, you finally remembered me. Am I that easy to forget? He had to brush aside the other guy's fake drama. Alright, stop wasting words. He stopped joking around as well, and seriously explained the mechanism. I've installed a pressure-changing device on the gas tank. It can be activated by a phone signal. All I have to do is press a button on my phone, and it will explode. So, pretty impressive, right? Yang Ming rambled on, but Wang Zheng was only paying attention to the reaction of the man across from him. Epikeros, I'll say this one last time. Either let her go or no one's getting out of here. The sun began to shine on the 2 massive gas tanks. The old man knew he had only one choice. Lord Wang Zheng, you truly are a vicious man. The 2 of us don't want to die yet. We'll meet again. The moment he finished speaking, the twin brothers vanished without a trace. He quickly went over to support Han Xingye and comfort her. It's okay. I promise this kind of thing will never happen again. Lian Meng, who had been watching the drama unfold like a spectator, finally expressed his belated anger. You're crazy. You're a complete madman. His face wrinkled like a baboon's only amused him more. Fan Lianmeng, you're only feeling scared now. Don't worry, I'll come for your life another day. Finally, when the two of them were settled in the car, Han Xingye voiced the question that was on her mind. Was that tank really full of enough ammonia to cause an explosion? Yang Ming, who was driving suddenly, got interested and answered for him. It was just a bluff. The concentration of ammonia gas inside wasn't even 1/100th of what it needed to be. She immediately praised him endlessly. Wang Zheng, that's just like you. He responded to her admiration with some very flirtatious gestures. It was just a little clever trick, that's all. The only single dog in the car cried out plaintively. Could you two stop being so lovey-dovey? It wasn't until night fell that they returned to the general's mansion. As the three of them got out of the car, someone came out to greet them personally. After politely taking their luggage, he asked, Little Ye, you're back. It wasn't until night fell that they returned to the general's residence. The moment the three of them stepped out of the car, someone was already there to greet them personally. After exchanging a few polite words, he said, Little Ye, you're back. Han Xingye replied very politely, Yes, thank you for your concern, Second Master. We plan to leave tomorrow. The old man couldn't help but sigh about what had just happened. It wasn't easy for you to come all the way to Fuzhou, and yet so many things happened. As the Second Master, I have been too negligent. How about this? I'll see you off tomorrow. Wang Zheng didn't deny it, and even confirmed, a lot has certainly happened. Bo Wen's displeasure was obvious, so she astutely chose not to press the matter. That won't be necessary. We just came back to let everyone know. We'll just take a casual stroll tonight so we won't bother you any further. And Yi, standing nearby, didn't hesitate to add fuel to the fire. You don't know your place. Get lost. Yanxing immediately rebuked her for that arrogant attitude. What nonsense are you spouting? Not only did she not hold back, she became even more aggressive. Was I wrong? She's not even part of the Zhang family, so shouldn't she get lost? How could Wang Zheng let her run her mouth like that? Secretary Zhang, you should discipline your precious daughter properly. If you can't handle her, then I'll do it for you. Outwardly, Yanxing was angry, but he was still very protective of An Yi. Even if my daughter is being unreasonable, I don't need an outsider telling me what to do. He didn't say another word, and simply waved Yang Ming over. He casually approached her as she recoiled in fear. What do you want? And just like that, she received a free, soul-shaking lesson on respect. And Yi reacted violently. Who the hell do you think you are? He shamelessly made a flimsy excuse. Oops, my hand slipped. Yanxing was so enraged he could only point and stammer, you. Wang Zheng had never been afraid of anyone, young or old. I told him to hit you. If you have a problem with it, come settle the score with me. From now on, if I hear any of you insulting Han Xingye again, I absolutely will not let the Zhang family off the hook. He left them with that clear declaration and took her hand, leading her away. By then, the night sky was inky black without a single star or moon in sight. Even though it was dark, the beach was just as crowded and lively as it was in the morning. Yang Ming was sulking by himself on the sand, catching crabs and snails and complaining. Why'd you two lovebirds call me over? The kind-hearted Han Xingye gave him a perfectly good reason. Weren't you the one who insisted on staying to protect your brother Zheng? Wang Zheng also chimed in to console him. There are a lot of beautiful women in two pieces on the beach at night. I called you over to give you a chance, but here you are insisting on being a third wheel. Just looking at it from a different angle instantly lifted Yang Ming's spirits. Thanks, brother Zheng. I'll get lost right now and stop bothering you two. After the bright third wheel left, Han Xingye finally had a moment alone to talk with him. Our time in Fuzhou was too short. When we get back to the capital, I'll have to give you back to Shengfei and Shangguan Shishi. Wang Zheng didn't hesitate at all, proudly wearing the title of a true playboy. I'm the shared boyfriend of all of you girls. Even she was speechless at his shamelessness. You're unbelievable. Do you want to have them both? He flashed a handsome, flawless smile and argued slyly. Of course not. I'm a very pure person, you know. Han Xingye could only change the subject to ignore his flirtatious expression. Am I going with you tomorrow? Wang Zheng laid out the schedule concisely. I'll take you to the capital, then I'll come back to deal with the people who tried to kidnap and assassinate you. But she suddenly grabbed his wrist, trying to persuade him. Just let it go. They didn't succeed anyway, but even so, he refused to go against his principles. This is non-negotiable. Han Xingye had no choice but to give up, letting go of the pressure and melting into his arms. I know I can't change your mind. Just promise me you'll be safe. Wang Zheng's confidence was as boundless as his love for the girls. Don't worry. Who could possibly hurt me? Brilliant sunlight shone down on the airport. Yang Ming, walking beside him, teased him relentlessly. I'm telling you, brother Zheng, the moment Han Xingye left, you immediately finished your business and rushed back. You were really in a hurry, huh? Before he could laugh again, his butt met a disciplinary kick from Wang Zheng. You little brat, you're getting more and more insolent, aren't you? It's only been a few days since I last hit you, and you already think you can walk all over me. He could only scratch his head and laugh sheepishly to cover it up. My bad, my bad. I just never expected the power of the Pan and Zheng families in Fuzhou to be wiped out just like that. Brother Zheng, you're really on another level. Hearing this, he switched on his arrogant mode. Humph, their pathetic little bit of power wasn't even worth my time. They wasted 2 of my precious days. Yang Ming put on a knowing, sleazy smile. I think you mean precious time with your lovely ladies, right? However, a single dark glance from the man beside him made him jump. Discretion is the better part of valor, and Yang Ming hurriedly backed off. Brother Zheng, call me if you need anything. I'll be there in a flash. Just then, a supercar suddenly pulled up next to Wang Zheng. Zhang Mingqi, in the driver's seat, called out Wang Zheng. Seeing a familiar face, he leaned down and asked, "What are you doing here?" She leaned over and explained the coincidence. "I just dropped off Sheng Fei and Shangguan Shishi. I didn't expect to run into you here. Get in, I'll give you a ride." Wang Zheng didn't hesitate to open the door and get in. "I just got back and don't really have anywhere to go. How about I go to your place to rest?" Zhang Mingqi's mind immediately started racing, her face gradually turning red. No wonder Shangguan Shishi always calls you a pervert. She wasn't wrong at all. He was too lazy to argue, leaning back in his seat to rest his eyes. The car sped down the road. They quickly arrived at Zhang Mingqi's house. She brought him a glass of water and asked with concern, "Look how tired you are. Haven't you been resting well lately?" Wang Zheng probably didn't want her to worry, so he smiled teasingly. A beautiful woman's concern can cure any fatigue. Zhang Mingqi couldn't handle the embarrassment and turned to run away. Wang Zheng's strong arm shot out and accurately caught her before she could escape. To her surprise, he wearily leaned his head on her slender shoulder. He didn't even bother to open his eyes, whispering softly, "Shh, let me rest for a bit." The next morning, gentle sunlight woke Zhang Mingqi. As soon as she sat up, she saw a letter on the table. It turned out the man she had feelings for had left her a note. "I had something urgent to take care of, so I left. I'll come find you later. I'm borrowing the sports car for now." Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city, Wang Zheng didn't hide his frustration as he complained. "Because of your urgent matter, I had to give up a chance to be alone with a beautiful woman." Li Minghao shot out from a nearby bush like a ninja from the Hidden Leaf village. "Boss." He stood with his arms crossed, looking like he was about to lose his patience. "If you have something to say, spit it out. Don't waste my time." Li Minghao got straight to the point. "Boss, do you remember when I told you I wanted to take you to meet someone?" Wang Zheng paused for a few seconds before it clicked. But you never brought it up again after that. What's up? Are you finally going to tell me?" He scratched his head awkwardly and explained the situation. "Boss, back then I hadn't made the proper arrangements for that person yet. I didn't want to bother you. We're on our way to see him now." Their car sped down the road. A moment later, the two of them arrived at 175 Tianfu Road. Wang Zheng stood at the entrance looking around. The characters on the sign seemed a bit familiar. Chen Kang, a former subordinate of Wang Zheng, was wheeled out by his wife to welcome his guest. The reunion was as emotional as a TV drama. The two men embraced Chen Kang. Brother Zheng Li Minghao momentarily cut them off, gesturing towards the house and inviting them, "Let's go inside and talk." Wang Zheng happily put an arm around his subordinate's shoulder in praise. "Nice one. You kept this so quiet, only telling me now." Li Minghao was always meticulous, thinking of everything. "Boss, I just didn't want to bother you." Suddenly, a deafening crashing sound caught Wang Zheng's attention. "Brother, is your place under construction?" Chen Kang was also completely baffled by this. "No." Hearing that, he quickly grabbed the door. "Then let's go see what they're smashing." The scene that greeted them was a group of men destroying everything around them. "What do you think you're doing?" Seeing someone approach, Qianfeng stopped and issued a warning. "We're demolishing an illegal structure. If you know what's good for you, get lost." Chen Kang, pushed forward by his wife, angrily retorted, "We've completed all the required procedures for this building. How can it be an illegal structure? You can't just tear it down because you say so. Does the law mean nothing to you?" But the man couldn't be reasoned with. "The law? Who the hell are you to talk to me about the law?" Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Wang Zheng coughed lightly as a signal. Ahem. Receiving the order, Li Minghao instantly shot forward. He precisely grabbed the man and said threateningly, "Who sent you from behind?" Wang Zheng added pressure in a low voice. "Talk now and get it over with. Otherwise, my man here might just slowly torture you." Qianfeng squinted and hesitated before confessing. It was Shu Shuliang. Seeing this, Li Minghao pressed for more information. "Where is he now?" The man knew his situation and honestly told him everything. "Beiqihuan Huayuan New Village." Even so, just in case Li Minghao didn't loosen his grip, "You don't seem to be lying." Qianfeng quickly waved his hands, sweating in fear. "Everything I said is the truth." Deciding this guy was useless, he ruthlessly threw him aside. What a useless piece of trash. Qianfeng lost his balance and tumbled to the ground to the astonishment of the remaining men. They were all scared out of their wits, kneeling and begging for mercy. "We were just following orders. Please spare us." Wang Zheng didn't bother with them and just let them go. Get lost, and don't let me see you again. Those men abandoned their boss on the ground and scrambled to escape. He turned to his side and gave an order, Li Minghao, clean up this scene. Wang Zheng then thoughtfully made arrangements for what would happen next. You and Hua Hong have been targeted now. I'll have Yang Ming get you two out of here quickly. Despite this, Chen Kang was still worried about his friend's safety. What about you? He stood with his hands on his hips, thinking carefully. I'll take care of those two troublemakers, Tao Tongtian and Xu Shuliang first. Li Minghao, who was cleaning up the mess, turned his head and chimed in. All right, Brother Zheng, I'll come help you as soon as I'm done here. 20 minutes after the incident, Chen Kang reflected on what had just happened and couldn't help but sigh wearily. I really thought this place would be our safe haven. Suddenly, Huang Zhe jumped into the room through the window holding a knife. Your safe haven is about to become part of my collection. Your wife, on the other hand, is quite a beauty. It all happened so suddenly that Chen Kang couldn't even react. The man restrained Hua Hong, holding a knife to her throat. Don't do anything stupid. Come with me quietly. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your wife will remain in one piece. Meanwhile, at the villa in Huayuan, New Village, Shuliang sat in a dark room, looking clearly uneasy. How did it go? Tang Tian's brow was furrowed, looking just as anxious as he waited for news. A phone suddenly rang, shattering the silence. He hurriedly took it out and stared at the notification on the screen. It turned out to be a text message from Huang Zhe. The fish has taken the bait. The bait is set, waiting to catch the big one. After reading it, Tang Tian carefully deleted the message. Shuliang, watching from the side, had already guessed what was happening. Looks like there's news. Tang Tian's expression was now visibly more energetic. Second Master, I guarantee nothing will go wrong this time. We've captured Chen Kang's wife. Wang Zheng is coming alone. A murderous glint appeared in Shuliang's eyes as he had apparently made up his mind. I will make sure they die. Wang Zheng's car smashed through the gate like a battering ram. He got out furiously, shouting, "Get the hell out here." Tang Tian approached with his subordinates. Well. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng, who had anticipated this, sneered contemptuously. What's wrong? Not happy to see me? The man looked very pleased with himself, clapping his hands in mock applause. Of course, I'm happy to see you. Soon, you'll be able to die in the same place as your brother. At these words, Wang Zheng could no longer keep his composure. You bastard. So you had another trick up your sleeve. Where did you take Chen Kang? And his wife Tang Tian, acting high and mighty, maintained his mocking tone. Military secrets cannot be revealed. For now, I can't tell you where they are. He was really losing his patience with this guy. His whole body radiated killing intent. Only a beast like you could think of such a tactic. If you dare harm them, I'll kill you. The man naively thought he still had the upper hand. The hostage is in my hands. You're in no position to act tough here. How about we make a bet? Wang Zheng loved this kind of game and smiled with interest. What's the bet? Unexpectedly, Tang Tian blurted out a foolish proposal without a second thought. Let's see if you kill me first, or if my bullet gets you first. He was thrilled and signaled his agreement. All right, bring it on. Full of confidence, the man raised his hand to give the command. Wang Zheng closed his eyes, trying to calm himself. Brother, your captain's life is in your hands. Tang Tian wore the smile of a winner, as if everything was going according to his plan. Rewind to 5 minutes earlier. The bright sun shone down on a nearby high-rise building. Li Minghao suddenly appeared behind the sniper. With a single move, he easily took out his opponent. After finishing the job, Li Minghao contemptuously dusted off his hands and looked at his work. Phew. Made it just in time. Back with Tang Tian, a long moment had passed since he waved his hand, but everything was still quiet. Knowing his teammate had succeeded, Wang Zheng spoke up sarcastically. Director Tao, has your sniper fallen asleep? Where's the bullet? Tang Tian also figured out what had happened and pointed angrily. I didn't think you'd bring help. A message came through the radio in his ear, confirming the hostages had been rescued. The arrogant man still thought everything was under his control. Even without a sniper, as long as the hostage is still in my hands, I still have the upper hand. Wang Zheng, now back in his element, clenched his fists, ready for action. Yes. Tang Tian waved his hand, ordering his subordinates on both sides to kill him. The crisp sound of gunfire echoed through the room. Contrary to his plan, his two subordinates were shot and fell motionless to the floor. Tang Tian looked in disbelief at Chen Kang, who had just appeared. How did you all get out? Where are my men? And my uncle Yang Ming had no qualms about describing the earlier scene. I've already taken care of that trash of yours, and as for Shu Liang, I knocked him unconscious. Wang Zheng looked down from above at the defeated man. Unexpectedly, no. Tang Tian, it's time to pay the debt you owe today. With that, he turned to give orders. Yang Ming, get these two out of here first. I'll handle things here. Yang Ming grinned and accepted the order immediately. All right, I'm heading out. Wang Zheng tapped the cane against his hand, creating a truly terrifying scene. This time, it seemed he really intended to collect both the principal and the interest. You've got some nerve. Wang Zheng swung his fist straight into the other man's face. Tang Tian was sent flying, spitting up blood as he hit the ground. Only then did he notice that his own relative was already unconscious. "Second master, wake up, wake up," Wang Zheng smirked and sauntered closer. "I didn't think you could take a punch that well. So you've still got some fight in you." Tang Tian on the floor was now like a fish on a chopping block. "I want to kill you, I want to kill you." Shu Liang struggled to wake up through the waves of pain. What's the situation now? He never imagined the situation had already been settled by him. "Old man, see for yourself." The scene around them was so grim that even an outsider would be terrified. He kept backing away, pleading, We can talk about this. Let's talk it over. Don't kill me." Wang Zheng still wanted to use them to get more information. "The esteemed Mr. Tang, a man of great service, is now begging me like this. First you tell me who the mastermind behind all this is, and I'll think about it." At this moment, like cornered dogs, they turned on each other. "It was all him. It has nothing to do with me." "Second master, to you." Wang Zheng watched the display with a sarcastic smile of approval. Not bad, not bad. I like this script." Suddenly, the air was thick with the scent of danger. His pupils dilated as his brain screamed a warning. This is bad. Like a ninja from the hidden leaf, Wang Zheng instantly launched himself outside. The very moment he got out, a massive explosion erupted behind him, the powerful blast shaking the very sky. Yang Ming's group in the car was jolted by the sound, and the car immediately screeched to a halt on the side of the road. He slammed his fist on the steering wheel, worried about the situation back there. Damn it, that was a phosphorus bomb. Chen Kang in the passenger seat was in no better shape. Cold sweat dripped down. "Captain." Suddenly the sound of a text message notification went off. Yang Ming immediately picked up his phone to check it. It was Wang Zheng, letting them know he was safe. "I'm fine. Head back first." Bright sunlight shone on the nearby forest. Wang Zheng had luckily escaped, but his body was severely injured. Why was there a phosphorus bomb? Could it be? Lying by the river, gasping for breath, his brain pieced the information together, leaving him even more shocked. Could it be that from the very beginning, the person behind this was prepared to sacrifice Shu Liang and Tao Tang Tian? At the same time, at the Su family estate, Su Tianran rushed in from outside to report. "Grandpa, the old man is dead." Fu Hua paused what he was doing, his brow furrowed as he asked who did it. The man shook his head, his expression grave. "It's still unknown at this time." As an experienced man, he quickly made a judgment. "For us, this is a good thing. Is that Wang Zheng dead or not?" Su Tianran also regained his composure, thinking calmly and carefully. Probably not. His body wasn't found at the explosion site. Regardless, the person behind the scenes has overtly given us a great gift, but in the shadows they want us and Wang Zheng to fight to the death. Fu Hua clasped his hands behind his back, his attitude suddenly turning grim. "Even though we know it's a trap, we have to take the bait. Can you stand it?" He had inherited his grandfather's decisiveness, and his actions were very mature. "Grandpa, I will follow your lead." The old man placed all his trust in his grandson and waved his hand dismissively. "I'll leave this for you to decide. I won't get involved." At that moment, Su Tianran's phone suddenly rang. The screen displayed the caller's name, Su Nuannuan. He answered slowly with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. "Nuannuan, why are you calling at this hour? It must be the middle of the night where you are." "Right." An urgent voice came from the other end of the line. "Brother, about this situation with Wang Zheng. I hope you won't make a move." Hearing this, Su Tianran couldn't help but frown with suspicion. "You're in country M. How do you know about this?" Nuannuan sounded mysterious and didn't clearly explain why. "A stranger told me. I know everything that happened. Brother, please don't make a move against Wang Zheng, okay?" Another day went by, and gentle sunlight embraced the city. Li Minghao looked at the man below doing push-ups with all his might, completely baffled. "Didn't you just drink a little dirty water from a trash puddle? Is it necessary to make such a big deal out of it?" "Captain, what's your plan for this?" Wang Zheng leaped to his feet and launched into a frustrated tirade. "Someone is obviously trying to frame me, so I'll just beat them at their own game and pin it on someone else." He knew he had hit on the key point and played along. "Captain, have you found a suitable guinea pig yet?" Xia Yan entered from outside, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You see how confident he looks. You still don't get it." Wang Zheng knew exactly what the other man was thinking, and said sarcastically, "So you came here because there's something you can't handle, right?" As if on cue, Xia Yan quickly presented the documents in his hand. "There's been some minor activity in Jiangnan recently. They were in the middle of an illegal drop. He took the item but couldn't stop grumbling. So you couldn't get your own men to do this. Why bother me with such a trivial matter? You're a smooth talker, and you always know how to weigh your options. If I had someone like you under me, I wouldn't need to call you in. Haven't you always wanted to take down Chen Anshi, the business tycoon of Jiangnan? This is the perfect opportunity." But as it turned out, Wang Zheng couldn't have cared less about some so-called business tycoon. He's just a classless gangster, that's all. Xia Yan kept trying to persuade him to accept the mission. "Guan will provide you with full support if you need it. I can even lend you the special operations team." Seeing that he couldn't change the man's mind, he could only sigh in frustration. All right. Even if I say no, you'll just come up with another trick. Just help me book a flight. I really don't feel like driving this time." Suddenly the sound of a car roared from outside. Wang Zheng looked down from above and exclaimed in surprise, You crafty devil. A car came speeding through the gate. It turned out the surprise Xiaoyan had prepared was the driver Zhang Miao Miao. He smiled and gave a suggestive pat on the shoulder. Book a flight for what? Look how thoughtful I am, finding this great beauty just for you. Wang Zheng lost his temper, grabbing him by the collar and yelling, Don't think I'm an idiot. You know I'm going to Jiangnan because this girl has me wrapped around her finger. What the hell did she give you anyway? Xiaoyan closed his eyes, his face impassive and innocent. Nothing at all. You're just a petty guy holding on to this grudge. Sooner or later I'll come find you to settle this score. But instead of calming things down, you just had to pour more fuel on the fire. A beauty's favor is the hardest debt to repay. Why don't you try and count how many women you're indebted to? Go on, enjoy it. Just then the car pulled up perfectly to the curb. Zhang Miao Miao, dressed in extremely comfortable clothes, stepped out looking radiant. Li Minghao, who had been enjoying the show, covered his mouth to tease him. Captain, looks like you've got another girl clinging to you. Wang Zheng, who had been holding it in this whole time, kicked his subordinate's ass to let off some steam. Get lost. Zhang Miao Miao stood there watching the approaching man and asked probingly, What's wrong? Not happy to see me. He could only scratch his head and laugh awkwardly, trying to smooth things over. How could that be? For this trip to Jiangnan, will you be the driver, or should I? Before he could even finish his sentence, she cut in. Me, of course. Meanwhile, at the Jiangnan river docks, a foreman was holding a whip directing everything. Hurry it up, all of you. Stop lagging behind. A middle-aged man, unable to bear the pressure, suddenly collapsed to the ground. But the foreman, devoid of humanity, only yelled louder, Get back up for me. Seeing this, Ningxia immediately ran over to help him up. Sir, are you okay? Can you get up? For her kindness, she received a blow from the foreman's whip. Get up and carry it for me. Worse yet, the man noticed the woman intending to take her for himself. Little lady, you've grown up to be quite a looker. Without waiting for a reply, the foreman swept the beauty into his arms. Why don't you come with me? Suddenly, a stone flew out of nowhere, aiming straight for the foreman's head and hitting its mark. With dark red liquid trickling from his head, the foreman spun around in a rage. Who dares to hit me? From a distance, Wang Zheng strode forward, majestically playing the hero, saving the damsel in distress. Forcing yourself on a woman in broad daylight. Your head must be as thick as iron. The foreman didn't waste words, simply signaling for his goons in the back. Get him. Anticipating this, Jingni warned Zhang Miao Miao, who was beside him. Things might get a little bloody in a moment. Be careful not to get it in your eyes. Wang Zheng transformed into a Superman, charging straight through the men. The foreman watched his gang collapse to the ground in astonishment before they could even do anything. Up until now, almost nothing had ever been able to stop him. I'll give you a choice. Either you crawl out of here, or you stay and see how I deal with you. But the foreman, turning his shame into anger, used the beauty in his arms as a shield. If you make one reckless move, I won't go easy on her. Tired of wasting words, Wang Zheng launched himself forward, his long, straight legs landing a precise kick to his opponent's knee. A series of punches followed, slamming right into the foreman's face. Even though the man tried to block, the force was so tremendous that fresh blood gushed from his nose. Wang Zheng's hero saves the beauty act was a complete success. The onlookers who had witnessed the whole thing cheered enthusiastically. Great hit, he deserved it. He looked down with contempt and said, You messed with someone I care about. If I were to, say, cripple you, you wouldn't hold it against me, would you? Ningxia, standing in the crowd, blushed, completely captivated. Only now did the foreman feel fear, his body trembling as he begged, Boss, please spare my life. Wang Zheng paid his words no mind, kicking straight and destroying the little bird before it could ever sing. His punishment was truly ruthless. What a shame. From now on, you'll have to live a pure and chaste life. While he was at it, he turned to the remaining goons and warned them, All of you listen up. If you ever dare to oppress the common people again, this will be your fate. Taking their boss as an example, none of them dared to make a peep. We'll remember. Wang Zheng pointed at the piece of trash at his feet and ordered, Take this guy with you. Now you can all get lost. That was the only thing the group was waiting for. They hurriedly dragged the man away and fled. Yes, we're leaving now, right now. The villagers who had been exploited for so long finally saw a glimmer of hope and hugged each other crying. They're finally gone. Ningxia couldn't help but run and throw herself into the arms of the man she loved. Why are you here? Wang Zheng gently held her soft body and soothed her. What else? I sensed you were in danger. I came to be the hero who saves the beauty. His sweet words made her laugh brightly. You're still so funny. Zhang Miao Miao, standing nearby, waited for them to finish their lovey-dovey moment before getting to the point. Hello, beautiful. I'm Zhang Miao Miao. We didn't come here to chat. Would it be convenient to talk at your place? Seeing that someone else was there, Ningxia quickly composed herself. Of course. The gentle sun enveloped the classic apartment building. Inside Ningxia's home, Wang Zheng accepted a glass of water, looking puzzled. Ningxia, why are you doing such hard labor at the docks? And who were those guys? Ningxia didn't hide anything and told him the truth. A week ago, they came here using high wages as bait. tricking everyone into signing contracts to transport goods. I took the job to investigate the situation. You already know what happened after that. Hearing this, he grew even more interested and pressed on with more questions. Transporting goods. Did you find out what they were transporting? Who's the one behind all this, pulling the strings? She had put a lot of effort into it, but the results weren't very promising. Most of the goods were just Peppy brand housewares. I haven't been able to dig any deeper than that. Zhang Miao Miao analyzed the available information and couldn't help but exclaim, those old foxes really have a few tricks up their sleeves. After thinking through his next move, Wang Zheng gave his orders. Ning Xia Zhang, Miao Miao, and I will stay in Jiangnan to investigate this thoroughly. To ensure your safety, I don't want you involved anymore. I'll arrange for someone to look after you. Ningxia understood that he was only looking out for her, so she happily agreed. It's true, I can't be of much help anyway. You two have to be extremely careful. He was very pleased with her response and gently patted her head. Don't worry, you have to take good care of yourself too. She smiled as obedient as a kitten. Okay, I will. Wang Zheng, making full use of his available resources, made a request. There is one more thing. I'll need your help with it. A short while later at a shopping mall, Wang Zheng seemed very pleased with his companion's new look. Just a small change and your whole vibe is different. Much more refreshing. Although Zhang Miao Miao had gone along with it, she wasn't happy about it. What's so great about these clothes? They don't even flatter my figure. This was when his silver tongue came into play again. We need to keep a low profile on this trip. Ningxia lent you the clothes, so stop complaining. Besides, a figure like yours doesn't need clothes to look good. She certainly knew how to pick up on the important parts of what he said. She leaned in charmingly and teased, oh, and how would you know I don't need them? Have you been studying my figure in detail? But Wang Zheng was completely unmoved, quickly dodging to the side. Stop messing around. Let's go. Flashing lights illuminated the luxurious nightclub. Zhang Miao Miao, dressed in a stunningly seductive red dress, wasn't following the dreamer lead he had investigated. What was she doing at this gathering for the rich and powerful? Wang Zheng was also dressed in a stylish suit. Both of them wore masks as they entered together. As the saying goes, to catch the bandits, you must first catch the king. I have my own arrangements over here. Seeing a customer, a waiter followed protocol. Hello, please present your invitation. Wang Zheng was already prepared and pulled out a flashy golden card. We're looking for a little excitement. The young waiter was in awe of how much they were willing to spend. Rich people sure know how to have fun. Soon they entered the main gate. The guard respectfully opened the door for the guests. Inside the private room, a group of handsome men and beautiful women were gathered together. As soon as Wang Zheng walked in, he noticed the host of the party, Chen Maidong. He hadn't expected to get a lead so quickly, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Found him. When Maidong saw the new guests arrive, he stood up to greet them. Newcomers and wearing masks. Are you afraid of being recognized? Wang Zheng had already come up with an excuse. It's not convenient to show our faces, otherwise it'll be hard to get by later on. He shamelessly placed his hands on Zhang Miao Miao's slender waist. Beauty, however, much dreamer you want, I'll give it to you. You just have to spend one night with me. Those words made the gears in his head turn instantly. Dreamer. Could this be the thing Xiaoyan told me to investigate? Seeing the beauty in his arms look uneasy, Maidong teased her. Beauty, this is a decision you can make on your own. Do you really need your friend's permission? A girl sitting on the sofa behind them chimed in. That's right, that's right. Not wanting to tip their hand, Wang Zheng cheerfully waved his hand. Since young Master Chen has spoken, then as her older brother, it's not my place to say more. Little sister, you should keep young Master Chen company for the night. Zhang Miao Miao was internally stunned by how quickly he had flipped his script. Wang Zheng, are you really throwing me into the fire? They quickly made their way to a private room. She ignored the fact that he had already changed into his pajamas and continued to play hard to get waving her hand. You can't see what I look like just yet. You have to please me first. Maidong didn't force the issue and happily went along with it. Alright, name it. What do you want? Zhang Miao Miao got straight to the point. What I want is of course Dreamer. He slowly reached into his pocket to find the toy. Maidong pulled out a vial of pale yellow liquid, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Take it. I guarantee it'll send you to a dream you'll never wake up from. She took the item and examined it with wide eyes. Is this all? He stood there with his arms crossed, his voice laced with mockery. Is this not enough for you? This is for you, but you might not live long enough to take it out of here. His words hit Zhang Miao Miao like a ton of bricks and cold sweat dripped down her face. What do you mean? Tired of playing games? He clapped his hands to signal the end of the act. His men who had been hiding in wait suddenly appeared. She knew she had been exposed but still pretended to be innocent. Young Master Chen, what are you trying to do? Maidong lost his temper and ripped off her mask. You and Wang Zheng must think I'm a complete idiot trying to take me down with this pathetic little trick. He was even kind enough to reveal the trap he had set. That little vial in your hand is just ordinary seasoning. I hid the real Dreamer a long time ago. You'll never find it. And before long, I will be the biggest distributor in all of Huaxia. Just saying it made Maidong burst out laughing with excitement. Haha, but the biggest surprise always comes last. A voice rang out, spelling doom. What are you so happy about? Wang Zheng stood at the door casually holding a large bag of items. You're pretty clever turning the product into a seasoning to sell it. From inside, the cloth bag vials of pale yellow liquid slowly rolled out. Meidong, who thought he was so smart, refused to accept reality. How is this possible? I hid it so carefully, and I even had people following both of you. And yet you found it in just half a day. The noise was getting on Wang Zheng's nerves. He sneered in disgust. It's not that you're stupid, it's that you're way too confident. Even facing death, he stubbornly refused to give up, wanting to struggle one last time. Go get him. I spent a lot of money to hire you all. What are you standing around for? Before the burly henchman could even make a move, they all collapsed to the ground. Seeing his last trump card disappear, Meidong frowned in fear. Who in the world are you? Wang Zheng picked up a vial to get a feel for it. I heard the effects of this stuff are unstable. If you don't know how to use it, it becomes worthless. Seeing his brainchild being threatened, Meidong immediately dropped to his knees and kowtowed. Big brother, I'm begging you, please have mercy. You can do whatever you want to me, but please can you not touch my babies? Even while handling the situation, he didn't forget about the beauty who came in with him. Zhang Miao Miao, get behind me. Wang Zheng gripped the vial tightly, his voice firm as if he had a plan. Don't worry. As for these treasures of yours, I'll make sure to put this trash to good use. As soon as he finished speaking, he forcefully threw the vial. The pile of drugs crashed into each other, creating a crisp, shattering sound. Instantly, a hazy purple smoke filled the room. Meidong's screams gradually faded. Where did he go? Where did he go? Wang Zheng pulled his partner and escaped, leaving only a single sentence behind. We'll meet again. They quickly returned to the secret room. He looked at the layout and couldn't help but exclaim, Wu Yan's taste isn't bad at all. This office setup is exactly to my liking. Zhang Miao Miao, who had been holding in countless questions, finally had a chance to ask. Why didn't you use the dreamer to threaten Chen Meidong, to make him reveal the powerful force behind him? You destroyed everything, which will make them more cautious. How are we supposed to investigate now? He waved his hand, revealing the real reason behind his actions. There were other forces around at the time. If we had confronted them, it would have been hard to get away safely. She was too stunned to notice the small details. What? So do you have any idea who they were? Wang Zheng casually hopped onto the table and sat down slowly, sharing his theory. Little sister, I'm a man, not a god. I can't see through everything. But I'm sure of one thing, those guys were here for Chen Meidong. Zhang Miao Miao knew better than to ask more. She just wanted to know the plan. So what are you planning to do next? He decided to relax after the stressful last few days. Wu Yan has arranged a welcome party for us at the Jinling store. We'll go there tonight. Meanwhile, somewhere else under a clear sky, the sound of a teacup shattering echoed through a room. Meidong was furious, taking out his anger on the furniture. You're all a bunch of useless trash. You can't even find one person. What a waste of food feeding all of you. A series of urgent knocks from outside suddenly interrupted him. He scowled furiously and ordered, Get in here. Mr. Luo appeared, accompanied by 2 imposing bodyguards. Seeing this was someone he couldn't mess with, Meidong instantly changed his tune. Mr. Luo, what brings you here? You didn't give me any notice. I would have sent someone to pick you up. Lodi walked in with the air of a leader, getting straight to the point. When he came looking for the kid, he happened to walk in on some people trashing the shop. Wasn't it better to wait until he'd handled things before approaching him? Meidong maintained a respectful posture, clasping his hands timidly. Indeed, we ran into some unpleasant business. My apologies for what you had to see, Mr. L. I wonder what brings you here this time. He pointed to the 2 suitcases his bodyguards were carrying and asked, Is this the new Lamer Lodi? Gestured to the man behind him. That's right. The boss told me to deliver this new batch to you. Light blue glass tubes came into view as he spoke. Mr. Chen, this batch is far more valuable than the last one. It needs to be kept in a temperature-stabilized container to maintain its properties. Lodi closed the suitcase and carefully revealed the next phase of the plan. Starting now, when it comes to matters related to Dreamer, I will help you eliminate any and all obstacles. Hearing this, Meidong lost his composure and slammed his hand on the table in anger. Good. If we're wiping them out completely, then with your help, my confidence has increased 100-fold. He quickly regained his composure, smiling as he offered, Mr. Lodi, please let me arrange your accommodations here in Nanjiang. I'll be sure to treat you well. Lodi, having already planned ahead, gestured his refusal. No need. We've already booked rooms at the Jinling restaurant. I will report this to the boss, so headquarters can dispatch some powerful experts to assist. Their agreement was quickly finalized, and Meidong shook his hand politely. All right then, I hope we have a pleasant partnership. That evening, at the bustling Jinling restaurant, Lodi's appearance caught Wang Zheng's attention. Yes, boss. I understand. His intuition told him the man who just walked past was no ordinary person. This guy is no joke. Could he be connected to Dreamer, not wanting to alarm his teammates just yet? Wang Zheng found a way to slip away. I have to leave for a bit. You go to the private room first and wait for me. I'll be right back. He moved like Spider-Man, darting through the window, his body landing nimbly and precisely on an air conditioning unit without making a single sound. Inside the room, Lodi was extremely troubled, a million questions running through his mind. Why is the Eastern Wang Zheng targeting Chen Maidong? This is getting a bit tricky. The bodyguard behind him astutely recognized the difficult situation. Hasn't the Lord Heavenly Father always been searching for Wang Zheng? Why don't we report this information up the chain? If we find Wang Zheng, you could definitely be promoted to a high-level national steward. Lodi, full of anxiety, held his forehead in his hands. Just the two of us won't be able to capture Wang Zheng. Grand Elder Rocky and Grand Elder Pepe have already departed. They're on their way to China now. Hearing this, the same bodyguard grew even more excited. If those two Grand Elders join forces, then subduing the Eastern Wang Zheng will be absolutely no problem. The plan seemed perfect, but for some reason he still felt an unshakable tension. I hope so. Outside the window, Wang Zheng heard the entire conversation, a sarcastic smile forming in his mind. If you're sending experts, you might as well plan on being buried here in China. He quickly leaped from the window and escaped. Meanwhile, in the restaurant's private room, Zhang Miao Miao was trying to make small talk with her new friend. When did you first meet Wang Zhengwu? Yan gracefully leaned back in her chair, about to tell the story. Actually, it wasn't that long ago. Just then, Wang Zheng finally opened the door and walked in. He looked at the nearly empty dinner table and complained, "You two really don't hold back, huh? Didn't even save me a bite." "Is the server outside one of us?" Wu Yan praised his cautious attitude. "Your situational awareness is as sharp as ever. Don't worry, it's one of our people. It's safe." Zhang Miao Miao covered her mouth with her hand and giggled, her voice laced with teasing. "You said you'd be back in a moment, but you were gone for a whole hour. By the time you got back, the food was all cold." Wu Yan tactfully signaled for the waiter. "Go ahead and order 2 more dishes." The young man bowed respectfully and took the order. "Yes, ma'am." Zhang Miao Miao waited until the man had eaten his fill before pressing him. "So, what did you find out just now?" Remembering the earlier events, Wang Zheng's expression suddenly turned grim. "There's going to be a tough fight ahead." Wu Yan seemed to sense the gravity of the situation. "So, what do you need us to do?" At that moment, the food they ordered was brought out. His eyes lit up at the sight of one of the plates, his mouth watering. "Let's eat first." Wang Zheng began to tear into the chicken that had just been served, ignoring his teammates as they handled their work. Zhang Miao Miao slowly answered her ringing phone. "What's wrong?" A frantic voice came from the other end. "Come home now. Something's happened." The line went dead before she could even ask what was going on. Wang Zheng noticed the change in her expression and asked, "Is something wrong?" Zhang Miao Miao closed her eyes and sighed, unsure of what she was about to face. "My brother called me home. He said something happened. After he finished eating, he stood up and gave orders. 'All right, you head back first. Leave the rest to me to handle. Wu Yan, you take her home.'" Wu Yan didn't say another word and simply did as he asked. Got it." The next morning at the airport, Pepe and his companion landed safely. "Rocky, you know what? The place I hate coming to the most is China. The last time I was here was 10 years ago. I was on an order from the Lord Heavenly Father to kill someone, but I ended up stuck in traffic on the capital's overpass for a full 6 hours. The mission was a failure." Rocky couldn't help but laugh when she heard the story. "Pepe, what country do you like the most?" As he thought of a certain place, his face twisted into a perverted grin. "Iceland. I truly miss the passionate hot girls there. It's a true paradise for men." Her smile faded and her voice took on a sarcastic edge. "I really don't know how a lecher like you ever became a Grand Elder." Pepe was no slouch either. He shot back with a retort that left her speechless. "And you dressing up like you're in your 20s, is that so people won't realize you're actually 41 years old?" After saying that, he gave Rocky a lecherous look. "But then again, this 41-year-old body of yours is really something else." Angered by Pepe's teasing, Rocky snapped. "Stop talking nonsense and focus." He quickly calmed down. "No more jokes. We'll talk more when we get back to the hotel." Just then, a staff member approached and greeted them. "Welcome, you two. Let's head back to the hotel." But from a hidden corner, a car had appeared stalking them. The person inside was none other than Wang Zheng. He spoke in a low voice. "I've finally been waiting for you two." The two quickly arrived back at the Jinling restaurant. Rocky was relaxing in the bathtub. Suddenly, the doorknob slowly turned, catching the attention of the person inside. She was highly alert and immediately noticed as the door creaked open. To Rocky's astonishment, she burst out of the bathroom and yelled, "Who is it? Get the hell out here." Wang Zheng seized the opportunity and threw a surprise punch straight at her. But not only did she dodge with lightning-fast reflexes, you looked like you were on a clearance sale, yet you still managed to counterattack with a kick right to the chest. He taunted her with a smirk as they exchanged blows. "It's not every day that Grand Elder Rocky still remembers me." After just a few exchanges, her towel decided to betray her. It slipped a little startling, its owner into a momentary shock. Seeing this, how could Wang Zheng let the opportunity pass? He immediately gave Rocky's twin peaks a slap, as if testing whether they were real or fake. She froze solid for 2 seconds, then her entire body erupted in a blaze of hatred, burning away any memory of us. "I'll kill you. No man has ever touched my body before." But Wang Zheng was completely unfazed, his voice carefree, as if he hadn't done a thing. Rocky Grand Elder, did I perhaps anger you? His opponent wasn't one to back down either. She shot back a taunt of her own. I never thought Wang Zheng himself would come knocking on my door. Ignoring her sarcastic remarks, he quickly changed the subject. Why do you people keep sending people to kill me? She answered, cool as a cucumber without the slightest hesitation. It is the will of the heavens. He was just asking for fun, as he had already known about this blood twist for a while. He shook his head in resignation. That thing isn't here with me. Stop wasting your time. Rocky thought his words were just a lie. She warned him in a stern voice, Lord Wang Zheng, don't say I didn't warn you. When the time is right, the Heavenly Father himself will take action. Wang Zheng kept changing the conversation back and forth as if toying with his plump prey. I'm waiting. But I just wanted to ask, can an old woman like you stop pretending to be a young maiden? I heard that practicing this kind of evil art requires one to be a virgin. Of all the things to tease her about, he chose to mock a woman's age. As expected, Rocky was so enraged, the blood rushed to her head. Without hesitation, she lunged at her enemy. You talk too much, now die. The two of them continued to dance and whirl around inside the house, completely unaware that someone was secretly observing them from afar. Chiang Dongtong lowered his binoculars, smirking as if he'd just been given an extra day off, then turned to ask his subordinates. Looks like the intel Chen Maidong provided was accurate. Are you ready yet? If you're not ready now, you'll be eating dirt. Of course, when two tigers fight a third-party profits, he was confident that this time, he would be the winner. Let them all die. This prize can't be allowed to fall into the hands of the ideal nation. And we certainly can't let Wang Zheng escape alive. One of his men quickly pulled out a small cannon and fired a shot straight at the room. Well, surprise. A bullet flew in from out of nowhere and sent his subordinate to go play mahjong with his ancestors, which also threw off the trajectory of the cannon shot. Despite that, it still made the opposite building explode like fireworks on New Year's Eve. Seeing the situation turn, Qiang Dongtong quickly hid behind a wall to avoid being attacked. He cursed under his breath, damn it, there's someone else. Could it be national security, inside Rocky's room? No. It should be called a battlefield now, because the shock wave from the explosion had caused one of the walls to collapse. She was pinned by her leg, choking on the smoke and dust. Wang Zheng, who was lucky enough to escape, scrambled over to her side. Then, without a word, he reached his hands into the gap beneath the slab of wall. She suspected he was trying to use this opportunity to assassinate her. So she yelled out, "It hurts. What are you trying to do?" Wang Zheng ordered in a cold voice. "If you don't want to die, then shut your mouth." Next, he used all his strength to lift the wall slab while hastily urging her on. "Pull your leg out quick. I can't hold on for much longer." Rocky struggled to pull it out, pain spreading throughout her body, her beautiful face scrunching up. Once the job was done, his strength reached its limit, and he quickly dropped the slab of wall. She looked over at the young man who was panting like a dog, having to lie flat on the floor to rest for a moment, and a question suddenly surfaced. "Thank you. But why did you save me?" He paused for a moment to gasp for a few breaths of air. A moment later, Wang Zheng replied calmly, "Because right now we have a common enemy. Besides, killing you wouldn't mean anything to me." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly undid a few buttons on his shirt, making her think for a second that she'd snagged a fresh young stud. "What are you doing?" Turns out, seeing a woman in her 40s, wrapped in nothing but a bath towel, was about to blind him, so he had to use his shirt to cover her. "Relax, I'm not interested in you." After that, he tore another strip of cloth from his pant leg and carefully bandaged the wound on Rocky's ankle, not forgetting to do a little brainwashing. "This is the humanitarianism of a great nation. I'll stop the bleeding for you first, otherwise the wound will get infected. Remember to disinfect it when you get out." After he was done flirting, he got down to business. "Who do you think was behind this explosion?" She was still busy shyly looking at Wang Zheng's six-pack, so she was a little startled when he asked. "Either the Shadow Army or the Atlantic Alliance. Only those two major powers would be arrogant enough to disregard the law like this in Huaxia." He thought for a moment and immediately ruled one out. It wouldn't be the Atlantic Alliance. Just then, the phone in his hand suddenly rang. He quickly answered and gave orders like a true CEO. "Send someone here to rescue me. Hurry, someone here has lost a lot of blood." Rocky opened her eyes with difficulty. The harsh sunlight made it impossible for her to sleep in any longer. Looking around, she realized it wasn't her familiar room. She weakly asked Wang Zheng, "Where is this?" He was sitting by the bed watching over her. Knowing she was a little worried, he smiled reassuringly. "This place is very safe. You can recover here and then leave. My people won't do anything to you, don't worry." With that, he stood up to leave. She quickly sat up, asking like a lost baby bird, "Where are you going?" He had no intention of hiding it, replying with a smile, "To deal with the head of the Shadow Army." She'd been so busy chatting with the handsome guy that she had only just now remembered her unlucky comrade. "What happened to my associate Wang Zheng?" lingered for a moment to answer Rocky's question. "He's out of danger and is being treated at our facility." He suddenly got the urge to gossip, his tongue as sharp as hers. "What's the deal with you and that old man? Are you two that close for you to be taking care of him like this?" Veins bulged on her forehead. That old geezer who just won't die. It would have been better if he'd been blown to bits, and yet he was allowed to live. What rotten luck. Understanding her personality, all bark and no bite, he covered his mouth to keep from laughing out loud. I didn't realize the resentment between you two ran so deep. Just then his phone chimed. Wang Zheng quickly took it out to check. It was an urgent message from Wu Yan. There's a car waiting for you at the hospital entrance. Get here quick. Rocky had now regained her composure, replacing her earlier flustered look with a gentle, encouraging smile. Judging by your expression, a beautiful woman is looking for you, right? You should go, don't keep her waiting. He readily agreed and said his goodbyes. Right, maybe we'll meet again. In the parking lot at the hospital entrance, Wang Zheng had just gotten into the car when he urgently questioned her. What's the rush? Why did you need me so urgently? Wu Yan immediately snapped back. We need to get back now. Something very important has come up. Seeing the tense look on her face, he dropped his playful attitude and guessed. Something happened with Xia Yan, and she immediately nodded in confirmation. Right. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was late at night. The two of them had just stepped into Xia Yan's office when they were gently dismissed by Xia Ling. Wu Yan, you can wait outside. She respectfully raised her hand in acknowledgement. Understood. Wang Zheng, having no patience, immediately demanded, You called me here in such a rush. If you have something to say, spit it out. He didn't want to beat around the bush. Men should be direct with each other. This is good news for you. I'm giving you a chance to go back to the West. How about it? Hearing that ridiculous reason, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. And here he thought it was something urgent. The West, so what? If I want to go back, I'll go back. I don't need you to give me a chance. Seeing him so arrogant, he couldn't see the ground beneath his feet. He couldn't help but taunt him. Don't think I don't know why you scrambled back here from the West in the first place. The other man's crude words successfully made Wang Zheng look down, retorting defensively. What do you mean scrambled back? I returned because I was seriously injured on a mission. If it weren't for an old woman who treated me, you wouldn't even be seeing me right now. As an old hand at this game, Xia Yan wasn't one to back down easily. Your strength alone isn't enough to handle those people, but now Guan can help you. I've already prepared everything for you. Aren't you moved? In the agency, the boss's word is law, so he didn't argue any further and changed the subject. When do I leave? His superior quickly gave the orders. In 3 days. Come here tomorrow afternoon and I'll brief you on the specific arrangements and personnel. Wang Zheng snapped his fingers and with a sly grin stated his condition. Then have Wu Yan pick me up tomorrow afternoon. Oh, that's easy. Xia Yan agreed in a heartbeat. No problem. After their discussion, he calmly walked out of the headquarters, but his mind was a tangled mess. Just when things were looking up, he had to go back to a life of killing again. Suddenly, a car slowly approached and stopped right beside him. Shangguan Shishi rolled down the window and signaled for Wang Zheng to get in the car. Her unexpected appearance made him wonder. How did you know I was here? She teased mysteriously. A little bird told me. At 1 in the morning at the Tianping Mountain Villa, he was fast asleep in his comfortable bed. The two beautiful ladies were also having their own private time. One was enjoying a cigarette, while the other was lost deep in her own thoughts. But just overthinking wasn't enough. Sheng Fei decided to play detective eavesdropping outside the door of the virile young man. I wonder if he's back yet, she thought. What a jump scare. Wang Zheng suddenly opened the door, catching her off guard and making her tumble forward. He expertly caught her and covered her mouth to avoid waking the other wives. Eavesdropping on me. What do you think you're doing? Before Sheng Fei could even answer, he gave her a loud slap right on the butt, causing her face to turn red as a tomato as she winced and questioned him. What are you doing? And yet the culprit shamelessly argued back. Don't play so innocent. Consider that. Slap your punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, he swept her up in his arms, much to her surprise. When a meal is served right in front of him, a man has to eat. Wang Zheng certainly didn't let his fellow men down. He placed Sheng Fei on his bed and leaned in close, whispering, There's a price for eavesdropping, you know. The naive girl asked back, What price? The little white rabbit had no idea she had fallen right into the gray wolf's trap and was about to let him devour her whole. 1 week later in South America in a cozy rented house, with the sun beating down just like a scorching noon in Hanoi, Wang Zheng was scrolling on his phone. Ah, no, he was on a video call with Xia Yan. You tricked me into coming here to check on a clue, but there's nothing here. Hearing the irritation in his voice, he replied calmly, What's the rush? Isn't that what I'm calling to tell you now? Hearing that, he urged, then spit it out. But all he got was the most concise answer possible. Torumu Port. That's all Wang Zheng needed to hear before he hung up, much to the others' dismay. Xia Yan was fuming on the other end of the line. That damn brat? I wasn't even finished talking. At Torumu Port, the waves crashed gently and the warm sun shone down on the scene. People were busy, but Wang Zheng wasn't here to see the ocean or watch the people. He was hiding in the blind spot of a shipping container, pistol in hand, observing silently. Chiang Dongtong's voice rose from the crowd. You have to be careful when you receive the goods later. There can be absolutely no mistakes. The entire group responded in unison. Yes, sir. After giving his instructions, he turned to leave. Seeing his chance, Wang Zheng quickly drew his gun and fired a shot. It's unclear if he has a particular preference, but the bullet hit one of the subordinates carrying a crate right in the butt. Seeing this, the group started running around in a panic, cursing up a storm. The more he shot, the more thrilled he got. Too slow, he thought, aiming for one man's butt and then another's leg. At that moment, Chiang Dongtong, who was discussing business, glanced outside. Seeing his men running for their lives like they'd seen a ghost, he became extremely annoyed and screamed furiously. What's going on? Beside him was Palm, a high-ranking instructor from the Dark Army. The instructor yelled, "Someone dares to barge in here looking for enemies, I'll chop him to pieces." After firing to his heart's content, Wang Zheng retreated to hide in a storage room filled with goods. Hearing those big, empty threats, he provoked them silently. "We'll see if you're even alive to find me." He expertly slashed a pipe which immediately began spraying a brown liquid. Not stopping there, he also kicked over a fuel barrel, creating a strange mixture of fluids that spread everywhere. Palm noticed something was wrong, pointing and asking, "What is that liquid?" Dongtong was stunned with shock. He knew his life was over. "It's gasoline, get out of here now." Wang Zheng was already comfortably perched on the roof of a car not far from the warehouse holding a machine gun. He muttered cheerfully, "I hope you all like my gift." He even gave them a polite farewell before decisively pulling the trigger. The bullet flew toward the liquid and ignited it. In an instant, everything exploded like fireworks on New Year's Eve. Looking at his masterpiece worthy of the history books, he thought to himself, "Chiang Dongtong, you're not getting so lucky this time." But life is never that simple. From within the blazing warehouse, two figures suddenly burst out of the flames. It was a subordinate helping the blood-spitting Dongtong escape. Once they landed safely, he immediately scanned his surroundings. A familiar silhouette entered his line of sight, and he growled under his breath, "It's you again." As for Wang Zheng, time flew, and in the blink of an eye, it was evening. When he got back to his rental house and opened his door, Wang Zheng immediately felt that something was off. As a precaution, he silently drew a pistol, then pressed himself against the door and cautiously issued a threat. "Come on out on your own. I won't make things difficult for you." A teasing, provocative voice came from behind the door. "I was hoping you'd give me a hard time." Losing his patience, he kicked the door open and burst in, quickly raising his gun and aiming it straight at the person inside. "Who the hell are you?" But inside the room was a woman with a beautiful back taking a shower. When she didn't answer, Wang Zheng warned her again, "If you keep messing around, I'll shoot." Only then did Ketty slowly turn her head. "Long time no see. Are you really going to shoot me?" Seeing this pleasant surprise, he did a complete 180 and greeted her cheerfully. "What are you doing here, Ketty?" Wearing only a pink lingerie set, walked right up to him. "You caused such a commotion this morning. A lot of people have their eyes on you right now. I can come to your room for a bath, but others can come to take your life. You need to be careful." But Wang Zheng was in no mood to pay attention to any of that. His eyes were glued to Ketty's body. "Yeah, I know," he replied distractedly. It was time to get down to business. Ketty put her hands on her hips, looking puzzled. "So what exactly did you come here for?" Wang Zheng held up a picture. "The person in this photo. I need you to find him for me." Suddenly, she moved closer, throwing her arms around his neck and trying to seduce him. "I'll help you find him tomorrow, but tonight, I need to collect a little down payment." The next day, the scorching sun, no different from a mid-June day in Hanoi, beat down on the villa. Inside, an old voice spoke, tinged with worry. "Xiao Bin, what on earth is happening? Why do we have to leave this place?" Hu Bin, who was packing, answered hastily. "Mom, let's go back to Huaxia first. I'll explain everything later. I'm done packing by the door." Hu Bin's face relaxed. He gently placed a hand on his wife's shoulder. "Good. I'll move the things to the car first." As he carried the suitcases out the gate, Hu Bin saw a figure with his back turned, arms crossed, trying to look cool. He became vigilant and snapped, "Who are you?" Of course, the one posturing was none other than Wang Zheng. Hu Bin immediately relaxed, happily exclaiming, "Captain." Then he turned to his family and instructed them, "You guys get in the car first. I need to have a word with my old friend." Wang Zheng also tactfully reassured them, "Don't worry, everyone. We'll be quick." Mai nodded gently. Of course he didn't seek out Hu Bin just to reminisce. He cut right to the chase. "You probably know why I'm here." He nodded slightly in response. "Captain, ask whatever you need to ask." Wang Zheng's sharp eyes fixed on his former teammate as he interrogated him. "What have you been hiding all these years?" Hu Bin lowered his head and answered in a heavy tone. "Before the Mian Yue mission, my family was threatened. They told me to withdraw from Dragon Scale. Sensing something strange, he pressed on, but you didn't agree." Only then did Hu Bin slowly open up. "That's right, I didn't agree. But my hesitation nearly got me killed on that mission." Based on his knowledge of the enemy's brutality, Wang Zheng pieced together what happened next. "You didn't follow their orders. They probably wouldn't let you off the hook." He obviously knew this as well. "Maybe they thought I was useless, so they released my family to avoid trouble. Our whole family moved away. In the end, we used the cover of that dark military academy to finally have a peaceful life. But it seems I've been exposed now." Wang Zheng disagreed with his plan. "I had someone investigate your whereabouts. If you could be found, It means your situation isn't safe right now. Hu Bin looked at the man before him and suddenly remembered something. Captain, the explosion at the military academy. Was that you? But Wang Zheng was as nonchalant as if he had nothing to do with it. That's right. I gave them a little welcoming gift first. The real show is still to come. At that moment, his expression flickered with hesitation, but he finally resolved himself and said, Captain, there's one more thing. What is it? He asked. With a serious expression, he slowly revealed, there's a mole in dragon scale. But contrary to Hu Bin's expectations, Wang Zheng just replied calmly, I know. I'll definitely drag him out. Settle your family first and we'll meet again. In Chiang Dongtong's office, the guy who had been on a short fuse lately slammed his fist on the table. He shot up and yelled, It's been 2 days and you still haven't found Wang Zheng. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. After his tirade, he gave an order. Modessa, Henry Johnson, Vansfield, the 4 of you with me. With that, the group strode out. That night at a secret base in Bolivia, Wang Zheng was already in an ideal sniping position. Beside him was a Barrett M82A1. This must be the low-grade processing workshop at the secret base Ketty mentioned. The beautiful image of Ketty appeared in his thoughts, her instructions echoing in his mind. The documents you want are all in here. If you need anything else, just contact me anytime. Wang Zheng decided to act. He grabbed a can of gasoline and entered the warehouse, pouring it all over the flammable goods. Once finished, he quickly returned to his ambush spot. Getting into a firing position, Wang Zheng calculated. Chiang Dongtong, I'm going to make you suffer today. A gunshot tore through the night. The gasoline-soaked area he had set up instantly burst into a raging fire swallowing the warehouse. Panicked shouts erupted. Fire. For God's sake, who cut off the fire suppression system? Stop sleeping and call for help. Put out the fire. Seeing the results of his work, Wang Zheng grinned smugly. Heh. The next day, back in Chiang Dongtong's office, a non-stop stream of curses filled the air. Damn it, Chiang Dongtong screamed at his subordinate, slapping him across the face. I step out for a bit yesterday, and you let someone burn down my warehouse, you useless pieces of trash. A hoarse voice suddenly came from the doorway. You make mistakes yourself, yet you only know how to blame your subordinates. This kind of leadership is not what I want to see. Chiang Dongtong immediately bowed his head. Instructor. The instructor lit a cigar and continued his questioning. Aren't you going to explain this? With that, he stroked his beard and commanded, The one who just got hit, come here. The subordinate from before scurried over with his head down. Yes, instructor. Puffing on his cigar, the instructor made a cold demand. Whatever he just did to you, you do the exact same thing back to him. If you don't dare, I'll kill you right now, causing the subordinate to tremble like a leaf. Instructor. I can't do it. That answer successfully awakened the bloodthirsty beast within the man, who then took out a sharp steel knife, truly beyond saving. With that, he decisively slit the man's throat. Blood gushed out like it was from a broken faucet. Then, while wiping the blood from his blade, he coldly ordered, Chiang Dongtong kneel. He didn't forget to warn the defiant man kneel for a full 24 hours. If you move before the time is up, you know the consequences. What else could he do? He could only endure it. Yes, I understand. It seems everyone enjoys spying on each other. This pathetic scene happened to be witnessed by someone else. Turns out the nosy onlooker was Wang Zheng. Now that the drama was over, he lowered his binoculars, a knowing smile on his face. Speaking of which, he thought, it's been a while since I had a drink. Why not head to that place to celebrate? He was thinking of a shop called White Snow World. He opened his car door and stepped out, a nostalgic expression on his face like a student returning to visit their old school. It really had been a long time. Seeing a customer at the counter, Roy asked, What can I get for you? Out of habit, Wang Zheng ordered a special drink from the old days, a Blue Mountain coffee. Hearing the name, the man smiled politely. Sir, I'm very sorry, but we stopped serving Blue Mountain a long time ago. He was a bit surprised. Bella's not making it anymore. Where is she? Realizing he was an old customer, the man's tone became more open. Only Bella could make Blue Mountain coffee, and she stopped 2 years ago. Bella La hardly comes in to work these days. I'm not sure where she is. Suddenly, the sound of excited chatter from a nearby table piqued his inner gossip. The death match is about to start. Who are you guys betting on? Number 1 Beast, of course. That guy has won more than 20 matches in a row. He's the real deal. Totally lives up to his name. Sounds interesting. Wang Zheng decided that if he was going to eavesdrop, he might as well see it through. He couldn't believe there was such a master fighter here. He had to check it out. A moment later, he followed the stairs down to the underground arena below. The place was packed and the roars of the crowd echoed everywhere like fans screaming for their idols. Number 1, Beast, hurry up and kill him. On the stage, 2 burly men were the center of attention, both frowning as they tried to size each other up. Suddenly the spotlight shifted to a beautiful woman as all eyes and the shameless catcalls of the perverts in the audience turned to her. Oh my God, it's Bella. She's my goddess. Is she here to see number 1 Beast too? Ignoring the commoners who were hooting like monkeys at a zoo seeing a banana, something caught her alluring eyes. Who else could it be? It had to be the devastatingly handsome Wang Zheng. But this reunion didn't seem to be a welcome one because the moment he saw her, he quickly covered his face. Being too handsome is such a hassle. Seeing this, Bella stormed over to confront him. You stop right there. You've got some nerve trying to run away after ditching me. As she spoke, she grabbed his arm. Then, under the murderous glares of the lecherous crowd, she deliberately acted intimate, but every word she spoke was as sharp as a knife. Where do you think you're going? Don't make me say something even more dangerous. Wang Zheng knew it would be hard to escape this spider demoness's clutches, so he cleared his throat, trying to stall for time. How about we watch the match first? Just then, the beast took the initiative, attacking with a direct blow. Die, but his opponent nimbly dodged to the side, sparing a moment to taunt back. We'll see who dies first. The guy's patience was thin, because that one sentence made his blood boil. You've successfully pissed me off. I'll make sure you die a horrible death. His mouth wrote a check his body couldn't cash. Hu Mei's body had to pay for his trash talk, taking a series of lightning-fast kicks. His ribs were shattered into pieces before he could even wave a white flag. The match ended and Wang Zheng hurriedly tried to pull Bella La away. The winner is clear, let's go. But it wasn't over. The beast suddenly pointed at the two of them and arrogantly provoked him. Do you dare accept my challenge? You got the guts to come up here. The crowd who'd been annoyed with him for a while started chanting along. Except powerless in this awkward situation. He turned to blame the beauty beside him. Bella, this is all your fault. She shot back without missing a beat. So, do you want to go up or not? Wang Zheng cleverly decided to get something out of Bella. Then you have to give me a reason to go up there. She mysteriously leaned in and whispered something in his ear, after which he nodded slightly. All right, I hope you don't go back on your promise. Then he calmly walked down to the stage amidst the roar of the crowd. Go-Go the beast on the stage seemed to hold a deep grudge, burning with fighting spirit. Come on, he sneered, provoking Wang Zheng. Now that you're on my stage, don't even think about walking out of here alive. Sensing his opponent was all talk and no action, he replied with a hint of contempt. Oh, big words. After confirming both men were ready, the announcer waved his hand and shouted, the match begins. The moment he finished, the beast lunged forward, throwing a punch. Die. He didn't even bother dodging, deciding to meet the attack head-on, and it seemed to work, as the guy had to quickly retreat to keep his distance. The spectators were completely stunned by what they saw. Oh my god, he actually blocked a punch from number 1 beast. But wait, the match isn't over. The guy launched himself into the air and shouted the name of his move, not even worried his opponent would have time to dodge. Eat this kick. But no way was Wang Zheng going to take that. He quickly launched himself into the air too, then used his absurdly long legs to kick his opponent hard in a vulnerable spot. Caught off guard, the guy was sent flying into the barrier posts behind him. Riding the momentum, he slowly approached to humiliate his opponent. You're actually pretty good. It's just a shame you ran into me. Looking up at him spouting nonsense, the beast was clearly not willing to accept defeat. So he pulled out a folding knife hidden in his shoe and took advantage of his opponent's lack of vigilance to lunge forward. But unfortunately, this dirty trick failed from the very first step. Wang Zheng once again used his long legs to stomp the guy's arm against the post, causing the man to scream in agony. The crack of breaking bone was so loud you could probably hear it from outer space, the sharp pain shooting straight to the guy's brain. However, even that wasn't enough to satisfy his anger. If you're in such a hurry to die, then I'll be happy to send you to paradise. True to his word, Wang Zheng immediately landed a kick right on the beast's neck. And just like that, another soul got a free ticket to hell. The spectacular match was over, and he calmly walked off the stage. But there wasn't a single cheer. The crowd was still lost in endless shock. He walked straight up to Bella La and gave her a smug smile. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise to me, right? This isn't the right place to talk. She took Wang Zheng's arm and urged him. Let's go, I'll take you. And just like that, the two of them confidently walked away under the countless stunned gazes of the crowd. In a high-up row of seats, 2 people were watching everything below intently. The mysterious blonde man ordered his subordinate, tell the higher-ups that the beast is dead, killed by an Eastern man. Back to that scandalous pair. Now they had arrived at Bella's room. The moment the door opened, they were greeted by a chaotic scene with dozens of clothes strewn everywhere, making the place look no different than a slum. Helpless Wang Zheng turned to the girl beside him, clinging to a glimmer of hope. You live here, but her answer completely extinguished that tiny spark. Of course, she was a girl after all. Even if she was a bit of a slob, as a gentleman, he had to be chivalrous. He tried to find the right words to say that her living environment was a bit lacking, and that she should move when she got the chance. She just smiled, shrugged, and teased, well, aren't I just waiting for you to provide for me? Then her tone changed. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's get down to business first. The moment he heard that, his eyes lit up like a puppy seeing a bone. All right, I thought something interesting was about to happen. But then she turned her back, took out a package, and questioned him. Before he died, my brother asked you to take care of me. So why did you suddenly disappear? Wang Zheng hesitated before replying. Well, you have the guild protecting you. Do you still need me to look after you? She expressed her true feelings. I know you're not interested in me, but I only see you as a brother too. Seeing his eyes glued to the bag in her hand, she laughed at his childishness. Don't be impatient, it'll be ready in a second. 15 minutes later, a steaming pot of coffee was brewed. Bella La poured a cup and handed it to Wang Zheng to try asking him to see if the taste had changed. The warm liquid flowed down his throat, releasing a fragrant aroma, a distinctive scent that made his eyes light up with joy. Yes, this is it. While waiting for him to finish, she got down to business. My brother once said that if he died, he would transfer all of his mission points to you. Wang Zheng put the cup down on the table and shook his head vigorously. These points are useless to me. What would I do with them? But she knew a secret. In the Mission Guild, the higher your score, the more incredible the rewards. Hearing about free stuff, he was extremely tempted, but still had to pretend he didn't care. If you want to transfer them, go ahead. I don't care either way. With an agreement reached, Bella La quickly started up her computer and began entering the data. Finally, she moved the cursor and clicked the confirm button on the notification that read, "Transfer to Dongfang Wang Zheng." Instantly, everyone in the mission hall of the White Snow World Bar noticed. Quick look, the scoreboard is changing. Sure enough, Dongfang Wang Zheng's score was rising non-stop before stopping at the number 31,000. This shocking figure left everyone completely stunned. Oh my god, what just happened? Is Dongfang Wang Zheng back? He's not dead after all. On the other side, Bella La was enjoying the chaos. Your score just skyrocketed. The whole bar is probably going crazy and targeting you now. Wang Zheng didn't believe her, thinking she was just fulfilling her brother's last wish, so he pressed her for the truth. Bella, tell me the truth. What do you want to exchange these points for? She explained it as if it were obvious, because 300,000 points is a threshold for a massive prize. Once you have the points, you can exchange them for a massive prize from headquarters. Aren't you interested? He got excited playing along with her little game. Alright, when the time comes, I'll storm the headquarters and see what this massive prize is. Speaking of which, are there any high difficulty missions in the guild? Hearing this, Bella nodded affirmatively. Of course there are. Do you want to try an ultra high difficulty platinum mission? Obviously. With that, she started clattering away on her computer, searching for information. Then she turned the screen towards him so he could see clearly. Take a look. Wang Zheng's eyes practically bugged out. He exclaimed in astonishment. Oh my god, who the hell posted this? What kind of twisted mission is this? A few lines of a notice appeared on the screen. Platinum mission: assassinate Special Forces soldiers in the international competition. $100,000 for each regular soldier, $300,000 for each Huaxia soldier. This request made him grimace in disgust. These bastards. Seeing how angry he was, Bella asked about his next move. So what are you going to do? Join in or watch from the sidelines? He immediately laid out his plan. Obviously, I'm going to screw up their plans. I need you to help me find the location of the International Special Forces competition. She quickly searched, and then pointed to a spot on the map. Here, the Winson Peninsula, Primeval Forest. It's about 2,000 kilometers from here. Time is tight. Wang Zheng didn't want to waste too much time traveling. Is there a shortcut? Once again, she played the role of an intelligence agent. While searching, she proposed a viable option. Take a tributary of the Amazon River, north to the sea. Going from the sea to the shore could probably cut the travel time in half. He decisively locked in this solution. There's no time to waste. I'm leaving now. He had just finished speaking, and hadn't even taken a single step when he saw Bella La hurriedly packing her things. Looking at this girl who was ready for anything, Wang Zheng had a bad feeling. I was planning on going alone. What are you doing? She said, clinging to his arm coquettishly. You can't just leave me behind. What else could he do? He could only sigh in resignation. You really aren't afraid of death, are you? She playfully stuck out her tongue and teased, I trust you won't let me die. A few days later, on a ship out at sea, Bella La, dressed in Special Forces gear, turned to the person beside her and asked, when will the backup you called for arrive? Wang Zheng clearly didn't want to reveal anything. They'll get here when they get here. A worrying thought suddenly struck her. Oh no. If we just waltz in like this and run into them head on, won't they think we're the enemy? He scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh to hide his embarrassment. Absolutely. I'm used to getting punished for doing the right thing anyway. Hearing this, she gave a gentle smile, though her words carried a hint of helplessness. I really don't get you sometimes. Bella's sudden glance at her watch piqued Wang Zheng's curiosity. What is it? She suddenly spoke in a cryptic tone. Someone posted a platinum mission for $100 million. A mission that you, on the other hand, could complete with ease. He immediately shot back. What mission? Only to get the most insane answer imaginable. Kill the Eastern Tiger, Wang Zheng. This instantly changed his demeanor, and he fell into deep contemplative thought. Looks like the road ahead of us won't be easy. Being targeted with a bounty so unexpectedly made Bella suspicious. Could it be? They've pinpointed our location. He didn't pay much attention to that because there was a more pressing matter at hand. I reckon a huge wave of assassins will be arriving on the Wison Peninsula in the next few days. She anxiously grabbed his arm and suggested, then let's go. We can still make it. But Wang Zheng had a bolder, more noble idea. How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? If we leave those Chinese Special Forces, soldiers are as good as dead. I can't just let them die in vain. The weather today was perfect for outdoor activities with cool, refreshing breezes, soothing the harsh heat of the sun. But in the minefield, the outdoor activities here are pretty intense, as unexpected explosions give a few people the sensation of flying in their final moments. Tianming, on the side, flew into a rage. Damn it, this area is filled with strange mines. Everyone needs to be on high alert. Hongqi, also covered in injuries, was furious at this extreme absurdity. They said it was a mine-sweeping competition, with only small-scale simulated mines, but in reality, they've thrown us into a real minefield. He thought about it, and came to a conclusion. Damn it, someone is definitely trying to sabotage us. He was a little confused, not knowing how the other countries' teams were faring. Were they encountering the same thing we are? Still in the middle of the competition, he quickly regained his composure and commanded his subordinates. Everyone, stay on high alert, watch your step, and watch out above you. A point man went ahead to scout the path, when his foot suddenly stepped on a mine. Just as it was about to explode, someone with quick reflexes shouted, urging everyone, get down now. After the explosion passed, they resiliently dusted themselves off and stood back up. Hongqi took the lead to give his teammates a pep talk and boost their morale. We are elite special forces who went through rigorous selection. If we can't even get through a minefield, we don't deserve to represent Huaxia, much less carry the title of Dragon Scale. Meanwhile, Tianming was thinking deeply of Wang Zheng. If you were here, what would you do? In another area, not far from there, two people were hiding and scouting the situation. From now on, anyone who shows up here is up to no good. Through the binoculars, they could see a boat crowded with people approaching. Bella patted his back and teased him. A bunch of people are heading this way. Looks like you're quite popular. Wang Zheng, not one to be outdone in the humor department, joked right back. Isn't it obvious? My charm hasn't faded one bit. Looking again, he had to admit there were indeed quite a lot of them. Then, he coldly gave the order, blow it. In an instant, the group of people was wiped out before they even knew what hit them. Daniel, representing the group on the shore, announced, since you're here, if you move forward, you might have a chance to get a handsome reward, but if you retreat, you'll have to leave your lives behind. The choice is yours. After about 10 minutes, seeing no one leave, he raised his hand high and created a slogan for his fledgling group. Since you've all chosen to stay, then let's go all out to find the Eastern King, Wang Zheng, kill him and claim the bounty. Daring to talk about killing him right in front of his face. As the intended victim, he had to deal with the troublemaker first. It seems you've all chosen the path of death. A single shot rang out and fresh blood stained a large patch of some unlucky young man's shirt. But with his hawk-like eyes, Daniel instantly spotted that the shot came from the 1 o'clock direction. A few of you follow me. Whoever takes him down first gets 100,000 US dollars. While tracking him, Shin suddenly spotted something. It was a deep footprint in the ground along with some dry twigs that had been snapped by being stepped on. He pointed in that direction and reported, boss, there are footprints up ahead. He probably left them when he was trying to make a quick getaway. Daniel smirked in satisfaction and ordered, follow them. Elsewhere, Wang Zheng was holding Bella's hand and asked with concern, what's wrong? Are you scared? She shook her head and expressed with some hesitation, it's not that I'm scared. It's just that you're too violent. He chuckled teasingly. You call this violent? Looks like you still need some training. From a bush near them, a gun barrel suddenly appeared, aimed straight at the two of them. The instant the shot was fired, Wang Zheng reacted swiftly, pulling Bella carefully to one side. Then he carefully instructed her, you hide here. Their target is me. With that, he confidently stepped out to provoke the hidden assailants into showing themselves. What's the fun in playing cat and mouse? If you have any guts, come out here. With the last shred of dignity they had, the two perpetrators behind the failed assassination finally revealed themselves. Their faces seemed all too familiar to him, so he insulted them with contempt. Well, if it isn't Epicurus and Epictetus, are you two in a rush to get reincarnated? The old man paid no mind to his trash talk and instead changed the subject. Lord Wang Zheng, you people from Huaxia have a saying. Money makes the world go round. We wanted to try our luck too. Who knows, maybe we'll not only find the heart of the sky, but also get a huge reward. Hearing this, Wang Zheng's face darkened, and he threatened through gritted teeth, then give it a try. But I'm afraid you might have the skill to take the money, but not the life to spend it. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped high into the air. He then intended to use a deadly move to take his opponent's life, but unfortunately the enemy was nimble enough to dodge it. Once you have the initiative, you can't let your opponent predict your next move. Therefore, it took them a few seconds to realize he was no longer in front of them. Careful behind you. Seizing the moment before they could react, Wang Zheng opened fire. Epictetus immediately took a bullet straight to the chest, dying before he could even gasp. Wang Zheng looked at his work with satisfaction, his judgmental mouth not even sparing the dead man. Fast reflexes, but still not faster than my bullet. Witnessing his own twin brother drop dead right in front of him, Epicurus roared in fury, I'm going to kill you, but all he got in return was a cold snort from his opponent. Zip! Suddenly something flew toward a tree trunk and ricocheted off it. In the blink of an eye, the old man also had a hole right through his chest. He collapsed painfully to the ground, coughing up blood. Wang Zheng approached him, looking down with arrogance and mocked in a cold voice. I don't understand where you guys get the confidence to think you could kill me. Epicurus struggled to get out his last words. The Wang Zheng, you truly live up to your name, Wang Zheng. We were no match for you. After that, he went to join his brother in the afterlife. He shook his head and sighed at their foolishness. There's a path to heaven, but you chose not to walk it. Learning from his previous experience, he carefully erased his footprints before leading Bella away. It wasn't until 2 hours later that someone discovered the bodies of the two men. What's this? He boldly turned Epicurus's body over to examine it. Elvis was instantly filled with confusion and terror. The zombie brothers. They've been killed. Who could possibly be skilled enough to do this? The long day had finally come to an end. In this gloomy forest, an explosion erupted every few minutes. Wang Zheng was hiding on a high cliff to get a better view of everything, and he quietly remarked, "Looks like the fighting has started over there too." Suddenly, a stray bullet flew towards them, but his reflexes were quick, and he managed to pull Bella aside just in time. Then he carefully instructed her, "You wait here. I'm going up ahead to check out the situation." With that, he immediately took off like a shot. Wang Zheng tried a different angle to observe the battle raging in the distance. A shooter hidden behind a tree trunk was continuously firing ahead. In the next second, the population of Hell increased by 1. Bella hid behind some bushes, tasked with warning Wang Zheng of any danger through their walkie-talkie. "Someone's heading your way. Moving fast, looks like they're skilled." Just as she was being a useful member of society, Dragon appeared out of nowhere and grabbed her by the throat, hissing a cold threat. "Don't try anything funny, or you'll lose that pretty little life of yours." He snatched her walkie-talkie and made his demand. "Eastern Wang Zheng, if you ever want to see this beauty again, get back here in 2 minutes." The moment he heard that, he knew she was in danger. He dropped everything and sprinted back, not forgetting to try and de-escalate. "Just you wait. I won't disappoint you." Exactly 2 minutes later, Dragon saw him appear and couldn't help but praise him with satisfaction. "You're quite punctual. Do you have any idea who I am?" Wang Zheng wouldn't even spare a glance for this guy's father, let alone this nobody. "Am I supposed to know who you are? Stop wasting my time and spit it out." In an attempt to salvage his tiny shred of dignity, he arrogantly announced his identity. "I am Dragon, ranked 2nd on the Mission Guild's leaderboard. How about that? Scared now, aren't you?" Even though the hostage was still in his hands, Wang Zheng couldn't stop his sharp, sarcastic mouth. "So you're that piece of trash who's ranked 2nd, huh?" Dragon pointed his gun straight at Bella's temple on one side, while flashing a vile smile and proposing to the man across from him. "How about we play a little game, a life for a life?" Wang Zheng didn't have time to mess around, so he asked curtly, "What are the rules?" Dragon didn't even bother to explain. Instead, he played dirty, shoving her forward. He then used her as a human shield to charge in for an attack. Just as Bella was about to fall into his arms, he quickly grabbed her backpack and decisively threw the little troublemaker to the side, earning a taunt from his opponent. "That's no way to treat a beautiful lady, is it?" Even though he was being pinned against a tree, Wang Zheng couldn't care less and immediately shot back. "What the hell does it have to do with you?" Wang Zheng deftly switched to attacking with his knee, but Dragon used the exact same move to counter him. The moment they had a bit of distance, they both drew their guns and fired in the blink of an eye. Having fought up to this point, Wang Zheng had to offer some praise. "You've got some skill." "Not bad." But Dragon took these words as an insult, flying into a rage and charging at him. "Don't you underestimate me." Dragon then switched to spouting life philosophies, talking nonsense as he threw a powerful punch. "Underestimating your enemy will get you killed." Just as the two were about to engage in a martial arts showdown, a figure suddenly appeared. It wasn't clear if this figure knew any martial arts, but they shamelessly interrupted the one-on-one duel, landing a blow right on the enemy's shoulder that made him howl in pain. Not stopping there, Li Minghao followed up with a fatal kick to Dragon's stomach. "Go to hell." Only after Li Minghao had taken him down did Wang Zheng call out his name, Li Minghao. He turned back with a smile and greeted him. "Night Wolf's captain reporting to you, sir." Both surprised and curious, Wang Zheng approached him. "What are you doing here?" Li Minghao didn't answer, instead pointing to the man on the ground and suggesting, "Captain, you guys should leave first. Leave this guy to me." Not wanting to pry, Wang Zheng nodded in agreement. "All right, you be careful." Li Minghao suddenly threw something to him. "Captain, this is for you." A while later, Wang Zheng was carefully helping Bella find a suitable place to tend to her wounds. "There's a hot spring not far ahead. Let's go over there and rest for a bit." The atmosphere around them was filled with happy bubbles as the man and woman bashfully avoided eye contact. In the blink of an eye, they reached the hot spring. The sight of the beautiful woman soaking in the water wrapped only in a towel was enough to give him a classic pervert's nosebleed. Wang Zheng didn't hesitate to offer, "Let me massage your arm for you." And to his surprise, she nodded in agreement as if giving him the green light. That was all the encouragement he needed. He immediately used his 1-second undressing technique and plunged into the hot spring, gently taking Bella's injured arm and soothing her. "Just bear with it for a moment. It'll feel better soon." After massaging for a while, he asked, "How does it feel?" The method seemed to be effective. She smiled and replied, "Much better," but then her expression turned sad. "I'm sorry, I'm just dragging you down." She really was a walking disaster, but since this disaster was so beautiful, he couldn't bring himself to scold her too harshly. "Well, aren't you? Now I even have to take care of you." Sensing movement in the distance, Wang Zheng immediately stood up and warned her, "Someone's coming, get dressed quickly." And sure enough, a few seconds later, a group of people led by Tianming ran to the hot spring. "I can't let the Dragon Scale team be destroyed under my watch." Meanwhile, the other two had already hidden behind some bushes by the roadside. Watching the group run for their lives as if being chased by dogs, Bella wondered aloud, "What's going on?" Peekaboo, a man in tribal clothing suddenly swung in on a vine, ambushing them. He attacked relentlessly, not giving Tianming a single second to breathe. Luckily, he managed to block the attack with his knife, while urging a nearby teammate Hong Chi move now. But before he could do anything, another teammate fell, a bullet piercing his chest. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw the enemy was busy tending to the injured, unable to make a move. The hand clutching his weapon was trembling violently. Tianming closed his eyes, mourning his own budding youth. "Am I going to die here?" Just then, someone decided to intervene. Wang Zheng leaped through the air, kicking Sly straight in the stomach, leaving him stunned. Seeing the person he had been waiting for all this time, Tianming was so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes. Wang Zheng. But Wang Zheng didn't have time to chat as he was busy teaching the enemy a lesson with his deadly kicks, followed by a deep stab to the shoulder with his knife. After subduing his opponent, he turned to Tianming and ordered, "You guys keep an eye on him. Don't let him kill himself. I'm going to deal with the last one." Suddenly, the barrel of a gun appeared out of nowhere and fired a shot straight at Wang Zheng. But to him, this was nothing. A simple sidestep was all it took to dodge. However, that one shot gave away the sniper's hiding spot. "Found you." But Paul had already rappelled down a rope and was making his escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Wang Zheng instantly shot forward, blocking his path and demanding, "You and that last guy, you're from the same school, aren't you?" "You're absolutely right," he said, throwing his gun towards Wang Zheng. With lightning-fast reflexes, Wang Zheng caught it and sneered. "What a moron. Who throws their weapon to the enemy?" He immediately turned the gun on him and fired. Not so fast, Paul never saw it coming and took a bullet pain instantly flooding his entire body. The crowd below was in awe watching his fluid movements. "Whoa, if you've got it, you might as well flex." He was grinning from ear to ear, but still tried to act humble. It was nothing really. Then he rappelled down to the ground where Tianming quickly ran over to meet him. Suddenly, Zhang Kai, who was standing behind them, aimed his gun at Wang Zheng. Seeing this, Tianming rushed to stop him. "Zhang Kai, are you insane? What are you doing?" But he paid him no mind, continuing his arrogant threat. "Captain, this is an order from the old master." Tianming immediately put a gun to his own head and declared righteously, "Wang Zheng saved our lives. If you want to kill him, you'll have to kill me too." The subordinates glanced back and forth at each other, communicating only with their eyes. Finally, Jingting was the one who stepped forward and fired, feigning righteousness. "Sorry, Captain." As if he had anticipated this, Wang Zheng yanked Tianming aside, narrowly cheating death. Tianming couldn't stomach this betrayal and furiously took aim at the shooter. "You've got guts," Wang Zheng said, but his own attitude remained completely calm. He even pointed out something suspicious about the other men. "Su Tianming, don't you see it yet? These men have been planning to kill us from the very beginning." Tianming couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "What?" Only then did Wang Zheng decide it was time to spring the trap. He calmly gave an order. Zhang Kai dropped the act. The man who seemed to be the ringleader of the betrayal now obediently followed Wang Zheng's command. "Yes, Captain." With a wave of his hand, the three real traitors were shot dead in an instant. It turned out Bella La wasn't just sitting around doing nothing. She had been hiding in a strategic position, providing support when needed. Tianming, finally getting up to speed, caught on to what was happening. Who on earth ordered these men to kill Wang Zheng even at the cost of their own lives? Could it be? He ventured a guess, Su Tianran. Wang Zheng, however, didn't have the same grave expression. He just casually offered a piece of candy. "Want one?" How could anyone think about eating in a situation like this? A distraught Tianming asked him to come up with a plan. "Just tell me what to do, Wang Zheng." Not one to disappoint, Wang Zheng offered a perfectly logical plan. "Why don't you disappear for a while? We'll let everyone think you died in the Weisan Peninsula forest." For now, there was no better option. Tianming smiled and accepted. "That's a good idea. Thanks." 3 days later, Wang Zheng was in his room talking with Li Minghao. "Did you get Su Tianming out of here?" Li Minghao asked. Wang Zheng shook his head and sighed. "Not all the way. There's still some distance to go. I let him walk the rest of the way himself." He looked completely shattered, like a different person. "It's understandable. How could you not be shattered after your own brother just tried to have you killed?" Li Minghao also expressed his disappointment. "To be honest, I'm shocked too. I never thought Su Tianran was that kind of person." Wang Zheng had already seen through the mastermind's plan. He was trying to kill two birds with one stone. Too bad for him, he miscalculated. This piqued Li Minghao's curiosity. Miscalculated what? But before Wang Zheng could answer, Belala opened the door and slipped inside, perching on his lap. He obviously didn't count on Wang Zheng having so many capable allies. Hearing that familiar voice, Wang Zheng didn't even need to look to know who it was. Oh, you're here. Meanwhile, on a large tree branch not far from their location, a man named Elbis was watching them through binoculars, his tone dripping with self-satisfaction. Oh, Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng, I've finally found you. He suddenly sensed danger and exclaimed, "This is bad," before immediately leaping down to dodge an attack. He then deployed an airbag. Elbis gloated to himself about his top-of-the-line gear. Good thing I have high-tech toys. But when he saw the series of landmines exploding below him, his smirk twisted and then vanished completely. Though he landed safely, he was still dumbfounded as to who was attacking him. While he was still dazed, someone took the opportunity to stomp a boot right on his face, distorting his features and making him yelp in pain. Elbis quickly threw a handful of yellow powder at Wang Zheng. Knowing this trick all too well, Wang Zheng covered his nose while warning his subordinate, "The yellow mist is poisonous. It's his signature move." Taking advantage of the lingering mist, Elbis hid behind a large tree, cursing under his breath. Damn it, Wang Zheng had already recognized his old acquaintance, and a smirk played on his lips as he taunted his opponent. "Elbis, it's been so many years and you're still the same coward. You don't dare to face me head-on. Is it fun hiding behind that tree like a chicken?" But unfortunately for Wang Zheng, Elbis remained completely unfazed and took out a pill. "Your taunts are useless against me. If you've got a problem with it, come and get me." He popped it into his mouth and swallowed it down. Out in the open, Wang Zheng suddenly got the urge to play with something a little more explosive. He pulled the pin on a grenade, his voice still challenging. "I don't believe you'll stay in there now." With that, he chucked it right where Elbis was hiding. Although the shockwave from the blast scorched the hem of his clothes, he still tried to act tough. "You think that's enough to force me out? You seriously underestimate me." Hearing this, Wang Zheng eagerly tossed another grenade. "Then try this on for size. So much for his tough talk." Elbis's face went pale when he saw the next one flying toward him. Are you ever going to stop? Both Wang Zheng and Li Minghao, completely indifferent to their opponent's survival, just kept chucking grenade after grenade. After 10 minutes of their own little fireworks show, Wang Zheng leisurely strolled over to the unconscious figure lying on the ground. "So Elbis, how did you enjoy the party?" However, there was no response as Elbis was already out cold. Li Minghao then saw his captain randomly patting down the man's body and grew suspicious. "Captain, what are you doing?" The answer he got was perfectly in character. "I think his bulletproof vest is pretty nice. I'm gonna take it. A good vest is a good vest, but it doesn't do much against concussions." Li Minghao's attitude suddenly shifted, and he gave Wang Zheng a wicked smile. "Captain, how about you let me take care of this guy?" A moment later, Elbis was hanging upside down from a tree branch, dangling like a piece of ripe fruit. Wang Zheng nearly burst out laughing when he saw it. "You really know how to have fun." Just then, Li Minghao spotted something on his handheld monitor. "Captain, we've got a group of people moving towards our position fast." This was just what Wang Zheng was waiting for. "Alright, let's get ready. We'll catch them all in one fell swoop." The weather today was perfect for setting a trap. The group led by a man named Bai finally arrived. He pointed and gave an order to his men. "You go scout ahead. The rest of you hold your position and wait for my command." The man quickly complied. "Yes, sir." 5 minutes later, Bai anxiously radioed him. "What's the situation up there?" But there was no reply. A seed of doubt began to grow in Bai's mind. Could something have happened just then? An unfamiliar voice crackled over the radio, pulling him from his thoughts. "You weaklings from the Dark Army Academy. We've been waiting for you for a long time. However many of you show up today, that's how many we'll take down." Yang Ming was hiding on a high tree branch waiting for the right moment to strike. Everyone had gathered this time to help their captain. "We need to deal with this group quickly." Yang Xiang, hiding nearby, heard this and started teasing. "Yang Ming, long time no see. You're still such a loudmouth." But then he got serious. "Someone's coming. Do we have to kill them?" To return the earlier jab, he shot right back at him. "Why ask so many questions? Just take care of it and you're done." The moment he finished speaking, he dropped down from the tree using the distance to slit an opponent's throat. In the blink of an eye, he saw his comrade had already taken one guy down, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This kid's ability to act cool has really leveled up. Yang Xiang quickly regained his composure and carefully aimed at the enemy. "I can't fall behind either." And another unlucky soul went down. Over here, after receiving the threat, Bai gave an order to his trusted subordinate. "Chris, take 10 men and deal with the ambushers in the rear." He confidently puffed out his chest and guaranteed, "Got it. I'll make sure they're all wiped out." Li Minghao, standing on high ground, happened to spot the intruders below and mumbled to himself, "They're here." Wang Zheng also had a sniper rifle in his hands, ready to mow down everything in his path, not forgetting to give a warm welcome to those uninvited guests. "Welcome to hell, you brats from the Dark Army." In that instant, a bullet tore through the air and hit its mark, making everyone jump. Bai, casually holding a cigarette, spoke nonchalantly. "They're here." The henchman with him immediately grew vigilant and looked around. Li Minghao, witnessing it all, chuckled and gloated. I told you so, our help has arrived. But Wang Zheng remained focused on his target. Forget that. This time do you want to go close quarters or long range? Unexpectedly, he decisively threw the task to him. With you here, do you even need me? I can just watch. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his gun and pulled the trigger. The fluid series of actions quickly took down an enemy. However, that was tantamount to giving by his position. The cigar snapped in two. Amidst a hail of bullets, he showed no fear, resolutely charging toward the enemy. Unfortunately, Wang Zheng was ready for him, meeting the charge with gusto. Suddenly, Bai's elbow grazed past his face and his leg followed up with a perfectly timed kick. In reality, that was nothing to him. Good thing I dodged quickly. Drawing on his vast experience, Bai threw a punch while remarking, Wang Zheng, you're very strong, but Wang Zheng wasn't one to be arrogant. He took advantage of the safe distance to reply. It's true, I am formidable. M said so too, but you're no pushover either. He quickly leaped up to dodge a powerful kick, simultaneously growling, a warning. If you were to meet the headmaster, he would kill you instantly. And yet, he calmly declared his past victory. Is that so? 3 years ago, didn't that bastard old man from your military academy end up injured and bedridden for 3 months? That was my doing. No matter how careful one is, there are still moments of hesitation. Bai suddenly froze, stunned. What Wang Zheng seized this golden opportunity. A palm strike aimed right at his opponent's neck. What you don't, believe me, taking the heavy hit forced him to step back to regain his balance. But who knew the problems weren't over? A voice suddenly came through his earpiece. The enemy's assault is too strong. We can't hold them back any longer. Bai decisively ripped the earpiece out. He grudgingly admitted, that right-hand man of your Wang Zheng is quite skilled. Unexpectedly, he just shrugged and flat out denied it. I have a right-hand man, that's news to me. It was probably just someone who didn't like the look of you guys and decided to step in and serve some justice. Why don't you just surrender? The moment Wang Zheng finished speaking, he shot forward like a rocket, his fighting spirit blazing. The men of our military academy do not have the option to surrender. Naturally, he was met with a hard knee from him, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. But he wasn't just anybody. After taking the hit, he immediately retaliated. Too bad Wang Zheng already understood how this game would end. Do you really not want to live? You used all your strength on those 2 moves. Let's see how you block my next attack. Bai quickly gritted his teeth to resist. You don't need to worry about that. However, he was truly helpless against the follow-up blow. He took the chance to offer some advice. Stop struggling. You're a dead man. Seeing his opponent struggle to get back up, Wang Zheng teased in a playful tone. What, you still want to come at me? But he was dead wrong. He seriously raised his gun and pointed it straight at his own temple. From the first day I set foot on this path, I knew I would have to face this day. Allow me to keep what little dignity I have left. Release came unexpectedly, quickly. In the end, the life of the legendary blood-soaked instructor ended here. In that moment, Wang Zheng felt a bit wistful. No matter how you looked at it, he was a true man. Li Minghao finally landed and asked, do we need to deal with his body? He immediately pointed at him and replied, yeah, give him a proper burial. After dealing with the urgent matter, he asked again, Captain, someone helped us take care of those guys from the Dark Army Military Academy. Do you think it was them? Wang Zheng thought for a moment. To be able to wipe out the Dark Army's men in such a short time, it could only have been them. But since blind guessing was pointless, Li Minghao suggested, how about we go take a look? Maybe a miracle happened. He immediately rolled his eyes and sighed softly. Miracles don't happen that often. Suddenly, a brilliant firework blossomed in the sky above them. Both were stunned for a few seconds by the sudden event. Right after he was moved to tears and shouted, Captain, the assembly signal. It's the Dragon Scale Army's private assembly signal. The good news was infectious, and he happily nudged his companion with his foot. Then what are you standing there spacing out for? Let's go quickly. Naturally, Li Minghao's heart was bursting with joy. Yes, Wang Zheng deftly weaved through the dense bushes, and upon seeing him, everyone snapped to attention and saluted. The Dragon Scale Army captain has assembled. But before he could even mingle, he was interrupted by someone. Did I come at a bad time and interrupt you brothers' reunion? Then again, this is good. It saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. Wang Zheng sharply turned towards the source of the voice. Tan Tai Sui Feng, I didn't expect you to be here. He answered frankly. Of course, I came to settle a score. Facing a dangerous situation, Wang Zheng urgently ordered, he's here for me. All of you get as far away from here as you can. But Yuan Bao stood his ground firmly. Captain, we're not leaving. Their bond as brothers was unbreakable. Hearing this, he shook his head helplessly. Looks like you all learned that stubbornness from me, huh? Their solidarity made him genuinely happy. Tan Tai Sui Feng, my brothers and I are all here. Are you satisfied? But I am very curious. You're a grandmaster after all. How can you work so hard while being someone else's lapdog? Sui Feng cut him off, annoyed. My business is none of your concern. All of you are going to die here. Seeing his cornered animal attitude, Wang Zheng quickly warned his teammates, be careful of this old monster. Before he could even finish his sentence, their opponent had already vanished. The sudden turn of events made Yongxing scream in alarm. Meanwhile, when did Hu Bin even have a chance to rush in so recklessly? But Sui Feng wasn't scared in the slightest, casually drawling, "You're the first." It was clear he was moving at an incredible speed, but he was still blocked with ease, and took the full force of a monstrous kick. He was completely bewildered. How is this happening? Hu Bin slammed into a tree like a human cannonball. The impact forced him to cough up blood in agony. After taking one down, Sui Feng immediately moved on to the next. "It's your turn." Yongxing didn't even have time to react before a kick slammed squarely into his waist. The brutal force sent him flying. He lay flattened on the ground, getting more furious the more he thought about it. "Damn it, I can't even use my strength." However, their opponent didn't stop casually gliding over to where Old Kim was standing to take out the third person, but Old Kim managed to decisively counter and restrain him. "If that's how you want to play it, then I'll have to leave you with a little something." Suddenly, Sui Feng raised his knee, aiming for his opponent's stomach. Yang Ming seized the opportunity, while his back was turned, leaping up and getting into a chopping stance. "I don't care how tough you are fighting alone, we're a team, you get it." But in the end, he was simply too strong, treating them all like rag dolls. "Even if there were 100 of you, you'd still be no match for me." As if to prove his point, Sui Feng sent Old Kim flying with a single flick. However, the Dragon Scale team doesn't know the meaning of fear. Chang Cheng immediately seized the chance to rush in. "I'm here too." Even though they were attacking from both the front and back, the man still dodged with ease. "Another one wants to die." At the same time, he balled his hand into a fist and slammed it violently into his chest. The force of the attack was so great that it sent him flying back several meters. Chang Cheng coughed up, blood trembling as he tried to get back on his feet, whispering, "How can this be? He just tapped my shoulder, and I'm this badly injured. This guy is terrifying." Seeing the man regain his footing, Yang Ming shouted urgently, "Old Kim." Old Kim of course understood what he meant, and immediately braced himself. As soon as he got a firm grip on Sui Feng's arm, he narrowed his eyes. "Sui Feng, even if I die, don't think for a second I'm letting you go." But the man was completely unfazed. "Do you two think this is some kind of family game? You want to restrain me?" To his surprise, Yuan Bao quickly jumped in to help, grabbing his leg. "What if you add me to the mix?" Then all three of them shouted in unison, straining. Captain Wang Zheng quickly seized the opportunity they had created and lunged forward. He delivered a decisive kick, and this time it was Sui Feng's turn to be sent tumbling helplessly to the ground. Watching him, Wang Zheng slowly taunted, "How about that? This feeling isn't so great, is it? Even an ant can bite an elephant to death." Suddenly the man shook his head and sighed, "You all are very strong." This rare chance to talk allowed Wang Zheng to finally ask the question that had been bugging him. "What in the world happened to you?" But the man just finished the sentence he had started. "The stronger you become, the more you'll be held back." Wang Zheng tried to reason with him again. "We really don't have to be enemies." But it was clear his opponent didn't care for the olive branch. "I'm getting old just feeling a bit sentimental. But today, one of us has to fall." "If you insist." Wang Zheng quickly got into a fighting stance. "We don't know who's going to win or lose until it's over." Sui Feng, wearing a cloak, was determined to fight to the death. "You had best be ready to die." Suddenly, Li Minghao started firing from a distance. Wherever he jumped, the bullets followed closely. Faced with the rain of fire, he ripped off his cloak and muttered, "Underestimating your opponent can get you killed." It turned out the cloak also worked as a bulletproof vest. Witnessing that unbelievable sight, he was completely thunderstruck and utterly baffled. What's going on? This guy is just too hard to figure out. Immediately, Li Minghao shouted a worried warning, "Captain, be careful." Luckily, Wang Zheng was experienced enough to meet Sui Feng's terrifying punch head-on. Not only that, he also took the chance to throw a dagger, fully aware that it wouldn't do anything to his opponent. The man even altered its trajectory, forcing it to change course and embed itself in Li Minghao's leg. Seeing his own weapon used against him, he gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it, he was already helpless on the ground. Facing Sui Feng's relentless assault, Wang Zheng thought to himself, "It looks like I'm really going to die here." Then a gentle smile spread across his face. "To all the ladies in the city, please remember me." His fallen comrades around him shouted desperately, "Captain, get out of there!" But just in the nick of time, the figure of a beautiful woman suddenly cut in. "Isn't it a bit early to be leaving your last words? You're not dead yet." At this surreal appearance, Wang Zheng was stunned. It was Miss Ketty. After blocking the blow for him, she replied cheerfully, "Long time no see." He quickly stood up and exclaimed with delight, "I can't believe you're the one who came to save me." She let out a theatrical sigh. Well, who else would it be? But just as she finished speaking, there was a movement from Sui Feng's position. A bullet ripped through the air. It plunged straight into his heart. The sudden ambush left him unable to react. Wang Zheng looked around cautiously and shouted, "Who's there?" Qiangzi immediately appeared, holding a rifle and feigning heartbreak. "Looks like you all completely forgot about me." This reinforcement and reunion was too sudden and too wonderful for him. "Qiangzi, I really can't believe it's you." Then he tilted his head excitedly and asked, "Did you find her?" Ketty quickly steered them to a more important matter. "It's a long story. We'll talk about it another day. Right now, the important thing is what to do with the guy on the ground." Sure enough, their opponent, who was strong as an ox, was groggily pushing himself up. Wang Zheng's tone softened slightly. Senior Tantai, is there anything or anyone you're still holding on to? Because of his severe injuries, Sui Feng struggled to speak. Protect. Feng. Feng Changming. If you want revenge. The name which seemed to come out of nowhere suddenly confused him. Feng Changming. Is he really that important to me? Why do I have to protect him? Senior, just as Wang Zheng rushed forward, calling his name, the man could no longer hold on. He gave Sui Feng one last decisive military salute. Senior Tantai, no matter what happened before, in the end, thank you. The hard-fought battle quickly gave way to the night. At a lively bar, exquisite glasses of liquor clinked together with a resounding shout. Cheers. Wang Zheng quickly asked his question. Qiangzi, how do you and Ketty know each other? Qiangzi, after taking a swig of his drink, answered, I met her on my way here to find you guys. We even had a little skirmish before we realized we had the same objective, so we came to find you together. That answer only led him to another mystery. You all knew I was here, Yang Ming immediately chimed in smugly. Captain, don't underestimate me. He quickly put two and two together. So, you were the one who found Ketty too. Hearing that, he quickly waved his hands to correct him. No, that wasn't me. Maybe she also heard the news and was worried about you, Captain. How about you ask her directly next time you see her? Wang Zheng then took another drink and sighed. Ketty, I owe you another one. Li Minghao, sitting next to him, suddenly brought it up. Captain, I heard the Su family's youngest daughter is studying abroad here. Aren't you going to pay her a visit? Of course, when it comes to gossip, everyone's interested. He quickly cleared his throat, feigning a serious tone. Everyone take the next few days off to rest. I have some personal business to attend to. 2 days flew by in a flash. Qiao Tianming stood at the podium and tentatively asked, Nuannuan, would you be free to have dinner with me tonight? Despite his dashing appearance, she still politely declined. I'm sorry, I'm not free tonight. He quickly switched tactics. Nuannuan, how about a trip to Hong Kong with me for the holidays? But to his dismay, Nuannuan shot him down again. I'm not free during the holidays either. This string of rejections instantly pushed him to his limit. A dark mood settled over Qiao Tianming. Playing so high and mighty with me. Still, he struggled to maintain his gentlemanly facade. Nuannuan, why don't you give me a chance? It's a chance for yourself too. Just then, a chilly voice cut in. She's already turned you down so clearly. Are you really that shameless? The newcomer, it turned out, was none other than the handsome Wang Zheng. Having his prey snatched away just as he was about to get her made, Qiao Tianming snapped in frustration. And who are you? Before he could even speak, Nuannuan cried out joyfully, Wang Zheng, you're here. He instantly stepped into the role of her protector. I came especially to see you, only to find you dealing with this impolite pursuer of yours. Nuannuan this is. Nuannuan quickly clarified, he's just a classmate of mine. Seeing things were getting complicated, he got annoyed and stormed off. You two just you wait. After he was out of sight, Wang Zheng whispered, holding out a lovely box of sweets. I'm sure you know he won't give up on you that easily. So, she came right out and said it. It's my birthday. Aren't you going to protect me? He chuckled at her sweet invitation. Of course, for today, that's no problem. However, she was determined to fend off the threat. She enthusiastically linked her arm through Wang Zheng's. Let's worry about later. For today, you're my boyfriend. Seizing the opportunity, Nuannuan grabbed onto him and started pulling him away, causing him to blurt out in surprise. Ah, blue skies, white clouds, a golden sun. Love is in the air on campus today. Amidst countless admiring gazes, Nuannuan strolled leisurely beside him. You didn't just come to see me for my birthday, did you? Wang Zheng broke into a sweat hastily, insisting, Of course I came just to celebrate your birthday with you. Little did he know, she was thinking the exact same thing. Nuannuan, I'm sorry. Wang Zheng, I'm sorry. After sharing an awkward laugh, she suggested, well, in that case, let's go on a date. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the sun began to set. As the day full of surprises came to a close, Nuannuan suddenly slumped against him, wrapping her arms around his waist. When will you visit me again? He gently reassured her. Probably very soon. Then Wang Zheng slowly stroked her hair and murmured, Take good care of yourself. After they said their goodbyes, she watched his back disappear, feeling a sense of unease. Wang Zheng, we will see each other again, won't we? Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, the arrogant Qiao Tianming was fuming, taking out his anger on an innocent ball. The butler asked carefully, Young master, is something troubling you? And Wang Zheng overheard every word of the reply. Does that guy who went to see Su Nuannuan today have any idea how powerful the Qiao family is? How dare he mess with me, Qiao Tianming? I want you to go. Take care of them for me. The butler immediately bowed in compliance. Young master, you can rest assured. This visibly pleased him. Good. I'll be waiting for your good news. And the man was indeed true to his word. However, Wang Zheng had been lying in wait, and he decisively struck the man over the head with a brick. He even crushed the man's lower leg to prevent any further trouble. Once it was done, Wang Zheng thought to himself, Don't blame me for being ruthless. This is the only way to stop you from carrying out any more evil deeds. The moon hung in the quiet night sky, and from a certain house, shy moans could be heard. The exposed scene behind the window gave him an idea. Let's see how I'm gonna mess with you. A magical 15 minutes later, the temporary lovers suddenly came face to face with a terrifying ghost. The cowardly Qiao Tianming was a completely different person from his usual cool and collected self. A ghost, Tina Eva, go check it out. Confused, Tina Eva looked around but found nothing. There's nothing here. Are you hallucinating? He couldn't believe it, pleading as he trembled under the blanket. I know what I saw. Go look by the window quickly, but all he got was her back as she turned to leave. I'm going home. Are all you men from Huaxia? This pathetic. What a total buzzkill. As soon as the front door closed, Wang Zheng revealed himself. Well, young Master Qiao, you really let the pretty lady storm off just like that. That voice was all too familiar, leaving Qiao Tianming stunned. You what? What are you doing here? Wang Zheng replied smugly. I just came to check up on you. I didn't expect to walk in on you in the middle of a romantic tryst. I couldn't resist joining in on the fun. That explanation was all Qiao Tianming needed. He pointed a finger and raged. So that was you pretending to be a ghost. What the hell do you want? He answered calmly. Oh, I'm just the kept man that Su Nuannuan is supporting. I just came to remind you to stay away from her. Every single word was laced with unbelievable, yet immense power. If anything happens to my sugar mommy, I'll make sure you won't even know what hit you.